Ajax Youth Academy product. An 18-year-old Chinese heritage prospect may make his Zhang Ajax debut tonight. A potential naturalization target. Match preview: a young talent comparable to Tianla, a new generation backline king. Is his template Ridgecard or Danny Blind? Or is it De Boer, another Ajax Academy graduate? New star numbers: 26 appearances for Ajax U19 in a single season with 4 goals and 10 assists. In the future stadium may welcome a brand new legendary center back. One after another, these pieces of news began to spread on the Donquidi app in China. Unfortunately, most fans here had eyes only for the top 5 European leagues, and not many paid attention to such fringe reports. Still, there were 1 or 2 who did take notice. For example, in the Sulei Sports livestream room at this moment, the host, who kept frantically clicking the livestream refresh button, was discussing today's Zhang Ajax starting lineup with the betting dogs. Scratch that, the fans. On a pushover like Utrecht 2, I'll say one outcome: win by any other scoreline. Win by any other scoreline. Impossible. The handicap is only 3 goals. That's way too much. Hey, on this starting lineup, Wang. He's actually starting. With Leon Sana and Big Black injured, they naturally had to pull someone up from the youth team. Not to mention there are hardly any forwards left. What? He's 18 and only now made the second team. Finished. The guy above is so good, why doesn't he go play football himself? Zhang Ajax plays in the Dutch second division, and that's still finished. Wasn't Zhang Yi promoted exactly like this back then? In front of the computer facing the microphone, Zhang Tong shook his head. In the online world, there were plenty of people saying Messi couldn't dribble and Ronaldo couldn't score headers, so it was hardly surprising that a young lad who had just started out would be called finished. Zhang Tong wouldn't let the fans keep steering the mood. He quickly skipped past the topic and started breaking down today's match. What the streamer recommends today is now in the upper right corner of the public screen. Brothers who see it can try to follow it. Also, joining the members group comes with tons of perks. Follow the streamer and you'll eat rice until you're stuffed. Zhang Tong enlarged his group number on the screen while keeping an eye on the barrage comments. How do you see today's match, streamer? Zhang Tong read the comment out loud. Then he immediately replied, how do I see it? Bro, it's already clear in the upper right corner. Home win plus over 3. Follow the trend. Over 3. Bullshit, over 3. Utrecht has lost 4 in a row. Just collect your winnings. Does the streamer understand football at all? The home win line dropped from -0.75 to -0.25. With such a steep downward curve, I'm all in on Utrecht avoiding defeat. Hard to say. Be conservative and take away 1, even if the odds are thinner, so be it. Ajax will definitely win. I said it. After all, who would have thought they could beat in a strong Eredivisie side last round? They paid the price with 2 defenders though, 1 suspended for accumulated yellow cards, 1 carried off injured at halftime. There are 4 defenders in the second team and now 3 are on the injury list. I was wondering how Yuan could get into the Zhang Ajax starting lineup. Turns out the backline was empty. Zhang Tong saw it differently from the fans. He believed the home team was even more formidable at times like this. How to put it? Just think of those red card matches turn into comeback wins. That's enough. Zhang Ajax is currently 8th in the league, safe from relegation and without any hope of promotion. Of course, I should also tell the brothers who just came in, even if Ajax finishes in the top 2, even if they earn a direct promotion spot or an indirect playoff spot, they still can't be promoted to the Dutch Eredivisie. The reason is simple: Ajax's first team is in the Eredivisie, and one club cannot have 2 senior teams in the same division. However, relegation is possible. Take Utrecht 2 for example. They are currently 4th from bottom and will have to fight to stay up this season. The over 3 is just the streamer's take. As for the home win, everyone can follow it rationally. This is only for reference. Just as Zhang Tong was explaining in the live stream picture inside the future stadium that could hold 5,000 spectators, the starting players of both sides were already walking out hand in hand with the young mascots. Following the Ajax players ahead, Yuan also walked onto the pitch holding a young mascot's hand. As a transmigrator who had only crossed over yesterday, Yuan was completely stunned. People used to say you had to hit a jackpot to open the door to another world. But why did he transmigrate just from waking up after a nap? And why did this Yuan share the same name, the same parents, and the same, both parents dead backstory? Had Chijian Orphanage already begun accepting transfer students from Tomato? Shaking his head, Yuan suppressed those wild and impractical thoughts. What stood before him now was only one question. That was with the imminent match he didn't know how to play. Of course, saying he didn't know how to play was an exaggeration. As a player who used to represent his school team in college tournaments, he did have some fundamental skills more or less. But what level was he at, and what level was the Dutch second division? So when head coach Heitinga announced that Yuan would start in the next match, Yuan was struck with panic. Thanks for the invitation. Just transmigrated, waiting online, kind of urgent. I'm in the Dutch second division, how do I save myself? Fortunately, before the match began, Yuan activated his golden finger system. However, the golden finger system had a countdown. Judging by when the countdown ended, it coincided exactly with the kickoff time of the Zhang Ajax vs. Utrecht 2 match. Honestly, when he learned there was a system, Yuan was overjoyed. After all, having transmigrated without a golden finger, relying purely on his memory, what could he remember? Aside from Germany's 7-1 over Brazil in 2014 and France's 4-2 over Croatia in 2018, Yuang really couldn't remember anything else. The key point was that those were already in the past. Oh, and there was the 2-2 in the 2022 World Cup final and the 2025 Champions League final PSG 5-0 winner. But those hadn't happened yet. Right now, he needed to focus on the current match. Anything further, that was for the future. Therefore, in the locker room and in the player tunnel, the Zhang Ajax players could always hear Yuang sighing and groaning like that. What the hell? For a U19 player, was starting pressure really that great? Woohoo. Soon, amid the cheers of the full crowd, the two side starters followed the referee onto the pitch. The future stadium could hold only 5,000 people, so it couldn't compare with the overwhelming grandeur of Westfalen Stadion. But being small had its own advantages. When Yuang walked out holding the young mascot's hand, besides the roaring cheers, there was even more. The words of encouragement from their own fans. Come on, Asian kid. Play well, and next year we'll sell you to Manchester United for 50 million. Hey, remember to follow the big brothers on the field and don't break the line. Huh, don't be nervous. Just do it like in training. Focus on defending. Don't give the Utrecht lads any chance, kill them. Listening to the cheers and encouragement around him, Yuang took a deep breath. Then he crossed the touchline and stepped onto the pitch. And at that very moment, ding, ding, the old-timer counterattack system is activating. Host name Yuang, age 18, height 184 centimeters, heading 62, passing 65, shooting 45, dribbling 59, speed 61, strength 70, stamina 55, vision 61, tackling 66, aggression 60, overall rating 62. Yuang quickly lowered his head to examine his own body, then moved around a little. Feeling the power filling him, Yuang understood the stats the system had shown belonged to the body's original owner, and as the one who had crossed into it, he had now completely inherited them. Otherwise, how could Yuang, who had worked a soul-crushing 9-to-5 every day, have such a strong body? If he had bent over and suddenly straightened up, he might have been seized by vertigo and gone black before his eyes. Moreover, if this had been the pre-transmigration, Yuang, a match at this intensity would have left him panting like a bellows within half an hour. Of course, inheriting the original body's 184 centimeters height and the slightly diminished 18 centimeters head not included did not mean Yuang could run around recklessly. Our respecting the manager's tactical requirements is a duty every player must fulfill. Besides, although he had inherited those abilities, they were still somewhat unstable. Yuang needed to move around more to awaken the muscle memory within his body. But what the hell was this old-timer counterattack system? Just as Yuang was puzzling over it, the system let out another sudden ding. In 2034, you had been retired for years as you watched 27-year-old wonderkid Yamal, 3 years your junior, weave through defenders at the Saudi World Cup as if no one was there. In that moment, you regretted it all. You regretted squandering the years and wasting your youth. You regretted drifting through the Austrian 2nd Division, the Dutch 3rd Division, and the Spanish Segunda RFEF before fading into a lonely retirement. You yearned to stand on the stage of a top-flight league. If he could turn back time, you swore you would live once more to the fullest. But you knew time could never flow backward. Fortunately, you knew the saying, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. So you made up your mind to make a comeback. And as an old-timer making a second comeback, you received the old-timer return gift pack, 50 free attribute points. Yuang was stunned. So this really was the old-timer counterattack system. No joke, he was only 18. How could he be an old-timer? Just this morning, when he woke up, he was still standing tall like Optimus Prime. But after seeing the 50 free attribute points the system offered, Yuang stopped dwelling on it. Old-timer or not, any system that could add points for him was a good system. Then Yuang quickly began thinking about how to allocate the points. As a starting center back, logically, he should prioritize stamina interceptions and tackles or physical duels. Recalling that Zhang Ajax matches against Zhang Utrecht always devolved into a bloody storm of mutual fouls, Yuang decisively turned his attention to stamina and strength. Deep Blue add points. Muzampa, who was partnering Yuang at center back, was startled. Add iodine. Was that some mysterious prayer to God? Ignoring his teammates' confusion, Yuang stared intently ahead, carefully savoring the changes surging through his body in that instant. Stamina 55 to 85. Strength 70 to 90. Overall rating 62 to 68. Moments later. Tweet. On October 15, 2021, inside Ajax's future stadium, the match kicked off with the referee's whistle. Time trickled by, and on the sideline, Heitinga's tightly knit brows slowly began to relax. Starting Yuang only happened because the team had no other available defenders. If it had been up to Heitinga, he would never have put Yuang on the pitch. This had nothing to do with Yuang's ability or Heitinga's preference for young players. The main factor was that Zhang Ajax might have no pressure over lead position, but Heitinga definitely did. Ten Hag had recently been in contact with Manchester United, and there was no ruling out the possibility of the Dutch Ajax coach moving to Old Trafford. After Ten Hag walked away, who was most likely to become Ajax's head coach? It had to be Heitinga, the man closest to the water, getting the moon first, and his second team record was not bad. But there was a precondition: his performance as manager had to be decent. That was why Haitinga was very worried that Yuang might suddenly forget everything from training and pull off some huge blunder. Fortunately, after observing the first 30 minutes, Haitinga was amazed to find that Yuang's performance actually looked more like that of a seasoned Eredivisie player than Yuzampa's. Could it be that this sudden starting role in the reserves had ignited the little universe inside Yuang? Haitinga had no way of knowing. As time slipped away, and as the forwards from both sides repeatedly squandered golden chances, the clock at Future Stadium quickly reached the closing stages of the second half. Neither side had managed to score. Considering that one team was 11th and the other 17th at the halfway point of the season, this match truly fit the label of two weak teams pecking at each other. The home Ajax fans were certainly dissatisfied with the team's performance. After all, they were playing a weak Jong Utrecht side, not title contenders like Emmen or Volendam. How the hell could they look the fans in the eye with a performance like that? Damn it. Money back. Boos broke out across Future Stadium. On the home bench, Haitinga's brows were so tightly furrowed they could crush a fly. Beside him, the assistant coach suggested whether they should pull off a center back and bring on an attacking midfielder. Don't ask why they chose a midfielder instead of a striker. Both of Jong Ajax's bench strikers had already been brought on, and there were no natural forwards left on the bench. At that, Haitinga fell silent. Today, Yuang had been surprisingly good at the back, and his duel success rate was excellent. Honestly, Haitinga really didn't want to dishearten a player who had performed so well on his debut. But 3 points were a must. The team had to make a change in attack. With that in mind, Haitinga turned to the assistant coach and told him to summon No. 19, Giovanni from the bench. He was about to make a substitution. And just as Haitinga was arranging to change, the situation on the pitch changed drastically. No. 6 midfielder Regier completed the tackle and immediately turned to sprint forward. Ajax had a good counterattacking opportunity. The ball quickly reached Rasmussen out on the left flank. The Dane wasted no time and whipped in a 45-degree cross. Bang. The ball flew into the Jong Utrecht penalty area, where their defender, also outstanding today, Van den Heck, cleared it away. Unfortunately, the clearance wasn't far enough. Yuang, who had pushed forward into position, received the ball. Seeing Yuang receive the ball, the Utrecht reserves manager, the Bosnian Kolezic, was just as dumbfounded as Haitinga on the sideline. Hey, how could this center back be in that attacking position? As for that, Yuang could only say, I just kept running and ended up in front, believe it or not. Yuang looked up at the opponent's goal, then down at the ball. Just as he was pondering what to do with it, 2 opposing players suddenly closed in from both sides, triggering his instinctive reaction. The creed, if heaven has feelings, heaven too grows old when you get the ball, just take a shot. Yuang threw open his arms, drew back his right leg, and struck the lower half of the ball. Whoosh. The ball lifted off the ground and flew nimbly toward Utrecht's goal. Utrecht's goalkeeper De Keyser still thought he could fling himself out to save his team once more. But after he really dove, he finally understood one thing: only when reaching for the ball do you regret having short hands. 1-0 in the 89th minute. At that moment, the Future Stadium, which had been in a daze for nearly the entire match, suddenly erupted. The live director quickly instructed the close-up camera to zoom in further, allowing the TV audience to see Yuang's remarkably handsome and authoritative face. Meanwhile, the broadcast began replaying Yuang's spectacular volley. In the Sulai Sports studio, Zheng Tong suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Beautiful. Goal. The home win is secured. Thank you, Yuang. No more words, I'm buying his jersey. Scoring on his debut, there aren't many in football who can do that. Echoing Zheng Tong's excitement, the fans in the livestream chat filled the screen with praise. However, amidst the barrage of comments celebrating the goal, there were inevitably some filled with impotent rage. 666, they're not even trying to hide it. The defensive midfielder dropped deep and the striker didn't even come back to block the shot. Just a fluke, right? His shooting stance looks so awkward. Huh. The guy above wants to teach a professional how to play. Huh. He's not that good. He'd need to work much harder to make the national team. Right, even Zhang from Beijing go and played in the Eredivisie. The Eredivisie is a lower level. Come on, why would he even want to join your national team? Because you keep losing to Japan and South Korea? Always missing the World Cup. In the Future Stadium, a deafening roar of cheers washed over Yuang. Despite being mentally prepared, he still had to discreetly clear his ear. The Ajax fans could hardly contain their excitement. To be honest, the Ajax first team could dominate the Eredivisie, but this second team in the Eredivisie, that was a different story. Besides the fact that the second team consisted mostly of young players and disillusioned veterans, the main reason was that any promising talent was either called up to the first team or sold off for a hefty sum. So the fans came primarily to support the club's youth development. Unexpectedly, they had chosen the right day. The fans began to wonder silently, were they about to witness the birth of another Ajax star? Why did they say another? That was naturally because the second team had produced many talents over the years. Take the current Ajax first team under Ten Hag, for instance: Daley Blind, Gravenberch, the future 75 million Liverpool signing Timber, the future Arsenal player, and Onana, the Inter and Manchester United goalkeeper. All of these players were promoted from the Ajax second team. It's fair to say the second team is the breeding ground for Ajax stars. In conclusion, it was only natural and logical for the Ajax fans to feel hopeful about Yuang. While the fans were overjoyed, the man of the moment, Yuang, desperately tried to break free from the mob of teammates swarming him. There was no way around it. their enthusiasm was overwhelming, surrounding him layer upon layer. Amsterdam was not Rongqing, and Yuang did not appreciate being smothered by big, burly teammates. Soon the referee blew the whistle to restart the game. With a 1-goal lead, Ajax decisively switched to a 5-3-2 formation and parked the bus. It was worth noting that while it was called a 5-3-2, in practice it functioned more like a 7-3-0. The two wingers tucked inside, the two central midfielders pressed near the top of the box, and the lone striker roamed freely, providing defense wherever needed. Under this resolute and unified defense, the referee finally blew the final whistle. Ajax 2-1-0 Utrecht 2. On the home team's bench, Heitinga still hadn't snapped out of his shock after the final whistle. He was stunned. Of course, he wasn't shocked that Yuang had scored. A defender's scoring goals isn't unheard of in football. Looking back in 2018, Pavard's stunning volley deceived Bayern. And then there was Manchester City's defender Kompany, whose long-range screamer secured a crucial 3 points in the title race. That goal was incredibly precious for City, who were so close to Liverpool in the point standings that year. Based on that, the reason for Heitinga's shock was clear. Yuang's performance was beyond the level expected of a second-team player. His stamina was ample, his physical challenges were solid, and his enhanced mobility, powered by his boundless energy, afforded him excellent vision and awareness on the pitch. Heitinga briefly shook hands with the Utrecht coach, then immediately turned to his assistant. "Yes, sir, you saw correctly. The internal scouting report says his stamina is average, but his positioning and instincts are quite good. Based on the data in the scouting report, his level should be top tier for the U19s. To hold his own in the Eredivisie, he still needs to improve." The assistant, reading Heitinga's mind perfectly, had already pulled up Yuang's data sheet. While he performed very well in the U19 team, last season he scored 4 goals and provided 10 assists. He's very aggressive in attack. The assistant added a few more points. Heitinga nodded. Then shrugging, he said through gritted teeth, "The management should fire those useless scouts. How can a player who was ready for the Eredivisie have such sparse data? It's outrageous. What are they even doing?" Before the assistant could reply, Heitinga turned and walked onto the pitch. He put on a smile and high-fived every player. When he reached Yuang, Heitinga gave him a hug, and with a teasing grin, he said, "Hey, little Virgil, you were f***ing brilliant." Virgil van Dijk. Heitinga was praising Yuang's performance by comparing him to the great defender. It's worth mentioning that during team training, especially when focusing on defensive drills, Heitinga always brought up Van Dijk. He would talk about how strong and dominant VVD was, and how everyone should learn from him. As Van Dijk's national teammate, Heitinga certainly knew how formidable he was. In 21st century football, if Ballon d'Or winner Cannavaro is considered the greatest defender, then Van Dijk is a close second. Needless to say, his unfortunate runner-up finish in the Ballon d'Or that year speaks volumes. Realizing Heitinga was pleased with his performance, Yuang quickly responded, "Boss, that's because of your brilliant tactics. I just made a small contribution." Hearing this, Heitinga was overjoyed. This flattery. It sounded fantastic. So Heitinga gave Yuang another hug, and with a cheerful chuckle he advised, "Go back and get some proper rest. Adjust yourself. I look forward to another great performance from you next match." Some rejoiced while others fretted. On the other side, the head coach of Utrecht's second team, the Bosnian Kolezic, was furiously demanding his players run extra drills. It was both a punishment and an unconventional way to push them harder. Wong, Wong, Wong. The chants echoed through the future stadium, the Ajax fans calling out Yuang's name. To be precise, they should have been shouting "you," but since that sound was too similar to a jeer, the fans simply settled on yelling "Wong" instead. Regal, a fellow player promoted from the U19s, slung an arm around Yuang's shoulder. The young Dutch midfielder jutted his chin towards the stands. "Brother, see that? All those cheers are for you. You were absolutely brilliant today." Yuang was a natural at making friends. Even though he'd been there for less than 2 days, he had already managed to get along well with his teammates. So Yuang confidently declared to Regal, "Just routine, nothing to fuss about." Shortly after, the Ajax second team players completed their lap of appreciation under the coach's guidance. Having scored the game's first and only goal, Yuang was named man of the match. As per tradition, he was required to give an interview to the official media. Facing the camera, Yuang tried his best to suppress his nerves. After answering a few questions, he was finally released. He quickly hurried into the player tunnel, eager to sit down and rest. But more importantly, he needed to sort out his current situation. Ding. Just then the system's voice chimed in again. "Congratulations, host, on winning your first match after your return. As a qualified returning veteran, a slightly paunchy middle-aged man, what should you do after the game? Of course you go treat the restaurant owner. New system mission issued. Mission: dine at any restaurant and proactively pay the bill. Reward: black, gold, treasure chest. Note: bronze, silver, gold, black, gold. Note: system products are always top tier. Huh, just eating at a restaurant gets me a reward." Yuang shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. The system business could wait. Right now, the most pressing matter was taking a shower. The second team didn't have all the formalities of the first team. Once players showered and changed, they were free to go about their day. So Ajax fans who hadn't yet left could see second team players heading out in small groups, or others running laps on the pitch for extra training. Of course, more common were players like Yuang leaving alone with a backpack. However, most drove or cycled away. Yuang, on the other hand, walked. It wasn't that Yuang couldn't afford a car or a motorbike. A used one wasn't that expensive. The main reason was that he lived in the second team's dormitory, a mere 5-minute walk from the future stadium. There was simply no need for a vehicle. More importantly, Yuang wanted to properly digest his current situation. Regarding his family background, he had learned about it upon transmigrating yesterday. Parents' deceased power unleashed. As for uncles or other relatives, apparently there were none. After sorting out his family matters, Yuang turned his thoughts to his future career. With the system, Yuang was certain he would play in a top 5 European league. It was only a matter of time. Given that he needed to make a crucial decision. As a Sino-Portuguese mixed-race person, he had the option to play for Portugal or the Chinese national team. Honestly, whether in his past or present life, Yuang was patriotic. But given the current performance of the Chinese team and the amateurish operations of its football association, joining them didn't seem like a wise choice. At that thought, Yuang slapped himself. He hadn't even made it to a top 5 league, yet why worry about such distant matters? Food was the priority. Time to eat. Ajax is a vital part of Amsterdam, with the century-old club located just 6 kilometers from the city center. Having lived 2 lives, Yuang had never truly explored a foreign city. So relying on his memory, he set off at a leisurely pace towards the city center. To be fair, Yuang had heard of Amsterdam's fame back in China primarily because it's home to the largest red light district in Europe. Ballon, it's truly world-renowned. The seductive, handsome come play slogans often seen outside supermarkets in China are perfectly realized here. There were women from South America, East Asia, Africa, and even of Indian descent. However, Yuang had no intention of walking that way. Although the ladies were generally mindful of their health, likely free of disease, since it was their livelihood, as a law-abiding person, he certainly wouldn't go. Alright, he holds Portuguese nationality now. Well, that changes things. He could go. He randomly picked a local restaurant, and after a grueling 90 minutes on the pitch, he feasted heartily. After paying his bill, the familiar pleasant system chime echoed in his ears again. Ding. Mission completed. Dispensing system reward. Opening system reward. Congratulations. You have obtained ultimate field vision. Note: a qualified defender must have a thorough understanding of the game's flow and a keen awareness of space and player positioning. Effect: all information on the pitch will be laid bare before your eyes. After brief analysis, you will be able to make the best defensive interceptions and passing decisions. Van Dijk, Cannavaro, Carlos, Maldini. Know you are unique. Go let the world witness the power of a top-tier defender. Vision 6191. Overall rating 6873. Huh, I'm at 73 now? Yuang was stunned. Looking at the description, it seemed like having a god's eye view. Was this vision ability all-knowing? Would it really be that effective on the actual pitch? Yuang was puzzled. The only way to truly test it would be in the next match. Meanwhile, as Yuang headed back, Haitinga was working late in the Ajax second team's tactical analysis room. He was directing an assistant to scrub back and forth through video footage. The central figure in the video was unmistakably Yuang, who had scored today's goal. In fact, Haitinga had already reviewed Yuang's U19 highlights. Honestly, he hadn't seen anything that set him apart from others. There were flashes of brilliance, but also flaws typical of a fearless young player. However, after today's match, Haitinga was starting to have doubts. Was the earlier Yuang the real one, or was this current version his true level? Haitinga couldn't tell. Of course, he would never consider the idea of transmigration. It was simply too fantastical. After watching numerous clips, Haitinga finally told his assistant to stop and rubbed his tired eyes. Now only one thought occupied Haitinga's mind. Whether this was a sudden burst of form or a previously hidden talent, if Yuang could maintain today's level in the coming matches, the club had to start negotiating a contract extension. Ajax needed to focus on nurturing such a promising talent. He could very well be the next Van Dijk or the next Cannavaro for Ajax. Divine Dragon Tail Wag. Chinese heritage youngster Yuang scores a long-range goal. Ajax 2-1-0 Utrecht 2. Debuts with a goal. Is Ajax about to welcome a new crown prince? Brilliant performance. Yuang elected as man of the match against Utrecht. China's World Cup Asian qualifiers preview. Forget Tianla, we should go all out for Yuang. Post-match topic analysis of the movement choices and physical condition of MVP Yuang in the match. Whether it was the local media in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, or Sulei Sports and Jibo Ba, they did not spare their words. One after another, news reports about Yuang began to catch the fans' attention. Fans began to shower Yuang with countless blessings. However, aside from these blessings, the voices of doubt were also loud. That is, talking football, just one good game. Why should Yuang, who just joined the second team, be favored by fans? The article's analysis was quite good, and it had some truth to it, but not much. Regarding these online opinions, Yuang did not actively pay attention to them. The more he paid attention, the more it would affect his performance. He was now only focused on the upcoming match against AZ Alkmaar. The distance from Amsterdam to the port of Alkmaar is only 32 kilometers, which for the Ajax 2 players is just an hour's bus ride. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the European football market is so developed. The short distances allow players to perform at their best, and fans can also frequently travel with the team. If you look at the Chinese Super League, when Goen goes to Yunnan to play against Yuquan, or Shenzhen travels north to face Dalian, not to mention whether the players can handle it, even the fans can't bear it. Therefore, there has always been a voice in China for dividing into regions for competitions like the Scottish Premier League. But unfortunately, some people are unwilling to delegate power, and some are unwilling to reform. Back to the main topic. AZ Alkmaar's AFAS training center can only accommodate 100 people, which is certainly incomparable to Ajax, the dominant force in the Eredivisie. A future stadium alone can hold 500 people, and the first team's home ground Johan Cruyff Arena can accommodate nearly 5500. This is already the same capacity as the Etihad Stadium. However, when he saw a sea of red before his eyes, Yu Wang was still a bit nervous. 1,000 people may sound few, but when you look around it still seems quite a lot. Fortunately, Yu Wang was not a starter today. He could first adapt on the bench, and after adjusting wait for the call from head coach Heitinga. Speaking of why Yu Wang did not start, the reason was actually very simple. This is certainly not to say that Yu Wang is not good enough. With his strong physique and abundant stamina plus the excellent vision that Heitinga could already discover, his strength might not be enough for the top 5 leagues, but against such Eredivisie teams, he could naturally handle them easily. The reason why Yu Wang did not start was actually because of the return of Liansana. As the saying goes, better to use the familiar than the unfamiliar. The dual Dutch-Spanish national player Liansana and Muzampa had been partnered for a long time. In the first 8 rounds of this season, they were the undisputed starters, so it was certainly not possible to replace them just because Yu Wang played one good game. Yu Wang certainly agreed with Heitinga's arrangement. Besides feeling that he needed to observe the game tempo and his teammates' habits more as a player, the most important thing was to respect all the head coach's decisions. In this regard, Ten Hag was the most persistent person. Ronaldo didn't agree with him. He was directly benched. Ten Hag achieved the feat of suppressing the Manchester United dressing room. Of course, the result had both pros and cons. After failing to lead the Red Devils to revival, Ten Hag, who became Ten Hag out, was directly sacked. Today, Ajax 2's starting lineup had changes not only in the defense, but also in the midfield, with Faxiu Tianla, who returned from the first team, making his start. Tianla is of Chinese-Dutch descent, and the Chinese national team is quite interested in him. In fact, Tianla is not opposed to joining the Chinese national team, but for him, who was born and raised in the Netherlands, it would certainly be best to join the Dutch team. However, the Dutch team is too full of talent. Who can Tianla replace? Hey, Wang. Just as Yu Wang was about to sit down on the bench with his teammates, someone from the away fans stand behind called out to him. Wang, your performance a few days ago was amazing. Future football star, come sign an autograph for me. The speaker was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. Obviously, he was probably an Ajax fan who worked and lived in the port of Alkmaar. Yu Wang smiled and then walked over. After taking the notebook, Yu Wang began to write, with flourish, creating a signature in 3 languages: Chinese, Portuguese, and Dutch. Chinese and Portuguese were languages Yu Wang had mastered. He could speak Dutch, but didn't remember many words. Compared to his outstanding looks, Yu Wang's signature was quite average. Fortunately, the football world is not short of players with bad signatures. Once you succeed, even the worst signature will be sought after. Thank you for your support. Sir, do you want more autographs? I'll sign a few more for you. Huh. If you're willing, you can sign on the jersey too. So Yu Wang signed another autograph on the No. 8 jersey the fan was wearing. This is Ajax first team's No. 8. Currently, the owner of the No. 8 jersey is the Dutchman Gravenberch, who will join Liverpool in the future. However, before that, he would make a stop at Bayern Munich. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match began. Yu Wang sat on the bench and watched the match. While watching, he also didn't forget to check the old man's counterattack system hidden in his mind. Anyway, he did not meet the criteria for old man's counterattack at all. After all, he was only 18 years old. Whether it was the beard situation on top or the pillar state below, he was definitely not over 30. So had this system come to the wrong person? Or rather, come too early? Of course, it was impossible for Yu Wang to give up this old man's system unless he could go back in time and spend day and night with a curvaceous, wasp-waisted, long-legged beauty. Otherwise, the current life was certainly more comfortable. Shaking his head, Yu Wang put aside the system's grand name and began to analyze the specific problems according to the data panel provided by the system. As a defender, especially as center back, Yu Wang most needed attributes for stamina, strength, vision, passing, and tackling. Speed and shooting were not the most critical. As for the supposed wonder goal in the last match, the wonder goals in the Puskas Award were 100 times more spectacular, nothing to be amazed about. Oh right, aggression was also important. Based on this, Yu Wang began to ponder what to add next. And to add points, he would have to wait for the system to issue new tasks. However, after the single knife restaurant task, the system had no further sound. If it weren't for the fact that the system panel could be opened and closed at any time, Yu Wang would really suspect that he had been hallucinating earlier. In the previous match against Utrecht, Heitinga deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation. After all, it was a home game. 3 attacking midfielders and a striker, just go for it. This time away from home, Heitinga opted for a 4-3-3 setup. Regal is stronger defensively than offensively. Tianla plays as the holding midfielder, and Sulayedine, a player with dual Dutch-Moroccan nationality, is deployed as a right midfielder. Yes, he is the player who has finally recovered from injury and returned to the squad. With this setup, Edine drops back to right back when defending, while Unuvar and Marta also track back to help out. The away side, Ajax 2, will focus on defense. AZ Alkmaar currently sits 9th in the league. The two teams are evenly matched in strength, so it makes perfect sense for Ajax to play it safe on the road. In the 4th minute of the match, Ajax had a counter-attacking opportunity. Unuvar received a pass from a teammate and attempted a series of stepovers, but his final shot was rather amateurish, skying the ball into the stands. Seeing Ajax squander a chance, the AZ Alkmaar fans, who had been somewhat anxious and tense, immediately broke into gleeful laughter. Subsequently, boos from the home fans rang out across the AFAS training center. Clearly, they were directed at Ajax's number 10 Unuvar. While the Ajax players on the away bench watched with regret, in the Soleil Sports Live studio, Zhengtong finally managed to secure a stable streaming source. Alright, folks, this stream is quite clear. I also want to thank everyone for continuing to tune into our broadcast. Without further ado, your host is giving out some perks. Join the group for great benefits, recharge, and get double the bonus. The group number is posted in the top right corner. Zhengtong first enlarged the number on screen, then quickly minimized it. After that, he typed a few more words on the stream overlay. Main red, guest blue. Today, Yuang didn't start because the away team's 2 defenders have returned from injury. Compared to Yuang, they are certainly more trusted. Of course, we should be able to see Yuang come on in the second half. The chat began scrolling rapidly. You're late again, aren't you? Damn, is this the perk? Host, you're asking for trouble. Host, what's your recommendation today? Can't even secure a starting spot, what a joke. I thought the player featured on Soleil Sports headline must be amazing, turns out he's just a bench warmer. Hey, quit your yapping up there, if you're so good you do it. Yuang's stamina should be sufficient, no fatigue concerns. Why didn't Haitinga start him? Ignoring the bickering among some fans, Zhengtong replied to this comment. It's probably due to his lack of match experience. If the situation allows in the second half, Yuang should get on the pitch. After all, he and Douglas are the only ones left on the bench, and they can't go the entire match without making a defensive substitution. While verbally explaining, Zhengtong kept his eyes glued to the Ajax bench on the broadcast feed. Of course, his main focus was on Yuang, who was curled up into a ball. Although Amsterdam is only about 1 degree of latitude north of London, with similar annual sunshine hours thanks to the North Atlantic drift and its temperate maritime climate, while London's average October temperature is around 8 to 15 degrees Celsius, Amsterdam only sees 5 to 13 degrees. So all the players sitting on the bench, including Yuang, had wrapped themselves in thick coats. Fortunately, thanks to his striking mixed-race features, Zhengtong spotted Yuang, who was just as handsome as the esteemed viewers at a glance. Additionally, it's worth noting that it rained in the Alkmaar port area yesterday, adding a damp chill to the air. If there's anywhere in Europe ideal for a footballer to live and work, it would undoubtedly be Spain or Portugal. Oh, southern Italy isn't bad either. And the most famous among these is the Gran Canaria in Spain, renowned for its leisurely vacation appeal. Football fans will be familiar with one team from their Las Palmas. Interestingly, while the outside world assumes Las Palmas players have it easy enjoying sunshine, beaches, wine, and beautiful women, the players themselves don't see it that way. Upon promotion to La Liga, Las Palmas frequently had to travel back and forth between the Spanish mainland and Gran Canaria. Effectively, Las Palmas had to travel to places like Madrid and Catalonia, and conversely, teams from Madrid and Catalonia had to come to Las Palmas. It's all tiring travel, seemingly without any real advantage for anyone. But for Las Palmas, with 20 teams in the league, they face 19 home games and 19 away games. Other La Liga teams might make a long trip at most 2 or 3 times a season, or maybe 5 times including cup competitions. But Las Palmas, that's 19 times just in the league. And that's not even counting the cup. Who can handle that? So that's precisely why since the 17-18 season, Las Palmas has been in a cycle of frequent relegation, promotion, and relegation again. The players' inability to outmatch opponents is just one factor. The bigger issue is the players' physical fatigue. Even Ultraman would be flashing red. Considering the Segunda División has 22 teams, and in today's increasingly modern football landscape, Las Palmas' hopes of promotion seem perpetually distant. This also serves as a reminder for fans who enjoy betting: if Las Palmas is playing an away game, you need to factor in the travel fatigue. Back to the main topic. In the first 30 minutes of the first half, it was much ado about nothing, with both teams taking shots, but failing to register a single shot on target. With shots on target being so rare, goals were even more out of the question. In the 40th minute of the match, while the players on the pitch were locked in physical battle, Haitinga gestured, signaling for the substitutes to get up and warm up. This, of course, included Yuang. After the previous match, Haitinga had promised Yuang he would play in the next game, today's match. Considering Yuang is the newest addition to the second team, Haitinga planned to bring him on as a substitute, a measure to protect him. After all, starting 2 consecutive matches would put immense pressure on him. In the future, if Yuang's performances continue to improve, he can certainly earn a starting spot. For now, Haitinga just wants to say, let's see what the future holds. Eventually, with a few blasts of the referee's whistle, the first half came to an end, with both teams heading into the tunnel with a 0-0 scoreline. In the dressing room, Haitinga spoke at length, but Yuang didn't listen very carefully. It's not that he couldn't understand or wasn't paying attention. Well, okay, he just wasn't paying attention. Regardless of the tactical talk, Yuang's only thought was, blah blah blah, what are you saying, boss? Just let me go out there and end the game. Thanks to his extreme vision observation ability, Yuang, having observed the entire first half, had already formulated an attacking plan for the second half. He couldn't wait to give the football world a little shock. After the brief 15-minute halftime interval, both teams returned to the pitch. Unlike the first half, Wang and another forward Hansen from Curacao stood together at the touchline. It was evident they would come on as substitutes in the second half. Sure enough, the referee signaled for substitutions, and the two swiftly ran onto the field. Wang replaced Muzampa, partnering Liansana at center back today, while Hansen took over from Eden. This shift saw Ajax adopt a 4-4-2 formation, with Danilo and Marta moving inward and Hansen and Unuvar providing width on the flanks. Left back Bas and right back Van Gelderen were instructed to push forward to support attacks, leaving Wang and Liansana to anchor the defense. Notably, Liansana is a natural defensive midfielder currently playing center back this season, mainly due to Ajax's second team lacking options. Ironically, as a midfielder, his ratings at center back are higher than at his natural positions. While it seems Heitinga is ambitious, can this change truly bring a new dynamic to the team? Nobody knows. Meanwhile, in the Suli Sports livestream room, alright folks, we can see Wang has come off the bench. In the last match, he scored the crucial and only goal for Ajax in the dying moments, securing all 3 points. Let's see if he can continue his impressive form today. If he performs well in 2 consecutive games, Ten Hag might come calling. Heard Ten Hag might join Manchester United in the winter or next summer. Could he bring Wang along? Thanks to Wang. His performance last game helped me win big. So sweet. Don't brag, you probably dreamed it. Wang is impressive. Despite having other defenders and midfielders who can play defense on the bench, he is the first choice among the backline players to come on. Heard there's a talented player of Chinese descent. I'm here to see what the fuss is about. Streamer, what's your take for the second half? Zheng Tong selectively ignored other comments and quickly replied to this one. No need to say more home when plus goals are already locked in. Also over 1.25 total goals is a good bet now, folks. Does the streamer even understand football? Both teams look eager but have barely had any shots on target. I'm predicting a goalless draw. Your over bet lost me a lot last time. I'm going against you this time, betting on under 1.75 at low odds. In the 49th minute of the match, Liansana's poor pass out from the back gifted the opposition a golden opportunity, and AZ Alkmaar swiftly launched a counterattack. Their left winger Tabuni, who holds dual Dutch-Moroccan nationality, delivered a cross. Center forward Barassi let it run through, and the ball found its way to the right flank. AZ Alkmaar's number 7, Boku, took a shot on the volley. Bang! Ajax's goalkeeper set forward dived desperately to his left. However, he failed to make contact. But the ball didn't nestle into the net as the home fans had hoped. This was because Wang had already stretched his leg across, turning his back and using his thigh to block the shot on target. Oob. A ripple of applause. A chorus of groans echoed around the AFAS training complex from the home supporters, who were disappointed the shot wasn't converted. Then a wave of appreciative applause filled the stadium. AZ Alkmaar fans are never reluctant to acknowledge a fine piece of defending. After the applause, the AZ Alkmaar fans' attention turned to Wang. How is this young substitute so impressive? This positioning, this reading of the game. Sharing the fan sentiments, AZ Alkmaar's coach Martin stood on the touchline, filled with both regret and astonishment. Having played for AZ Alkmaar's first team and European regulars POK, Martins observed far more nuances than the average fan. Just moments ago, when Tabuni won the ball and played it across, unlike Liansana's panic, Wang remained remarkably composed. He carefully tracked Barassi's movement, then glanced repeatedly at Boku's position. Admittedly, Wang had left back Bas on his left side. He only needed to mark Barassi and could have left Boku to Bas. But Wang chose a different path. He aimed to cover everything. So when Boku wound up to unleash a shot, Wang was already perfectly positioned. Martins glanced back at his assistant, and the two exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily speechless. On the other side, Heitinga quickly looked towards his own assistant as well. Before Heitinga could ask, his assistant decisively summarized Van Dijk. His positioning awareness is exactly like Van Dijk's. Boss, remember Liverpool's match against Chelsea in the third round of the Premier League this season? Van Dijk was outstanding in that game. Heitinga nodded in agreement. Always learning, Heitinga doesn't consider himself a top-tier coach, and makes a point to follow the marquee matchups in the top 5 leagues. The match the assistant mentioned ended 1-1 between Liverpool and Chelsea. A quick glance at the scoreline might suggest a balanced contest. But only those who watched the game know that Van Dijk's performance was nothing short of heroic. With Robertson pushing forward and facing the previous season's Champions League winners, Van Dijk, playing as the left center-back, executed a masterclass in zonal defense, perfectly neutralizing the threat of Lukaku and Mount. Furthermore, Wang's defensive coverage resembles Cancelo's. In the left-back, center-back, and defensive midfield positions, Wang will certainly excel in the future. Heitinga nodded again, but then he snapped back to reality. If my assistant has analyzed everything, what's left for me to do? Of course, having such a capable assistant is a blessing for Heitinga. Similarly, Arsenal's Arteta should be grateful, as their set-piece coach has earned them many crucial points. In this regard, many Arsenal fans believe that Arteta deserves a pay raise. Wang's performance was not only being watched by the two coaching staffs on the sidelines. In the stands, scouts from other Eredivisie clubs were also paying close attention. It was rather amusing, really. While Ajax scoured the world for young talents, other Eredivisie teams watched the pot of Jiafu ready to pick out the finest morsels from it. Of course, this wasn't meant as a condemnation of these clubs. If not for them helping Ajax offload these players, the club might well have been able to field 3 or more starting lineups, just like Chelsea. In the stands, the scouts from Sparta Rotterdam and Willem II fell into silence. Thanks to Yu Wang's outstanding performance in the previous match, they had also managed to obtain his performance data from the U19 youth team. Looking at the overall data combined with his actual performance in both the last game and this one, these scouts reached a conclusion: Ajax's scouts were blowing out smoke screens. This is what they call unremarkable talent. This is what they call an average performance. This is what they call ordinary skill. Is Ajax's money this easy to earn? Can anyone just become a scout these days? After a wave of astonished gasps and sharp intakes of breath, they silently made a decision in their hearts. That decision was that time waits for no one, and they needed to see if they could sign Yu Wang in this winter transfer window. Sharing the same thought as these scouts, Heitinga was also of this mind. Because of his advantageous position of first-come, first-served, Heitinga was confident he could reach a contract renewal agreement with Yu Wang. Just as Heitinga was lost in thought, Yu Wang became active again on the pitch. In the 56th minute of the match, it was Ajax's attacking opportunity. The left-back pushed forward to join the attack as the team played in a 3-5-2 formation while in possession. This formation was most famously utilized by Inzaghi's Inter Milan. Leading a squad of veterans, Inzaghi fulfilled his mission and historically guided them to another Champions League final. Their end, however, was not so sweet. After glancing up to see the opponent's overly advanced defensive line, Yu Wang spread his arms, planted his right leg, and launched a powerful strike with his left foot. He sent the ball behind the opposing right-back Lasse Svensson. It was a classic over-the-top, through-ball, a tactic known to everyone in football. And why is it considered a classic? Because even if you know what the opponent intends to do, if you aren't quick enough in your recovery run, you'll still lose your position. Right now, for instance, the AZ Alkmaar fans in the stadium had their hearts in their throats, with countless supporters growing increasingly nervous. With the advantage of surprise, Unjuvar received the ball. Then, without waiting for the defenders to recover, Unjuvar swiftly delivered a cutback pass into the box. Danilo, following closely, took a powerful shot. What a pass! The over-the-top play worked. The number 10 passes to the number 9, and he shoots. Alas, he skied it. No goal. Seeing the one-on-one chance missed, the AZ Alkmaar fans at the AFES training center breathed a collective sigh of relief, their hearts finally settling back down. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, the betting fans were already cursing. These Ajax players are so damn rough, I swear. Are they even human? How can you miss that? No wonder this big black guy has been in the second team for 3 years. With that kind of skill, he's not even qualified to be a training partner for the first team. Yu Wang's awareness is too strong. He spotted AZ Alkmaar's weakness. Damn, at this rate, Yu Wang is going to be promoted to the first team. Hey guys, where can I find a stream for the Eredivisie? In Zheng Tong's live stream room, after this Ajax attack failed to score, the barrage of comments suddenly exploded in volume. It was obvious that the fans were extremely dissatisfied with the performance of these subhumans. Like his viewers, Zheng Tong was also gritting his teeth in frustration. To miss such a golden opportunity, does he really have the nerve to wear the number 9 shirt? Of course, Zheng Tong was only complaining a little. After seeing Yu Wang's brilliant plays, he also understood that scoring, it was only a matter of time. On the pitch, Danilo, who had missed the prime chance, gave Unjuvar a thumbs up, and then he also gave a thumbs up to Yu Wang. In reality, Danilo's gesture wasn't so much an apology, but more of a face-saving move to salvage his own embarrassment over the missed opportunity. Anyone who regularly plays casual pickup games would surely know that when you or someone else misses a huge chance, you're bound to yell, "Good ball," to save face. Afterwards, you give a thumbs up followed by jogging back a few steps. During this jog back, there's also a crucial action, a quick tui. Satisfying. Anyway, back to the point. Yu Wang didn't feel too much regret over the forwards' missed opportunity. If every chance could be converted, then forwards wouldn't be stuck in Ajax's second team. They'd have already made a name for themselves in the top 5 European leagues. Without dwelling on it, Yu Wang jogged back to his position. Time ticked by moment by moment. By the 62nd minute, the big screen displayed the statistics for both teams since the start of the second half. In terms of possession, over the last 15 minutes, the away team Ajax had secured 60%, yet they hadn't created as many clear-cut chances as their opponents. Simply put, the away team was largely doing futile work. Soon the match clock ticked to the 70th minute. Both managers began making substitutions. For Ajax, Danilo, who had missed the earlier chance, was brought off. AZ Alkmaar also made a single change, with the exhausted Poku leaving the field and the number 19 forward Griffians coming on. In the 75th minute, the score remained 0-0. In moments like these, seasoned bettors who favor low-scoring games might already be relaxing, perhaps even thinking about a massage. After another shot sailed into the stands, Heitinga on the sidelines finally lost his composure. "What are you playing at?" Heitinga was berating Marta. "There's no one ahead of you, take a few more touches." FCK. Number 7, you're wearing the number 7 shirt, can you at least show some respect for that number?" Heitinga didn't say this out loud, he just complained silently in his heart. Soon after, during a stoppage in play, Heitinga signaled for Marta to come off, and the midfielder Dazzle, who was similar in height to Yuang, was given the opportunity to come on. He would slot into the right wing position. In fact, Yuang could also play as a striker given his height, but because the defense needed his presence, Haitinga didn't make that choice. To be honest, Haitinga had just lost his composure for a moment. It wasn't that he was overly fixated on the 3 points, but rather that the promising opportunity had been created by Yuang and Tianla working in tandem. After a series of 1-2 combinations, Yuang, who had drifted into midfield, delivered a through ball down the right flank. Although the pass wasn't perfectly weighted, forcing Marta to sprint a few extra steps to reach it, it was understandable given that Yuang, a natural defender, wasn't renowned for his passing prowess. But Marta, what were you playing at? You reached the ball before your opponent could have carried it forward a few more paces or cut inside, yet you chose to hoof it aimlessly with your weaker left foot. Fans watching the match could only shake their heads, declaring it a display of pure incompetence. As for any suspicions of match fixing, one couldn't jump to such conclusions without evidence. On the other side, although Ajax's attacks weren't creating clear-cut chances, constantly being pinned back by the opponent was untenable. Even a clay statue has a temper. Thus AZ Alkmaar began contemplating potential counter-attacking opportunities, with Coach Martins on the sidelines, analyzing the game's flow with his assistants. It was evident to all that the linchpin of Ajax's defense was Yuang, whose exceptional vision and reading of the game stood out, while the others seemed like mere spectators. So was it possible to bypass Yuang and focus their attacks on Ajax's right flank? By overcrowding that area and applying immense defensive pressure, they could surely carve out a goal, right? Observing AZ's attacking shift towards Ajax's right side, Haitinga discerned their intent. They were avoiding Ajax's formidable left side and targeting their right. Haitinga had limited tactical counters. He instructed Dazzle to drop deeper to aid the defense, and Tianla was also asked to drift more towards the right. In the broadcast, AZ's left winger immediately played the ball forward upon receiving it, and the right winger did the same on his side. Suddenly, Ajax's right flank appeared precarious, forcing them to frequently send players over to reinforce the defense. Yuang wasn't idle either. Leveraging his superior vision, he directed Liansana to step up and intercept. Liansana was initially reluctant to follow Yuang's orders, as it wasn't part of Haitinga's tactical plan. It might sound surprising, but the truth is the more you do outside the system, the more mistakes you make. Coaches rarely favor players who deviate from the tactical framework. Take the Carabao Cup final, for instance, where Chelsea's manager Sarri intended to substitute Kepa for Caballero, the former Man City keeper, in preparation for a penalty shootout. It was a standard substitution, a sound tactical decision. But what happened? Kepa refused to leave the pitch. This incident is often cited by fans and pundits as the beginning of modern players increasingly defying their manager's instructions. Let's get back to Liansana. After some hesitation, Liansana recalled Yuang's performances, which had been the best on the second team over the past 2 matches. Based on that, he decided to follow Yuang's positioning advice. What a revelation. Once they formed a cohesive line and applied pressure, AZ Alkmaar hesitated to push forward recklessly. Liansana's eyes lit up. Yuang, what a player. A true talent. In the 86th minute, Yuang shouted to the front, "Hey, Tianla, I'm right behind you." Yuang's intention was to offer a back pass option if Tianla couldn't beat his marker, as his own position was quite favorable. After a moment's thought, Tianla decisively passed the ball back to Yuang. It was a bit ironic. Due to his frequent participation in first-team training and matchday squads, Tianla now considered himself a first-team player and looked down upon the technical ability and coordination of the second-team players. In plain terms, it was like a goddess who, after a few rides in a Ferrari, no longer fancied a wooing. However, if it was Yuang asking for the ball, that was a different story. Upon receiving the ball, Yuang quickly scanned the field ahead. AZ's 2 forwards, Barassi and Griffiths, immediately charged towards him with aggressive intent. Yuang remained remarkably calm. In front of the dozens of Ajax fans who had traveled to the AFES training center, he first feinted to the left with the ball. While evading Barassi, Yuang collided forcefully with Griffiths. Griffiths, standing at only 170 centimeters, was no match for the 184 centimeters Yuang was he. Coupled with Yuang's strength, which exceeded a 90-point rating, Griffiths stumbled, feeling as though he had run into a brick wall. As Griffiths was momentarily dazed, questioning his existence, the energetic Yuang was already charging forward with the ball. In terms of pace and dribbling, Yuang wasn't superior, but at nearly 90 minutes into the match, the opponents were exhausted. What speed did they have left? In the Suli Sports livestream, fans were getting excited. Yuang, come on. This counterattack must result in a goal. Man, my big one. 25 bet is on the line. Yuang, save me. Tweet, tweet. Like last match, unleash a thunderous long-range strike. Hurry, hurry. With Yuang in the house, goals are on the menu. As if hearing the encouragement from fans in the East, Yuang, upon dribbling to the edge of the opponent's box, came to a sudden stop and cut inside. AZ's number 6, a defensive midfielder Koopmeiners, anticipating Yuang to replicate his long-range goal from the previous round, quickly put his hands behind his back and stretched out a leg to maximize his defensive coverage. This future 10 million AZ first-team player was determined to block the shot. Koopmeiners' decision was flawless, but he seemed to forget one crucial detail: Yuang was a defender. Scoring wasn't his only option. On the pitch, Yuang feinted to the right once more, then casually played a pass forward. Duval, who had surged forward, learned from Marta's earlier hasty mistake. Receiving the ball sideways, the Dutchman took a couple of small adjusting touches, and upon feeling his foot connect perfectly with the ball, unleashed a powerful strike. AZ goalkeeper Verhulst, who had toiled all match, was heartbroken, because the ball was in the back of the net. It's in. It's in. Another game-winning goal, another attacking move orchestrated by Yu Wang. Damn, I had my doubts about Yu Wang's offensive capabilities before. I was wrong, Brother Yu. Brother Yu is incredible. Inside the Surui Sports livestream room, Zheng Tong was calling him Brother Yu with the utmost familiarity and affection. Meanwhile, inside the AZ Alkmaar home stadium, the home fans, who had been boisterous all game, fell into sudden silence, leaving only a small contingent of Ajax fans to revel in cheers and shouts. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. You're an absolute genius. What a magnificent pass. Absolutely divine. Duval, who had scored the goal, didn't sprint to the corner flag. Instead, he turned and embraced Yu Wang, who had jogged over to him. With an arm slung around Yu's shoulder, he continued to lavish praise. But I think we need to offer him a new contract. Haitinga high-fived his assistant, then muttered seemingly to himself. Assistant coach, but initially looked taken aback. Quickly recovering, but pulled out his phone, typed a message, and sent it to the sporting director responsible for youth contracts. Even though it was late, a gem like this warranted climbing out of bed, no matter the cold. Mirroring Haitinga's actions, the scouts in the stands were also frantically pulling out their phones to call their teams. As they made their calls, they also delved into Yu Wang's detailed profile. Upon seeing orphan listed under family information, the scouts shook their heads in unison. This is perfect. No, wait, what a pity. It might sound disrespectful, but in truth, clubs often prefer to have as little contact with a player's family as possible. Just think of Icardi's troublesome wife Wanda, or Rabiot's mother. Are those normal people? On the other hand, having a large family isn't great either. Take Maine, for instance. Despite not being entirely comfortable at Bayern, he could have continued playing in Europe to pursue his ambitions. Unfortunately, due to the sheer number of relatives he needed to support, a factor that played a significant role, Maine had to choose to go to Saudi Arabia to earn some easy money. Back to the matter at hand. After flipping another page, the smiles on the scouts' faces widened even further. According to the relevant information, Yu Wang, who transferred from the Braga U15 youth team in Portugal, earned a weekly wage of 600 at Ajax reserves, with a release clause of 100. The reason for Yu Wang's low salary was primarily because his contract was registered with the U19 squad, where wage levels are generally not high. Some might question this. Based on reports from Amsterdam local media, the salary range for Ajax reserves is between 100 and 400 per week. Weekly wages exceeding 10,000. That's certainly out of the question. Only Ajax's first team has players earning over 10,000 weekly, with the current average annual salary at the club being 65000. What the scouts were focusing on, however, wasn't the salary. For the clubs they represented, wages were a trivial matter. The crucial point was that 100 release clause. This 100 was a sum Eredivisie clubs could easily afford. Wasn't this like a click and collect deal? Previously, they had to travel all the way to South America or North Africa to find promising talents. But now, hey, Ajax reserves had an exceptional talent right here. What were they waiting for? Time to get those bids in immediately. Consequently, even before the match had concluded, several Eredivisie clubs, including Willem II and Sparta, were already springing into action. Objective: sign Yu Wang. While the situation off the pitch was changing rapidly, back on the field, the referee had already blown his whistle to restart the game. Trailing at home, AZ Alkmaar began to throw everything forward, while the away team Ajax wisely opted for a 5-4-1 defensive formation. For the sake of these 3 points, sacrificing a bit of pride was a small price to pay. In Zheng Tong's Surui Sports livestream room, the fans were completely ecstatic. I'm tearing up, guys. Finally, after all this time. Good thing I never gave up. Now let's invite the brothers who bet on a draw or away win to the rooftop. Anyone get the away team -1 win at high odds. From now on, anyone who dares to insult Duval and Yu Wang will have to answer to me. Just watch me tear them apart. He's really going to the first team. Could this mean Yu Wang's Eredivisie debut is coming? Did you all see Haitinga's expression? He looked like he'd just unearthed a treasure. No need to say more, I've already ordered the Ajax red and white striped jersey. Thanks to Yu Wang's assist and Duval's goal, Ajax were on the verge of an away victory. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for the fans to heap endless praise upon them. After all, they were making money for them. The match entered the 904th minute. In the final minute of stoppage time, AZ Alkmaar were still attacking. However, with so little time remaining, AZ Alkmaar's attacks were largely devoid of any real threat, possessing the intention, but lacking the necessary penetration. Given this, conceding another goal seemed almost inevitable. Boom. Tienla played a 1-2, with Yu Wang, who then slipped the ball through to Duval. Duval in turn passed it to substitute Hansen. With a few quick passes, Ajax had shifted the play from the left flank to the right. As the team in the entire Dutch professional league most renowned for possession-based football, Ajax reserves might not have mastered all the intricacies, but even their grasp of the fundamentals was enough to cause problems for their opponents. Number 21, the striker Hansen. It's Hansen cuts it back. Duval lets it run through his legs, and Yu Wang, arriving at the perfect spot, follows up with a shot. Penalty. The referee is pointing to the spot. It's Yu Wang again. He's created another golden opportunity for Ajax. First the assist, now winning a penalty with a long-range strike. Back in the Surui Sports studio, Zheng Tong leaped from his gaming chair. See that, everyone? The over 1.25 line is alive. Follow the streamer's lead, and we'll be feasting on winnings. While Zheng Tong was in a frenzy at the AFES training center, AZ Alkmaar's players had surrounded the referee, applying heavy pressure. The unfortunate culprit Feltis was frantically waving his hands up and down, insisting it was unintentional, claiming his arm was glued to his body. Feltis pleaded his case at length, but the referee was unmoved. The punishment of a yellow card and a penalty stood. Hansen picked up the ball and walked over to Yu Wang, intending to let the young man take the penalty he had won. It's worth noting that Ajax reserves didn't have the strict, rigid penalty-taking hierarchy found at clubs like Manchester City. In the reserves, anyone who fancied their chances could step up. Of course, the prerequisite was being able to handle the pressure. Heitinga was willing to give everyone an equal opportunity. Self-awareness is a rare virtue, so typically penalties for the Ajax reserves were taken by the midfielders or forwards with the stronger shots. Defenders usually didn't participate. This time, however, Hansen was more than willing to let Yu Wang take it, because he was utterly convinced by Yu's performance. It was only fitting that this talented young man should put the perfect finishing touch on this match. Yu Wang waved his hand. He knew his own limits. With a shooting attribute of 45, stepping up would likely spell disaster. Yes, it was true that he had scored a magnificent goal in the previous match. Alright then, guess why it was called a wonder goal? It's precisely because it defied all logic. Ultimately faced with Yu Wang's resolute stance, Hansen had no choice but to take the ball and stand before the penalty spot. Yu Wang's actions were witnessed by the Ajax fans in the stands, and the loyal supporters who had traveled to the AFES training center were moved to tears. His selfless assist and selfless surrender of the penalty kick truly made him an invaluable treasure for Ajax. Like the fans in the stadium, those watching the broadcast shared the same sentiment. Surrendering the penalty. I'm in tears. He's such a team player. Defenders aren't typically skilled at shooting, so Yu Wang's choice made perfect sense. Then why can Pavard do it? Before asking why Pavard can, you should ask how Bayern Munich fans feel about it. 2 matches, 1 goal, 1 assist, and 1 penalty won. I declare Yu Wang is destined to be Ajax's future crown prince. Who agrees and who opposes? Let's not talk about being a crown prince for now. At this rate, the Eredivisie won't even be challenging enough for Yu Wang. Huff. Amidst the overwhelming jeers from the crowd, Hansen took a deep breath, then suddenly dashed forward with short, quick steps. Finally, he struck the ball cleanly and scored. After a grueling night's work, the home team's goalkeeper, the veteran Verhurst, slumped to the ground in despair. On the sidelines, AZ Alkmaar's head coach Martins resignedly shook hands, with Heitinga conceding defeat early. With the match clock winding down, the referee would likely blow the final whistle as soon as the ball was back in play. Martins saw no point in prolonging the inevitable, preferring to get the handshake over with and retreat to the tunnel without delay. Beep. As expected, the moment the players from both sides were set, and before AZ Alkmaar could even form their defensive line, the referee immediately signaled the end of the match. Boos erupted from the AZ Alkmaar fans at the AFES training center, their displeasure aimed at the referee for not granting them even a sliver of additional time. The referee's silent retort was simple: where was this urgency earlier? Now they clamored for every second. After the match, Yu Wang, whose performance off the bench had been nothing short of spectacular, was once again named the MVP and granted an interview with the official media. Wang, I noticed your surname is Yu, but the fans seem to prefer calling you Wang. Well, it's clear the Ajax fans don't want to jeer their own player. Laughs. Okay. We also noticed you were instrumental in the first goal. Could you tell us about that assist? Ignoring the increasingly apparent cleavage and the faint veins on the beautiful reporter's chest, as she leaned in closer, Yu Wang raised both hands to smooth his hair, a gesture to show his innocence. After a brief moment of silence, he began to answer. That assist. It might sound disrespectful to the opponents, but to be honest, I spotted the flaw in their defense early on. The beautiful reporter's wrist twitched slightly. Was this how all geniuses were, so arrogant and dismissive? She was in fact misjudging Yu Wang. With his exceptional field vision, AZ Alkmaar's defense was as easy to read as a slow-motion replay of a simple drill. Beating them. It was as easy as turning over his hand. Talk about your future. We have reliable sources indicating that several clubs in both the Eredivisie and Eerste Divisie are showing interest in you. Sorry, no comment. I'm only focused on Ajax right now. As for the future, let's just see what happens. The beautiful reporter and the cameraman exchanged bewildered glances. Or had they heard that before? Assist and won a penalty. Another Ajax prodigy. The Black Store never runs out of talent. Reports indicate Ajax has received multiple bids for Yu Wang. 1 goal, 1 assist, 1 penalty won in 2 matches. The young Chinese-Dutch talent shines in Amsterdam. Tian Lu. Never heard of him. Yu Wang is the undisputed star now. Having solved the issues of build-up play and lacking attacking flair, Zhang Ajax enters the Heitinga era. Attention from the first-team coach. Ten Hag, we are considering the possibility of promoting Yu Wang to the first team. The match against AZ Alkmaar's second team had concluded, but the buzz surrounding it showed no signs of abating. Especially concerning Yu Wang. It would be an overstatement to say he was a household name, but he had certainly achieved a degree of local fame. Walking from the stadium back to the dormitory, Yu Wang was met with constant shouts of encouragement and praise from fans heading home the same way. Hey, young Ajax talent, keep it up. Yeah, that's it, Wang. Make those damn enemies cry. You poor thing must have been so tough all these years. Come here, let big sister give you a hug. A strange young woman offered him a consoling embrace, but Yu Wang politely declined. It wasn't that Yu Wang was some ascetic monk, it was simply that the woman's looks were rather plain. He figured it was unclear who would be getting the better end of that deal. However, had it been the strikingly curvaceous woman standing next to her with her impressive figure offering such comfort, Yu Wang would have been more than willing to bury his face and weep for a good half hour. As for what would have been left on her chest, tears or something else, well, that would have depended on her willingness to make the night worth it. Ding. As he walked, a sudden ding echoed in his mind. A defender who doesn't aspire to be a forward isn't a good defender. The host has successfully completed the old-timers' comeback, second match, delivering a flawless performance. Alright, here's the question: with such dominance and talent, why would the host think about retiring? Didn't you, the system, force this retirement on me? Why are you playing dumb now? System mission issued. Mission objective: strive to secure or update a new professional contract. Hint: who's in this game for fun? The salary terms of your new contract will determine the number of free attribute points you can acquire. So go negotiate your best deal. Oh ho! Yu Wang's eyes lit up. He had just heard in the locker room about clubs wanting to contact him, and now, almost immediately, the system had issued a related mission. It was like a pillow appearing just as he was feeling sleepy. Yu Wang was in no hurry regarding the new contract. Honestly, in some ways, he even preferred to postpone the signing of a new deal. Aside from wanting to wait for a better offer, the main reason was that he felt he had only displayed a certain level of technical and tactical prowess in 2 matches. To get more clubs and scouts across Europe to notice him, he needed to let the football keep flying for a while longer. Just as Ajax and other teams were gearing up to make their moves, the center of the storm, the prodigy currently burning bright in Ajax's second team, Yu Wang followed his teammates' footsteps into the first team's home ground, the Johan Cruyff Arena. Today at the Cruyff Arena, which can hold 55,000 people, Ajax's first team was set to face the Bundesliga powerhouse Borussia Dortmund in a group stage clash. In the Champions League Group C standings, Ajax sat top with 2 wins from 2, having defeated the Portuguese side Sporting CP and the Turkish giants Besiktas. Yes, the same Besiktas that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer would later take charge of. Solskjaer's Besiktas facing Jose Mourinho's Fenerbahce. That's a sort of alternative Manchester United former manager's derby. Hey, Wang. As he took his seat in the stands, Yu Wang was recognized by an Ajax fan. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Whoa, genius kid. My son is a huge fan of yours. Could I ask for a photo with you? Hey, me too, Wang, me too. My God, that pass of yours was absolutely brilliant, truly unbelievable. Ten Hag should have promoted you to the first team ages ago. Yu Wang felt a bit embarrassed by all the praise from the fans. Shaking his head, he quickly walked over to take a photo with the young fan who had requested it. Then he also took photos with a few other fans who had moved closer. Rogier took a sip of his ice water. His eyes weren't on the first team stars warming up on the pitch. Rogier simply watched Yu Wang, who was frequently posing for photos with the fans. Subsequently, Rogier let out a soft sigh. This world truly is a game of looks after all. Beside him, Tianla also sighed. With such great skills, such a handsome face, and now hearing he's about to sign a new contract with a pay raise. Rogier, tell me, does Yu Wang have any worries left in life or work? Rogier shook his head. If I could be that handsome and play that well, I'd even give up 3 villas for it. Time ticked by, and at the Johan Cruyff Arena, both sets of players emerged once again from the players' tunnel. Seeing the first team seniors standing on the pitch, the second team players, including Yu Wang and his friends, immediately stopped their chatter. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 22 players on the field. Compared to Rogier and the others, Yu Wang was the most astonished and envious. This was not only because, having lived 2 lives, it was his first time witnessing such a star-studded scene, but more importantly, because Yu Wang knew the future career trajectory of every single player on the pitch. This wasn't just an ordinary Champions League match, it was clearly an all-star showdown. Take Dortmund first. The starting 11 of Die Borussen was worth nearly 400 million. Their striker Haaland, the future Norwegian Terminator. On the left wing, Daniel Malin of Aston Villa. On the right, Marco Reus, who served Dortmund for 12 years. In midfield on the right, the future Real Madrid midfielder, the 180 million euro man Jude Bellingham. On the left was Julian Brandt, who transferred from Bayer Leverkusen to Dortmund. In the center was the Tianjin Quanjian veteran Axel Witsel, who once boasted a peak value of 40 million. The defense was even more interesting. Former Hoffenheim defender Nico Schultz, Dortmund legend Mats Hummels, Manchester City, defender Manuel Akanji, former PSG, defender Thomas Meunier, and in goal was Swiss international goalkeeper Gregor Kobel. Compared to the star-studded Dortmund, Ajax wasn't too shabby either. Serbian international Dusan Tadic, the spinning boy, Anthony, Liverpool star Ryan Gravenberch, and the future Dortmund striker Sebastian Haller. The reason Haller eventually became a Dortmund player was precisely because these 2 matches had been so devastating for them. With the mindset of if you can't beat them, buy them, Haller ended up at Die Borussen. Of course, let's set that aside for now. The double pivot was Mexican international Edson Alvarez and Dutchman Davy Klaassen. The defensive line was also heavyweight. At left back was Grandpa Daley Blind. In the center were Argentine Lisandro Martinez and Dutchman Jurrien Timber. At right back was Nasser Mazraoui. Yes, the same Mazraoui who would mirror Achraf Hakimi and launch attacks from both flanks at the Qatar World Cup. It's also worth noting that Lisandro would join Manchester United, while Timber would head to Arsenal. Mazraoui considered choosing between Manchester United and Arsenal, but ultimately he opted for the more stable option of Bayern Munich. No other way to put it. Mazraoui's decision to join the German record champions on a free transfer was simple. He purely considered Bayern's dominance in the league to be too secure. Meanwhile, Manchester United have been struggling year after year. Arsenal are perennial runners-up with empty trophy cabinets. In goal was veteran Remco Pavier. Nothing much to say there. There's one point that deserves special attention. Seth Ford was playing for Ajax 2 against AZ Alkmaar 2 at the Alkmaar Port yesterday, and today he found himself on the bench for Ajax's first team. Of course, he was the third-choice goalkeeper with another keeper ahead of him. But even though he surely wouldn't get any playing time, just making the squad for a Champions League match like this was a dream that countless players strive for but never achieve. Both teams came out fighting fiercely from the start. Ajax was aggressive because they were playing at home. The Amsterdam faithful would not tolerate a defeat. Dortmund's aggressive approach was also straightforward with 1 win and 1 loss, currently sitting third in the group on goal difference. They desperately needed 3 crucial points. For Dortmund, finishing second in the group and drawing a group winner from another group was definitely not desirable. Those matchups were incredibly tough. So rather than face those painful clashes with strong teams from the top 5 leagues later on, it was better to try and crush a weaker team like Ajax. Of course, weaker was relative to other potential group winners. For top 5 league teams, Eredivisie clubs generally weren't considered particularly strong. However, no one expected Ajax to defend their top spot in the group with a resounding 4-0 victory over Marco Rose's Die Borussen at home. Yuan was quite surprised when he saw it. A single Haller and an Antony who hadn't yet transformed into the spinning boy completely toyed with Dortmund's defense. No wonder Dortmund bought Haller and Manchester United took Antony and Lisandro Martinez away in a package deal. This wasn't a Champions League match, it was a trade fair. On the way back to the dormitory, Regel and Dual were still reminiscing about the spectacular moments from the match. Compared to the first team's game, their second team's match seemed like mere crawling on the ground. Yuan summarized this feeling with a single thought: a true man aspires to be like that. Meanwhile, the Eredivisie resumed its battles on October 22nd. This time Yuan was traveling with the team to FC Eindhoven's home ground. Speaking of Eindhoven, the Eredivisie has PSV Eindhoven, one of Ajax's fiercest title rivals. Why one of? Because clubs like Feyenoord, FC Utrecht, and AZ Alkmaar could also threaten Ajax's championship aspirations. Take the 23-24 season for example. Ajax sold too many key players and were dominated in the early and middle parts of the league, even flirting with the relegation zone. Fortunately, after changing several coaches, the Godinzenen managed to steady the ship, eventually scraping together enough points to secure a Europa League qualification spot. However, compared to champions PSV's 91 points, Ajax's 56 points looked rather meager. Anyway, back to the point. Heitinga approached the match against FC Eindhoven with great caution. This was naturally because FC Eindhoven currently sat third in the Eredivisie, a truly formidable side. Their starting lineup's average age of 25 allowed them to dominate a league filled with reserve teams from Eredivisie clubs. Ajax 2's previous 2 opponents, Utrecht 2 and AZ 2, had squads averaging between 19 and 23 years old, so the age gap between the starting lineups wasn't that significant. Now here's the thing: their average age was nearly 20, while the opponent's was 25. How could they compete? As everyone knows, at this youth development stage, the difference between being a year younger or older is enormous. Players' physicality and match experience were vastly inferior, let alone other aspects. So for these and other reasons, Heitinga set up a 5-3-2 formation with Ajax 2 focusing primarily on counterattacks. Yuan found himself positioned alongside Masampa. This big dark-skinned player holding dual Dutch and Congolese nationality took the central center-back role, with Yuan and Liansana flanking him on either side. The young Bas and Regel took on the roles of left-back and right-back respectively. Regel primarily played as a central midfielder, occasionally filling in as a defensive midfielder or left midfielder. The reason he found himself at right-back today was that modern football demands more versatility from players, and managers are increasingly unsatisfied with players focusing on a single position. Heitinga had developed Regel's right-back attributes, and he needed to step up when Van Gelderen and Eden's training performances were unsatisfactory. Liverpool and Manchester City had both experimented with such ideas. Guardiola was famous for his tactical tinkering. Klopp had also tried it at Liverpool, while Slot was forced into it due to personnel shortages. Players like Szoboszlai and Gravenberch had filled in at right-back. In this match against FC Eindhoven, Yuan didn't push forward to join the attack as frequently as he had in the previous 2 games. In truth, his current ability was enough to dominate the entire Eredivisie, but his teammates couldn't keep up, no matter how refined Ajax's tactical play was. When facing superior physical attributes and match experience, you would inevitably find yourself at a disadvantage. It was a gap that no amount of training could bridge given the age difference. Fortunately, the Ajax 2 players were united in purpose, working together to repel wave after wave of FC Eindhoven attacks. The full-time whistle blew with the score deadlocked at 0-0, a hard-fought draw. Holt, the Dutch second-choice goalkeeper, stood with his hands on his hips, letting out a long sigh of relief. Forget about whether the team scored or not, at least his clean sheet bonus was secured. To snatch a point away from home, especially against a top-3 team like FC Eindhoven Heitinga, was genuinely satisfied, and so was Holt. However, one person remained unsatisfied: Yuang. In the 70th and 80th minutes, Yuang found opportunities to surge forward and join the attack. Unfortunately, his teammates weren't in the right positions, forcing him to make safe backward passes instead of the passes he envisioned. At this point, Yuang understood clearly his teammates' abilities were at best erste-divisie level and nothing more. Expecting them to think flexibly about every aspect of the game was like the renowned scientist Qian Shuessen failing to understand why his students couldn't grasp calculus. Consequently, Yuang's desire to secure a new contract grew even stronger. Following this match, Ajax 2 would enjoy a 10-day break, during which Yuang could carefully evaluate the offers coming in for him. To be honest, Yuang was eagerly anticipating offers from top 5 European leagues. As for Ajax, well, that depended on how they perceived his role. Was he their future cornerstone, or merely a commodity to be polished and sold off at a hefty profit? For Ajax, their ideal scenario was for Yuang to sign an extension for 2 or 3 more years, boost his stats, and then sell him to a club like Chelsea or Manchester United for 80 million. Such a strategy suited Ajax's current model, but not Yuang's ambitions. To catch the last train for Portugal's World Cup squad before next year's tournament, Yuang wanted to accelerate his progress. He wanted to play in a top 5 league. Furthermore, Yuang had realized that with his system, he could steadily and methodically ascend to the pinnacle of football. There was no need to remain locked at Ajax. Of course, Yuang acknowledged Ajax's role in his development. They had invested considerably in him over the past 3 years. So if possible, Yuang was willing to include a sell-on clause for Ajax in the tripartite contract negotiations. Honestly, this was the preferred cooperation model for many of today's top young talents. The parent club lets the talented player leave for a low fee, but with this standard clause in place, they don't lose money as they recoup significant funds through the player's future transfer. For instance, when Elanga moved from Newcastle to Nottingham Forest, his parent club Manchester United received a 15 sell-on fee amounting to nearly 6 million. When Mbeumo transferred from Brentford to Manchester United, his parent club Troyes received 7 million. Finally, if Balibo were to be sold by Brighton for over 115 million, his parent club Lille would receive more than 17 million in sell-on fees. The day after the FC Eindhoven match, Yuang went to the club's administrative building. The sporting director responsible for player contracts at Ajax 2 wanted to discuss a contract extension. For Yuang, if he had a professional agent, all these transfer and potential contract extension matters would be handled by the agent rather than him having to deal with them personally. So Yuang silently made another mental note: he needed to find a reliable agent as soon as possible. Outside the office of the second team's sporting director, with no training schedule for the reserves, the young players of Ajax U13 were utilizing the pitch for their daily practice session. Run, run. The U13 head coach urged the young players to pick up their pace. To be frank, running distance is the most crucial lesson for any team, not just those in the top 5 leagues, but every club at every level. No one can claim they don't need to run. Take the second leg of the 202,425 Champions League semifinal, for instance. Inter Milan covered 10 kilometers more than Barcelona. Among them, the 31-year-old Henrik Mkhitaryan sprinted an astonishing 118.20 meters, while Francesco Acerbi logged 9.85 kilometers. How else could a bunch of seasoned veterans like Inter overcome the youthful Barcelona side? Beyond their wealth of experience, that relentless all-out running was absolutely pivotal. And this isn't something you start training only when you reach the senior team. It has to be ingrained from a young age. Hey, you. Sorry to keep you waiting. The second team's sporting director, Bruce, pushed open the door with a beaming smile. No, I just arrived myself. Bruce nodded, then settled into his chair. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce cut straight to the chase. Let's get down to business, you. The club would like to extend your contract for a few more years. I've spoken with Heitinga, and he's very optimistic about your development at Ajax. You know, this place is often called the European supermarket. But honestly, that label is misleading. The players we send out aren't flops. They all have bright futures. That's why I prefer to call this the Theater of Dreams of Amsterdam. Bruce grew more animated as he spoke. For him and Ajax as a whole, their mission has always been to polish raw gems into stars, and Yuang was exactly that kind of player. Yuang glanced once more at the drenched young players outside, then turned to Bruce and shrugged. Sir, I'm in no rush to renew. I'd like to see which clubs have submitted offers for me. Bruce was taken aback. Wasn't the usual response an immediate agreement? After all, Ajax's promises were solid. If they said they'd turn you into a star, they would. Still, to each their own, and Bruce understood. As for threatening Yuang, no chance. Ajax's players, and indeed not just theirs, but every player in the Netherlands youth and professional leagues, are all members of the Players' Union. Given their clout, Ajax could certainly drag things out with the union for a year or two, but what would be the point? It would only tarnish the club's reputation and credibility. And even if they did, could Yu Wang, who had barely played 3 good matches, really become a world-class star? Probably not. With that thought, Bruce pulled an envelope from the cabinet behind him containing all the transfer requests for Yu Wang. Bruce didn't make things difficult for Yu Wang, he simply handed it over. Although Ajax was indeed money-driven, they had little interest in deals of this scale. Bruce's only thought was, if the contract renewal fails, can we at least sell him for a higher price? And can we negotiate the sell-on clause and youth training compensation? Of course, those were matters for Ajax to discuss with interested clubs, not Yu Wang's concern. At that moment, Yu Wang was meticulously reviewing the offers on the table. Willem 2. FC Dordrecht. Sorry, no Eredivisie teams. He flipped the page. NEC Nijmegen offering guaranteed first-team minutes in the Eredivisie. FC Utrecht joining the fray too. Can't beat him, so you buy him, huh? Seeing Yu Wang shake his head silently, Bruce thought a turning point had come. See, you went out, looked around, and realized Ajax is the best, right? So what are you waiting for? Let's get that contract signed. Ajax saw Yu Wang as a promising young talent and wanted to lock him down for 5 years with a release clause set at 10 million. That was quite modest, and proven players in Brazil could fetch 50 million or 70 million, so 10 million for Yu Wang was hardly a stretch. Of course, the release clause in a contract isn't the same as market value. However, with rising tides, a successful renewal would undoubtedly send Yu Wang's valuation soaring. But above all, the prerequisite was that Yu Wang had to agree to the renewal. And if he didn't want to renew, just as Bruce assumed Yu Wang was about to change his mind, Yu Wang pointed to a few selected transfer applications and said, "Mr. Bruce, could you invite them to watch a match? I'd like to talk with them." Bruce looked down. Brentford, West Ham United, and Arsenal's youth team. Yes, 3 Premier League clubs had submitted offers for Yu Wang. Even though Arsenal's bid came from their youth setup, a standout performance could make a first-team call-up a tangible dream. After all, the youngest and second youngest debutants in Premier League history both came from Arsenal, 15-year-olds Ethan Nwaneri and Max Dowman. So when it comes to which club offers the best pathway for young players, Arsenal is genuinely a stellar choice. Sensing Yu Wang's inclination, Bruce sighed inwardly. Then Bruce confirmed Yu Wang's decision once more. Finally, with Yu Wang present, Bruce sent emails to the respective clubs. 10 days later, Ajax-2's match against Telstar would be the ultimate test for Yu Wang. Honestly, Bruce truly hoped Yu Wang would stay. After the winter transfer window closed, a few second-team players were scheduled to be added to the first team's Champions League squad. Given Yu Wang's performances, making the squad was a certainty. And even if he didn't get minutes in the Champions League, just soaking in the atmosphere would be invaluable. The Champions League, a dream for so many. But since Yu Wang had chosen to leave, Bruce would respect his decision. Ajax has never resorted to threats or deception with its players. That's precisely why they attract young talents from around the globe. In short, if it's meant to be, let it be. On October 27th, the Ajax-2 players gradually returned from their break. According to Heitinga's training schedule, the return day was designated for free activities. The next day would be recovery training, followed by normal sessions on the 29th, and then preparation for the Telstar match on the afternoon of the 1st. Glancing at his watch, assistant coach but nodded to Heitinga and said, "His physicality and combat ability are extraordinary. Are we really not going to try and keep him?" Upon hearing this, Heitinga, who had been watching the small-sided training game, changed his posture from hands in pockets to arms crossed over his chest. He first looked up at the clear sky. After a brief spell of cold weather, the temperature in Amsterdam had warmed up a bit. This was evident on the streets of Amsterdam, where there were many more scantily clad women. As the saying goes, the duck is the first to know the warmth of the spring river. But here in Amsterdam, one might say it's the rooster that knows first. Then Heitinga said leisurely, "But I've noticed you're becoming more and more indecisive. Yu Wang is strong, but not so strong that the club must change its plans for him. Well, I hope he stays too. As long as he keeps performing, Mr. Ten Hag will reserve a first-team spot for him. But people have their own aspirations, and it's not our place to say much." Seeming to think of something, Heitinga quickly asked, "But, by the way, which clubs are sending scouts to watch the game?" "Currently 5 from the Netherlands, 2 from England, and 1 from Spain. I heard Yu Wang is quite keen on the Premier League." "Yes, boss. Arsenal and Brentford will send scouts, but West Ham United won't. They gave up, Perhaps. Who knows?" Upon hearing this, Heitinga fell silent, simply turning his head to look at the pitch before suddenly shouting, "Mind the transitions, the defensive transitions. Remember, attack wins you games, defense wins you titles." The young players on the pitch, startled by Heitinga's tenor voice, quickly buckled down. At 9 p.m. local time on November 1st in Amsterdam, which was 2 a.m. on the 2nd in China. Hey, so many of you guys are already waiting for me as soon as I start the stream." Zheng Tong began his live stream as usual, and to his surprise, a massive number of fans flooded in the moment he went live. Clearly, they had been waiting in the chat room for a long time, just waiting for Zheng Tong to open the door. Sorry. Kept you all waiting. The signal source will definitely be stable today because your streamer used a bit of superpower. The superpower Zheng Tong referred to was simply purchasing a monthly VIP service from a foreign sports platform. Compared to the money he had raked in recently from selling betting tips, this was a paltry sum. Damn, pure 4K. Where did you find this signal? I gotta say, you're fearless. If you get caught rebroadcasting this, you're in trouble. Oh, you're physically in the country. Then never mind. Main -1. 75, I'm on board. Let's get a win to 0 today. Hey streamer, I heard Yu Wang is leaving Ajax. Some rumor boards say he might go to the Premier League. Zheng Tong patiently addressed the fans' questions one by one. Yeah, that's what I'm recommending today too. About the signal source, just watch quietly. Whatever you do, don't report me. Of course reporting won't do you any good. At worst I lose a sports app account. But your parents, they might not be so lucky. Joining the Premier League. The information I've got is that some clubs have indeed made offers for Yu Wang, but he probably hasn't decided his future path yet. For today's game, Yu Wang is in the starting lineup. Whether he stays or goes, it's clear Haitinga respects him. He's willing to give Yu Wang more chances to show a more well-rounded and efficient player to scouts worldwide. Zheng Tong's analysis was spot on. Haitinga's thinking was simple: whether Yu Wang stays or leaves, he's currently a player for the second team, and he still needs to contribute. Haitinga was just an ordinary employee, and winning matches was his only goal. As for words like persuading his disciple to stay, Haitinga didn't want to say them. Why? People strive to move forward just as water flows downhill. If Yu Wang could join a Premier League or La Liga club, Haitinga would be overjoyed for him. Persuading him to stay would only hold him back. Of course, if Yu Wang showed he had the quality to secure a regular spot in the first team, Haitinga would definitely offer some advice. After all, as the old saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. In terms of exposure and tactical level, Ajax couldn't compare to the mid to upper tier teams in the top 5 leagues. But the mere fact that they consistently secure a European competition spot was enough reason for Yu Wang to stay. Haitinga's thoughts were quite thorough, and calling his considerations prudent was entirely fair. Unfortunately, Yu Wang was a very special individual. While Haitinga imagined Yu Wang struggling in a youth team after a transfer, the latter was already fantasizing about facing his old club Ajax in the Champions League. He thought, when I score, should I also refrain from celebrating as a sign of respect for my old club? Raise both hands to show it wasn't intentional, right? Such were Yu Wang's thoughts. One could only say it's great to have a system to be able to do whatever one pleases. Soon both teams were lined up on the pitch. The moment the clock struck 9 p.m., the referee blew the whistle to start the match. Peep. Meanwhile, in the Suli Sports livestream, taking advantage of the match just starting, Zheng Tong first read out the starting lineups for both teams, then shifted his focus directly onto Yu Wang. Guys, if you've been following the recent Eredivisie news, you'll know that no fewer than 5 clubs have expressed interest in Yu Wang, the young center back from Ajax's second team. Today, the scouts from these clubs should be sitting in the stands. Because I don't know what they look like, I can't point them out. But hey, even if we can't find them, I'm sure they can find Yu Wang. I hope Yu Wang plays well and goes to England or Spain. Finding a signal for the Eredivisie is a nightmare. And even if you find one, it's usually mosaic quality. On the pitch, Ajax's second team, kicking off, first pushed forward. Their opponents, Telstar, were currently second from the bottom of the Eredivisie table, a true minnow. This was also why the bookmakers dared to set the handicap at Ajax 2-2. Winning. It was practically a walk in the park. Haitinga had set up a 3-5-2 formation today with Muzampa and Liansana on the flanks, and Yu Wang holding down the center. It was clear that Haitinga was giving Yu Wang a massive amount of exposure today. Whether he could catch the eye of a potential buyer would depend on his ability to seize the opportunity. This match was effectively decided by the 5th minute of the opening period. Amid a burst of "what the fuck" from Haitinga, Yu Wang executed a body feint, effortlessly evading the opposing striker's pressing challenge. Then he played the ball forward. His teammate received it and pushed it further ahead. Undisputed didn't waste his teammate's assist, unleashing a sharp near-post strike to put Ajax reserves ahead at home. Scouts in the stands scribbled in their notebooks or laptops certain dribbling ability and excellent organizational skills in attack. Shortly after that goal, in the 10th minute, the opponent's number 23, Dutchman Dijkstra, threaded a through ball to striker Pallette ahead. Yu Wang was set for a one-on-one duel with Pallette. With a similar feint, Pallette used his pace to blow past Yu Wang. Seeing this, Haitinga on the sideline shook his head in disappointment. After all, he was just a young lad of 18, is still a notch below this seasoned 34-year-old veteran. That was the price of youth. So what if he had incredible talent? The opponent had rich experience. Being caught off guard, getting beaten could happen. Just as Haitinga felt a pang of disappointment and the watching scouts were stunned, the out of position Yu Wang immediately gave chase. Then, timing it perfectly, Yu Wang decisively slid in. Thud. Yu Wang precisely brought down Pallette from behind. Of course, before taking down Pallette, he had touched the ball first. Telstar striker Pallette quickly raised his arms to protest the foul, insisting it was a clear penalty. But the referee ignored him, simply waving his hands to signal no foul and play on. Today's starting goalkeeper for Ajax Reserves, 23-year-old Ragavine, collected the ball Yu Wang had won, then immediately rolled it out, returning possession to Yu Wang's feet. Ignoring Pallette's continued protests, Yu Wang swung his arms and surged forward with the ball. Seeing Yu Wang charging, 2 Telstar midfielders quickly converged to defend. Yu Wang knew he couldn't dribble much further, the opponents wouldn't allow it, and besides, he wasn't that strong yet. Fortunately, Yu Wang had been tracking his teammates' positions and had already identified a potential attacking route. Boom. With his left foot, he delivered a long crossfield pass to the far right flank. Number 7. Hansen watched the ball's trajectory while fending off a defender. After controlling it with his chest, Hansen turned and immediately shot. Another goal. How are you all doing, folks who bet on home win or draw? Number 7 scores, and the assist comes from Yu Wang. A center back pushing up to assist a right winger. Who could have predicted that? He's practically a replica of Cancelo. As Zheng Tong's words faded, the live chat flooded with messages. I beg to differ. I think he's more like Van Dijk. Van Dijk doesn't join the attack that often. Now Cancelo, who excels at both full-back positions and can fill in midfield, fits the profile better. Stop arguing, just call him a combination of Van Dijk and Cancelo. A center back by trade with excellent vision and passing ability. There are few like him in football. Oh no, those who bet on home win or draw are in trouble. Damn, Ajax reserves are this strong. Where are Liverpool and Man City? Where's Barcelona? That guy above is crazy. Yu Wang is unstoppable. Why isn't my city signing him? Haha, sorry, but my club scout is at the stadium today. We'll take him. Watching the players celebrating near the corner flag, Heitinga on the sideline was pondering a serious question. Should he really let a player this good go? It wasn't about some if I can't have him no one can mentality. It was mainly that a player destined for greatness, if he didn't play for Ajax's first team, how could he ever be considered a club legend? With that thought, Heitinga made a decision. No matter what, before the winter transfer window, he would send Yu Wang to report to the first team. European football has a clear rule: any player aged 18 or over must be transferred during the designated summer or winter transfer windows. This meant Yu Wang could only represent Ajax before the winter window opened. Whether he played for the first or second team would be up to Ten Hag, but Heitinga was prepared. As Yu Wang and Hansen came over to the substitutes bench for high fives, Heitinga called Yu Wang over and said seriously, "Hey, are you ready for the first team?" Boss. Anytime. Yu Wang reacted quickly, responding immediately. In truth, Yu Wang had considered saying no, not because he was afraid, but because the Eredivisie's physicality was far more intense than the Eredivisie. Before securing a transfer, he was genuinely worried about potential injuries, because that could affect potential buyers' interest. But then again, a real man stands tall between heaven and earth. How could he remain in obscurity under others? What's the point of playing in the second tier? Time to step up to the Eredivisie. And just then, ding. Detected host's heart is filled with ambition. Perhaps before ascending to a higher league, some items in the shop could be of use. Hearing the system's voice, Yu Wang's eyes lit up. There's a shop. Where? He quickly opened the system to check. Before he could even do anything, the shop page popped up on its own. The art of turning an aircraft carrier. The allure of the hamburger. Belgian strikers' small box positioning technique. We were champions before you arrived. Wait, what is all this nonsense? Yu Wang was dumbfounded. Don't you have any normal items? Apologies, host displayed incorrectly. These are the right ones. Beckham's bend it like Beckham trial version. Note: one-time use significantly enhances the precision and curve of the next cross or free kick. Cruyff turn trial version. Note: one-time use guarantees success in the next turn to evade an opponent. Buffon-style save trial version. Note: for goalkeepers, greatly enhances reaction speed for the next save. Outside of the boot mastery. Note: permanently improves proficiency and accuracy with the outside of the boot. Cannon shot. Note: permanently increases shooting power. Iron lungs. Note: permanently slows down the rate of stamina depletion. Stability enhancer. Note: slightly boosts training and match performance for the next week, preventing poor form. Stamina recovery potion. Note: small, medium, large quickly restores a portion of stamina to cope with congested fixtures. Injury immunity card, extremely expensive. Note: negates one challenge that could cause a serious injury, but may result in cramps or minor knocks. Reading down the list, Yu Wang finally found the recovery items he was looking for. However, these items required exchange not with simple currency or free attribute points, but with gold coins. According to the system shop's instructions, Yu Wang understood. The system issued tasks periodically, and completing them yielded gold coins. Thanks to his goals, assists, and MVP awards in the previous matches against Utrecht reserves and AZ Alkmaar reserves, Yu Wang had managed to amass 3,000 gold coins. But compared to the recovery potions and skills that cost at least 3,000 each, Yu Wang deeply realized he wasn't earning enough. He needed to work harder. Are you listening to me? Seeing Yu Wang seemed lost in thought, Heitinga raised his voice. Oh yeah, I'm listening, boss. Heitinga didn't dwell on why Yu Wang was spacing out. Pointing to the green pitch, he said in a low voice, play seriously. Create a scoreline that scares the opposition. You need more stats to back you up. Yu Wang nodded. Then, without waiting for the referee's whistle, he quickly jogged back to his own half. As he ran, Yu Wang sorted through the shop's contents. The shop had always been there, but its entrance was so tiny, comparable to the X button on pop-up ads. If the system hadn't proactively shown it today, he would have never known. With that, Yu Wang immediately questioned the system about its lack of transparency. The system simply replied, "You never asked." Also, the system stated it wasn't human to begin with. Yu Wang didn't dwell on that topic and just asked one question. You're not hiding anything else, are you? There really is more. Looking at the colorful mission interface before him, Yu Wang laughed in exasperation. You silly AI, you won't tell unless I ask, right? Following the system's guidance, Yu Wang began browsing the missions section, which had many descriptions. like the ongoing transfer fee relates to free attribute points mission. There was also the completed old-timers return debut mission. Additionally, there were annual missions and daily training tasks that hadn't started yet. There were first-team debut missions, daily training missions like hit the post 20 times. In short, the gold coin issue he was worried about earlier was nothing as long as he could complete the system's tasks. Becoming the king of football was just around the corner. On the pitch, the referee blew the whistle to restart the game. Trailing by 2 goals, Telstar began to fight with more aggression. But without superior quality, any amount of aggression was futile. In the 26th minute, Ajax scored again, this time from a penalty. The score was now 3-0. In the 35th minute, Yuan's long-range shot was pushed out for a corner by the keeper. From the resulting corner, Yuan, standing at 184 centimeters, out-jumped the 190 centimeters Actas to power a header home. Scoring his second goal of the game, he also helped extend the lead to 4 goals. Honestly, when he confirmed his header had bulged the net, Yuan was a bit puzzled. His heading ability was only 62, logically scoring from a header should be quite difficult, right? Yes, it's true, Yuan's heading ability was only 62. Actas, his marker, was similar, and in aerial duels, it should have been a 50-50 contest. But Yuan seemed to have forgotten his exceptional vision and physical strength. He might have subconsciously won the position and instinctively jumped for the header. However, in the eyes of others, he deliberately observed and found the perfect scoring position. First, he used random movement to confuse the defender, then quickly held his ground upon seeing the ball's trajectory. Before the opponent could initiate physical contact, he turned his body sideways and braced for the impact. So, while Yuan was amazed that he could score with his head, the fans in the stands and viewers on TV saw a player who, despite not having the best heading technique, possessed top-tier physicality and positioning, traits of an elite center back. This wasn't about heading skill, it was about sheer dominance, physically forcing the opponent out of the contest for the ball. So what if he's a 1'9" tall center back? Even when Banyama would get out-jumped. This Yuan is too good. Holy shit. Mbappe and Haaland aren't even past their prime yet, and another top star is emerging. Is there any point watching a match with Yuan? Wake up to another big win. The streamer who guessed the direction correctly is going to buy a Porsche in cash. Not that shabby. The stock market is crashing, but Yuan is rock solid. Folks, take your money out of the stock market and invest in Yuan. I'm so jealous. Next round, I'm putting 300k on Ajax reserves. Is there more? Can we get 5 goals in the first half? Thanks to Yuan, the bookies are already checking their cashiers. Inside the Sulai Sports live stream, the fans' excitement reached its peak. Seriously, people are visual creatures. Seeing 4 goals in the first half was truly blinding. Words spread like wildfire, and the popularity of this Ajax reserves match skyrocketed. Countless fans just opening the app clicked in with the mindset of, let's see what the fuss is about. Clicking in was a shock. A center back with 2 goals and an assist. Are you telling me he's a center back? Even attacking fullbacks aren't this ferocious. Future Stadium. The referee blew the whistle for halftime. The Telstar players, tormented for 45 minutes, could finally catch their breath. But the thought of another 45 minutes to go made their hearts sink again. At that moment, they felt fear and dread. Fortunately, after the break, Ajax reserves slowed the pace significantly. Before the 70th minute, they created no clear-cut chances. Ajax reserves tactics left the watching fans feeling exasperated. Lure us in with 4 goals in the first half, and then kill us. Please, just score more. In the 73rd minute, amidst the roaring cheers, the hero of the day, Yuan, who had 2 goals and an assist to his name, was substituted off to rest. At the same time, the scouts in the stands began to swing into action. Of course, they weren't the only ones. Other clubs, slower to start, but confident in catching up, also joined the frenzy. After sharing a heartfelt high-five and embrace with his proud protege, Heitinga's heart was filled with a bittersweet mix of pride, excitement, and profound reluctance. To see such a phenomenal young talent ascend to the first team under Ten Hag's command, honestly, Heitinga was loath to let him go. When would he ever get a shot at the senior managerial role? At that moment, a single resolute phrase echoed in Heitinga's mind: I too shall take his place. The day after the match against Telstar, Yuan received 2 pieces of news. One was good news, and the other was also good news. The first, Arsenal had elevated the stakes in negotiations with their chief scout for Dutch league recruitment, set to directly liaise with Ajax. They intended to have serious discussions with Ajax regarding Yuan's situation. The second piece of news, he was being fast-tracked into the first team. Yuan was promoted alongside Danilo, the second team's No.9 striker. Danilo was overjoyed at the news, declaring in his Brazilian way that with their combined Portuguese and Chinese prowess, they would conquer the Eredivisie. Yuan, however, felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. The competition within Ajax's squad was immense. Realistically, neither of them stood much chance of displacing any current starter or regular substitute anytime soon. Yuan learned of his own promotion to the first team via phone call. Because he was about to lead the team to the Westfalenstadion to face Borussia Dortmund, Eric Ten Hag couldn't personally come to collect the players from the second team. He could only inform them by phone. Of course, Ten Hag mentioned over the phone that once the squad returned to the training ground, he would have the first team veterans line up to welcome the newcomers. It must be said, under Ten Hag's management, Ajax exuded an air of thriving ambition and positivity. It's just strange that when he later took charge of Manchester United he transformed from the mastermind, Ten Hag, to a bewildered Ten Hag. The reasons for that are indeed difficult to articulate. As Yuang hung up the phone, honestly speaking it would be false to say he wasn't thrilled. After all, this was the Eredivisie. Imagine you're sitting on the home team's substitutes bench at the Johan Cruyff Arena surrounded by the synchronized roar and jeers of the crowd, watching top-tier breathtaking clashes unfold on the pitch. In the second half the head coach walks over and says something to you. Then the fourth official raises the board. You're going on. Wow. Just thinking about it sent Yuang's spirits soaring. He couldn't wait to report to the first team. Before that, however, Yuang needed to pack his belongings from the dormitory. At the entrance of the second team's dormitory building, he spotted Heitinga and Danilo chatting. Seeing Yuang approach, Heitinga quickly raised his hand to wave him over. They say the Eredivisie is highly competitive and challenging. Yes, that's true, but I believe you too will carve out your own path. You are talented players. The Eredivisie, no, not just the Eredivisie. The top 5 European leagues are your true stage. Haha, go get them, lads. Also, Heitinga first embraced Danilo, then Yuang before continuing. Make sure you establish yourselves. I don't want to see you sent back, even if it's just from the first team to the second. Tienla thought to himself, is this old man implying something? Boss, rest assured I'll hold my ground. Danilo, on the other hand, I'm not so sure about. Danilo, get lost. Official announcement: Ajax reserve team player Yuang promoted to the first team will wear the No. 28 jersey. On the front page of Suliai Sports, the news of Yuang's promotion occupied a prominent rotating banner. Fans browsing the Suliai Sports app were astonished. In less than a month, jumping from U19 to the Eredivisie and then from the Eredivisie to the Eredivisie. UG is incredible. A double leap. If that were me, I'd be walking on air. As I always say, when the little bird sings, fate takes wing. When Yuang takes the field, he dazzles the whole scene. 18-year-olds playing in the Eredivisie aren't unheard of, but someone rising to prominence as rapidly as Yuang. That's truly unprecedented. Fun fact, there's been much talk about Yuang leaving recently, but until the winter transfer window opens, he will be playing for Ajax. Let me think, what was I doing at 18? Oh, I was a spirited young lad back then. And now I'm a mother of 2. The day after the official announcement, fans could already see Yuang's name on the club's website. 28 Wang. Originally Yuang intended to keep the same jersey number he had with the second team upon his promotion. But the first team's No. 23 shirt was already taken, having been worn by 30-year-old Dutchman Dusan Tadic for nearly a year. How could a newcomer just promoted from the second team possibly try to overshadow an established player, right? Yuang then considered the smaller numbers, typically associated with defenders. Those were taken as well. In the end, Yuang chose No. 28. Danilo, however, was luckier. After Huntelaar left Ajax, the No. 9 shirt became available, and the 174 cm tall Danilo decisively claimed it. It's worth noting that, because they both came up from the second team, Yuang and Danilo had a fairly good relationship. When Yuang saw Danilo choose that number, he remarked that Danilo might find it a heavy burden. Why? In the distant past, legends like Van Basten, Bergkamp, and Kluivert had worn Ajax's No. 9. Cruyff also wore it for a period. More recently, the arrogant ones Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Uruguayan striking great Luis Suarez had also donned it. As they say, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Danilo was certainly putting immense pressure on himself. Of course, this was said with a hint of jest. A number holds no intrinsic meaning. Performance and ability are what truly matter. When Yuang and Danilo arrived at the deserted first-team office building to report, Ten Hag and his squad were already making their appearance at the Westfalenstadion. The 0-4 thrashing in the first leg had left Dortmund hanging their heads in shame across Germany, especially with their bitter rivals Schalke 04 constantly taunting them. Dortmund, in our last 3 direct meetings I have 2 wins and 1 draw. Schalke 04, you lost 0-4 to Ajax. Dortmund, I've won 6 of my last 7 league games, I'm in the title race. Schalke 04, you lost 0-4 to Ajax. Dortmund, a relegated nobody like you dares to speak. Schalke 04, you lost 0-4 to Ajax. Dortmund, holy crap. F you. Schalke 04, you lost 0-4 to Ajax. For Borussia Dortmund, after hosting Ajax at home, they received both good news and bad news. The good news was that Schalke 04 fans could no longer taunt them about losing 0-4 to Ajax. The bad news was they were defeated twice. Dortmund lost 1-3 at home to Ajax, bringing the aggregate score to 1-7. A tribute to Brazil and Germany, perhaps. Dortmund fans were utterly bewildered. Oh, so you dominate the league but cower in the Champions League. Marco rose out. Meanwhile, after the triumphant victory, Ten Hag's personal prestige reached its peak. In the league, Ajax held the top spot, and in the Champions League they advanced early. The Utrecht legend capable. On November 5th, at Ajax's future training ground. The name of the Ajax training ground is de toekomst, which is Dutch and translates to the future in English. Obviously, this future training ground is closely related to the future stadium. Indeed, that was the case. The training grounds of the first team and the second team were separated by just a road. If one's eyesight was good enough, one might see the scene on the other side through the gaps in the surrounding fence mesh. Of course, while they were said to be close compared to the mere 600-meter distance between the second team's training ground and the future stadium, the distance between the first team's and second team's training grounds was over 600 meters. Starting from the second team's training ground, it was closer to the future stadium than to the first team's training ground. So to see the scene opposite, you needed good eyesight. Ten Hag kept his promise. He indeed had the first team players line up to welcome Yuang and Danilo. Honestly, Yuang was quite surprised watching the stars he had only seen on TV line up and applaud for him. It felt truly surreal. Fortunately, Yuang quickly snapped out of it. He came to the first team not to chase stars, but to improve himself. Ding. Random mission being issued. Complete 10 successful interceptions or tackles in the intra-squad match. Reward 300 gold coins. The system's voice began to echo in Yuang's ears. Seriously, Yuang hadn't expected the system to discriminate against the age-defying, the second-tier league. He had been playing for the second team for almost a month, and during daily training the system hadn't issued a single random mission. Could it be that the system looked down on the level of the age-defying? After careful analysis, Yuang thought it was quite possible. After all, he was dominating the league and couldn't improve much more there, so it was plausible. Shaking his head, Yuang didn't dwell on it and quickly followed the second team's fitness coach to warm up. At the edge of the training ground, an impassive Ten Hag stood with his hands in his pockets, observing everything. Regarding the new young players Yuang and Danilo, Ten Hag didn't pay much attention. The first team had too many talented individuals. Ten Hag couldn't possibly observe everyone in detail. Of course, if anyone made a mistake or defied his tactical arrangements, Ten Hag would certainly take notice. After all, Ten Hag demanded absolute control over the team. Clap, clap, clap. After a brief warm-up of shuttle runs and high knees, Ten Hag clapped his hands to signal everyone to gather around. Soon the players quickly gathered around him. The weapon master had only returned to Amsterdam yesterday morning. As the next match was just an hour away, Ten Hag had given the players only half a day off, which was yesterday afternoon. In the current Ajax squad, Ten Hag's authority was immense. With the team topping the league and having advanced early from the Champions League group, the players were naturally willing to fight under his command. During his time at Manchester United, it was like, the sky is dark, please close your eyes. After praising the team's performance against Dortmund, Ten Hag immediately looked ahead to the next match against Go Ahead Eagles. No doubt they were a weak team, and with home advantage, Ten Hag had one requirement: the team must win. After speaking, Ten Hag had the assistant coach organize the intra-squad match. Ajax's first team had 26 players in total, but only 22 could play on the training pitch. So apart from third-choice goalkeeper Holt and the injured defender Cleve, the newcomers Yuang and Danilo had to sit on the sidelines and watch first. Sitting in his seat looking at the back of Ten Hag's round head, Yuang felt an indescribable strangeness. Well, in his previous life he had often cursed Ten Hag, and now in this life he had directly enlisted. Enlisted in what army? The Ten Hag army. Klassen run. Hey, Anthony, don't shoot so quickly, dribble a bit more. Great ball. This is how we should play in matches. At the edge of the training ground, Ten Hag commanded with a stern expression. Honestly, one could say Ten Hag wasn't suitable for Manchester United, but to say he wasn't suitable as a coach, that was impossible. Ajax didn't just win the league title casually, Ten Hag's contribution was indelible. Furthermore, considering that by the start of the 25-26 season Amorim's win rate had dropped to 37.5, Ten Hag's 56.2 win rate seemed increasingly out of reach. Shatters, Ten Hag gestured, signaling the Fortuna Sittard youth product to rest. Then he turned and called out to Yuang, "Your turn to go on." "Me? Okay, boss." Upon hearing this, Yuang quickly jogged onto the field. However, Ten Hag soon called him back. The reason Ten Hag stopped Yuang was simple: he hadn't worn the red jersey for substitutes or the blue jersey for starters. He had just gone on in a plain white one. Yuang smiled apologetically at Ten Hag, then found a red jersey and put it on. Shatters was wearing red, and since Yuang was replacing him, wearing the red training top was perfectly fine. As for the blue, Yuang would need time to prove himself worthy of it. Beep. Ten Hag's assistant, former Jong Ajax coach Uldering, temporarily acted as the referee, blowing the whistle to resume the training match. The Ajax second team under Heitinga favored a 4-3-3 formation, but in the first team Ten Hag preferred a 4-2-3-1. The 4-2-3-1 formation demands more from the defenders, as they need to be able to go up and down. It's not just the fullbacks making forward runs to join the attack. The center backs also occasionally need to push forward and participate. In this regard, Chelsea is one of the best teams. When Adarabioyo drops back, as the single center-back Chalobah can freely push forward to join the attack. In the 25-26 Premier League second-round match against West Ham United, England international Chalobah was frequently active in the central midfield area. He wasn't playing like a center-back at all. He was clearly playing as a defensive midfielder. Even occasionally, Chalobah could push even further forward and function as a central midfielder. Heinous. After a brilliant interception, Yuang decisively launched a low long pass aiming for Nuz, who was lurking near the main team's defensive line. Training matches are less strict than official ones, so Nuz didn't need to adjust his steps or seek a lateral pass. The Brazilian striker went straight for goal with a powerful shot. The outcome was evident. The shot taken without proper adjustment lacked power, and veteran goalkeeper Pavier collected the ball with ease. Having missed the chance, Nes gave a thumbs up to Yu Wang for the excellent pass. Yu Wang returned the gesture. As it was only a training match, Yu Wang didn't feel much regret. More importantly, his mind was constantly flooded with notifications: ding. Interceptions 1, ding. Tackles 1. Consequently, Yu Wang didn't really care whether Nes scored or not. For him, the priority was to earn those gold coins. The transition between attack and defense in the training session was incredibly fast, allowing Yu Wang to complete the system's task of 10 interceptions or tackles early on. The 300 gold coins were promptly credited to his account. On the sideline, Ten Hag's assistant Uldering suddenly remarked, "He's a promising talent, Mr. Eric." Hearing this, Ten Hag nodded. He knew his assistant was referring to Yu Wang. Indeed, he could hold his own on stages like the Premier League and La Liga. Then, as if a thought struck him, Ten Hag quickly added, "Arsenal is pursuing Yu Wang. What are their terms?" Yu Wang had previously been with the second team, and his contract matters were handled by Haitinga and the second team's sporting director, who was also the assistant to the first team's sporting director. Ten Hag wasn't privy to the details. Uldering handed over a tablet while supplementing the details. Since Yu Wang signed a U19 contract, and this is his contract year, Arsenal could activate his €1 release clause if they wanted to take him. However, considering the good relationship between Ajax and Arsenal, the new Arsenal sporting director has indicated they would pay €800 to secure his transfer. Only €800. Ten Hag was somewhat taken aback. Based on the few touches Yu Wang had on the pitch, Ten Hag was already certain that even if Yu Wang couldn't make it at a top 5 league's elite club, he would definitely secure a starting spot at a lower-tier relegation battling team. Yet for a player of this caliber, Arsenal only needed to pay €800. For an Arsenal side that spent €150 million on signings last summer, this was practically a steal. Of course, these were the written terms. Youth players' release clauses are naturally low. Arsenal's willingness to pay €800 was quite generous, or they could have simply activated the €100 clause. It's worth noting that the primary reason youth player release clauses are so low is due to the existence of training compensation. As the name implies, a club that has painstakingly developed a player shouldn't have him taken away easily, otherwise no one would bother nurturing new talent. According to FIFA regulations, training compensation is capped at 5. For instance, if a transfer fee is 1 million, the maximum training compensation would be an additional 500. One might ask, I worked so hard to develop him, and you're only giving me 500. Well, combined with the transfer fee and training compensation, the original club actually earns a decent amount. It's not like a club would receive a 1 million transfer fee and then also pocket 500 or 1 million in training compensation. For example, Ezequiel, who transferred from Kadzia to Bayer Leverkusen, brought his former club Boca Juniors nearly 5 in training compensation, which based on his transfer fee amounted to 1.7 million. That's indeed a very good price. Back to the main point. Regarding the transfer fee amount, Ten Hag was just making a passing comment, as Ajax also had plenty of players acquired for nearly nothing. His main concern was how to negotiate a sell-on clause with Arsenal. Frankly, football has seen many one-club legends, but with modern football evolving, it's fair to say few are willing to stay loyal anymore. The primary reason is wage disparity, or salaries escalating beyond what the club can sustain. A classic example is Messi. Barcelona simply couldn't hold on anymore, the financial hole was too big. So even though Messi considered staying, even a discounted wage was too much for Barcelona to bear. Honestly, if the Argentine star had readily accepted a pay cut to stay earlier on, perhaps things wouldn't have become so strained later. Of course, we aren't Messi, so we can't speak carelessly and easily turn down tens of millions of euros. Who in football doesn't want to earn more? Take Messi's move to Miami and Ronaldo's to Riyadh, for instance. Would anyone claim they were drawn by the competitive level of the MLS or the Saudi Pro League? If they did, they'd be fooling themselves. Note that Down will sell them health supplements when they're old. At 9 p.m. local time on November 7th in Amsterdam, which was 3 a.m. on the 8th in China, the 2021-22 Eredivisie Round 12 match between Ajax and Go Ahead Eagles took place. An hour before kickoff, the Johan Cruyff Arena was already packed. As a centenary club, countless Dutch people have witnessed the team's dominant history here. With 35 league titles, 20 KNVB Cup wins, and 4 Champions League trophies. Undoubtedly, Ajax fans consider themselves the most prestigious and confident supporters in the Netherlands. So facing Go Ahead Eagles today, they were full of confidence and expecting a victory. Also, an hour before the match, the starting lineups for both teams were announced. Yu Wang is on the bench. Let me see who the top central defenders in the first team are. Lisandro Martinez worth 28 million and Timber worth 21 million. That makes sense. Given his current level, Yu Wang would find it very hard to start. We can only hope he gets some playing time once the match outcome is decided. He should take it slow. There's a huge gap between the Eredivisie and the Eerste Divisie. No wonder Tiemlo was sent back. Ajax's starting 11 is worth 164 million, while the second team is only worth a few million. No comparison. Streamer, which side do you favor? Inside Sulei Sports, Zheng Tong started his live stream as usual. Following the principle of using a VIP pass, if you have one, he effortlessly opened the official broadcast. Since this official platform had no representation in China, Zheng Tong wasn't worried about anyone tracking him down. But what if someone actually did come looking for him? He'd just delete everything and disappear. If the sky fell, the tall guys would hold it up. Let Suyao Sports handle the pressure. What do you think of this match? Do you even need to ask? Who was it that beat Dortmund twice? Ajax. If Ajax doesn't win today, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Washing hair standing on your head. Why aren't you scamming for free food and drinks today? Everyone knows who'll win the match. We're asking how to bet on the -2 handicap. I hope they score a win by other margin in the first half, so Yuan can come on early for his debut. Something feels off to me. After all that travel, and playing 3 tough matches in half a month, can the Weapon Masters really hold up? Zheng Tong naturally understood the concerns of some of his viewers. The heavy favorite always dies, everyone knew that. But Ajax was in red-hot form lately, and Ten Hag had fielded his strongest starting lineup for this match. So no matter how he looked at it, Zheng Tong genuinely couldn't see any reason for them to lose. Yet, just as Zheng Tong was brimming with such confidence in the 37th minute of the match, the situation on the pitch made him feel like the sky was falling. Ajax's defensive midfielder, the Mexican Edson Alvarez, had received a second yellow card and been sent off, leaving the team from Amsterdam to Ballon with just 10 men. At that moment, Zheng Tong and the fans in the livestream truly understood those words. The heavy favorite always dies. And wasting chances comes with consequences. Go-ahead Eagles had earned a free kick opportunity just outside the penalty area. They were awarded it because Edson had grabbed the shirt of their number 30 forward bodice. Moreover, Edson had committed the foul right in front of the referee. If not, then when was the ref supposed to pull out a card? To make matters worse for Ajax, not only was Edson sent off, but their opponents also scored from that very free kick opportunity. Number 21 forward Cordoba received the ball and slotted it home from close range. Ajax 0-1 go-ahead Eagles. Damn it. Walter made that pass. I knew it. Zheng Tong was furious. He had considered the possibility of Ajax losing, but after seeing their starting lineup, he had comfortably put his worries to rest. The squad value comparison was 164 million against 455 million. Surely the advantage was theirs. Yet no one had anticipated Ajax now having to play with 10 men. And on top of that, they were trailing by a goal. Including Zheng Tong, the gamblers in the livestream were all left speechless. Exhausted, they just wanted it all to end. BB. The first half came to a close, and the broadcast cameras followed Ten Hag as he led the way down the tunnel. It was a case of I've become stronger and also balder. The lights shone on Ten Hag's sleek, shiny head as if he were trying to blind everyone with the glare. Indeed, this 0-1 deficit was certainly a sight that blinded everyone. During the halftime break, Yuan didn't follow the team into the locker room. Instead, he went out with a few other teammates to warm up. Danilo, however, went inside. As soon as he came back out, he immediately found Yuan and said, "The boss is really pissed off right now. Whatever you do, don't hang around in front of him or make any mistakes." Yuan turned his head to see Ten Hag walking out of the tunnel with a deep frown, and he quickly nodded to show he understood. Afterwards, Yuan quickly sat back down in his seat. Oh. Seeing that it was Haitinga calling him, Yuan immediately walked over. "We need to attack, we need goals. The team needs to secure a victory at home. Around the 55th minute, go warm up again. At the right moment, the boss might bring you on as a substitute." "Yes, sir," Yuan quickly acknowledged. Then he returned to his seat. Honestly speaking, before the match, Yuan had been quite looking forward to making his debut. But with the team trailing down to 10 men and Ten Hag's less than sunny mood, Yuan felt it wouldn't be so bad if his debut was postponed a little. After all, if he performed badly, Ten Hag might ban him from the canteen as punishment. Yuan had saved up some money, and while in the second team, meals and lodging were provided, so he had nowhere to spend it. If he were to be barred from the canteen, now, he couldn't imagine how he'd survive on his meager salary. So it was best to just keep a low profile and be invisible. But in reality, the more you try to avoid something, the more it comes to you. In the 59th minute of the match, Ajax, unable to break through, began to make substitutions. Ten Hag first brought on Gravenberch, who could play as a lone defensive midfielder, and the super sub Dane Daramy, who was known for his attacking prowess. Additionally, Timber had received a yellow card early in the second half. To avoid the risk of another yellow leading to a red, Ten Hag chose to take him off. After scanning the players on the bench, Ten Hag overlooked the Argentine Tagliafico, whose form had declined significantly, and Schurz, who had been unimpressive in training. His gaze settled on Yuan. Ding. Flawless and steady footwork. Through consecutive days of training and outstanding performances in the second division, you have successfully been promoted to the first team. As a seasoned veteran, you will now announce your king's return on the Eredivisie stage. Those who belittled you and mocked you will be forever silenced, because your upcoming top-flight league debut is the ultimate slap in the face and the best response to them all. You have received the debut chest for returning to the top league. Ding. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Therefore, as a veteran, you will receive a certain amount of free attribute points. Free attribute points 5. Ding. Opening the chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the passive skill Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's super sub ability. Note, as a famously prolific super sub in Old Trafford's history, Solskjaer performed better when coming off the bench than when starting. Description: when the host comes on as a substitute, your passing, dribbling, speed, and shooting attributes will receive a 15 positive boost. Current passing 65. After boost 75, rounded, shooting 45. After boost 52, dribbling 59. After boost 68, speed 61. After boost 70, Yu Wang, who was about to take the field, raised an eyebrow. Solskjaer. Ten Hag. While carrying the ability of the current Manchester United manager onto the pitch at the Johan Cruyff Arena, only to play for the future Manchester United manager. Trying to build a Man United link-up, huh? Also, hold on. I'm a center-back by trade. What am I supposed to do with a striker's skill? Solskjaer's recent managerial record has been far from satisfactory. According to reports from Sky Sports and ESPN, the super sub under the old Ferguson is highly likely to see his Manchester United managerial career come to an end this month. Of course, managing is managing and playing is playing. During his playing days, Solskjaer's ability was beyond question, absolutely top-notch. However, Yu Wang found it quite peculiar. As a player who came through the ranks as a center-back, if they weren't going to give him defensive skills, then at least a defensive midfielder or an attacking midfielder's ability would have been acceptable. What was the meaning of shooting and pace? Were they expecting him to be a goal-scoring defender? Before Yu Wang could ponder further, Timber, who was already at the touchline, raised his hand for a high five. Subsequently, Yu Wang hurriedly responded. Then he ran onto the pitch. Seeing Yu Wang enter the field, the Johan Cruyff Arena erupted in the most fervent cheers. Yet the louder the cheers, the greater the pressure mounting inside Yu Wang. Fortunately, he possessed strong emotional self-regulation, and with 10 men, Ajax were dominating their opponents, which made the pressure feel bearable. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to resume play. Gravenberch could play as a lone defensive midfielder, so he needed to shoulder the defensive duties of the substituted Kudus and the sent-off Edson. This Kudus is the Ghanaian international who would later join Tottenham. Regarding this, we can only say that Ajax truly is a hotbed of talent. Under such conditions, Ajax playing with 10 men and dominating 11 wasn't a problem. The red card actually ignited their attacking fervor, turning it into a warrior card. It's alright, don't be nervous. Seeing Yu Wang seemed a bit tense, Lissandro, who was just 23 years old, spoke to him with the tone of a seasoned veteran. Just do what we did in training, do your job. Remember, we are a team, you can trust your teammates. Yu Wang responded with a friendly smile. Lopez, it's fine, I'm okay. Lissandro's full name is Lissandro Martinez Lopez. After nodding firmly, Lissandro began directing Yu Wang's positioning. Because Gravenberch could handle the lone pivot role, Lissandro instructed Yu Wang to broaden his defensive coverage, occupying the spaces of both right back and right center back. As a result, Ajax's formation shifted to 3-1-4-1, with Lissandro central, Yu Wang on the right, and Mazraoui ahead of Yu Wang, ready to join the attack. On the left side, Blind didn't push forward. He coordinated with Lissandro to execute a sweeping operation in the left back zone. Ajax's tactical arrangement left the home fans bewildered. Their positioning was a blatant disregard for the opponent. Of course, apart from PSV and Feyenoord, the rest of the Eredivisie were indeed pushovers. What about AZ Alkmaar and FC Utrecht? They were just slightly bigger pushovers. Sharing Lissandro's view, Ten Hag's instruction to Yu Wang was singular: hold your position and aim for one-touch passing. Do everything possible to prevent the opponent from having time on the ball in that area. After all, the Eredivisie is not comparable to the Eredivisie. As a newcomer, Yu Wang couldn't afford to be overconfident. The number 11 big man passes Bass, takes a shot. Beautiful. Yu Wang gets his leg in for a successful tackle. Today, Zhongtong's primary purposes for streaming were to watch his home team win, as he had bet on a home victory. However, judging by the current situation, that ticket seemed destined for the shredder. The other purpose was naturally to witness Yu Wang's debut. Clearly, Zhongtong, who was exclaiming in surprise, was very pleased with Yu Wang's performance. On the touchline, Ten Hag, whose brow had been furrowed all day, promptly extended his hand, applauding Yu Wang for his spectacular tackle. Simultaneously, Ten Hag didn't forget to signal his players on the pitch. A successful tackle meant they could look for counter-attacking opportunities. Ugh. The traveling go-ahead Eagles fans were baffled. Seriously, just a young player newly arrived in the Eredivisie, and the 27-year-old Bass couldn't outmuscle him. What the hell is that big fellow eating? It's worth noting that the left back for Ajax's second team is named Bass, and go-ahead Eagles left back is also named Bass. This name seems as common and widespread as Zhang Wei. Sharing the fan sentiment, go-ahead Eagles coach Hindren also couldn't comprehend it. But he had more to think about. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't this the newest young talent to emerge from Ajax? Not bad at all. How does Ajax manage to hit the jackpot with their scouting every single year? The match continued. As the home fans' chants grew more fervent, the game officially entered its most intense phase. It was almost contemptible to say, but the team with the man advantage, go-ahead Eagles, had set up in a 5-4-1 formation. Well, then they looked intent on defending their 1-0 lead until the final whistle. However, they failed to realize that just as wasting chances invites punishment, retreating too early offers the opponent endless opportunities to experiment. In the 69th minute, a shot by Serbian international Tadic won a corner for Ajax. Yu Wang and Gravenberch both entered the opponent's penalty area, preparing for the aerial duel. Ajax wasn't a team known for heading prowess, as their two starting center backs stood at just 179 centimeters and 175 centimeters respectively. But with the attack stalling, it was clear Ajax needed to try their luck with crosses from the flanks. Hence the 184 centimeters Yuang and the 190 centimeters Gravenberch were brought on. Beep. Mazraoui raised his hand, then lowered it. Thud. The Moroccan international delivered the ball towards the center of the penalty area. Yuang immediately jumped to contest the header. He timed his leap well to meet the dropping ball, but unfortunately, he was held up by opposing center-back Reiber, preventing him from executing a proper turning header. He could only manage to get his head to the ball. Somehow the ball glanced off the top of Yuang's head and flew towards the far post. Commonly known as a flick-on. Tadic, who had been waiting, stretched out his leg and volleyed. Go-ahead Eagles goalkeeper Han had his attention fixed entirely on the tall players challenging for the high ball, completely forgetting about Tadic, who had been lurking at the far post all along. It's in. It's in. Zheng Tong slammed the table again. Tadic scores. The assist. Let's see the replay. Yes, it's Yuang's assist. A bizarre flick-on assist. Ajax finally breaches the opponent's defense in the second half. It's 1-1, folks. In the Suli Sports live stream, Zheng Tong's excitement perfectly mirrored the reactions of fans watching the game. And at that moment following the goal, the barrage of comments in the live chat began to increase exponentially. I knew the home team would score. Again. I bet Yuang wanted to take that on himself, but he was contained, couldn't fully control it, which is why Tadic found the opportunity. Ajax should have gone long and high much earlier. Gravenberch is 190, Yuang is 184, and still growing. If these two tall guys aren't coming up for the headers, why bring them on just for show? Right? Awesome 10 men dominating 11, a true warrior card. Damn, Ajax scores right after Yuang comes on. Could it be that Yuang is actually really good? Hey, upstairs, drop the question mark. Can play center back, can play left back, now active on the right. Yuang's defensive range is even bigger than Van Dijk's. This Yuang isn't Ajax's Van Dijk, rather Van Dijk is Liverpool's Yuang. Seeing Ajax suddenly equalize, the go-ahead Eagles coach on the sideline immediately became anxious. I'm defending with a 5-4-1, and you still score. Van Wonderen glanced at the clock on the big screen. It was only just past the 70th minute. Including stoppage time, there were at least 25 minutes left. How on earth were they going to survive this 25 minutes? Shaking his head, he took another look at the Ajax players celebrating near the corner flag, then hurriedly gestured for his substitutes to warm up. As for complaining about the excessive celebration time, Van Wonderen wouldn't file a complaint. On the contrary, he'd prefer Ajax celebrated even longer. For a team perpetually scrapping at the bottom, like go-ahead Eagles, securing 3 points against Ajax would have been a dream. Now that 3 points were slipping away, settling for a single point was still a decent outcome. As such, at this point in the game, go-ahead Eagles were certainly trying to waste as much time as possible. What about attempting a counterattack to regain the lead? To be honest, Van Wonderen had considered it, but Ajax's attacking prowess was too formidable. He feared losing what he already had. So it was better to stick to parking the bus. It's worth mentioning that Van Wonderen didn't actively complain, but he was beaten to it by Ten Hag, who actively urged his players to quickly retreat to their own half. The scoring team anxiously waiting for the restart, while the conceding team dawdled and delayed. This was truly a role reversal. Stay alert on the press. Don't give them a chance for a one-touch pass. Ten Hag shouted vociferously from the sideline, directing his players' next moves. Playing a man down, Ten Hag was keenly aware of the importance of high pressing. Attack is the best defense, and only by keeping the opponent constantly on the back foot could his defense rest easy. Go-ahead Eagles naturally understood Ajax's intentions. They contemplated putting up more of a fight, but the disparity in quality was just too vast. They simply couldn't. At this stage of the match, every Ajax fan, whether in the stadium or watching on television, had started blaming Edson. If Edson had been a bit more composed, wouldn't the adjusted Ajax have been able to stage a triumphant comeback in the second half? And would a tiring go-ahead Eagles have been able to withstand Ajax's attacks? The answer was obvious. In the 76th minute, the impact of playing with 10 men was still somewhat evident for Ajax. When Ajax attempted to penetrate with 1-2 combinations, the numerically superior go-ahead Eagles defense was usually able to block these attempts to infiltrate. Having won the ball back, go-ahead Eagles immediately turned and surged forward. They were launching a counterattack. Ajax's players scrambled to track back. Go-ahead Eagles number 10 Ramons passed the ball to attacking midfielder Brouwers, who without hesitation laid it off to number 11, Oladmand. As Oladmand dribbled forward, Liederberg, the go-ahead Eagles striker, who had just been rushed on as a substitute right after Ajax's goal, sprinted frantically up the pitch. Mazraoui had pushed too far forward. When the go-ahead Eagles player crossed the halfway line, he hadn't recovered his position. This meant Yuang's station on the right side was left to mark two players. The right flank is exposed. Mazraoui can't get back. Ajax's attacking desire is strong, but they seem to have forgotten that if an attack breaks down, the opponent can hit back. Just like now. 1 against 2, that's tough. Mazraoui has dug a pit for Yuang. If Ajax don't defend this properly, they might not even get a point. In the camera frame, Yuang was retreating step by step, maintaining the distance between himself and Oladmand. He had no choice. He couldn't dive in for the tackle because he didn't know when the opponent might release a pass. If the opponent slipped a pass through as he stepped up, oh boy, it would be over. The striker, having burst into the box, could get a shot away. Whether it went in would depend entirely on pass fear's performance. Seeing that Yuang wasn't coming out to press him, Olad hand shaped to pass. But just as Yuang shifted his weight to the right to block the pass, Olad suddenly dragged the ball back to his right with a swift cut inside. The go-ahead Eagles player operating on the left flank chose to cut inwards. Gravenberch was rushing over to provide support. But rushing over meant Gravenberch hadn't arrived yet. To put it plainly, Olad hand was now in a position to take a curling shot. In fact, that was exactly what Olad intended to do. However, no one could have predicted that just as Olad was about to strike the ball, Yuang in his red and white striped jersey would lunge out with his leg in an almost unbelievable feat of athleticism. He blocked the shot with his thigh. Then, without giving Olad hand a chance to recover from his shock, Yuang quickly played the ball out to Mazraoui on the right wing. Mazraoui was also puzzled how on earth did his teammate manage to recover and make that interception after being beaten. Of course, this wasn't the time to ponder that. Receiving the pass, Mazraoui immediately turned and sprinted forward. Simultaneously, Yuang was also sprinting, not even glancing back at the stunned Olad. Walter made. It's 2-on-1, and he still manages to intercept. Can these away players even play football? Inside the Suli Sports live stream, Zheng Tong swore. It was one of those moments where only profanity could adequately convey his emotions. Wait, what? Apart from not looking like Van Dijk, Yuang's prowess in the center back position is pretty much on par with Van Dijk, right? I'm an idiot. I actually thought Yuang was going to let his man get away. Precise interception. Why aren't the top 5 leagues clubs putting in bids already? Oh no. We the Manchester United fans genuinely like this one. Sorry, he's already been reserved by us Arsenal fans. It's not here we go. Yet what reservation? Even if he's on the plane, he could turn around and come back. No wonder Ten Hag brought on rookie Yuang instead of veterans like Tagliafico or Schurz. A true master. What ability. Van Wonderen on the sideline had a clear view of Yuang's interception just now. After his first lunge to the right failed, Yuang had already shifted his weight back, attempting to follow Olad's inward cut. Based on Yuang's acceleration in the Eredivisie previously, there was no way he could have kept up. He would have had to rely on his teammates' support. But today, under the influence of his super sub ability, Yuang's recovery pace had improved dramatically. Even Ten Hag, who was being lauded by the fans, was equally puzzled. Could it be that Eric actually have a knack for developing players? Otherwise, how could Yuang have improved this much? On the Cruyff pitch, the ball was moved forward in a couple of quick passes, and Yuang found himself at the edge of the opponent's penalty area. The box itself was packed with Ajax midfielders and forwards. It was utter chaos. And it was precisely in this chaos that the opportunity to fish in troubled waters could arise. Mazraoui swiftly sent the ball into the opponent's penalty area. This time, go-ahead Eagles gave the Ajax players no chance to contest the header, as the ball was first cleared by defender number 4 Kramer. But as luck would have it, the ball fell right at Yuang's feet. Upon seeing Yuang in possession, Antony decisively chose to activate his inner god mode. Yuang spotted Antony's run, but he opted not to pass. One reason was the crowded penalty area, which made a pass risky. The other was that a promising shooting lane had opened up right in front of him. So why not take the shot himself? Thwack! The ball rocketed off the ground instantly under the force. After tracing a delicate arc through the air, it hurtled straight towards the opponent's goal. Pow! Werner Hahn attempted to palm the ball away, but his desperate dive could only graze the edge of it. The ball's trajectory was slightly altered, but its general direction remained unchanged. Ultimately, the ball, slightly off target, struck the post and ricocheted into the net. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Fucking incredible. A goal and an assist on his debut. Is this guy even human? Where are those who said the home team would suffer? Show yourselves. Hit the home win bet at halftime, got that nearly triple odds payout. I'm an idiot. Seriously. I doubted Ajax, I doubted Yuang. Yuang, you are the king of football itself. Hurry up and go to a top 5 league. The barrage in Zheng Tong's live stream directly mirrored his own psychological shift. At that moment, he was utterly astounded, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Walter math. I should have bet more. Amidst the shock, all Zheng Tong felt was regret and remorse. At halftime, to show his support for Ajax, he had placed another 1,000 yuan bet. Not a huge amount, but it was genuine. Why did he say that? Because at that time, Ajax was down a goal and a man. Many said they would stage a comeback, but honestly, the future was uncertain. If they followed suit, their money could just as easily vanish. So few were willing to add more, fearing it would be money down the drain. Fortunately, Ajax, the Eredivisie's betting king, didn't disappoint, and neither did Yuang. After scoring, Yuang didn't stand still. He spread his arms wide and sprinted towards the corner flag. Then he executed a sliding knee slide. The turf at the Johan Cruyff Arena felt different from the future stadium. Yuang slid so smoothly that he crashed straight into the corner flag. Luckily, the corner flag was flexible and could be straightened, otherwise a yellow card was almost certain. Darumli was the first to reach him, pulling Yuang into a hearty embrace. Then the Dane shook his head and remarked with feeling, You're an absolute monster. A goal and an assist on your debut, are you even human? Fuck. Before Yuang could answer, Antony quickly interjected. Your striking power is impressive. Why play defender? Come play as a forward. Haha, that depends on what the boss says. Wang chuckled. And the boss, he referred to Ten Hag, the future manager of Manchester United, was at that moment holding his bald head in disbelief. What is this? Ten Hag, having finished his own celebration, turned to his assistant coach. Is your shooting power really that strong? Why haven't we seen this in training? Roger Meyer, the young assistant coach in charge of data and analytics, quickly grabbed his tablet and began to scrutinize the data. Well, to be honest, Meyer couldn't answer either. Because according to the data, since the U15 level, Wang never had a particularly powerful shot. What about that long-range strike a while back? Well, everyone scores a wonder goal once in a while. It's just that today, Wang indeed showcased another facet of his game. His finishing ability was also top-notch. Ten Hag didn't dwell on the topic. Wang's scoring was certainly good news. His point was that if you had revealed or shown this capability earlier, the team could have focused on nurturing it specifically. Of course, it wasn't too late now. After a moment of deep thought, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Ten Hag's mind. Doesn't Wang like to carry the ball forward? While solidifying the defense, doesn't he enjoy attacking? What if he could be transformed into a deep-lying playmaker? After the game resumed a few minutes later, Wang's attempt from the edge of the box solidified Ten Hag's conviction. This kid has the makings of an emperor. Ten Hag exchanged a glance with Meyer and Uldschik, a knowing look. Oh ho, Messi and Ronaldo haven't retired yet. Mbappe isn't past his prime, but it seems a new king of football is about to emerge. Coming off the bench in the second half, Ajax defender Wang, who had been shining in the Eredivisie, finally made his top-flight league debut. Amsterdam News, another rising star. Wang, whose market value remains a mystery, has become the new darling of the Johan Cruyff Arena after helping the team secure a comeback victory. Post-match comments, Ten Hag said, Wang is absolutely phenomenal. He will drive all of Europe wild. A scramble for his signature has begun. Reports suggest Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Liverpool are all interested in signing Ajax's young defender Wang. ESPN, a record-breaking renewal fee. Ajax is reportedly willing to offer Wang a contract extension on par with their top first-team players. The match between Ajax and Go Ahead Eagles had concluded with the 10-man Ajax team securing a comeback victory thanks to goals from Wang and Tadic. However, while the match was over, the buzz surrounding it was far from dying down. After the game, Wang, who earned a perfect 1010 rating for his stellar debut, naturally faced the official reporters. When asked about his thoughts on the match, Wang said, "There are no rear-view mirrors on the pitch. Shots don't have eyes. The language of the brothers from Africa is hard to understand. The match was tough, but we managed to pull through in the end." Wang's words were absolutely spot on. On the pitch, who can truly see every situation? Even a shot is often just a hopeful strike. Take Jeremy, for instance. The big guy transferred from FC Copenhagen in Denmark back in August. How could he possibly understand Dutch? He could barely even speak English. Isn't that proof that the language of the brothers from Africa is hard to understand? Also in the mixed zone, Wang addressed the public's questions about his market value. That question is easy to answer. A month ago, he was still playing in the U19s. And now, he's in the Eredivisie. Things have progressed so rapidly. Transfermarkt doesn't update its valuations that frequently. The next update should come before the winter transfer window opens. Right now, Wang has no listed market value, but once the update happens, he'll finally have his own valuation displayed. However, seeing a player with a market value listed as NA dismantle the opposition is a surreal feeling for the fans. Back at the Ajax training complex on the Jong Ajax practice pitch. Since the match day had been followed by an international break, Wang, who had no national team duties, found himself back with the reserve team. What was he doing there? Resting, training, and eating. Right now, he was sitting in the reserve team's cafeteria eating his meal while listening to his buddies shower him with praise. Regal carefully studied Wang, who was wolfing down spaghetti, then looked back at his phone screen in disbelief. The video on the foreign social media app showed Wang making incredibly decisive interceptions and spectacular shots. I don't get it, I really don't. My buddy has become Amsterdam's new celebrity. Is this for real? Regal had known Wang for a long time. Back in the U17s, they were teammates on the pitch and roommates off it. Later, the second team needed a midfielder and a temporary defender. Regal performed slightly better, and so the Dutchman earned his promotion. Wang's performance was decent too, but he couldn't jump straight to the second team. He had to go and refine his skills with the U19s first. Wang remained silent, focusing solely on his meal. Ten Hag had a peculiar obsession with the cafeteria and demanded his players eat smaller, more frequent meals. But for a growing lad like Wang, who was tall and lanky, eating small meals just didn't cut it. He'd get hungry after a couple of runs. Luckily, Ten Hag didn't close down the cafeteria, so Wang could occasionally grab a proper meal with his teammates. It was only upon returning to the second team that Wang truly experienced the meaning of all you can eat. Just as Wang was about to get up for another serving, Heitinga walked over. "You worn out from the first team? How about coming back and playing a couple of relaxing matches?" Heitinga's idea was simple. The second team needed Wang. Jong Ajax had beaten VVV Venlo in the last round, but the victory came at a heavy cost. 5 yellow cards and a red card. The next challenge for the reserves would be severe. Considering their next opponent was FC Volendam, who sat second in the Eredivisie, Heitinga cautiously suggested that Yuang should return to help the team. Yuang's contract was currently registered with the U19s as a youth player. According to the Dutch FA rules, he was eligible to play for the second team. However, the obstacle to him playing for the reserves wasn't Yuang himself, it was Ten Hag. What? You want Yuang to play 2 matches for the second team? After consulting with Yuang, Heitinga called Ten Hag directly. On the phone, Ten Hag rejected the idea outright. No way. He can't have any potential injury risk. Whether it's regarding transfer arrangements or first-team opportunities, Yuang must not play for the second team again. It was like saying, don't scratch my new sports car. After Ten Hag's firm statement, Heitinga didn't press the issue further. Just as Sun Wukong after the tightening ban was no longer the same as before, Yuang, having been promoted to the first team, was no longer the same player from the reserves. Of course, this wasn't to say Yuang was getting a big head. It was mainly for his own benefit and the club's interests. The Ajax management couldn't allow any unexpected situations with Yuang. Playing for the second team again was precisely the kind of unexpected situation they wanted to avoid. After all, before this, the Eredivisie clubs hadn't paid much attention to him, so they wouldn't have done anything reckless. But now Yuang had proven he had the quality for a top 5 European league. Who knows if those players might try to injure him deliberately? How should one put it? It's that if I can't have it, neither can you mentality. In the end, it all boils down to the saying, don't have a heart to harm others, but always be on guard against being harmed. Worth noting, after Yuang confirmed his ambition to play in a top 5 league, Ajax, which had once again proposed a contract renewal, decided not to insist. The club is currently negotiating with various teams. There wasn't much to discuss regarding the transfer fee. The main focus was on finalizing a sell-on clause and a buyback clause. During this international break, while Ajax was in talks with several top 5 league clubs about Yuang's transfer, the player himself, free from training and matches, arrived at the Johan Cruyff Arena. Why was he there? To play? Certainly not. As a professional stadium with a capacity of 5,500, the Johan Cruyff Arena isn't just Ajax's home ground, it's also the official home of the Orange. Due to his breathtaking performance in the previous match, Yuang, who was present as a spectator in the stands, drew the attention and admiration of countless people. Some foreign tourists who didn't recognize him wondered, he's so handsome, is he a celebrity? Upon learning he was an Ajax player, they all swarmed around him for photos. Regel and Wormeldam, who had come with Yuang, were completely stunned. We're all Ajax players, how come you get so many fans, Yuang? Because you're handsome. Well, after exchanging a glance, both Regel and Wormeldam fell silent. Yeah, that's probably it. The photo session didn't last too long, mainly because the fans were quite courteous. As soon as Yuang waved his hand indicating he'd had enough, they immediately settled down. Afterwards, everyone's attention turned to the pitch. Today's match was the World Cup European qualifier between the Netherlands and Norway. It was the 10th and final round. The Dutch team led the group with 20 points. In the previous round, they had drawn against Montenegro, which was a minor upset. Norway was second with 18 points, followed by Turkey, who also had 18 points, but sat third due to goal difference. Turkey's final match was also against Montenegro. Given Montenegro's strength and their exhausted state after facing the Netherlands, Turkey, the Husky of the East, would have no trouble beating them. If so, Turkey's points would reach 21, guaranteeing them at least a playoff spot. So what was the point of all this? It meant that the Netherlands versus Norway match was a do-or-die battle for both teams. The winner goes to Qatar. And for Norway, who were behind on points, a draw wouldn't be enough either. A draw would give the Netherlands 21 points, sending the Dutch Tulips directly to Qatar, while Norway, with Holland and Odegaard, would be preparing for the 2026 World Cup in North America. This highlights the sheer brutality of the European qualifiers. And in this light, Infantino's push to expand the World Cup wasn't solely for the benefit of the Chinese national team. There was also significant support from the European football community for expansion. Unlike the sea of red and white stripes from a few days ago, the Johan Cruyff Arena was a complete ocean of orange today. For this match against Norway, the Netherlands fielded their strongest lineup. Up front, Depay led the line with Burgess starting on the wing. De Jong and Wijnaldum provided support from behind. Ajax midfielder Gravenberch, who had played at the Cruyff Arena in the previous match, was named among the substitutes. In defense, Liverpool's Yuang partnered De Ligt with Blind and Dumfries on the flanks. Compared to the Dutch Tulips, Norway's lineup lacked star power. Firstly, Holland missed Norway's final group match for a simple reason: injury. Secondly, with their general absent, Sorloth was tasked with leading the line. Norway's entire starting 11 was valued at 100 million, half of which was accounted for by Odegaard, who played in the right midfield position. Whether comparing squad values, player quality, or the so-called favorable timing, geographical advantage, and unity, the Netherlands was undoubtedly the clear favorite. And ultimately that proved to be the case. Thanks to goals from Depay and Burgess, the Tulips defeated Norway 2-0, successfully securing their place in the Qatar World Cup. After the match, the Johan Cruyff Arena became a stage for Dutch jubilation. The Norwegians could only leave in disappointment. Honestly, this was cruel for Holland. In the prime years of his life, he was unable to showcase his talents on the grandest stage. Of course, such is fate and fortune, and no one is truly to blame. Notably, after Ajax's match against Go-Ahead Eagles concluded, rumors began circulating that the Chinese national team was considering calling up Yu Wang. In response, Yu Wang stated that there was no truth to those rumors. That year, the Chinese national team had naturalized many midfield and forward players. As for a newcomer like Yu Wang, they were either unaware of him or chose not to be. Considering that the anti-corruption campaign in Chinese football was about to begin after the new year, Yu Wang had no desire to get involved in that stagnant mess. His sole focus was on waiting for a call-up from the Portuguese national team. However, the Portuguese national team did not select him this time. Besides his performances not being overwhelmingly convincing, the primary reason was the question of who he could replace. With Pepe, Ruben Dias, Nuno Mendes, Danilo Pereira, and Cancelo, Yu Wang honestly wasn't yet at that level. Of course, with a year until the World Cup, Yu Wang was confident he could grow to a certain height and then travel to Qatar with Portugal. As for the immediate priority, it was returning to the club for daily training. On November 18th, the day after the Netherlands vs. Norway match, the Ajax players who had been on Dutch national duty returned to the club. This group included Gravenberch, Timber, Blind, Klaassen, Rensch, and Burgess. It was clear that Ajax was a major supplier of Dutch internationals. Seeing the joyful faces of Gravenberch and the others, Yu Wang, who had also returned to first-team training, offered his congratulations to his senior Dutch teammates. The Tulips were going to the World Cup, which was certainly deserving of congratulations. As a teammate, Yu Wang certainly wouldn't voice dissent or mock them. Doing so would not only risk his access to the first-team canteen, but might even get him turned away from every restaurant in Amsterdam. After a light recovery session in the morning, Ten Hag had his assistants arrange individual targeted training plans for each player based on their performances in the previous league match that afternoon. Yu Wang, who had been exceptionally impressive in the last game, naturally received his own training plan. The moment he received it, a ding sounded in his mind. After years away from the game, you have completed your comeback debut in top-flight football. Only you know the hardships and pain endured on this journey back to the pitch. Fortunately, it has all been worth it. Of course, the road ahead is long. We should not be complacent with temporary achievements. We can do more and achieve more. Ding. System mission issued. Host is requested to strive for higher ratings in matches before December. When the host wins Ajax's Player of the Month for November, or the Eredivisie Player of the Month, the system shop will refresh with items the host desperately needs. Note 1 of the rewards for club and league awards differ. The league's November Player of the Month reward is superior. Note 2, the bastard creator has fled with the other little scumbag systems. Items that originally cost thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins will be available at rock-bottom prices. So work hard, you old-timer. Club's best and league's best. Rewards for getting items from the shop at ultra-low prices. Yu Wang began to ponder this carefully. This time the system didn't mention giving gold coins or free attribute points upon completing the task, but directly mentioned items from the shop. He remembered he still had 5 unallocated free attribute points. Also low price. Could it be nearly free for 1 gold coin? If so, I'm clearing out the entire system shop. After delightfully contemplating the potential discounted items in the system shop, Yu Wang rubbed his chin and began to strategize about the system mission. For November, Ajax had 3 remaining matches: an away league game against RKC Waalwijk, an away league game against Sparta Rotterdam, and the most crucial one, an away Champions League match against Besiktas. Given that Ajax had already secured qualification, Ten Hag might strategically sacrifice the match against Besiktas. If that were the case, performing well without strong support from teammates would be difficult. Yu Wang quickly consulted the system in his mind for clarification on the Champions League matches. The response was that Ajax's criteria for the club's monthly best player included European and domestic cup competitions. In other words, a player's performance in every match during the month would be recorded and evaluated. Therefore, to guard against the possibility of someone outperforming him, Yu Wang needed to deliver exceptionally in every single match. It would be difficult, but worth attempting. After all, the cheapest items in the shop were priced at several thousand. If he could take advantage of this discount wave, the value would be off the charts. Hey, you. Meyer patted Yu Wang on the shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. The boss just told me you need an extra drill rapid shuttle runs. Meyer jotted something down in his small notebook as he spoke. Yu Wang was stunned. I'm a center back. Even if I love to push forward and join the attack, my energy expenditure shouldn't be that extreme. Why would I specifically need to train rapid shuttle runs? Of course, this wasn't because Yu Wang was too lazy to train, he was just a bit puzzled. Just as Yu Wang was about to ask Meyer what was going on, Meyer waved his hand. The message was clear: hold your questions until I finish explaining the arrangements. What you see now is a standard 4-2-3-1 formation, Meyer said, holding up the notebook. Remember, you in the next match, the boss wants you to partner with H. Before Meyer could finish, Ten Hag walked over and, known for his tactical adjustments, completed Meyer's sentence. Do you know Kante? Whether at his early club Leicester City or his current club Chelsea, Kante bears the crucial responsibility of midfield defense. He builds a solid midfield barrier for his team through active running, tenacious tackling, and excellent interception skills. So for the next match, I need you to play in the defensive midfield position constantly, using your speed and stamina to disrupt the opponent's defense. Ryan Gravenberch will hold the deeper role, and you push forward to join the attack. Only after Ten Hag finished speaking did Yu Wang understand. he was going to start. But the position was defensive midfield, the box-to-box type. Mexican defensive midfielder Edson Alvarez's red card suspension paved the way for Yu Wang's opportunity. Otherwise, with Timber and Lisandro playing, even if Yu Wang were Ten Hag's favorite son, he probably wouldn't have dared to start him. It couldn't be helped. Ten Hag was born in a small town just 2 hours' drive from Amsterdam, making him practically a native of the capital. We locals have many shortcomings, but we are men of our word and value our pride. There's no arguing with that. So unlike his constant trial and error period at Manchester United to avoid losing points due to random substitutions, Ten Hag naturally preferred to consistently start Timber and Lisandro together. In the matches they started, Ajax consistently gained points, proving their quality. Yu Wang, he needed to show more convincing performances. But Ten Hag also didn't want to see Yu Wang stuck on the bench. Because after the match against Go Ahead Eagles, Ten Hag's expectations for Yu Wang had grown significantly. He was eager to see what kind of performances Yu Wang could deliver under his guidance before the winter transfer window opened. Remarkable stamina, strong physicality, and excellent vision, these are all qualities of a top-class defender. And Yu Wang possessed all these qualities. In other words, Yu Wang had immense potential. The only drawback was that such a player would only be available to the club until the start of the winter window. After training, as the other players were leaving in groups, Yu Wang was called over by assistant coach Meyer. He entered Ajax's first team building. Through the window, Yu Wang saw the official responsible for second team transfers and the first team's sporting director sitting in the meeting room. The person in charge of second team transfers was essentially the second team's sporting director, holding two roles, managing the acquisition, sale, and registration of young players. And his other identity was assistant to Mark Overmars, Ajax's director of football and technical director. It's worth mentioning that Overmars was a veteran figure in Ajax's management. He joined the management team in 2010 and took over all transfer responsibilities starting in 2012. In other words, he was the mastermind behind the transfers of players like De Jong, De Ligt, and Ziyech. So Overmars had seen it all right. But today this was a new experience for him. In the meeting room, chief scouts from Arsenal and Barcelona sat at the head of the table, while scouts from other top European leagues lined the sides. Because everyone was arguing incessantly over Yu Wang's transfer, Overmars had simply invited them all into the meeting room. No other formalities. It was like vendors hawking goods at a market entrance. Whoever bid the highest would stay and proceed to the next stage. Yu Wang already had a preferred club in mind, Arsenal. This wasn't only because Arsenal was among the first to submit an offer, but more importantly, because Arsenal genuinely had a need in defense. With Maitland-Niles, Kolasinac, and Pablo Mari confirmed to leave in the winter window, Arsenal needed to bring in defensive reinforcements. A cost-effective player like Yu Wang, who had already demonstrated his abilities, would naturally attract the Gunners' attention. It's worth noting that Kolasinac was on loan and would eventually return. Additionally, Saliba had also been loaned out early for development. As for whether they would ever return to the Emirates Stadium, that would depend on their performances. Of course, as everyone knows, Kolasinac joined Marseille on a free transfer, while Saliba grew into a cornerstone of Arsenal's defense. Take a club like Barcelona, for instance. They weren't short of suitable defenders. Dani Alves returned on a free transfer to help, and they also signed Marcos Alonso and Christensen on frees in the summer, plus Ballon from Arsenal. It couldn't be helped, the allure of realizing the Barca dream was too strong. Back to the main topic. Regarding Yu Wang's confirmed desire to join only Arsenal, Ajax agreed in principle. Why in principle? If Arsenal didn't offer a suitable sell-on clause percentage, they would rather keep Yu Wang until the summer. By then, many clubs would be vying to sign him on a free transfer. So Gunners, you wouldn't want your preferred player to be snatched away by someone else, would you? What are you waiting for? Just sign the papers. So the mission of all those scouts who came to the Ajax offices today was clear. They were there to drive up the price. Of course, they weren't aware of this. Each of them thought they could still make a late push. Little did they know they were playing the role of the impotent husband forced to watch their beloved being taken away by someone else. And that someone else was, of course, the predestined Arsenal. Yu Wang waited for a long time in the office next to the meeting room. Eventually, Overmars came over with the Arsenal scout. Initially, the Arsenal scout was somewhat displeased. He understood Ajax's tricks. It was simply a matter of inflating the price. He initially wanted to leave immediately to show a bit of defiance. It was all part of the negotiation game. However, upon seeing so many scouts present, the Arsenal scout abandoned that idea. The transfer fee wouldn't be exorbitant. The issues now were the sell-on clause and signing bonus. Traveling all this way to Amsterdam wasn't easy, so he might as well see what Ajax was scheming. Finally, after a series of negotiations, Arsenal and Ajax reached an agreement. Now the only thing left for Arsenal was to finalize personal terms with Yu Wang. Yu Wang's negotiations with the Arsenal scout were amicable, yet no agreement was reached today. The primary reason was that lacking an agent, Yu Wang needed a professional lawyer to handle the proceedings. Unfortunately, the meeting was arranged on short notice, leaving him no time to secure one. Notably, his situation had attracted the attention of numerous football agents. For instance, Gestifiut, the company of Jorge Mendes, had extended an invitation to him. However, due to the overwhelming volume of daily messages they processed, Gestifiut did not take immediate action at first. But once they realized Yu Wang's immense potential, it was too late. They had missed the initial window. CAA Stellar, a British agency owned by Barnett representing stars like Grealish, Szczesny, Deschamps, and Connie, was among those circling. Following his split with Mendes, Cristiano Ronaldo chose this very firm. Alongside them, Wasserman, an American commercial powerhouse with players like Ake Makoko and Real Madrid's Valverde, and ICM Stellar Sports, another American entity spanning entertainment and sports, all joined the fray. Agencies from across Europe swarmed in. Mendes and Yu Wang shared Portuguese nationality, but even brothers settle accounts with meticulous clarity, don't they? Thus Mendes was not necessarily closest to signing him. All suitors were on equal footing. Moreover, although the club had professionals to review contract details, it was always best to handle such matters personally. Arsenal's maximum offer for a signing bonus stood at €1 million, though this remained negotiable. On image rights, the Gunners' minimum requirement was a 50-50 split. Modern footballers place great emphasis on their image rights. The era where clubs held complete dominance in this regard has become a relic of the past. In some extreme cases, clubs even accept a smaller share or none at all. The most famous example is Kylian Mbappé, who retains 80 of his image rights, leaving Real Madrid with just 20. In contrast, Cristiano Ronaldo, dominant for nearly 2 decades, held only 60 during his time at Real Madrid. To this, one can only say times have changed indeed. Finally, after exchanging contact details and signing a preliminary memorandum of understanding, the Arsenal scout departed, and so did Yu Wang. Only Marc Overmars remained in the meeting room, lost in silence. Honestly, Overmars was reluctant to let Yu Wang go. It was clear to anyone that with a few more years of development and 6 months of rigorous training, the summer window could fetch a transfer fee of at least €10 million from a top 5 league. Now, a mere €800 was hardly worth mentioning. Fortunately, Arsenal and Ajax had finalized the details of a sell-on clause. When Yu Wang eventually transferred, Ajax would receive a 35% share of the profit. The romantic ideal of a one-club man holds little weight in the modern game. From this perspective, it's fair to say Ajax could simply sit back and reap the rewards. As for why Ajax didn't push harder to renew Yu Wang's contract, it was mainly due to their policy of signing young players only until they turn 18 or 19. Promising talents could stay and break into the first team. For instance, the left-back Bas in the second team was destined to become Ajax's first-choice left-back, valued at €12 million. His eventual fate would be a lucrative sale to a top 5 league club, earning Ajax a substantial profit. Slightly less promising players would have their contracts extended and then be loaned out. For example, the second-team goalkeeper and perennial first-team benchwarmer Holt was loaned to Aberdeen after renewing his contract. Finally, players who were clearly not going to get any playing time at any level of Ajax's system would leave the club on a free transfer. Examples include Muzampa, who moved to Groningen on a free, and Hansen, who joined NEC Nijmegen without a fee. Given this conventional pathway, Yu Wang, with his modest performances, would likely not have been retained by Ajax. His only route would have been to leave as a free agent. From this perspective, the system's prediction of him drifting through lower leagues wasn't entirely baseless. In summary, Ajax had every reason to be secretly delighted. At €800 plus a 35% sell-on fee, the Black Store was already profiting handsomely. On November 21st, at 5:45 p.m. local time in Amsterdam, 11:45 p.m. China time, the Eredivisie's 13th round saw Ajax face Walwijk away from home. Walwijk and Amsterdam, Ajax's base, share the same time zone, so local time in Amsterdam corresponded exactly to that in Walwijk. Okay guys, still broadcasting in ultra-high definition here. Your streamers splurged on this, 19.9 a month, which is nearly 200 yuan. So guys, hit that recommend button for me, share this stream with your football-loving friends. It's a small gesture of support for your streamer. Okay, reported. Doghead streamer, what's your prediction for today? The team they're playing is only worth 10 million. Ajax will destroy them. What's the prediction? Obviously, we're going all in on the away team, Ajax. I've got to say, their comeback victory a while back was absolutely thrilling. You know how many hours I put in yesterday? 6. I washed the skin off my feet. I can tell at a glance that's pure fabrication. You'd be struggling after just half an hour, and you're claiming 6 hours. Tell us more about this struggling. Yu Wang's doing well. I just saw him in the starting lineup, getting a start in just his second game after being promoted to the first team. Impressive, no doubt. What's so impressive? Let's talk when he's starting in a top 5 league. 666. Here comes the contrarian. Just arrived. What's Yu Wang's level? Let me put it this way, he's at rotation level in the Eredivisie now, but he's destined for a top 5 league in the future. Walwijk was having a rough time of it. Before the international break, they faced relegation rivals Cambuur and lost by a single goal. Despite dominating possession, they failed to score. Then they encountered Groningen, who were desperate for an easy opponent to regain their form. This time Walwijk lacked the sharpness they'd shown against Cambuur and suffered a heavy 0-3 defeat at home. And now they faced league leaders Ajax. What a miserable fate. Consequently, Walwijk's coach Oosting decisively opted for a defensive 5-4-1 bus parking formation. A win. Too ambitious. The goal was simply to snatch a draw. This was precisely why Ten Hag dared to deploy Gravenberch as a lone defensive midfielder, with Yu Wang pushing further forward. Against a weaker team, Gravenberch alone could handle the defensive duties, making the attack the primary focus. Facing a parked bus, Ajax indeed needed more firepower up front. The outcome was already sealed the moment Ajax fielded their €200 million starting 11. The only lingering question was whether Ten Hag would employ the same strategy in the upcoming clash against Besiktas. Alas, no one could fathom his thoughts. In this match against RKC Waalwijk, Halley had already broken the deadlock for Ajax just 3 minutes into the game. Then in the 9th and 27th minutes, Burgess netted a brace. Yuan contributed an assist at the 27th minute mark, executing a simple 1-2 with Burgess, who had drifted to the right flank. The latter then carved through Waalwijk's defense line single-handedly. A straightforward assist tallied. Just like Busquets collecting assists from midfield, Yuan claimed his without breaking a sweat. The second half began with renewed vigor. Waalwijk attempted to mount a response only to invite a more ferocious barrage of attacks. In the 49th and 62nd minutes, Halley scored his second and Timber added a header from a corner kick. Waalwijk was utterly broken. Subsequently, Waalwijk retreated into a rigid 5-4-1 formation. Counterattacks. They were just praying to concede fewer goals. Seeing Waalwijk turtle up, Yuan grew anxious. Hey, don't hide in your shell. I haven't scored yet. Don't rob me of my chance to snatch up a bargain. In the 85th minute, after relentless effort, Yuan cut inside and threaded a through ball for substitute Daramy, who slotted it home. Ajax 6-0 Waalwijk. With that, Yuan also boosted his assist tally to 2 for the match. Of course, compared to the phenomenal solo efforts of Halley and Burgess's brace plus assist, Yuan's performance wasn't the standout. If one were to name Ajax's player of the month for November right now, Yuan certainly wouldn't be the top pick. And without being the team's best, the league's best was a moot point. With that in mind, Yuan set his sights on the upcoming Champions League fixture. A stellar performance on that grand stage could very well reignite his claim for the team's top honor. However, the Champions League is a far cry from the Eredivisie's modest grounds. Could he shine there? Frankly, Yuan himself was uncertain. All he could do was strive for excellence. In the away dressing room post-match, the Ajax squad was buzzing. A resounding clean sheet victory meant bonuses all around. Soon a few of the lads began to sing and dance joyfully. Yuan abstained quietly, organizing his belongings. Before he finished, as a regular at Amsterdam's nightlife hotspots slung an arm around his shoulder. The Brazilian winked and said, "You heard you're off to the Premier League soon. London isn't like Amsterdam, you know it's not legal there." Nuz withdrew his arm and made an obscene gesture. "So how about I take you out for a good time tonight? Don't worry, it's all clean, I promise." Seeing Yuan's bewildered look, Nuz quickly patted his chest in assurance. "Come on, I've been at Ajax since 2017. I'm the legendary playboy of Amsterdam, don't you know? I guarantee you'll have an unforgettable experience." Yuan declined with a wave of his hand. It wasn't that he was overly virtuous or shunned the company of women. His primary concern was avoiding any romantic entanglements at this critical juncture. He hadn't even joined Arsenal yet. If he were accused of something like Mendy, his career would be over. Moreover, if he were to engage in such deep conversations, it would be at a discreet private party with vetted company. It's worth noting that after the Mendy incident, Grealish rarely frequented bars or clubs. Want to have a heart-to-heart with a lady? He'd host a party, first ensuring attendees were friends or introductions from trusted circles. Otherwise, you'd be an easy target for accusations. Of course, given Grealish's and Yuan's looks, if they encountered an aggressive admirer, the tables might just be turned. A critical detail emerged: Grealish was present at the scene of the Mendy incident. According to Grealish and his lawyers, he left before Mendy acted, but the plaintiff's account suggested he was still there. In fact, the plaintiff implied Grealish's involvement was more agreeable. The accusations against Mendy stemmed from his forceful advances after being rebuffed. The plaintiff claimed Mendy was unattractive in every sense. But back to the point. After the Waalwijk match, Ten Hag faced the press in the home team's media office. With the Besiktas match looming, official UEFA journalists were also present. Thus, after addressing a few questions about the game, the focus inevitably shifted toward the Champions League. Eric Yuan has been outstanding lately. In the last 3 league matches, he's notched an incredible 2 goals and 3 assists. He's truly a rising star. Ten Hag smiled silently. "I'm well aware, just get to the question." "So my question is, will Yuan get a chance to play against Besiktas?" "As I understand, as an Ajax Academy product, he's eligible for the B list and can play in the Champions League." Ten Hag leaned into the microphone, nodded, and said, "Clearly used performances have been phenomenal. I've never seen such a remarkable and talented young player. Regarding your query about potential Champions League minutes, the future is unwritten. Perhaps you'll have your answer at Besiktas' home ground." As Ten Hag finished before the original journalist could follow up, another reporter immediately seized the room's attention. Such was the chaotic nature of the press room, the Waalwijk media officer was lax, allowing a free-for-all. League and Champions League ambitions. To win them all, of course. We may not have the squad for the latter, but dreams are essential. What if they come true? Reports of Antony joining Manchester City in January. Fake news. Next, regarding negotiations with Manchester United. Old Trafford has been in touch, but my focus is solely on Ajax right now. Any preferred opponent for the Champions League knockout stage? There's no team I fear, for Ajax can face any opponent with confidence. On the contrary, there are teams I want to face: the defending champions Chelsea and Pep Guardiola's Manchester City. The journalists in the room were utterly stunned. Chelsea and Manchester City. You can say it, but I dare not write it. Besiktas, known as the Black Eagles, is a professional football club based in the Besiktas district of Istanbul, Turkey's largest city. Many people come to know them through their fierce rivalries with Galatasaray and Fenerbahce. It's worth noting that these three Turkish Super League clubs are all flush with cash, having brought in countless star players and a number of top-tier coaches. Even the likes of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and Jose Mourinho later came to the Turkish Super League to earn their paychecks. However, what's truly astonishing is that within just 5 days, these three former Manchester United managers, including Erik ten Hag of Ajax, were all dismissed from their posts. On the afternoon of November 22nd, the entire Ajax squad flew into Istanbul, one of the holiest cities for countless Muslims. It's worth mentioning that Mazraoui hails from Morocco, a country famously known as a birthplace of Islamic faith. So the moment he got off the plane, Mazraoui quickly pulled out his phone to video call his family. Additionally, Darimi's full name is Mohammed Darimi, and as his name suggests, he is also a Muslim. The most interesting case is Antony. The round god is Brazilian, but he was born into a Muslim family, making him one of the few devout Muslims within the Brazilian national team. Portugal is geographically close to North Africa, especially Morocco, leading many to believe that a significant portion of the Portuguese population follows Islam. However, the reality is that Catholicism, or faith in God, is the dominant religion in Portugal. The country hasn't experienced the same level of diversification as France or Germany. As for Yu Wang's religious affiliation, he had no knowledge of the original owner's beliefs before his transmigration. But after crossing over, he is undoubtedly a staunch modernist. Back to the main topic. In all honesty, the teams in the Turkish Super League possess mediocre strength. In a genuine contest, they might not even be able to topple a mid-table team from Europe's top 5 leagues, especially since many of their famous stars are there primarily for retirement. Who with real ability would come here just to make money? Simply put, the Middle East and East Asia are too far, while staying in Europe isn't always feasible. Turkey, offering good pay, manageable work, and proximity, naturally becomes the best choice for players past their prime who find themselves in a difficult position. However, with the advent of the Saudi Pro League's golden era, the Turkish Super League is no longer the premier destination for these fading European stars. So getting back to the point, why do top 5 league teams always fret when facing Turkish opponents? It's primarily because Turkish fans play dirty. When English fans say they'll wait for you outside the players' tunnel after the game, it's just tough talk. But when Turkish fans say they'll be waiting at the tunnel's mouth, they mean it with a vengeance. Given this, upon arriving in Istanbul, Ten Hag repeatedly emphasized that unless there was a valid and reasonable excuse, the players should avoid leaving the hotel. Training, meals, and leisure activities should all be confined to the hotel. They can have an extra day off once they return to Amsterdam to make up for it. Ten Hag's decision proved wise. On their very first night there, around midnight, the sound of fireworks crackled outside the hotel, mixed with a chorus of jeers and insults. To be honest, despite being warned by the veterans Blind and Lissandro during the day, Yu Wang felt utterly despairing when his ears were filled with explosions. Come on, man. You're really pulling this stunt. How's anyone supposed to sleep through this? Well, Besiktas fans would say, if we let you sleep soundly, then what was the point of all this? Amidst the relentless banging, Yu Wang tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Fortunately, the match was scheduled for tomorrow evening, so he could get some proper rest during the day. But it would be tough to handle if Besiktas fans pulled the same stunt again in the early hours. In all honesty, the fervor of Turkish fans is part of their football culture. This is why the Turkish home ground is both a charm and a challenge. UEFA can only advocate for civilized spectating, with fines being the most severe punishment. Anything more than that, they simply can't handle it. So in summary, rather than saying Turkish fans play dirty, it's more accurate to say that the home grounds of these Turkish clubs, with their unparalleled fervent atmosphere and occasional extreme behavior, have truly become cauldrons that force visiting teams to be on high alert. It's best to avoid such nerve-wracking away matches. On the morning of the 24th, Ajax concluded a recovery training session. There weren't many firecrackers outside the hotel this early morning. This was partly due to Ajax's complaint to local authorities and UEFA, but more importantly, because the Ajax players had moved their rooms from the sunny side of the building to the shaded side. As a result, the sound of fireworks was less likely to penetrate their rooms. Even if there were any, the noise was considerably muffled. Of course, the local fans' disrespectful antics still took a toll on the Ajax players. The series of yawns echoing across the training ground behind the hotel spoke volumes. Seeing this, Ten Hag decided not to drag things out. With a wave of his hand, he ended the training session, telling the players to either get some sleep or do extra practice as they saw fit. Yu Wang stayed behind. Seeing his dedication, Ten Hag was quite pleased. Truly a promising talent in my ranks. After offering some words of encouragement, Ten Hag also left the premises. Interestingly, at yesterday's pre-match press conference, Ten Hag had announced the squad list for the match against Besiktas. Unsurprisingly, thanks to being added to list B, Yu Wang secured his place in Ajax's squad for the Champions League. Unfortunately, the surprises ended there. Like Pep Guardiola, Ten Hag is also a manager who prefers to finalize his starting lineup on the morning of the match. Due to the importance of the Champions League match and the team's focus on defense, Yu Wang, making his debut in the Champions League squad, did not make it into the starting 11. In fact, his performance in the previous match against RKC Waalwijk had earned him significant credit with Ten Hag, who initially even considered starting him. But after much deliberation, Ten Hag ultimately opted for the more reliable Timber to partner Lisandro Martinez and Gravenberch to partner the more defensively solid Klaassen. At 6 in the evening local time in Istanbul, as the last rays of sunset had yet to fully fade, the Ajax team bus finally appeared on the horizon as one gazed out from the stands of Inonu Stadium at Besiktas. The hotel where Ajax was staying was not far from Inonu Stadium, but because the nearby streets were completely occupied by Besiktas fans, the police ultimately chose to take the Ajax players on a slightly longer route. After this ordeal, the Ajax players' moods began to sour. It was clear that this was an intimidation tactic by the Besiktas fans. In Group C of the Champions League, Ajax had already secured qualification and moreover secured top spot. This was precisely why it was previously said that Ten Hag might strategically abandon this match. Besiktas, on the other hand, had a record of 1 win and 3 losses, holding only 3 points. Qualifying for the Champions League knockout stage was out of the question. Their current focus should be on striving to defeat Ajax and later Borussia Dortmund to secure a spot in the Europa League. Therefore, it was conceivable that for the potential prize money from European competition, Besiktas would give their all in this match. Having anticipated this, Ten Hag not only left Wang on the bench, but also omitted one of the regular league's starting defensive midfielders, Edson Alvarez, from the starting lineup. Instead, the Dutchman Davy Klaassen, known for his defensive coordination, was given the opportunity. Furthermore, Ten Hag also did not start blind. Tagliafico, who had suffered several recent injuries, but boasted better stamina when fit and superior defensive performances compared to Blind, would take the left-back position. For this match, Ten Hag had only 1 goal regardless of the points. No one should get injured. Good evening, brothers. Another Champions League match day. Inside the Sulai Sports studio, Zheng Tong casually started the broadcast and greeted the camera. Today I'm bringing you the broadcast of Besiktas versus Ajax. I won't be showing the other match, Sporting versus Dortmund. My predictions are written in the top right corner of the screen. Also, for those interested in joining our group, check the group number in the bottom right corner. Plenty of benefits await you with numerous high odds picks every day. Streamer, I saw Wang in the squad list, but not in the starting lineup. So let's chat about it. The streamer is lying. What high odds picks? More like sure loss picks. Risk it for a biscuit, that's what high odds picks are all about. I don't gamble, but everyone should know there's no sure win in football, right? I heard the Besiktas home fans are quite fierce. I don't know, are they fiercer than River Plate and Boca Juniors? Besiktas fans might just shout insults from the stands and have minor scuffles among themselves, but if you let River Plate and Boca fans run wild, people might end up meeting their maker. Is there any chance Wang plays today? Is there any chance he scores? Unlikely. Ajax will definitely focus on defending today, though it'll be hard for Wang to get playing time. Zheng Tong didn't engage with the viewers in the live chat. He simply kept adding more bets on Besiktas. Wang isn't starting. Then Ajax definitely won't win today. Bet against the match and you'll own a villa by the sea. Soon the match began. Ten Hag set up a 4-2-3-1 formation today, but when dropping back to defend, Klaassen, with his interceptions and keen blocking sense, would drop between Lisandro Martinez and Mazraoui. The 3 attacking midfielders would then fall back, making Ajax play a 5-4-1 defensive shape. At halftime, Besiktas, having more possession, had plenty of shots, but no goals. The two teams went into the break with a 0-0 scoreline. Therefore, at the start of the second half, Besiktas' head coach Yeltsin immediately made 2 substitutions. Teixeira and right winger Grizzled were taken off, while Bozdogan, who once played for Schalke 04, and former Chelsea striker Batshuayi came on. Yes, this Teixeira is the same one who played for Jiangsu Suning. After the club disbanded, he joined Besiktas as a free agent. However, his performances at Besiktas have been underwhelming, and in the summer he will leave the club as a free agent once again. From this perspective, his performance in this match seems to be a microcosm of his entire tenure at Besiktas. Seeing the home team make substitutions, Ten Hag was not idle either. Go Pikachu! Back in the locker room, Klaassen had informed Ten Hag and the team doctor about his muscle strain. After a thorough examination considering the multiple fouls he suffered in the first half, the team doctor conservatively stated that Klaassen could not continue in the second half, pushing on risk a real injury. In truth, a minor injury wouldn't be a major issue. With proper treatment from the medical staff, he'd likely only miss a week or so. So what did Klaassen and the team doctor fear the most? It was the fear of him getting injured from a non-contact situation. In simple terms, the Dutch midfielder is currently fragile. No one can be sure if he might suddenly signal for a substitution without any physical challenge. No one dared to take that risk. So after careful consideration, well, honestly, there wasn't much deliberation. Ten Hag immediately called upon Wang's name. Seeing the boss prepare to send Wang on in the second half, Edson Rodriguez, who was all geared up for a triumphant return, was utterly stunned. Boss, I'm a proper defensive midfielder, and you're putting a defender in my position. I don't understand it. Edson just couldn't comprehend it. Good grief. He had only missed a single league match, and now upon his return, forget about starting, he couldn't even secure a spot on the bench. While Edson, sitting on the substitutes bench, wallowed in confusion and self-doubt, Wang stood by the touchline, his laces tied and shin guards adjusted, fully prepared and just waiting for the referee's signal. Shortly after the referee blew the whistle to allow the substitution, and Yu Wang dashed onto the pitch. The Turkish commentator covering the match was quite puzzled. Ajax has brought on a B-list player. Is this his European debut? Wow. Has Eric lost his mind? It seems he doesn't want to win the match. Well, this is very advantageous for us. Let's overturn them and show the Dutch the true strength of Besiktas. Allah will help us. Underestimating us will come at a cost. There will be another chapter during the day around 4 p.m. Please note that from now on there should be 3 chapters a day. As for bonus chapters, we'll discuss that later. Also, dear readers, if there are only 2 chapters a day or no update due to a break, I will announce it at the end of the chapter. To be perfectly honest, Yu Wang naturally hoped to secure a starting spot. After all, the system's quest revolved around being the team's best and the league's best. Compared to coming off the bench, starting would undoubtedly afford him significantly more playing time. This was exactly like the difference between writing an essay in half an hour versus an hour. In half an hour you might not finish, but with a full hour you'd have enough time to polish it slightly. Of course, if it were math, whether you had half an hour or a full hour, it wouldn't make a difference because you wouldn't be able to solve it anyway. Yu Wang, coming off the bench, was highly focused. He had decided to stop pondering the starting versus substitute question. His sole focus was now on the match itself, on his performance in the moments ahead. Upon running onto the pitch, Yu Wang didn't immediately head to his position. Instead, he cupped his hand over his mouth and went over to speak briefly with Nuz and Burgess. It was evident that he was relaying Ten Hag's latest tactical instructions to his teammates. Ten Hag had already detailed the tactical approach for the second half in the dressing room, but just before Yu Wang came on, the coach had added a few more specific points. It was important to note that after bringing on Yu Wang, Ajax's formation didn't shift forward or drop back. With the scoreline unchanged, there was no need for the Amsterdam side to make drastic tactical alterations. The match quickly reached the 59th minute. Besiktas' Topel played a direct pass aiming for Laren up front. Laren had received the ball by dropping deep to link up play, so the defender closest to him was Yu Wang, operating in the holding midfield role rather than one of the 2 center backs. Standing at 188 centimeters and weighing over 90 kilograms, Laren was not at a physical disadvantage compared to Yu Wang. Especially with the element of surprise on his side, Laren, having anticipated the move, beat Yu Wang with a clean cut. Seeing this, Ten Hag on the sidelines immediately shouted anxiously, "Timber, come cover. You, get back now." A hint of regret crept into Ten Hag's mind. Yu Wang's performances in the league had profoundly impacted him. This wealthy second-generation heir, who would have to inherit the family business, if not for coaching, finally understood one crucial thing: the intensity of league play and the Champions League were vastly different. The styles of play differed greatly between teams and between leagues. The Eredivisie, being relatively close to the top 5 leagues and importing many veterans from them, had a style somewhat akin to the Premier League or La Liga. The Turkish Super League, however, went in with a frantic, all-out approach from the start. Whether they scored or not was secondary. Their primary goal was to gain possession by any means necessary. Why else would Mourinho, without a care in the world, furiously criticize the Turkish Football Federation? Was it just for fun? Furthermore, the term top 5 leagues was just a collective label. The playing styles within these 5 leagues were also vastly different from each other. La Liga's style was traditionally technical, but in recent years it had evolved into a siege of the top teams by more physical, aggressive sides. The smaller clubs had started playing rough. Serie A was characterized by teams prioritizing defensive solidity over attacking intent from the first whistle. The Premier League, on the other hand, was all about fast tempo and high intensity. Driven by the allure of lucrative financial rewards, even relegation-battling teams now dared to go toe-to-toe with the Big Six. The most prominent example was Luton Town, who showed no fear at home. As for League One and the Bundesliga, the former was often dismissed as a league of lower quality, but that wasn't quite fair. While French clubs might have lower squad values, they generally played with a certain structure and tactical awareness, just with weaker defenses. In layman's terms, they played an open, expansive game, seemingly disregarding their own goal. The Bundesliga also shared this tendency. It had always been the epitome of attacking football and high-speed transitions. When you switched on your TV or computer expecting a low-scoring Bundesliga match, it would invariably end up producing a high-scoring thriller. The 24-25 season Bundesliga matchday 30 game, where Union Berlin drew 4-4 with Stuttgart, served as perfect evidence. Remarkably, this scoreline was achieved by halftime, not the final whistle. Even more astonishing was that not a single goal was scored in the second half. Those who bet on a lower-scoring second half were in luck. Interestingly, many fans claimed this match was a clear case of match fixing. Their reasoning was, how could 2 teams that scored 8 goals in the first half fail to score a single goal in the next 45 minutes? Were their defenses suddenly that good? As they say, opinions vary. But back to the match. Just as Ajax's defense was starting to look precarious, Yu Wang, having tracked back into position, seized the perfect moment. Slap. Arg. With a perfectly timed sliding tackle, Yu Wang demonstrated to everyone present that he could fix the hole he had dug himself. As for that arg sound, that was undoubtedly Laren's doing. He was trying to influence the referee into calling a foul. However, the referee had a clear view of the play. Although Yu Wang's tackle was from behind and carried significant risk, he had anticipated the move and gotten a touch on the ball first, changing its direction. Yu Wang had not committed a foul. It was a clean tackle. On the pitch, Yu Wang, successful in his challenge, ignored Laren, quickly got to his feet, and surged forward with the ball. Ajax had a fantastic counter-attacking opportunity. Seeing Ajax gaining momentum, Besiktas' substitute Bosdagen quickly moved to close down Yu Wang. If necessary, he was prepared to commit a tactical foul, but Yu Wang didn't give him the chance. Spotting a teammate making a high-speed run into the space on the right flank, Yu Wang decisively played a through ball in that direction. It was worth noting that with Bosdagen pressing tightly, Yu Wang didn't have the luxury of taking another touch or two to adjust. If he had, it would have been obvious what he intended to do, and Bosdagen would have prevented the pass. His options would have been to grab and pull, followed by a show of innocence. A show of innocence for what? To claim he hadn't committed a foul. The referee, of course, was not blind and could see such an infringement. However, if you made that gesture and it was your first foul with a good attitude, there was a chance the referee might withhold a potential yellow card and opt for a verbal warning instead. Tisk TSK. Learn from that, you could learn a lot. Anyway, back to the match. With all these considerations in mind, Yu Wang swung his right leg and made contact with the ball using the outer side of his foot. That is the outside of his right boot. Thump. Yu Wang delivered a low diagonal through ball into the space on the right flank. On the sidelines, Ten Hag's eyes lit up with 3 mental exclamation points. Van Dijk. Cancelo. No, this pass was reminiscent of Laporte's timely, incisive through balls. Considering Yu Wang's current position in midfield, Ten Hag was also reminded of Belgian midfielder Kevin De Bruyne. While Ten Hag was still reeling in shock and making comparisons on the pitch, the ball reached its target. Nes had received Yu Wang's excellent pass. After controlling it cleanly, Nes opted to cut inside. Finally, the Brazilian winger, who would later play for Napoli, chose to open up his body and curl a shot towards the near post. The goalkeeper Gunnick had completely misjudged Nes's intention, anticipating a far post finish. Consequently, he couldn't prevent the goal. Holy shit. It's in. Yu Wang with the assist, and Nes with the decisive strike. At that moment, inside the Suda's stadium, commentator Zheng Tong wore a smile that looked more painful than a grimace. He had to. His pre-match analysis had favored the opposition, a conclusion drawn from weighing every off-field factor and the starting lineup. But no one could have predicted it. Yu Wang's performance was sensational. He had become the game-changer. On the pitch, Yu Wang sprinted over and embraced Nes. Moments later, they beckoned their teammates and charged towards the sideline together. On the touchline, the ever-anxious Ten Hag finally allowed his furrowed brow to relax. After a round of applause, the gaffer quickly gestured for his assistant coach. He was making a substitution. Daramy made way for Haller, a like-for-like change. As Haller stood ready at the sideline, Ten Hag turned to Meyer, who was briefing the striker on tactics via an iPad, and asked, "Tell me, do you think he's hiding his true ability?" Meyer understood instantly. Ten Hag was questioning whether Yu Wang had deliberately let the opponent through. Because if there was a whiff of a scoring chance, Besiktas would never hesitate to pounce. Just like moments ago before Yu Wang's sliding tackle, Besiktas' defensive line had pushed up several meters. In particular, the 184 centimeters tall defender Vito, wearing the number 24, was itching to surge forward and join the attack. This left only the deeper-lying Maras to mark Nes. And the number 4 defender Francisco, he was preoccupied with tracking Tadic's position. So it's fair to say that this golden opportunity for Ajax was entirely created by Yu Wang alone. Nes's final dribble and shot were all thanks to the space created by Yu Wang's mistake. After careful deliberation, Meyer confirmed Ten Hag's conjecture. In truth, Meyer had considered that Yu Wang's error might have been genuine, and he'd simply used his incredible ability to salvage the situation and help the team score. It's just that this theory was too frightening, as it implied Yu Wang's physical prowess and reaction time were a cut above most players on the field. Could that be possible? Surely not. Unfortunately, Meyer was wrong. Yu Wang had indeed relied on his superior physical attributes to recover from his own mistake. And then he turned that mistake into a goal-scoring opportunity with an excellent pass. Of course, even if Yu Wang insisted it was a genuine error and not some calculated move, Meyer and Ten Hag would likely just smile knowingly and stay silent. See, being modest again. The sudden Ajax goal was clearest to the fans in the stadium. They didn't care about tactical nuances or whether it was a stroke of genius. All they knew was the ball was in the back of the net. And so the traveling Ajax supporters erupted, chanting the names of the scorer and the assister. Nes, Wang, Wang. The home fans, refusing to be outdone, responded with a cacophony of loud, piercing boos. Boo, boo. The fans in the Suda's stadium livestream found this hilarious. Put together, weren't they just chanting Yu Wang's full name? The jubilant Ajax fans' cheers were in no way inferior to the Besiktas supporters, and the rhythmic chants of Wang were a source of great amusement for the online audience. One side going, Wang, the other, boo. And hey, it really did sound like they were calling out Yu Wang's full name in unison. The Ajax fans had become a pack of dogs, and Yu Wang was their king. Yu Wang Wang. Ajax fans are cosplaying as a dog pack, making Yu Wang the Dog King. You know what, that nickname isn't half bad. Now let's stick with calling him Brother Yu. Dog King sounds weird. Laugh crying emoji. Compromise, let's call him Brother Dog. Thanks to Brother Dog, I've got a chance to win big today. Whether I can keep treating myself to that thick, rich milk tea depends on his performance today. What other surprises does Yu Wang have in store for us? How come the Yuang who comes off the bench seems stronger than the one who starts? It's the same person, but it just feels different. I put 30,000 on the home team. Come on, Voltmaid, get it together. Dreading the impending financial ruin, Zheng Tong ignored the comments from fans who had also bet on the home team and replied to the bullet comment about Yuang's performance. Feels different. Yes, that guy makes a good point. Like in the previous league games against Go-Ahead Eagles and RKC Woolwich, Yuang's performances were indeed inconsistent. Is it a stamina issue? No, that's not it. He's capable of playing the full 90 minutes. Then what could it be? Maybe he's just in better form on the day. Zheng Tong said this. But little did he know, try as he might, he would never guess that the stark difference in Yuang's performance between starting and coming off the bench was purely due to the activation of Solskjaer's super sub passive ability. Coming on and getting a 15 boost across the board. Who could possibly handle that? The match quickly resumed. On the Besiktas side, Yeltsin had a few substitutes like Weissel warming up, but he didn't make any immediate changes. Aside from the fact that the players warming up weren't fully loose yet, the main reason was that Yeltsin wanted to wait and see. His assessment of the goal was, it was more a stroke of luck for the opponent than a failure of our own ability. In summary, Ajax just got a lucky goal. Stay calm, we can still win. However, just a few minutes later, Yeltsin's confidence would be shattered. In the 65th minute, Ajax earned a corner kick. Yuang and Gravenberch positioned themselves in the opponent's box, while Lissandro and Timber held the fort at the back. Seeing Mazraoui raise his hand to signal he was about to take the corner, Yuang quickly scanned the potential danger zones and the opposing players marking him. Vida pressed tightly against Yuang, creating a rather intimate and uncomfortable situation. Yuang began shuffling his feet with small quick steps, trying to shake off Vida, but the defender stuck to him like glue. Naturally, this prevented Yuang from getting a free jump for the header. Fortunately, Besiktas failed to clear the ball properly, and it was headed back up into the air. This time Yuang didn't miss his chance. As the ball began to drop, he held his ground, shielding off Vida, who was trying to lunge forward. Then with a chest trap followed by a poke with his toe, Yuang's shooting motion was fluid and seamless. A single smooth motion. Besiktas goalkeeper Gunnick anticipated a potential shot, but with so many bodies crammed into the box, he couldn't get a clear line of sight on the ball's trajectory. By the time he reacted, the ball had already trickled past his feet and into the net. Mazraoui swings in the corner. Yuang is being marked tightly. Tadic is preparing to jump. The ball is headed back into the air. No one gets a clean touch. Yuang has secured the second ball. Controls it, shoots. It's in. Yuang scores from the scramble in the box. Forget Dog King or Brother Dog, everyone call him Brother Yu. Zheng Tong shouted with immense passion. Because after casting aside the pain of his impending loss, he suddenly realized that this match was genuinely thrilling to watch. Losing money. It's just a small sum. Forget it. Ding. You, the veteran making a comeback, scored your first Champions League goal in the match against Besiktas. A truly creative and revolutionary strike. The loyal fans who once supported you but drifted away due to your diminished flair and declining form are beginning to return. In this chapter of your resurgence, they will continue to follow you. Ding. Fan favorability system activated. Note: satisfying fans in various aspects will accelerate your acquisition of gold coins. Please be aware, fans who pay to watch are customers and customers are gods. Ding. Bonus reward for the gold: 10 free attribute points. Remaining available free attribute points: 15. Yuang, who was about to sprint towards the corner flag to celebrate, abruptly halted, his attention completely captured by the sudden system notifications. Tadic thought his good friend just hadn't decided on a celebration move. The Serbian striker, draping an arm over Yuang's shoulder, suggested, "Ronaldo's celebration is quite impressive. Give it a go." Ha ha ha. Nez, who had just approached, quickly vetoed Tadic's proposal. No, Yuang is himself, he's not Ronaldo. In a crucial goal moment like this, he should celebrate in his own unique way. Tadic nodded. All right. My oversight. Hey, have you figured out how you're going to celebrate? Yuang didn't plan to check the system's messages just yet. He stared intently at Tadic, then quickly asked, "Which direction is southeast?" "Huh, southeast. Should be around here." Tadic pointed uncertainly in a direction. Without further confirmation, Yuang mimicked, drawing a bow, knocking an arrow, aiming towards that direction, and releasing it. Drawing the carved bow taut like a full moon, gazing southeast, shooting down the Black Eagle. Watching Yuang's celebration, Tadic nodded approvingly. "Seems my sense of direction is pretty decent, just pointing randomly and hitting southeast." As Tadic nodded, Nez began to imitate the gesture, pressing his back against Yuang's and mimicking the same celebration. Afterwards, Yuang turned around and embraced his brothers. One person's joy is another's sorrow. The broadcast cameras first focused on the Besiktas fans, some holding their heads in their hands, others expressionless, and some muttering incessantly. Next, the camera panned to Yeltsin, who was arguing with the fourth official. Clutching at straws, Yeltsin protested that Ajax had been offside. The fourth official didn't even need the referee to come over and explain, he could handle it himself. Why? Because VAR was there. After hearing the fourth official reiterate the VAR decision, Yeltsin could only retreat dejectedly to his team's bench. Yeltsin fell silent, and so did the Besiktas fans. Ajax supporters turned the Inonu Stadium into their own stage, their cheers and celebrations overshadowing the home crowd. A hellish stadium that can hold over 40,000. How the Black Eagles' fortress was breached. Ajax fans were overjoyed. It was a textbook Black Hawk Down. After Yuang extended Ajax's lead once more, Yeltsin promptly made substitutions. Seeing Yeltsin's changes, Ten Hag quickly responded with adjustments of his own. Blind Danilo and Wrench came off the bench. 2 defenders and a forward. Ten Hag was shifting to a balanced 4-4-2 formation. In an extreme scenario, Danilo could play as a left midfielder, allowing Ajax to switch to a defensive 5-4-1 shape. At this point, one could only say when a superior team decides to sound the retreat and focus on defending, the game is effectively over. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. Finally, after the shrill blasts of the referee's whistle, the full-time whistle blew. Ajax defeated Besiktas 2-0 away from home. While securing all 3 points, they also extended their winning streak in this Champions League campaign to 5 matches. With the next match being at home against Sporting CP, achieving 6 consecutive wins in the Champions League isn't a fanciful goal for an Ajax side unbeaten in their last 8 matches, 7 wins, 1 draw. After resolving the Edson issue regarding his position in the pecking order, Ajax has finally ushered in the era of Yuang. At the Inonu Stadium, while Ajax players were acknowledging their loyal traveling fans, Ten Hag was huddled with his assistants speaking discreetly. Their discussion centered on Yuang. Seeing Yuang's exceptional performance, Ten Hag was already beginning to regret agreeing to Arsenal so hastily. So now Ten Hag was brainstorming, asking his assistants for ideas. Was it time to sever the agreement with Arsenal if they wanted to back out? Oh, but that wouldn't work either, because Yuang's release clause is only 10000. The Gunners could easily trigger that without batting an eye. With this thought, all of Ten Hag's grand plans dissolved into a sigh. As the saying goes, if it's meant to be, it'll be. Let it go. Then Ten Hag began to ponder another angle. Could he negotiate a higher sell-on percentage with Arsenal? On this point, Ten Hag was overthinking. A 35 sell-on clause is already substantial, though anything more would be 40 and above. Frankly, very few young talents in football command such a percentage. This is because the new club absolutely adores the player and is willing to forego potential future profits just to secure his signature early. A prime example is Isak. Yes, the very same Isak who transferred from Newcastle to Liverpool. After the 21-22 season, Newcastle, finishing a lowly 11th in the Premier League, dug deep into their pockets to search for suitable reinforcements worldwide. Struggling with goal-scoring issues from forwards Wilson St-Maximin and Chris Wood, Newcastle prioritized finding a new striker. Under these circumstances, Isak, then playing for Real Sociedad, came onto Newcastle's radar. Isak had performed well for Real Sociedad over the years. His 21-22 season was a dip, but that was largely due to the coach's tactics and reduced playing time. Newcastle's offer was around 75 million inclusive of various add-ons. Real Sociedad said no, demanding a sell-on clause. Newcastle balked, thinking they were too wealthy for that. They countered with a straight cash deal, 75 million base, or 80 million total, to buy it out completely. Real Sociedad refused. Eventually, due to their genuine admiration for Isak and manager Eddie Howe's urgency, Newcastle conceded. Besides a transfer fee potentially reaching 77 million, Newcastle also granted Real Sociedad a 10 share of any future profit from Isak's sale. Thanks to this clause, Real Sociedad earned 8 million from Isak's transfer to Liverpool. Compared to Newcastle's initial proposal of 75 million rising to 80 million for a buyout, Real Sociedad profited an extra 3 million. There's another example, though it serves as a cautionary tale. Wasn't Antony always pushing for a move to Real Betis? And Betis, lacking funds, only wanted a free loan, right? Having already offloaded 2 prodigies, Rashford loaned to Barcelona and Sancho loaned to Aston Villa. And with significant losses already incurred, they figured what's a little more. Thus, Manchester United reduced their firm asking price from 40 million to a more palatable 22 million for Betis. In exchange for lowering the fee, United secured a 50 sell-on clause. This means that in any future sale of Antony from Betis, half of the fee goes to Manchester United. Antony is a classic case of high start, low trajectory. He impressed at Ajax, but upon arriving at Old Trafford, he seemed to turn into a compass spinning in circles. Will he ever return to his peak and command an 80 million fee? Very unlikely. So United's 50 clause might just be a shot in the dark. Can Antony really fetch a high price later? Probably not, but it was a necessary compromise. Antony was determined to play for Betis, and they feared he might emulate Isak's strike or refuse to play if the deal fell through. This is exactly why fans call the 2025 summer window the year players truly confronted their clubs and relationships soured. Looking back, the conflict between Kane and Levy seems trivial in comparison. At least Kane remained professional and continued to lead the line diligently for Spurs afterward. Unlike Isak and Antony, Crystal Palace's Guehi acted very professionally. However, the irony is that the most professional one ended up being the one who got played. He was on the verge of joining Liverpool when Crystal Palace abruptly pulled him back. It's a testament to the English defender's professionalism that he didn't refuse to play, especially with only a year left on his contract. Otherwise, Palace would have lost both the player and any potential fee. To get back to the main story, Ten Hag kept his promise. Upon returning to Amsterdam, the Utrecht legend generously granted the team 2 days off. Both Meyer and Yul thought he was insane. You beat Besiktas, not won back the Champions League trophy. One day would be enough, isn't 2 days too much? After all, match day is in 3 days. If we lose to Sparta Rotterdam, boss, you'll be criticized by the fans. Remember, PSV Eindhoven and Feyenoord are right behind us. Ten Hag didn't say much to address his assistant's confusion. He thought, I'm the head coach of Ajax, do I need to explain myself to you too? This is outrageous. Of course, in the end, he did explain, as they were his trusted inner circle, he needed to give them some insight. Ten Hag believed the Ajax players could maintain their form and continue their hold on the top spot. As for the potential doubts from fans and media after announcing the time off, he thought, it's just reputation, forget it. The players were overjoyed when Ten Hag announced the time off. They chanted, long live the boss. After a brief celebration, everyone dispersed. Some went home, some went out with friends, and some went to commercial events. Yuang declined his teammates' invitation to seek excitement, choosing instead to return to his residence and rest. After being promoted to the first team, Yuang got his own single-room apartment. When there were no training or matches, he would stay in his dorm and play FIFA 22. Jeremy said, aren't you going to get bored staying in like that? Come on, let your good brother show you a good time. Actually, back in Istanbul, Jeremy and Nuz had secretly hinted they wanted to show Yuang the local culture. Think about it, under those black robes, showing only eyes could be a stunningly beautiful face or a rather unpleasant one. The thrill of opening that mystery box was exciting. Of course, Yuang refused again. Apart from considering the restrictions in a Muslim country, which only the fearless Dane Jeremy and Brazilian Nuz seemed to ignore, the main reason was that Yuang wasn't particularly interested in the local women. He had seen topics like Islamic Liberation Front and great tits online, and they weren't all that special to him. Well, it's easy to sound tough when you're not in the situation. Besides the two reasons above, the most important one was that Yuang didn't want to stir up off-field controversies. As he always said, the deal with Arsenal wasn't finalized, and he didn't want any trouble at this crucial moment. Once he got to London, Yuang would show Nuz and Jeremy a kind of fun they couldn't even imagine. After getting bored of FIFA 22, Yuang casually opened the system interface. On the flight back to Amsterdam, he had already claimed his attribute points and looked over the fan favorability function the system displayed. This favorability function was simple. It provided coins based on how much the fans liked him. The number of fans who watched the Ajax versus Besiktas match definitely exceeded 1,000,000. Not to mention the 4,000 at Inonu Stadium, plus the hardcore fans at Johan Cruyff Arena, which already totaled 1,000, and this didn't even include other fans and viewers worldwide. Yet despite this high viewership, the system only gave him a measly 600 coins. Initially, Yuang thought that for every point of favorability, there was a point of disgust, and the 600 was the net result. Then he saw the system's note at the bottom. There was no disgust value. The reason he got so few favorability points was simply that the fans' level of adoration hadn't reached a certain threshold. According to the system, the old-timer it mentioned had 15 true fans, which translated to 15 coins. Yuang was quite surprised to learn that the old-timer still had 15 devoted fans supporting him. But then he thought about how Everton fans still remember Litai, who played for the club 20 years ago, and he felt a bit more at ease. It's worth noting that when the local fans heard about Litai's imprisonment, they were in disbelief and heartbroken, feeling their loyalty was misplaced. One could only say that Tizi had forgotten his childhood dreams. After another look at the favorability function's description, Yuang quickly moved to the shop section. Thanks to his diligent efforts, Yuang had successfully increased his coins to 8,000. Once the shop items were unlocked, he could sweep them all up in one go. He opened the shop. After a blinding white screen effect, Yuang saw only 6 items and a spend 10 coins to refresh shop items button. Yuang laughed. What low prices? This is just a scheme to milk my coins. The system immediately retorted. Where is it expensive? It's been this price for years, I'm going crazy. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes closed. The quality of these items is very high. Sometimes you should look for the reason in yourself. Has your skill level improved over all these years? Have you been playing seriously to earn coins? Okay. Yuang ignored the system's speech and focused on examining the items on sale. Ronaldo's improved keto diet meal plan. It helps you maintain a certain physique, and most importantly, it has flavor, not like bland boiled chicken. Original price, 399 coins. Sale price, 39 coins. Grealish's nightclub scents. Football is great, but you also need to balance work and play. It can help you find very suitable life partners, whether for one night or forever. Original price, 13.99 coins. Sale price, 699 coins. Ding. You purchased Grealish's nightclub scents, spending 699 coins. Ahem. Yuang wanted to say he clicked it by accident. He didn't really want to buy it. Messi's penalty-style free kicks. There are many great free kick takers in the world, but the one who can strike a free kick with the precision of a penalty is undoubtedly Messi, the greatest. Original price, 4,399 coins. Sale price, 13.99 coins. Note it increases your free kick scoring probability, but a 100 success rate. Even Messi wouldn't dare guarantee that. So please purchase with caution. Ronaldo's unstoppable goal-scoring instinct. The young Portuguese's instinct in front of goal was world-class. Through various types of goals, he became a global superstar. Old-timer, do you want to emulate him? Original price, 4,399 coins. Sale price, 13.99 coins. After looking at a few item descriptions, Yuang understood. For Ronaldo's keto diet, the system just added some flavor, so it offered a symbolic 90 discount, costing less than 40 coins. But for abilities like Messi's free kick technique or Ronaldo's goal-scoring instinct, the system only offered a 30 discount. Of course, even though 30 off isn't as much as 90 off, these abilities are incredibly powerful. So after 3 dings, Yuang purchased both Messi's and Ronaldo's abilities and the keto diet plan. With plenty of coins, he could spend freely. After spending nearly 4,000 coins, Yuang didn't bother with the remaining 2 less useful items and decisively looked at the refresh button. 10 coins per refresh, which was obviously a good deal. However, if he didn't get a desirable ability or item, it would be a big loss. Fortunately, now he could earn coins through the favorability function, so even if he ran low, it would just mean a few days without shopping. Minus 10 gold coins. Minus 10 gold coins. Minus 10 gold coins. Yuang pressed the refresh button several times in succession, yet he simply could not refresh to a desirable item. He casually purchased a few small recovery potions along the way. As for other good items, there were none. Yuang couldn't help but sigh. Was he simply this unlucky, or had the system truly mastered the gacha essence of a certain notorious tech giant? Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing. Yuang didn't dwell on it too much. Since the system shop's prices wouldn't revert to normal anytime soon, he decided to just wait and refresh again later. What he needed to do now was figure out how to allocate these 15 free attribute points. Open system panel. He silently commanded in his mind, and the system panel began to materialize before his eyes. Host name Yuang, age 18, height 184 centimeters, heading 62, passing 65, shooting 45, dribbling 59, speed 61, strength 90, stamina 85, vision 91, tackling 66, aggression 60, overall rating 73. Seeing these stats, Yuang was momentarily taken aback. He had been scoring a lot of goals and providing many assists lately, yet upon closer inspection his shooting and dribbling abilities hadn't even reached the passing mark. Additionally, his tackling was lacking, but that didn't stop him from making impressive contributions in both the league and the Champions League. With these thoughts in mind, Yuang finally figured out how he wanted to allocate his points. Unlike others who might distribute points evenly, Yuang directly invested all of his points into speed. Why speed, you ask? As a defender who preferred making forward runs to join the attack, a significant speed boost would help the team maintain a formidable counterattacking threat. Ding. Attribute allocation successful. Speed 6,176. Overall rating 73/77. Don't be fooled by the modest 4-point increase in overall rating. As a defender by trade, once he addressed his heading, dribbling, tackling, and aggression, his stats would soar to 90 and above. At that point, matching Van Dijk or surpassing Cannavaro would no longer be a distant dream, but a tangible reality. As for shooting and heading, what's meant to be will come in due time. On November 28th, at exactly 1:00 p.m. local time, in Amsterdam, the Ajax players appeared on the streets of Rotterdam, the second largest city in the Netherlands. Of course, they weren't literally walking down the streets, they were traveling by coach. The team bus would transport them from their hotel to the player tunnel entrance at Sparta Stadium, where they would wait for 2.5 hours before being taken back to the hotel. Finally, once the team had regrouped, the bus would carry them back to Amsterdam. The Eredivisie was starting to mimic the Premier League in a way. Just as the residents of Amsterdam were finishing their lunch, the league matches would kick off simultaneously. Dutch professional football leagues truly emphasized spreading matches across the board. The country's area is just over 4,000 square kilometers, yet the scheduling of match days was remarkably comprehensive and all-encompassing. Matches were played continuously from 1:00 p.m. to 9:00 p.m. local time, which translates to 6:00 p.m. to 3:00 a.m. Beijing time, for watching Eredivisie or Eredivisie games. No wonder the betting agencies included Eredivisie and Eredivisie matches. There were simply too many viewers, and it was easy money. Regarding the match against Sparta Rotterdam, Ten Hag appeared quite relaxed. During the pre-match press conference, when a reporter asked if Yuang would start, Ten Hag jokingly replied, "Do you want him to start or come off the bench?" The reporter was instantly stunned. "Does that mean if I say he should start, you'll make him start?" "You must be joking." Gritting his teeth, the reporter firmly stated he should start. "Yuang must start." Ten Hag broke into a hearty chuckle. He then immediately confirmed that Yuang would indeed play in the match against Sparta Rotterdam. The reporter who asked the question was dumbfounded. "Wait, you're actually serious? You're really following my suggestion?" Of course, it was obvious to anyone that this decision wasn't actually up to the reporter. The question of whether Yuang should start was the result of discussions between Ten Hag and his assistants. Yuang's impact as a substitute had been phenomenal, but his performances as a starter seemed slightly lacking. So Ten Hag wondered, given more starting opportunities, would Yuang's performances as a starter progressively improve? After all, he had rarely heard of a player who performed better off the bench than when they started. Actually, Ten Hag was being a bit ignorant. Yuhan Xiao from Shanhua was exactly such a player. Whenever he came on as a substitute, Yuhan Xiao would excel in the role of a super sub and firefighter rescuing the team. His performances as a starter, however, were underwhelming. This was primarily due to the player's age. His stamina couldn't sustain the demands of consecutive high-intensity starts. Yuang was of course willing to accept Ten Hag's arrangement to start him directly. The super sub ability could certainly allow him to shine when coming off the bench, but what he truly needed most was the ample playing time that came with starting. Moreover, hadn't Yuang invested those free attribute points? That was his attempt to mitigate the negative impact of the super sub ability. He was determined to win the club's Player of the Month award. As for the league's Player of the Month, well, how should he put it? As his performances became more consistent, whether he could win it would have to be left to fate. In the familiar Suli Sports live stream, Zheng Tong had rarely started his broadcast so early today. There was no helping it. For the early match, a massive number of fans were tuning in, nothing like the ghostly hours of 3 or 4 a.m. Alright folks, the league is back. Thanks for your continued support. How many of you made some money from the last match against Besiktas? If you made money, type 666 on the screen. If you lost, head over to watch the Norwegian league instead. 666, the guy who bet on the home team loss, is practically bald from scratching his head. Didn't the streamer lose money too? Shouldn't you also be heading over there? Heard from Zheng Tong's chat group that he lost 1,000. 10k is a small matter. Yesterday some guy lost 300k of company funds betting on the home team. Streamer, what's your pick today? Damn, why is this guy always asking for picks? Ignoring the other comments, Zheng Tong used his burner account to post the question about the pick, then started interacting with the audience. A few days ago, Besiktas lost purely because they lacked fighting spirit. They lost the match, but I didn't lose. Thanks to still talking tough for the goal. Hey, how am I talking tough? Can't you see that Besiktas lacked a bit of fighting spirit, a bit of quality, and a bit of composure on the day? Thanks to still talking tough for the goal. Alright. Zheng Tong fell silent. He wasn't making excuses. He meant he couldn't argue anymore. He was simply out of options. Alright. We can see the players have entered the pitch. The match predictions are in the top right corner of the screen, and for more, join the group. After the awkward transition, Zheng Tong focused his attention on the game itself. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both sides. For Rotterdam, I don't recognize any of them. Let's directly look at the away team, Ajax. Compared to their previous league starting lineup, Ten Hag has made one change. Yuang starts at left back instead of Blind. Also, Edson Alvarez returns to the starting lineup, partnering Gravenberch in the double pivot. The rest of the formation is the same. Lisandro Martinez partners Timber with Mazraoui on the right. Danilo leads the line. Tadic, the goalscorer from the last match, is on the left, Naz on the right, and Burgess is in the attacking midfield role. Oh, we're missing Antony. I heard the Brazilian winger picked up an injury in training. Let's wish him a speedy recovery. Unlike his absence at the end of the season due to refusing to train and play in hopes of forcing a move to Manchester United, this time Antony's absence was genuinely due to an injury. And this injury was related to Yuang. Thanks to his excellent physical qualities and ability to win duels, Yuang was practically unmatched in training at Ajax. Unfortunately, Antony didn't believe he could be beaten. During a continuous series of physical duels, in a moment of carelessness, the round god managed to injure himself. Antony's usual expression was a cocky, "What are you looking at?" a kind of swagger. After getting injured, the fearless Brazilian instantly turned into a whimpering puppy, which Yuang found highly amusing. Fortunately, the intensity of their duels wasn't extremely high, and Yuang had held back a bit. So Antony would miss at most a week, and would likely be back on the pitch for the Champions League match against Sporting. As for this level of physicality in training, Ten Hag was 100% in favor. How should he put it? If you're afraid to apply pressure in regular training sessions, what's the point? If you're going to crumble the moment the opponent raises the intensity in a real match, you might as well not play, right? It's worth noting that when Ten Hag managed Manchester United, his training sessions were essentially an intensified version of his Ajax methodology. So it was no wonder fans suspected that the Red Devils players who allegedly did in the manager played a significant role in Ten Hag's dismissal. Sparta Rotterdam's recent form has been even worse than that of RKC Waalwijk, having gone winless in their last 6 league matches with 3 draws and 3 losses. To be frank, as one of only 2 clubs from the Netherlands' second-largest city competing in the Eredivisie, Sparta Rotterdam's league standing and on-pitch displays have brought shame upon the city of Rotterdam. One might ask, only 2. Who's the other one? The other is Feyenoord, the rare Eredivisie side capable of going toe-to-toe with Ajax. It's worth noting that in the 25-26 season, Rotterdam will have 3 clubs in the Eredivisie: Sparta Rotterdam, Feyenoord, and SBV Excelsior, who are set to be promoted from the Eerste. Back to the matter at hand. With a starting lineup valued at 180 million against a mere 6 million, this was a clear mismatch in Ajax's favor. Consequently, the home side Sparta Rotterdam prudently set up a 5-4-1 low block, particularly to counter any potential wide crosses and aerial threats from Ajax. Sparta Rotterdam fielded a trio of tall central defenders, one 188 centimeters regular starter flanked by 2 backup center backs, averaging 190 centimeters in height. Suffice it to say, Sparta Rotterdam had already signaled their objective for this match. Settling for a draw would be a victory. However, reality often defies expectations. Sparta Rotterdam's 5-4-1 formation failed to withstand Ajax's relentless assault. In the 17th minute, Yuang surged down the left flank to draw defenders, while on the right Mazraoui and has executed a slick 1-2 combination. Naz's shot was saved, but Danilo was there to slot home the rebound. At Sparta Stadion, Het Kasteel, Ajax took a 1-0 lead. Just as Sparta's fans were sighing in despair believing their defense had finally cracked, Yuan delivered 2 assists in quick succession in the 26th and 28th minutes. Both Burgess and Tadic found the back of the net, with Gravenberch dropping deep to shield the defense and Tadic pushing forward to orchestrate attacks near the box. Yuan, commanding the entire left flank, put on a dazzling display for the fans in the stadium and those watching on television. As Ajax players were still exchanging high-fives near the corner flag, the broadcast cameras panned to Sparta's head coach Fraser, sitting stoically on the bench with an unreadable expression. Seeing this, fans watching on TV were immediately puzzled. Trailing by 3 goals, why wasn't Fraser showing any signs of panic? Did he have a plan up his sleeve? Fraser, for his part, could only think what plan. He was simply out of options, resigned to his fate. Wasting energy trying to contend with an unbeatable opponent was pointless. He'd be better off pondering where his next job might be after being sacked. The second half began with the teams switching ends. Yuan, growing in confidence, began to take flight on the left wing. In the 56th and 67th minutes, he twice drove into the box and unleashed shots. One shot was on target and found the net, the other earned a penalty after a curling effort drew a foul. Unfortunately, Danilo squandered the spot kick, failing to extend the lead, and was subsequently substituted off. The score remained 4-0. In the 77th minute, Sparta Rotterdam managed to put the ball in the net on a counterattack, but it was disallowed for offside. Immediately following that play, Ajax made a double substitution, bringing on 2 defenders. It was evident that Ajax was sounding the retreat. Ajax may have been ready to ease off, but Yuan was not. In the 79th minute, he won the ball back and immediately burst into a sprint. His boundless stamina and blistering pace allowed him to shrug off challenges from his markers. Then, after driving the ball to the edge of the box, he executed a step over to deceive the defender before accelerating powerfully towards the goal. Before Sparta's goalkeeper Van Leer could even fully commit to his dive, Yuan unleashed a firm strike. The frustrating part, however, was that compared to his exceptional stamina, decent speed, and respectable dribbling, Yuan's finishing left much to be desired. The ball seemed to be traveling straight towards Van Leer, who could have easily gathered it into his arms. Yet reality is often laced with unexpected comedy. Right center-back Vrens instinctively stuck out a leg to intercept, and cruelly for him the ball ricocheted off his thigh, taking a wicked deflection. The ball, initially heading towards Van Leer's right, curved away and flew towards the keeper's left. A helpless Van Leer, already committed to his dive, could only watch as the ball crossed the line. A night of coronation. Yuan, given complete freedom on the left flank, scored a goal and provided 2 assists. On top of that, he also won a penalty and forced an own goal. Bloody hell. A defender of this caliber, capable of excelling both centrally and out wide. Shouldn't the Chinese national team be making inquiries? With that, Zheng Tong switched his live stream page and opened up Weibo, intent on leaving a message for the national team. Damn. The goal was credited as an own goal, otherwise Yuan would have had a brace of goals and assists. 666, this guy is truly exceptional. Is it because the opposition is too weak? Or has Yuan simply become even stronger? The gap is evident. A 6 million valuation simply can't compete with 180 million. Holy crap. This performance is definitely of a big 6-level player, and he's still young. The national team really should consider him. Consider what? Coming to the national team to serve a prison sentence, both on and off the pitch. Support Yuan reporting for duty with the Portuguese national team. Brother, you take Ronaldo on one more charge. As the fans were buzzing with discussion inside the Sparta Stadium, Het Castile, which could hold over 10,000, the atmosphere had completely transformed into a sea of celebration for the Ajax supporters. After the score reached 0-4, most of the home fans had already streamed out of the stadium. Now at 0-5, it went without saying. On the away team's bench, Ten Hag was swept up in the same wave of unbridled frenzy as the supporters. Worth mentioning, the primary reason for Ten Hag's elation was his realization that he might have finally discovered the instruction manual for utilizing Yuan. Simply assign Yuan to command the flank, much like Cancelo, who could adeptly play as either full-back. Goals, assists, all in a day's work. Peep, 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 peep. Finally, the moment the stoppage time indicator jumped from 59 to 0-0, the referee decisively blew the full-time whistle. Ajax had thoroughly dismantled Sparta Rotterdam on their own turf. As for the man of the match, everyone was clear. Tadic, valued at 10 million, and Nuz at 20 million, were mere supporting actors. Yuan was the one truly deserving of the best player trophy. After Yuan finished his pitchside interview, Ten Hag led him to the post-match press conference. This was Yuan's first time at a press conference, and facing the barrage of cameras and microphones, he had to admit he was somewhat nervous. Fortunately, his composure was commendable. Once the conference began, his anxiety subsided considerably. A flurry of camera shutters clicked. Amidst the rapid-fire shutter sounds, reporters began their questioning. You, first of all, congratulations on your incredible performance today. After scoring a goal and providing 2 assists, you've rightfully earned the Man of the Match award. So the reporter suddenly shifted gears. What are your targets for the next match? Yuan was taken aback. Wasn't this press conference supposed to be about the match that just concluded? Why were they asking about the next one? Thankfully, Yuan's poker face held firm. He didn't lose his composure and proceeded to answer the reporter's question. Let's talk about the final goal. In fact, Rotterdam's gamble backfired. According to computer analysis, had the shot followed its original trajectory, the goalkeeper would have saved it. Hearing this, Yuang first glanced at the color of the reporter's credential badge. Blue, huh? A local Rotterdam journalist. That explained it. Yuang shrugged and replied succinctly, there are no ifs in this world. Honestly, if that penalty had gone in, well, the scoreline wouldn't be what it is now. This has been a fairy tale journey, you. 2 months ago, you were playing for Ajax U19, and now you're representing the first team in the league and the Champions League. So my question is about your potential future destination. My future destination. Yuang turned to look at Ten Hag, who gave him a look that said, don't look at me, say whatever you want. Quite a few clubs have indeed contacted me. So let's see what the future holds. As for now, I just want to focus on Ajax. There are rumors that the Portuguese national team is considering calling you up. Is that true? Yuang felt this needed clarification. Recently, the Portuguese Football Federation had indeed approached Yuang, hoping he would represent the Portugal U21 team. Yuang said he needed time to consider. In truth, he was inclined to accept, as it was a stepping stone. Who knows, he might get called up to the senior squad sooner or later. He shared this news with his teammate Steven Berghuis over lunch. The Dutchman immediately explained the pros and cons. Berghuis said accepting a call-up was fine, but if possible it was best to prioritize a senior national team call-up. This wasn't to say youth teams were useless. It's just that Berghuis, at nearly 31, was speaking from experience. He had played in the Toulon Tournament, European U21 championships, and various youth friendlies. He had seen countless wonder kids, but in the end very few actually made it to the top leagues. The main reason was that many young players played recklessly and countless promising careers were derailed by injuries. Moreover, with the sheer number of youth team matches, it would be difficult for a player like Yuang aiming for the top to manage both. The senior team didn't have that problem. They had fewer matches per year, and clubs could even refuse to release players for them. Of course, with FIFA's new regulations, clubs were obligated to release players for competitive fixtures. Friendlies and preseason games, however, were a different matter. Yuang single-handedly creates 4 goals. Ajax's new star shines in the Eredivisie. New king of football. Reports suggest Eredivisie officials leaning towards awarding Yuang the Player of the Month. Ten Hag reiterates whether Yuang stays or goes. The team's goal remains winning the league title and reaching the Champions League semi-finals. Fact or fiction? Our reporter visits Ajax's training ground, but is told transfer matters regarding Yuang are no comment. Exclusive. Arsenal's chief scout has already spoken with Yuang. The Gunners have reached an agreement with Ajax and will now discuss personal terms with the player. The day after the match against Sparta Rotterdam, while his teammates rested, Yuang headed into Amsterdam city center early in the morning. While a suitable agent was hard to find, a good lawyer was easier. That morning he was looking for a lawyer specializing in sports, specifically football cases. His requirement was simple: someone to review contract templates. Ideally someone who could start immediately, as he had formal talks scheduled with Arsenal in the afternoon. If all went well, he would sign the agreement today and officially become a Gunner when the winter transfer window opened. Finding a lawyer proved easy. Upon learning that Amsterdam's newest sports sensation was seeking legal services, lawyers from several firms swarmed towards him. The money wasn't the primary concern. They were interested in Yuang himself. After all, given his current trajectory, he was destined for one of Europe's top 5 leagues. And what did that mean? Lucrative salaries, high-value endorsements, and commercial deals, all of which would require legal expertise. It was all about money. So in an unprecedented move, these Amsterdam law firms unanimously decided to offer their services for free. Compared to the potential future earnings, this initial free service was nothing. For Yuang, who was worried about hefty fixed legal fees, this was fantastic news. And so after signing a preliminary agreement, Yuang left the law firm with his new lawyer. Now that he was officially their client, the lawyer accompanying him immediately got down to business. After quickly assessing the situation, the lawyer advised Yuang to find a suitable agent as soon as possible. His reasoning was that lawyers were responsible for reviewing contracts and protecting the client's interests, while dealing with advertisers, brands, and clubs was the agent's job. It was true that many agencies had recently approached Yuang: American, British, Chinese, Portuguese, Spanish, from almost every notable country, mostly via email. However, these were mostly small firms, and Yuang wasn't about to sign with just anyone. He was a newcomer, and the football world was full of pitfalls. While large agencies took a larger cut, they were generally more reliable. By signing with a top agency, they would meticulously plan your career path, secure suitable endorsement deals, and manage everything for you. The trade-off, of course, was a higher commission rate. But given the premium services and career management, most players had no qualms about it. Notably, Jorge Mendes' agency was exactly this type. Oh, and Ten Hag also had his own agency. Earlier, he had invited Yuang to join his agency, but Yuang had claimed he was already in talks with another one. In reality, that was a lie. He said it because with his knowledge of the future, he didn't want to be too closely tied to Ten Hag. Sure, Ten Hag was currently the toast of the town at Ajax, but at Manchester United. Another point to consider was the prevalence of American owners in the Premier League. Yuang would prefer signing with the established Mendes team or an American agency with strong connections. Ten Hag's company was based in the Netherlands, which frankly wasn't comparable. Inside the meeting room at Ajax's training complex, Yuang was in negotiations with a scout from Arsenal. Notably, no Ajax staff were present at this meeting regarding personal terms. Ajax merely provided the venue for the talks. It felt akin to a cuckold quietly closing the door while his beloved dallies with another man. Quite something indeed. Unlike their previous hesitations, the Gunners' chief scout waved his hand and approved every condition Yu Wang proposed. Yu Wang was utterly stunned. What the hell? Had they lost their minds? Arsenal, of course, hadn't lost their minds. They were perfectly lucid. Ask around now, and you'd find countless clubs eager to sign Yu Wang. Manchester United, for instance, had floated the idea of packaging deals for Timber Lisandro and Yu Wang together. Moreover, Manchester City also had their eyes on Yu Wang. With Zinchenko, Porro, and Itakura likely departing in the summer window, the Sky Blues needed to bolster their backline. So in summary, Arsenal decided to stop dragging their feet. They crafted a bespoke standard for Yu Wang modeled after the benchmark set for star players at mid-tier clubs across Europe's top 5 leagues. As long as Yu Wang's asking price and other terms, such as the split ratios for image rights and commercial endorsements, fell within the standard range, the chief scout could greenlight the deal on the spot without any tedious consultations with club management or manager Mikel Arteta. Eventually, after finalizing the signing bonus image rights and the revenue splits from advertising and commercial endorsements, Yu Wang signed the personal agreement with Arsenal. All that remained for Yu Wang was to await the opening of the upcoming winter transfer window. Worth mentioning, to demonstrate their recognition and esteem for Yu Wang, Arsenal's chief scout pledged that the Gunners would dispatch a private jet to pick him up before the window opened. Initially, the Arsenal scout had considered bringing Yu Wang over immediately, but since he couldn't play in league matches or U21 fixtures right away, it was better to let him stay at Ajax to maintain his form. The only lingering concern was the potential risk of injury. But then again, how could one play competitive football without any risk of getting hurt? Should Yu Wang just stop playing for the entire month over a hypothetical hazard that hadn't even materialized? That was simply out of the question. In the end, after Yu Wang repeatedly assured them he would be careful and Ajax's medical staff reaffirmed the completeness of their facilities, Arsenal had no further objections. Here we go. Arsenal secures Ajax's young center-back Yu Wang. Only an official announcement and medical remain. Barring any issues, he'll be available for Arsenal's clash against Manchester City. Yu Wang will join Arsenal. The official announcement comes after the medical. Sky Sports no fee disclosed. He'll join Arsenal in the winter window. Let's break down the Dutch youth development system, starting with Yu Wang's transfer situation. Is this for real? Arsenal fans jokingly remark the Emirates winter window business is done. The window hasn't even opened yet. Arsenal can already shut it down. In truth, no one knows a family better than its own members. On the original timeline, Arsenal had indeed signed only one defender. And that deal proved largely useless. Trieste, a defender from Colorado Rapids, was continually loaned out by Arsenal. One could say Arsenal made no significant moves in the winter window of late 2021. Of course, that was then, and now under the transfer threads, Arsenal fans just want to celebrate first. Unbelievable. Kroenke's finally spending money. Pigs must be flying. With only 6 months left on his contract, Arsenal's really willing to pay for him. Why not just wait for a free transfer? If you keep waiting for freebies, what happens to the club's reputation? Reputation? Huh. Tell us more about reputation. The guy above is sexually frustrated. They said reputation. Welcome, a warm welcome. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as the Gunners make a move, it's all good. I want to ask fans who follow the Eredivisie. This Yu Wang. His name's Yu Wang, right? How good is he? Let's put it this way, he dominates the Eredivisie with no rivals. Sugoi. Then why did Arsenal manage to sign him? Well, I mean, there aren't many players who dream of joining Arsenal. Most would rather consider other clubs first. The reason he was signed is simple. Arsenal was the first to make contact, so they had the advantage. Plus, the Gunners apparently guaranteed a certain amount of playing time, so of course the player chose Arsenal. While the outside world debated Arsenal's signing of an unknown 18-year-old defender back at Ajax's training ground, Yu Wang was going through his daily drills with his teammates. Calling Yu Wang unknown was hardly fair. His spectacular performances in the Champions League had already opened quite a few eyes across Europe. But the internet is full of echo chambers. Fans who follow the Eredivisie tend to keep tabs on the top 5 leagues, whereas fans of the top 5 leagues rarely bother with the Eredivisie. In simple terms, Eredivisie clubs lack star power. Any standout talent is poached by top 5 league clubs at the earliest opportunity. What remains are relatively mediocre players, hardly inspiring any desire to watch. You? Over here. On the training pitch, Naz raised his hand toward Yu Wang. Moments later, having surged into an advanced midfield position, Yu Wang swung his right leg and delivered a lofted pass in Naz's direction. Without waiting for the ball to drop, Naz executed a half-volley strike. Beautiful. Watching Naz finish successfully, Ten Hag applauded from the sidelines. Naz was in fine form. Barring any surprises, the right flank would remain his for the next match. Yu Wang, however, posed a bit of a dilemma. Arsenal had in principle agreed to let him continue shining at his current club. But football history is littered with examples of players being sent back after arriving at the airport or passing their medicals. If Yu Wang were to get injured, Arsenal, who hadn't yet officially signed or examined him, might very well pull the plug. With that in mind, Ten Hag's approach was to keep Yu Wang training normally, though starting was out of the question. He'd be on the bench. After the on-field training session concluded, Ten Hag called Yu Wang over and conveyed this plan. Yu Wang was of course all for it. First, it gave the Gunners some peace of mind. Second, the system hadn't assigned him any tasks demanding he be named Player of the Month for December. Start or come off the bench. He was fine with either. Finally, and most crucially, coming off the bench would effectively activate his super sub ability. So if asked whether he preferred starting or being a substitute, to be blunt, Yu Wang genuinely preferred coming off the bench. As for the potential injury risk, Arsenal and Ten Hag might not have known, but Yu Wang was well aware that after stocking up on a few recovery potions, common and minor injury woes would stay far away from him. Of course, that didn't mean he could throw caution to the wind. He still needed to stay vigilant. Meanwhile, Ajax's internal Player of the Month had been decided. Yu Wang, the late convert, who stormed the Eredivisie, claimed his first ever personal trophy. Not the Fiji Cup, not the Star Cup, but an MVP trophy engraved with his name. It should be noted, however, that Yu Wang wasn't particularly thrilled by it. Just a monthly team award. Once he got to Arsenal, he'd churn out a dozen of those a year. His real focus was on the bargain items in the shop. With a ding. Bloody hell. Even though Yu Wang had braced himself, he couldn't help but curse the moment he opened the system shop. It turned out the items in the system shop had once again hit rock-bottom prices. Take, for example, a small recovery potion that originally cost 100 gold coins. During a previous sale, Yu Wang had snagged it for 10 gold coins, a 90 discount. Now it was down to just 1 gold coin, 1% of the original price. That wasn't just a discount. It was a complete bone-shattering clearance. The only downside was a purchase limit. Additionally, the refresh button below was free, but it was capped at 10 uses. Yu Wang couldn't help but muse, if the monthly team award came with perks this impressive, what kind of rewards would the league's Player of the Month bring? That would be absolutely off the charts. At 8 p.m. on December 2nd at Ajax's Johan Cruyff Arena. While the Eredivisie officials were still deliberating on how to select the league's Player of the Month, Yu Wang was already seated leisurely on the bench watching his teammates perform. For this match against Willem II, Ten Hag not only placed Yu Wang on the bench, but also gave more rest time to starting goalkeeper Pasveer, veteran striker Tadic, Dutch defender Timber, and the so-called round god Anthony. Considering the upcoming Champions League match against Sporting CP, Ten Hag fielded only a half-strength starting lineup. Yet even with this semi-reserve squad, Ajax managed to completely dominate Willem II. It's fair to say that outside the Eredivisie, fans might be tempted to underestimate Ajax when they see them in the Champions League. But within the Eredivisie, what is Ajax? They are the undisputed league leaders, the Kings of Amsterdam. In the end, Ajax utterly crushed Willem II in this match, with goals coming from multiple players, resulting in a resounding 5-0 victory. Ajax fans subsequently boasted, "Sporting CP, are you scared yet?" In the post-match press conference, Ten Hag directly addressed the rumors about Yu Wang leaving Ajax for Arsenal. He stated that whether Yu Wang leaves or stays, the Johan Cruyff Arena will consistently maintain top-tier league competitiveness now and in the future. In plain terms, Yu Wang's departure will not affect Ajax's performance, and the 5-goal victory over Willem II today is the perfect example. However, fans certainly wouldn't see it that way. Letting a player with top-class center-back potential join Arsenal, isn't that a huge loss? Ten Hag offered no clarification on this, and neither did Ajax. Simply put, the club's management has a very clear and precise understanding of the team's positioning. Why do young talents and potential prospects from Europe and the Americas choose Ajax as their first stop in European football? Isn't it because of the club's formidable development capabilities? If you hold players against there, we'll just see if any top prospects will come in the future. Take the dispute between Newcastle and Isaac, for instance. Isaac's refusal to train and play was certainly wrong, but we need to consider a key issue from the player's perspective. Why did he resort to such actions? According to Isaac and his agent, he expressed his desire to leave the club around the winter transfer window. Subsequently, in March and May, Isaac submitted transfer requests. By July, he had formally decided not to participate in Newcastle's preseason schedule. The reason for Isaac's strike was that Newcastle had ignored a gentleman's agreement made with him. Newcastle denies its existence. It's a classic case of he said, she said, and we won't delve into the specifics. Honestly, if a gentleman's agreement did exist between Isaac and Newcastle, then the club's actions would seem rather unscrupulous. Returning to the situation between Yu Wang and Ajax, the logic is the same. If Ajax were to obstruct Yu Wang's departure, it would serve as a warning sign for any players considering joining the club. If I perform well here, will the club also block my path? So although Ajax may seem to be letting go of a towering tree, in reality, they are set to harvest an entire forest in the future. Interestingly, upon learning that Arsenal's new signing Yu Wang did not play in the match against Willem II, the Gunners' arch-rivals, Tottenham Hotspur fans emerged to mock the situation. Predictably, Arsenal fans immediately fired back. Is this the level of player Arsenal buys? What's wrong with the player we bought? At least we don't sell our club captain. When it comes to selling captains, Arsenal certainly has more experience. A true benchwarmer scoring a hat-trick. If he can do it, so can I. Did you completely miss his 2 goals and 2 assists earlier? If your eyes are useless, donate them to someone in need. The Emirates can't attract top players anymore, so they're getting a Sino-Portuguese mixed-race player. Hilarious. Arsenal is just chasing the Chinese market, right? Note that it's not just the Chinese market. Any place with Chinese people is a market. I say Levy can go cry over his soul market. Come to London and watch Son Heung-min beat him down. Beat him down, who kept losing in last season's 2 North London derbies. While the online clamor continued, Yuan, the player in question, paid little attention. Due to his impending transfer to Arsenal, he treated his teammates to a meal at a restaurant around noon the day after the Willem II match. Ajax has internal awards for goals and assists, and the best player of the match also comes with a cash bonus, so Yuan could certainly afford to pick up the tab. And why was Yuan treating them? Naturally, it was because he was set to join a top 5 league club. Honestly, Yuan felt he was at a bit of a loss. Lissandro Timber and Antony, every single one of them would eventually join top 5 league clubs. Yet here, he was the one treating everyone. There's no justice. Of course, Yuan was more than willing to host this meal. Who told him to be a winter signing? If he had joined in the summer, he would have been the one being treated by Antony and the others. You? I really envy you for joining Arsenal. I don't know when I'll get to play in the Premier League. Lissandro said enviously while eating. Yuan was a bit surprised. Man, you'll end up joining Manchester United for nearly 60 million. And here you are envying me. After Lissandro spoke, Antony, the round god, nodded in agreement. Antony said with a touch of melancholy, guys, do you think I can get a 30 million offer? No, 20 million would be enough. At that time, Antony's market value was only just over 40 million, so a 30 million transfer fee would have been considered a high bid. 20 million was more realistic. Glancing at Antony, Yuan couldn't help but reply, Antony, trust me, your ability is more than enough. I think 60 million is no problem. Antony, who had been looking a bit worried, immediately broke into a wide grin. Then he turned to his good friend and asked, really? You? Really? I mean it. I believe in you, Antony. To be fair, Yuan wasn't lying. Someone had indeed made a 60 million offer for Antony. In fact, Antony's future transfer fee would even exceed the 60 million Yuan mentioned. Manchester United spent a whopping 95 million to take him away. And this is precisely why Ten Hag has been accused of profiting from the transfer dealings. You spent nearly 100 million on a player worth 40 million. If there wasn't something fishy going on, who would believe it? Anthony wasn't foolish enough to take his good friend Yuan's remarks at face value. He simply listened for amusement. 60 million. That's a bit too exaggerated. Yet the eventual truth proved it was anything but exaggerated. After a hearty meal, Nuz and Danilo suggested visiting a chill-out bar to chat with some ladies and sober up. Yuan asked if it was a wholesome outing. Nuz confirmed it was. Yuan immediately declined to join. Come on, why would I bother with a wholesome outing? The girls I scroll past on TikTok were more than those at the chill-out bar. Yuan's stance was clear. Chill-out bars were a thing of the past. Nuz was taken aback. There's a saying, nicknames are never wrong. The title Dog King suits you perfectly. You've changed, you dog. Before you refused to explore the mysteries of human anatomy, so why the sudden interest today? Fortunately, Nuz was quick on his feet and suggested a change of plans. He mentioned a new bar in Amsterdam, supposedly brimming with gorgeous fit women. And so, except for Anthony and a few others, the Ajax players all followed along. Yuan could only remark that Mourinho was right. Regardless of their technical prowess on the pitch, there were very few professional footballers with high moral standards. Of course, Yuan didn't consider himself morally upright either. I'm a degenerate too, damn it. In the end, Yuan didn't make it to the bar not due to cold feet, but because they ran into a bunch of Ajax fans and some media personnel on the way. Worried about the negative press, the group decided to play indoor golf instead. To their chagrin, Ajax's social media reposted Nuz's posts about their golfing escapade. What the club staff didn't realize was that Nuz and his crew had intended to unwind at a bar, not to be bending over for a round of golf. But there was nothing to be done. With fans and paparazzi tracking their every move, the players couldn't afford to be too carefree. The lesson Yuan drew from this was clear: if you want to engage in some nocturnal adventures, it's best to operate under the cover of night. Besides the excellent cover that darkness provides, the most important thing is that night is when the real fun begins. In the afternoon, the women in Amsterdam haven't even finished their classes yet. On December 7th, Ajax faced Sporting CP in the Champions League. As if to retaliate against the taunts from Tottenham fans, Yuan, coming off the bench, delivered yet another phenomenal performance in this match. In the 79th and 88th minutes, Yuan scored a high-quality long-range goal and provided an assist, helping his team secure a 4-2 victory. Although Haller with his brace was the standout player of the match, Yuan's performance was undeniably impressive. Who could say otherwise? After this match, the Tottenham fans finally fell silent. After all, Sporting CP is no pushover. They are one of the flagship teams of the Portuguese league. It's worth noting that Sporting CP's manager was Amorim. In this clash between future Manchester United managers, Ten Hag managed to gain a slight upper hand. This seemed to foreshadow that Ten Hag's win rate at Manchester United would be higher than Amorim's. In the following days, Yuan's life settled into a simple routine: home, training ground, and canteen. What was different? More and more people were seeking his autograph and photos. Not just the youth players, but even the second-team players were asking for his signature. It was only natural. Think about it, if your best buddy was about to join Arsenal, wouldn't you pull out 100 photos for him to sign? And as if by divine providence, Regier seemed to receive a heavenly sign. He went and printed out 100 photos of Yuan, exactly as Yuan had joked. Yuan didn't refuse. It wasn't costing him anything, just a few signatures. But halfway through, he began to regret his decision. Why on earth did I agree to this? In the Eredivisie's 16th round on December 12th, Ajax hosted AZ Alkmaar. Just like against Willem, Yuwang remained on the bench. This time Ajax faced some difficulties. Up until the 86th minute the score was tied at 1-1. The broadcast cameras frequently focused on Yuwang, who was chatting and laughing with his teammates on the sidelines. The message was clear, even a fool could see it. The director was hinting, no explicitly signaling. Are you sure you don't want to bring in the tall center back for a push? The home fans also added pressure on Ten Hag with their jeers. Yet Ten Hag stubbornly refused to make a substitution. His reasoning was that the team had been on a winning streak, and everyone, including the players, was starting to see Yuwang as their super sub, their guaranteed point getter. This kind of mindset was dangerous. Relying on a single player would jeopardize the team's stability in the dressing room and undermine their tactical flexibility. So even as Ajax was on the verge of dropping 2 points with a draw, Ten Hag remained motionless. In his view, sacrificing 2 points for a major awakening of the team was a price worth paying. This perspective also explains his later attempts to overhaul the Manchester United dressing room. Whether it was divine intervention to keep Ajax's winning streak alive, or the draw sparking the players' creativity in the 87th minute, Mazraoui delivered a brilliant pass to the left flank. Antony feigned a shot and cut inside. Tadic received the ball from the round god and unleashed a thunderous strike from close range. It was a goal. Ajax extended their winning streak. At the post-match press conference, as expected, Ten Hag's baffling in-game management drew criticism from the pro-Ajax journalists in attendance. F you. Yuwang is still part of this team, why didn't you play him? But as a master of post-match comebacks, Ten Hag wasn't about to give the journalists any chance to turn the tables. He used his silver tongue to convince everyone. In reality, the journalists weren't truly convinced. They simply couldn't find new arguments to counter Ten Hag's logic. They were still too inexperienced compared to the god of post-match comebacks. After the AZ Alkmaar match, Ajax faced a grueling stretch of 3 consecutive away games. First an away match in the KNVB Cup against Barendrecht, a third division team. Then an away league match against Fortuna Sittard. And finally the most crucial one, a postponed away fixture against Feyenoord. Given that the Feyenoord match would coincide with the opening of the winter transfer window, Arsenal would not permit Yuwang to play in that game. Coupled with the fact that the first 2 opponents were relatively weak, it was clear that Yuwang's career in the Eredivisie was coming to an end. The grand stage of the Premier League awaited him. Arsenal's recent results had been far from ideal. There was a certain wild, untamed quality to how Arteta managed the team. Honestly, when they started the season with 3 consecutive defeats and a goal difference of -9, everyone thought for sure that Mikel Arteta was on the verge of being sacked. But what happened? He somehow managed to steady the ship, calming everyone at the club from top to bottom, and then led the team on a remarkable charge up the table, eventually clawing their way back into the coveted top 4. Of course, that was the limit of Arsenal's potential. They simply couldn't compete with Liverpool and Manchester City ahead of them. One beat them 5-0, the other 4-0. How on earth were they supposed to overcome that? The jet sent by the Gunners to pick up Yuwang wasn't the familiar Emirates-sponsored A380 team plane that fans often saw. Instead, it was a comparatively smaller Gulfstream G550. The G550 is often referred to as a business jet, and it was clear that Arsenal had specially chartered this plane to bring Yuwang to London. Some might ask, didn't the club have its own Gulfstream jets? Why rent one? Isn't that a bit beneath them? Well, you see, Stan Kroenke is notoriously tight-fisted. The A380 they had was actually custom-ordered by their sponsor Emirates Airlines. If it weren't for Emirates, Arsenal wouldn't even have a private jet, believe it or not. A Gulfstream. You'd have better luck dreaming about it. The flight from Amsterdam to London was a mere 360 kilometers. Before Yuwang could even doze off properly, the plane had already landed at London's Heathrow International Airport. Unlike the everyone-knows-him atmosphere in Amsterdam, not many people in London paid much attention to Yuwang. This, of course, was only natural. Yuwang was only moderately famous in Amsterdam. Across the wider European stage, he still had some way to go. Another reason was the impending Christmas holiday. The British at the airport were preoccupied with rushing home to enjoy family time and mentally planning their holiday shopping, with the airport bustling with people who would even notice Yuwang and his entourage. Yes, an entourage. Besides the Arsenal staff accompanying him, the Amsterdam-based law firm had also sent those 2 lawyers to London. These 2 lawyers had very common names. One was Jack, and the other was Bob. Yuwang remembered that when he first met them at the firm, he couldn't help but let out a silent wow, because he distinctly remembered the last time he heard the names Jack and Bob was in his middle school English textbook. By the way, where was Li Hua? That guy was always hanging around in the UK, so he should be here, right? Feeling the rich Christmas atmosphere pervading the airport, Yuwang couldn't help but sigh. Later, once they were settled in Arsenal's official car, Yuwang turned to Jack and Bob and said, "Sorry to drag you 2 all the way to London with me. Looks like it's just the 3 of us for Christmas and New Year." Jack immediately waved his hand dismissively, and Bob quickly shook his head too. Huh. Jack was quick to clarify. He explained, "Boss, maybe no one wants you, but we're definitely in demand." Seeing Yuwang's still confused expression, Bob elaborated, "You see, sir, our firm has an office in London. You know how law firms love to embrace modernity and globalization. What I mean is the office will be hosting parties for Christmas and New Year's Eve. It's going to be a proper Dutch-style New Year's bash. Spending New Year alone. No, we're going to have a great time. Also, boss, you're welcome to join if you'd like. Maybe you'll find a lovely lady to spend the night with. The office will be inviting many prestigious clients. Maybe they'll bring their whole families. I bet there will be plenty of 18-year-old girls around. Oh, I almost forgot, boss, you just turned 18 recently, didn't you? Want to try your luck with those girls? Well, Jack here is a real Casanova. Maybe he can give you some pointers. Upon hearing this, Jack quickly nodded in agreement, adding, I'd be delighted to. Yuan clicked his tongue in amusement. So you were waving your hand not to refuse, but to say I've got a lot to learn, huh? Besides, the number of girls wanting to spend a wonderful evening with me already stretches from Amsterdam all the way to Shanghai. Me going to a law firm to pick up girls. What do you take me for? Am I that desperate? However, in the end, he reluctantly asked, are those girls pretty? Can't say much about the client's daughters, but there are some pretty stunning interns at the firm, Jack said nonchalantly. Bob added, I have no doubt about your charm, boss. I mean, there aren't many handsome footballers out there. David Beckham is one, and then there's you. Flattery will get you everywhere. Bob's words really hit the spot for Yuan, and probably they'd strike a chord with the audience as well. However, here came the twist. I hope you won't resort to any force, boss. It's better to pursue a meeting of hearts and minds. If anything were to happen. Well, sir, this is a law firm. They're very good at lawsuits. As soon as Bob said that, Yuan quickly abandoned any idea of visiting the party. He definitely didn't want to lose half his signing bonus. Before long, Arsenal's car dropped them off at the club's London Coney training ground. Here Yuan would undergo his medical examination and alongside Arsenal's sporting director Edu and manager Mikel Arteta sign his name on a contract. In reality, the actual contract had already been signed while Yuan was still in Amsterdam. The contract he was signing now held no legal weight whatsoever. This entire charade was purely for publicity purposes. Inside the main office building at the training ground, Yuan first met the team captain Alexander Lacazette. Strictly speaking, Lacazette was actually the vice captain. The first captain who should have been there today was Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. So why was it the Frenchman Lacazette? The reason was simple. Due to breaching team discipline and challenging the manager's authority, Aubameyang had been stripped of the captain's armband, making Lacazette the new first captain. And before the start of the next season, after Lacazette's departure on a free transfer to Lyon, was confirmed Norwegian midfielder Martin Odegaard would take over the captain's armband. Of course, that was a matter for the next season, too early to discuss now. Because of Aubameyang's conflict with the club and considering that it was better to part ways with a high-wage, undisciplined player than to keep him in order to save on wages and pave the way for better dressing room management. The Gunners told Aubameyang he didn't need to attend training or matches and was free to find a new club. Aubameyang agreed with the club's arrangement. After all, if one place doesn't appreciate you, another will. Hey, bro, great to meet you. How's life treating you lately? Lacazette was a naturally outgoing and friendly guy whether or not the cameras were rolling. He was eager to hear Yuan's response. He had heard that Chinese people or perhaps Chinese expatriates would automatically reply with a formulaic, hello, I'm fine, and you. He wondered if that was actually true. But Yuan didn't give him the satisfaction. Lacazette looked visibly disappointed. Was that rumor false after all? Then they exchanged a shoulder bump and a high five. Speaking of Lacazette, it was a pity about his international career. Where exactly did the pity lie? It was in his national team appearances. At the club level, Lacazette's career was nothing to be pitted about. On the contrary, it was quite perfect. Coming through Lyon's youth academy, he transferred to Arsenal for $50 million in 2017, and then returned to Lyon on a free transfer at 31 to continue shining. Eventually, he went to play in the Saudi League because the offers were simply too good to refuse. But on the international stage, France had an incredible embarrassment of riches when it came to talent. On the French attacking line, there was Giroud, Benzema, Mbappé, Griezmann, Coman, Dembélé. Whose place was he supposed to take? In 2018, Lacazette missed out on the World Cup squad due to injury. What's even harder to believe is that he didn't even make the squad for the European Championship. So the word pity doesn't even begin to cover Lacazette's regret. It's worth mentioning that Lacazette holds dual nationality, French and Guadeloupean. If he had been willing to play for Guadeloupe, he would certainly have been a guaranteed starter. But then again, choosing to represent them would probably bring more disadvantages than advantages. Holding French nationality, Lacazette at least had some chance of being selected by Didier Deschamps. Guadeloupe. Forget about their playing level, they aren't even a FIFA member. How could they participate in the World Cup? Furthermore, Guadeloupe is geographically located in the Americas. If he chose that identity, Lacazette would definitely occupy a non-EU player slot. And that would have made Arsenal think twice about the transfer. Anyway, back to the main story. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lacazette, Yuan went off with the staff for his medical. Meanwhile, Jack and Bob went with Arsenal's officials to cross-check the contract details. Jack and Bob were both quite tall and sturdy. On the plane, Yuan had asked them if they wanted to earn double pay, one salary as lawyers and another as bodyguards. Jack had immediately shaken his head. It wasn't that he had a problem with money. Who doesn't want more of that? Jack's point was that professionals should stick to their expertise. They were there to handle the contract-related matters. Bob, who was beside him, reminded Yuan. He said, "Boss, you should finalize your agent and bodyguard arrangements as soon as possible. If you can't decide, the firm can help you." Yuan asked if someone from the firm would take on these roles. Bob said no. He explained that they had a few former clients who were British Royal Marines. Considering their post-service lives weren't going so well, if Yuan could offer them a good bodyguard job, he was sure they'd be very willing. Whether they were willing or not, Yuan was certainly amused. While your firm not only helps solve legal problems, but also helps solve employment issues on the side. Upon hearing this, Jack simply said one sentence. And that sentence successfully shut Yuan up. He said, this way they'll actually have the money to pay for lawyers when they get into legal battles with their ex-wives in the future. Yuan's body was in perfect condition. After over an hour of bustling activity, he successfully passed the medical examination. Afterwards, changing into an Arsenal jersey in the locker room, Yuan followed the club staff to the on-site press office within the training ground. Notably, before leaving Amsterdam, Arsenal scout acted as a mouthpiece for the club's kit managers, posing a question to Yuan. The question was, what squad number will you wear? At that time, Yuan had a face-to-face conversation with the scout, and later also held a video call with Arsenal's sporting director. The club's low squad numbers were already taken. The traditional defender numbers like 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 had all found their owners. Number 2 belonged to Ballon, 3 to Tierney, 4 to Ben White, 5 to midfielder Party, and 6 to Gabriel. Frankly, Yuan couldn't fathom why the sturdy-looking Party didn't try to claim a number like 17 or 19. Why opt for such a low number? Therefore, all things considered, Yuan's options were limited to double-digit numbers. In the end, he decided to wear the number 16 jersey. He had worn number 28 at Ajax. Since 2 multiplied by 8 equals 16, it made perfect sense. Shortly after, Yuan appeared in the media room, wearing a red and white shirt bearing only his name. Arsenal's jersey is instantly recognizable, with its classic red complemented by pure white sleeves. Its meaning, no matter where you come from, the red and white shirt is our common language. Click, click. The journalist below spared no film, snapping photos frantically. After all, Arsenal's winter transfer business was likely concluded with this signing. If they didn't use their film now, they'd just be saving it for the summer window. Did you have a smooth journey, you? Arsenal's sporting director Edu extended a friendly hand to Yuan while asking. Everything went smoothly, Mr. Edu, except the traffic on the way here was terrible. Huh? Edu laughed. As a renowned international metropolis, if London didn't have traffic jams, then few cities in the world would. This is precisely why Arteta and his players opt to travel by train for away games that are tens or even hundreds of kilometers away. Yes, trains might run late, but compared to London's public transport network, which can be gridlocked for hours, the train is still the more convenient option. After the laughter subsided, Edu gestured for Yuan to look at the journalists. They were about to capture this precious moment on camera for use as an illustration in upcoming news reports. Of course, this particular photo wouldn't be the most widely used. The shots of Yuan signing the contract with Edu and the one where he held up the jersey would be the ones featured most often. Arteta, who had been standing silently nearby, then stepped forward and extended his hand to Yuan. The master of the Emirates Stadium welcomed him, and the two exchanged a few brief pleasantries. The world knows Nagelsmann as a prodigious young coach, but Arteta is also a brilliant young manager. His capabilities are in no way inferior to Nagelsmann's. After retiring at 34, he became Guardiola's assistant. When his 3-year tenure ended, he was hired as a coach by Arsenal. While the managerial seats at Tottenham, Manchester United, and Chelsea frequently changed occupants, Arteta has held his post since 2019, a remarkable 6-year stint. What resilience! After the pleasantries, staff brought forward the contract documents for signing. After seeing his lawyer nod in approval, Yuan confidently signed. Although the contract signing at this event was merely a formality, one must harbor no ill intent, but remain wary of others' deceit. Ultimately, it was only after receiving his lawyer's assurance that he felt comfortable putting pen to paper. Following the signing ceremony, a staff member handed over a jersey with Wang Y clearly printed on the back, and beneath the name was a large number, 16. This time, sporting director Edu declined to appear in the photos, signaling for Arteta and Yuan to hold up the jersey together for the cameras. After the photos, Arteta gave Yuan a high five and a hug. Then he voiced a question that had been on his mind. Hey, you, how tall are you? 184, boss. You're only 18, right? Well, if Ajax's kit manager wasn't drunk when he took our measurements, including height, then yes, I am. Arteta chuckled. Aren't you Portuguese? Where did you pick up that American sense of humor? All right. Arteta nodded in understanding. The Spaniard, who had just completed 3 years at the helm of Arsenal, began to calculate silently in his mind. He thought that if Yuan was already 184 centimeters at 18, he would likely grow a bit more. As is well known, Arsenal favors players skilled in set pieces. The tactic of charging the goalkeeper from corner kicks is one they pioneered. This tactic is heavily reliant on the height of the defenders. Gabriel is 190 centimeters, holding 189, Pablo Mari 193, and Tomiyasu, who can play both fullback and center back, is 188 centimeters. Honestly, when Arsenal deployed this tactic in the Premier League, fans of other teams were quick to criticize them for being unsporting. But as the saying goes, it doesn't matter if a cat is black or white as long as it catches mice. By the same logic, as long as the referee hasn't blown the whistle, Arsenal doesn't care how the ball goes in. They just celebrate. Official announcement. Arsenal's first winter signing, Ajax young defender Yuan joins the club. Ajax player Yuan transfers to Arsenal. Transfer fee reportedly 0. 8M1M and add-ons. Ajax will also receive a 35 sell-on clause for any future transfer. Official Arsenal Yu Wang joins the club. The Portuguese player will wear the number 16 shirt and will be registered immediately when the winter window opens. The Times Ajax's Yu Wang could make his debut as early as the first against Manchester City. Widespread attention. Reports Chinese FA and Portuguese FA closely monitoring Arsenal's new star. Sky Sports a statistical look at the news signing. Through 3 video clips we examine Yu Wang's true performance in the Eredivisie. Regarding the 0.8M1M in add-ons mentioned by the renowned journalist Dio, the former figure is straightforward. It's the base transfer fee. The latter figure refers to the add-on clauses agreed upon between Ajax and Arsenal. These could be based on the player's number of appearances in a single season or the number of goals scored. If these targets are met, the clause is triggered. This time Ajax and Arsenal's agreement included clauses related to the team's Champions League qualification and the player's appearance record. If Arsenal finished in the league's top, for they would owe Ajax 5,000. Many might assume Arsenal would secure that spot easily, making the 5,000 a giveaway. However, to everyone's astonishment, in the original timeline Arsenal could only manage a 5th-place finish in the league at the end of that season. This meant that not only would players like Ben White, Odegaard, Ramsdale, and Tomiyasu see a reduction in their earnings as their contracts likely included bonuses for Champions League qualification, but the income of their former clubs would also be significantly reduced. It was a lose-lose-lose situation. The players earned less money, the former clubs received less money, and the current club Arsenal missed out on the exposure and revenue that comes with Champions League participation. The total losses inside and out were immeasurable. The other 5,000 euros were tied to Yu Wang's appearance count. If he played more than 35 matches in a single season, Ajax would receive that amount, and Yu Wang himself would also earn a bonus from it. The contract template Arsenal signed with Yu Wang was the same one used for other players joining the club. As for the differences, they mainly lay in the salary and bonus clauses. Yu Wang's agreed salary with Arsenal was 4,000 per week before tax, equivalent to 4,600. While it seemed substantial, most players in the Arsenal squad were already earning more than that. For instance, Gabriel Jesus joined on 2,650 before tax, Thomas Partey on 2,000, and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, who was about to leave, was on 2,500. Additionally, Takahiro Tomiyasu earned 5,000. Every one of them took home considerably more than Yu Wang. Were there any who earned less? Yes. Third-choice goalkeeper Karl Hein and the perpetually loaned-out Ainsley Maitland-Niles had lower wages. Also, Emile Smith-Rowe, the owner of Arsenal's number 10 shirt, earned the same 4,000. Of course, this wasn't because Arsenal looked down on Yu Wang, or because he was a poor negotiator. It was purely because his performances weren't entirely convincing. Arsenal had seen countless players dominate the Eredivisie only to struggle after moving to a top-5 league. The Gunners' primary concern was maintaining financial equilibrium in the dressing room. Arsenal could, in theory, wave their checkbook around like Saudi clubs to poach players worldwide. But if they dared to do so, UEFA would come knocking on their door immediately. UEFA's financial fair play regulations would teach Arsenal a lesson. Only Manchester City, with their powerful backers, managed to escape the hammer of UEFA's sanctions. Other clubs mired in financial trouble like AC Milan, Paris Saint-Germain, and Lyon were fined without mercy by UEFA. Back to the main topic. Regarding bonuses, Yu Wang didn't insist on much. Matching Tomiyasu's terms was acceptable to him. He naturally wanted more, but it wasn't something he could simply demand. Arsenal had their own expert negotiators. Appearance bonuses, Champions League group stage qualification bonuses, league title bonuses. Yu Wang was open to discussing them all. However, there was one thing he refused to compromise on. That was the release clause. Since he was essentially a free transfer, Yu Wang held the moral high ground in the release clause negotiations. Yes, business is business, and everything should be conducted within the legal framework. But rules are rigid while people are flexible. Holding the moral high ground meant holding the interpretive power and autonomy over the contract terms. Consider this: I came here almost on a free transfer, didn't demand exorbitant wages or bonuses, and signed a standard contract. So shouldn't you give some ground on the release clause? Ultimately, both parties agreed on the release clause figure. Yu Wang signed a 51 contract with Arsenal. If the club had no intention of selling him after 5 years, he could opt to stay for an additional year. Of course, if Yu Wang chose not to fulfill that option, he could leave as a free agent. Clearly, this clause was more favorable to him. But the key point isn't that it's the release clause. Yu Wang managed to convince Arsenal to lower the release clause from 300 million to 150 million. Additionally, there was a stipulation that in the 5th year of the 51 contract, his release clause would further drop from 150 million to 100 million. In fact, such clauses aren't uncommon. Many players see a drastic reduction in their release clause during their final contract year, primarily because both the club and the player anticipate potential future scenarios when signing. For a club, it would be a significant loss if a player with an expiring contract were to leave for free simply because his release clause was too expensive for potential buyers. Therefore, to avoid losing the player for nothing, lowering the release clause threshold helps the club recoup some fees, mitigating the loss as much as possible. The most famous example of this type of clause is Ronald Araujo at Barcelona. Back then, to recoup funds, Barcelona lowered his release clause from 1 billion to 65 million. This meant that anyone interested in Araujo could simply pay the fee and take him. Another example is Ousmane Dembele. During his time at Barcelona, Dembele was famously known as the team's internet addict and tardiness champion. It's fair to say Barcelona was eager to get rid of him. However, his 100 million release clause deterred many potential buyers. While many clubs could afford 100 million spending it on Dembele, given the circumstances, then it simply wasn't worth it. Later, Barcelona signed a renewal with Dembele, keeping all other terms the same, but adjusting the release clause. It's worth noting that Araujo's release clause reduction from 1 billion to 65 million was achieved through the same method. So what was Dembele's new release clause? 50 million. A straight 50 cut. Honestly, in football, there are only two players for whom clubs would pay any amount without hesitation. One is a young Cristiano Ronaldo, and the other is a young Lionel Messi. Was Dembele worth 50 million even at half price? Interestingly, Barcelona inserted a backdoor clause in Dembele's contract. After 2023, his release clause would revert from 50 million back to 100 million. In essence, if no one bought him, they could continue to use him if he was useful or part ways amicably when the contract expired. And it was just before the end of the 2023 summer transfer window that Paris Saint-Germain made their move. What happened next? Dembele helped PSG secure the first UEFA Champions League trophy in the club's history. After a brief exchange with Edu and Mikel Arteta, Wang and his entourage quickly took their seats. Following the signing ceremony, the press conference was next. The press conference was fairly standard. Questions about his feelings on joining, expectations for the matches, and his current mindset. At most, he'd be asked about his views on other teams and his personal goals. After the press conference, Edu and Arteta didn't linger and departed quickly. Edu had other matters to attend to while Arteta needed to conduct training sessions. The League Cup quarterfinal was in 2 days. The task of showing Wang around the training ground was assigned to Alexander Lacazette. The Frenchman was indifferent to it. And so Lacazette led Wang on a tour of the youth training pitches, the canteen, the dormitories, and the trophy room. While visiting the trophy room, Lacazette took a moment to jibe at their neighbors. He said, "Because so many fans come to visit every day, our cleaning staff have to spend 6 hours scrubbing the place from top to bottom after closing time. The most tiring part is polishing the trophies. Unlike Tottenham, their cleaning staff have it easy." Wang chuckled and chimed in, "Because their trophy room is empty. Since it's spotless, there's naturally nothing for the cleaners to do." The 175 cm tall Lacazette excitedly reached up and slung an arm around Wang's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, you were truly destined to join us at the factory." As he had not yet found suitable accommodation in London, Wang spent the night at Arsenal's training base. A group of half-grown lads coming and going were curious about how this handsome Chinese guy had appeared in the dormitory building. Could he be a newly acquired star from the U19 squad? Later, everyone learned that he was the new signing Arsenal had brought in during this winter transfer window. Amidst their astonishment, the young player's eyes were filled with nothing but envy. Reporting directly to the first team with his own exclusive jersey number and a home locker in the main dressing room. This was incredibly tempting for the U-Series players who dreamed of playing for Arsenal. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Wang refrained from appearing in public too often and returned directly to his room to rest. Before sleeping, Wang opened the system to check. Thanks to his phenomenal performance in November, he had managed to secure the Eredivisie Player of the Month award for November, albeit not without some suspense. Why suspense? Similarly, PSV Eindhoven, who had also remained unbeaten in November, boasted a remarkable player whose performance could be described as playing on a completely different level. Under his leadership, PSV achieved 3 consecutive league victories and advanced triumphantly in the Europa League. Who was he? He was the former Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund player, German midfielder Mario Götze. Additionally, Vangelis Pavlidis of AZ Alkmaar and Cody Gakpo of PSV Eindhoven also performed exceptionally well, and the Eredivisie officials showcased them alongside Wang. In fact, in the fan voting, Gakpo and Götze had higher vote counts than Wang. The reason was simple: Gakpo is Dutch and Götze is a long-established German star. Only Pavlidis suffered from his nationality. Greek votes were the lowest. According to the voting results, the Player of the Month award would have been won by either Gakpo or Götze. Fortunately, the Eredivisie officials remained rational. Wang's performance streaked across the Amsterdam sky like a meteor. In future discussions of the 2122 championship journey, as one of the key contributors to Ajax's success in both the league and the Champions League, Wang would inevitably be mentioned. Ultimately, after synthesizing all the information, the majority of internal votes from the Eredivisie officials went to Wang, thus surpassing his competitors. Upon learning that he had won the award, Wang quickly posted a video on Twitter and Instagram to express his gratitude to Ajax and the Eredivisie for their recognition. Of course, he also paid tribute to the other nominees. Afterwards, he used Ajax's social media to thank the fans of the club. No matter where he goes or whether he continues in the football industry, Ajax will forever remain in his heart. In terms of emotional intelligence, Wang was impeccable. In his thank you post, Wang considered everyone's feelings, including the second-team coach John Heitinga, his good friend Rogier, and the first-team players who were always thinking about nightlife and indulgence. Every single one of them was an object of his gratitude. Frankly, typing a few English and Dutch words didn't take much time. All he had to do was think through what he wanted to say. If he were as outspoken as Bayern's Uli Hoeneß, it would be a disaster. Jackson had made great sacrifices and concessions to join the Bavarian Giants, yet the honorary president said, the payment is only required if he starts 40 matches. He can never achieve that, so no one needs to worry. How could Jackson bear that? Like Jackson, many players have appearance clauses in their loan agreements, such as Antoine Griezmann, who was loaned back to Atletico Madrid. Barcelona wanted to offload Griezmann to Atletico at a high price, but Atletico naturally refused, either sell at a low price or take him back. To avoid the awkward situation of having to pay a large sum for a mandatory buyout, due to reaching a certain number of appearances, even though Griezmann performed very well, Simeone consistently substituted him early. They were precisely timing the 70-minute mark each match. Another famous example is Manchester City's Kuznetsov. If Kuznetsov made more than 10 appearances for the Citizens from the winter window to the end of the season, according to the transfer clause, Manchester City would have to pay his former club Lens €5 million. The unit was euros. However, this clause was not confirmed by Manchester City. When facing reporters, Guardiola directly stated that Kuznetsov's limited appearances were due to tactical issues and intense competition within the team, having little to do with the transfer clause. Whether the reality matched Guardiola's words was open to interpretation. But one thing could be said: everyone had a reputation to uphold. Whether it was Atletico's handling of Griezmann or Manchester City's arrangement with Kuznetsov, they never explicitly stated that they were deliberately timing the appearances to avoid paying. In terms of emotional intelligence, Bayern's management still had lessons to learn. Back to the main topic. After winning the Eredivisie Player of the Month award, Wang saw the exclusive rewards in the system shop. Contrary to his earlier expectation that the system shop would continue to offer discounts, this time it directly presented 3 free items, meaning these were all the rewards the system provided. For Wang, who had been waiting for a 99 discount, this was rather disappointing. Regarding his expectation, the system responded, 99 discount. You really dare to dream. Why don't you just take over the system shop? Great. Wang immediately said, you said you'd give it to me. A promise is a promise, don't deny it. Good heavens, Wang had dug a trap waiting for the system to fall into it. In the end, the system added one more item to settle this absurd argument. 3+1. In the first month of Lao Deng's comeback, you won the MVP trophy, symbolizing the Eredivisie Player of the Month. What Lamine Yamal Jude Bellingham desire Dewey, in the face of hard work, talent is useless. Ding. System rewards are being auto-collected. You have obtained Messi's old boots. In the next 500 touches during official matches, your ball control finesse will be enhanced by 300. You have obtained De Bruyne's ankle guard. In the next 3 matches, the precision of your crosses and through balls will increase to 95. You have equipped Maguire's powerful jumping leg pack. In the next 20 aerial duels during official matches, your jump height will increase by 25. Additional reward opening. Item description: the world knows my pear blossom fragrance, but do they know my dribbling leaves them sorrowful? Ding. You have obtained Hazard's dribbling technique. Your dribbling ability has been permanently enhanced. Dribbling 5989. Overall rating 7784. Wang was overjoyed. Old man, you finally brought out the blazing art. Hazard's dribbling skills. As the world's 3rd best player in his prime, Hazard's performances in the Premier League were phenomenal and simply irrational. It was precisely because of such outstanding displays that Real Madrid didn't hesitate to bring him in. Unfortunately, the Belgian Jan Koen couldn't resist the temptation of burgers, and Hazard transformed into Fat Hazard. Moreover, probably due to the fact that Hazard burned Real Madrid, the Bernabeu has been hesitant to sign these types of established veteran players in subsequent transfer windows. Wang carefully examined the system's description, then let out a long sigh. Fortunately, the system provided Hazard's abilities from his Chelsea days. What if it were his Real Madrid version? He didn't dare to think about it. After reviewing the ability description, Wang turned his gaze towards a pair of football boots that had materialized out of thin air in the room. According to the system, with these boots combined with De Bruyne's precise passing ability and Hazard's dribbling skills, Wang's technical prowess on the pitch would reach a terrifying level. It was worth noting that the system didn't require Wang to wear these boots on the field. He just needed to try them on once. This was mainly because the boots weren't a perfect fit for Wang's feet. After all, at 184 centimeters tall, his shoe size was quite large, which these boots certainly couldn't accommodate. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Wang picked up the boots and examined them closely. The system promptly displayed a line of text before his eyes. These were the Adidas F38 Tunnit series boots worn by Argentine superstar Lionel Messi during the 2008 Olympic Games. 2008. That's quite a while ago. Interestingly, these boots weren't very expensive back then. The F59 series was priced around $2,000, and the 38 would have been less than that. However, the price of a boot isn't simply determined by its material. If it were, it wouldn't fetch a sky-high price. These were boots worn by a young Argentine superstar. A feeling of history intertwined with youth. So Wang silently pondered, if he were to sell these, he probably couldn't get less than €200 for them, right? Even €200 might be an understatement. Barcelona fans, Argentina fans, and Messi fanatics alike countless people would join the fray for these boots. On the evening of December 21st, a London local time at the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal were set to host the challenge from Sunderland. Yu Wang was at the stadium to watch the game today. He had observed the team's training sessions yesterday and earlier this morning. The training tempo at the Gunners' camp was incredibly fast, something that couldn't be compared to the training rhythm at Ajax. If it were the old Yu Wang given this demanding pace, he would most likely have been destined for a bench role. But now, having acquired Hazard's dribbling ability supplemented by other passive skills, Yu Wang was confident his performance in training would make Arteta's eyes light up. At that point, Tetsu would probably only have one thought: I've struck gold. Of course, since the transfer and registration weren't officially complete, Yu Wang couldn't participate in full team training. Mostly it was because they couldn't afford the risk of injury. Both Arsenal and he were wary of the potential consequences. Therefore, Yu Wang could only train on his own. Additionally, Yu Wang could only watch from the sidelines as Arteta announced the squad and starting lineup for the Sunderland match, standing by as a mere spectator. At 18, standing like a minion at the Coney Training Center. As a player about to officially join Arsenal, Yu Wang was brought by Tetsu to sit on the bench for the official match. The Gunners' bench was tiered, and Yu Wang sat in the very last row with Arsenal's most passionate fans right behind him. Fuck. So this is the new Sino-Portuguese player the team bought. The Arsenal model team is back in business. Wow. I think if this guy hadn't become a footballer, he could have made a name for himself as an international model. Lily, come on. Let's go shout and see if we can get an autograph or a photo. Julie, you've got the chest for it, you go. Upon hearing this, Yu Wang, who was originally grinning to himself, suddenly had the urge to turn his head. It wasn't that he wanted to see how big they were, but mainly because fulfilling fans' expectations is the duty of every Arsenal player. So Yu Wang turned around. The girl who spoke was very pretty. Moreover, because she was leaning forward with her arms outstretched holding out a pen and paper, her already ample chest was being pushed together forcefully. When Yu Wang first looked, he thought he was staring into the Mariana Trench. The fair skin and the veins on the upper slopes were clearly visible to him. Yu Wang forced himself to look into the girl's eyes, but failed. It was no use, it was ingrained in his genes. After signing a few autographs, Yu Wang turned back around, his face flushed. The broadcast cameras might pan over at any moment, so it was best not to be too greedy. Sunderland would be promoted to the Premier League in the future, but at this moment they were merely languishing in League One. For this match, Arteta didn't field his strongest starting 11. Instead, he paired a few key starters with perennial benchwarmers. This is what fans commonly call a rotated squad. Yet even this rotated squad was more than capable of easily crushing Sunderland. Nketiah scored a hat-trick, Nicolas Pepe contributed a goal and 2 assists, and young talent Patino came off the bench to score 1 as well. Arsenal won 5-1 against Sunderland. Interestingly, in the future, none of these 3 Arsenal goal scorers would remain at the Coney Training Center. The player turnover rate at top 6 clubs is simply staggering. After the match, Yu Wang made a brief appearance in the dressing room before leaving. His official and formal unveiling would take place after his registration was successfully completed. In other words, before the match against Manchester City, Arteta would hold a welcome ceremony for Yu Wang at the Coney Training Center. It's worth mentioning that Yu Wang wasn't able to leave the Emirates Stadium immediately because a reporter from Sky Sports approached him. Facing the reporter's questions about his move from Ajax to Arsenal and his hopes for the future, Yu Wang said seriously, "You know, Daramy is my brother. We've fought side by side and defeated many opponents. Also, I've known Rogier for a long time. That guy is incredibly strong. I thought we 3 could develop great chemistry at Ajax. But sometimes making a decision is hard. After many days and nights of thought, I've decided to take my talents to North London. I can't wait to put on the Arsenal shirt. As for Anthony Gravenberch, I wish them all the best at Ajax." On the afternoon of December 22nd, London had already turned bitterly cold. Apart from the resentful office workers who still had to hurry about, Yu Wang was the only one strolling along the streets. He had no choice in the matter. Lacazette was far too gracious, warmly inviting Yu Wang to his home for a meal. As the team captain, Lacazette had taken Arteta's words, "You should look after him," to heart. Over the past few days, he had not only been busy finding accommodation for Yu Wang, but had also managed to steal some time away from matches to prepare such a lavish dinner at home. Of course, most of the dishes were the handiwork of his girlfriend Manon. To be honest, Yu Wang actually thought living in the dormitory was quite comfortable. 3 meals a day, all inclusive. Where else could you find such a good deal? Lacazette had been blunt about it back then, saying that if Yu Wang ever wanted to pursue a romantic relationship, the dormitory would not be the ideal place. Why? Because the soundproofing was poor. Yu Wang had responded by giving Lacazette a silent, knowing look. It was a lesson learned from the captain's own blood and tears. Being French, the dishes on Lacazette's dining table were of course all French cuisine. Yu Wang had initially regretted the absence of Chinese food, considering that since his transmigration, he had rarely enjoyed a proper authentic Chinese meal. There were a few decent Chinese restaurants in Amsterdam, but before he could sample them properly, Yu Wang had moved on to London. England was famously a culinary wasteland. Players usually preferred Italian pasta and French broccoli. As for authentic English dishes, forget about it. Fortunately, French food was not bad at all. Although it wasn't the qualified Chinese cuisine he craved compared to the unpalatable London fare, even a French soft roll was 1,000 times tastier. Moreover, French cuisine was truly exceptional in Europe. Delicacies like foie gras and egg soup were the signature dishes of the revolutionary old region. The 24th was Christmas Eve and the 25th was Christmas Day. Lacazette had no time to entertain Yuan on those days. Today was his only free slot. One might ask, what about the 23rd? Well, Lacazette had a prior engagement to dine at a close friend's house on the 23rd, a commitment that couldn't be easily brushed aside. Just as Lacazette, his girlfriend Manon, and Yuan were chatting merrily, the doorbell rang. Manon rose to answer it. "Sis, that damn professor finally said I don't have to rush the experiments for a while. I'm on break. Something smells delicious. Is that the aroma of Boeuf Bourguignon? Let me see." Julie chattered while changing her shoes and stepping inside. As she rounded the corner of the living room, she spotted Yuan seated there. "Hey, isn't that the handsome guy who was staring at my chest?" Yuan also let out a silent hey in his mind. "Hey, isn't this the girl with the death by suffocation is a blessing figure?" Yuan turned his head to look at Lacazette. "So she's your sister. No wonder she could sit behind the substitutes bench. Let me be the first to call you big brother-in-law." Lacazette raised an eyebrow, then introduced her to Yuan. "My cousin Julie Perez. Julie, this is you." I know. Arsenal's new signing." Julie took the initiative to greet Yuan. This time Yuan kept his eyes lowered and his mind focused, managing to control himself perfectly. "I saw him at the stadium the day before yesterday." "Look," Julie said, pulling out her small bag. "You even gave me a few autographs." Lacazette was utterly puzzled. "Why is it that you never wanted my autograph, but you're asking for yours this time?" Lacazette was feeling jealous. Julie looked at her cousin as if he were an idiot. "Was I really there for the autograph? I was clearly there for the man. It's just that I left in such a hurry that day, I didn't manage to get the handsome guy's contact info." She had originally planned to ask her cousin to help make the connection, but hey, what a stroke of luck, running into him right here at her cousin's house. Without even bothering to accept the cutlery her sister-in-law offered, Julie leaned in closer and asked, "Handsome, do you have Direct?" Direct was an instant messaging app under Instagram widely used by young people in France. "I don't have that. Is WhatsApp okay?" "Of course, but how do I download it?" Yuan spent the 24th at his residence. Sunny or overcast, nothing beats just lying in bed all day. On the 25th of Christmas Day, Yuan followed the location pin Jack and Bob had sent him, arriving at the law firm's London office. The office was quite spacious, renting out 4 floors in total despite being quite far from the city center. But the fact that they could secure such a premises in London was a testament to the strength of this Amsterdam-based law firm. Interestingly, as a child, Yuan used to think that the company headquarters of those domineering CEOs in TV dramas were a series of buildings one after another in a display of absurd extravagance. It wasn't until he grew up that he realized a company owning several floors in a commercial office building was already considered a large firm. Owning multiple buildings. That would be a full-fledged commercial conglomerate, like Samsung in South Korea or Tencent in China. Yuan didn't have an employee badge for free access, so he was stopped by the security guard. When the guard blocked him, Yuan was tempted to pull out his phone, call Jack, and have Jack explain the situation to the guard. Ideally, Jack would even add a line like, "It's a call for you." That would have been peak coolness. Yuan shared this somewhat childish idea with Jack, who immediately vetoed it. It wasn't that Jack was unhappy about being used as Yuan's tool for showing off. The Dutchman wasn't upset about that. It was simply that the security guard here hadn't memorized Jack's voice, so a phone call wouldn't have worked anyway. In the end, Jack had to come down to fetch Yuan himself. Jack mentioned that the party upstairs was in full swing with plenty of women in attendance, and hoped Yuan would seize the opportunity. Additionally, Jack informed Yuan that after tonight he and Bob would be going on a well-deserved vacation. Yuan's face turned solemn. "You and Bob, vacationing together? Realizing his verbal misstep, Jack quickly explained, No. It's not what you're thinking, sir. What I mean is that including me, Bob, and others from the firm, except for a few colleagues who must remain on duty, everyone else will be taking leave. You know we have a lot of unused annual leave. Bob is thinking of vacationing in Miami, and I'm planning to visit my ex-wife in Australia." "Visiting your ex-wife?" Wow. Yuan felt like he had stumbled upon some juicy gossip. Jack struggled to find the right words. His English wasn't particularly fluent. In contrast to Jack, Bob's English proficiency was remarkably high, which was probably why the Amsterdam office had sent 2 people instead of just 1. You know, after a tree has been burned down, the temperature inside remains very high. With a slight misstep, it could easily reignite. Oh, Yuan understood. Old flames never die, they just smolder. And by the way, we both speak Dutch, so why are you struggling with that broken English over here? After Christmas, Arsenal faced a clash with the Canaries, Norwich City. As it was an away fixture, Yuan did not travel with the team. He remained at the Coney Training Center, engaging in routine foundational drills and one-on-one specialized training. Norwich had essentially secured a relegation spot. With a winless streak of 10 games at the start of the season, who else could be relegated if not them? Furthermore, during December, Norwich's record so far was 1 draw and 3 losses. If they also lost the match against Arsenal, it would become 1 draw and 4 defeats. Of course, considering Arsenal's strength, Norwich's defeat was practically a foregone conclusion. Notably, after the 10-game winless streak, Norwich decisively sacked the German coach Daniel Farke. Dean Smith, who had previously managed Aston Villa and Brentford, took over the reins. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The Canaries' problems were not confined to the manager's tactical acumen, The players signed in the summer window were mostly fringe talents. Even Jurgen Klopp himself could not have salvaged the situation. Fortunately for Smith, his contract with Norwich stipulated that he would at least coach until the end of the season. Therefore, even if December yielded only a single point, Smith did not need to worry about losing his job immediately. Of course, if there was no improvement in the latter half of the season, he likely wouldn't continue into the next one. And to see improvement, corresponding adjustments through transfers would be necessary. And it wasn't just Norwich. After Christmas, all Premier League clubs, including Norwich, were set to kick off a new round of New Year shopping sprees. Here we go. River Plate forward Julian Alvarez is set to join Manchester City. The transfer fee will reach $22 million. The Sky Blues made the first transfer move. With Ferran Torres' move to Barcelona confirmed, Manchester City needed to reinforce their forward line. However, perhaps due to River Plate's insistence on Alvarez finishing the current season and City's belief that they weren't in a rush, Alvarez did not immediately join City. Instead, he remained at River Plate on loan. In hindsight, City's handling of Alvarez seems somewhat unfair. After signing Haaland the following summer, the Argentine found himself as a permanent backup. Alvarez's ability needed no introduction. He was a bona fide weapon for breaching stubborn defenses, making him a backup for Haaland. Alvarez wouldn't complain openly, but deep down he would surely be disheartened. Consequently, seeking more playing time and a certain status as an attacking focal point, Alvarez moved to join his fellow Argentine Diego Simeone. Reinforcement. Liverpool confirmed the signing of Porto forward Luis Diaz. The Reds will pay $50 million for the Colombian. Mainz forward Jean-Philippe Mateta joins Crystal Palace for a fee of $11 million. Not taking a gamble. Norwich boss Dean Smith transfers. I'm not privy to the management's thoughts. $30 million. Here we go. Everton defender Lucas Digne will join Aston Villa. Seizing the opportunity. Newcastle become the Premier League's biggest spenders, with Bruno Guimaraes, Chris Wood, Dan Burn, and Kieran Trippier among those joining the club. The Magpies' transfer outlay could exceed $100 million. One more than you. Tottenham Rodrigo Beninker and Dejan Kulusevski join the club. Before the winter window even opened, Spurs had secured 2 players while Arsenal had only purchased 1. For every incoming, there is an outgoing. Tottenham Dele Alli will join Everton on a free transfer upon the expiration of his contract. Loan confirmed. French midfielder Tanguy Ndombele returns to his former club Lyon with a loan fee of $1.42 million. No movement. Tuchel: the club will not sign players in the winter window, though perhaps in the summer we will consider it. Due to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Todd Boehly and his Clear Lake Capital Group, upon taking over Chelsea, had no intention of making signings in the winter window. Tuchel had no funds to spend. It's worth noting that Roman Abramovich left behind a considerable amount of money for Chelsea. The club had funds and could have conducted transfer business, but how would these expenses be accounted for? That was a matter that needed to be finalized by the various stakeholders. In response, ESPN stated bluntly that regardless of the outcome of the discussions, it was conceivable that because all this money needed to be used for squad reinforcement and daily operations, by the time the summer window arrived, fans worldwide would witness a spending frenzy emanating from Stamford Bridge. Beyond the Premier League, the other top 4 leagues also updated their respective transfer arrangements. Barcelona finalized the deal for Manchester City's Ferran Torres, and Dani Alves was set to return on a free transfer. And Arsenal's Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang was also coming. While Arsenal fans were still wondering where their captain was headed, the Gabonese international had quietly left London and boarded a flight to Madrid. Aubameyang would first attend a few endorsement events in Madrid before heading to Catalonia. Then, after completing Barcelona's medical and registration procedures, he would officially become a Barcelona player. The allure of the Barcelona or Real Madrid dream was simply too powerful. Over at Juventus, Dusan Vlahovic was set to join the old lady for a fee of over $80 million. If that came to fruition, Vlahovic would undoubtedly be the Serie A winter window's biggest signing. Over at the Milan clubs, there were no major moves. It was just another year of patching up the squad. The Bundesliga was quiet. Bayern Munich, the dominant force, weren't planning to buy or sell. Before the winter window opened, many expected PSG to show their ruthless side, but in the end they did nothing. PSG chose to save their money for the summer window, intending to go on a massive spending spree then. In fact, this was a sensible idea. Which clubs typically buy players in the winter window? Usually it's one of these types: teams performing poorly and needing changes, teams making positional adjustments, or teams forced to spend because their own players were poached. Newcastle was the prime example of the first type. They were sliding towards a relegation battle. For the second type, Juventus was the representative team for positional adjustments. Juventus' decision to buy Vlahovic was purely a consequence of failing to sign a suitable forward in the summer window after Cristiano Ronaldo's departure. Many fans look down on Ronaldo, claiming his abilities have waned. This is absolutely a mistaken impression. The haters are showing their true colors. It's worth remembering that during his time with the Biant Canary, the Portuguese scored 31 and 29 goals respectively in the 2021 and 2122 seasons. Comparing the 2021 and 21-22 seasons, Juventus scored a total of 77 league goals in 2021. How many did they score in 21-22? It was 57. And that was even with Vlahovic, who arrived midway through the season, contributing 7 goals. 207 roughly equals the number of goals a player like Ronaldo would have provided. For the third type, Juventus was also the representative team. After Ronaldo was taken by Manchester United, the old lady urgently needed to reinforce their attack, leading to the hasty signings of Moise Kean and Santos forward Caio Jorge. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. If those signings had worked, Juventus wouldn't have resorted to panic buying by bringing in Fiorentina forward Dusan Vlahovic during the winter window. It's also worth noting that after Alexander Isak was bought by Liverpool, Newcastle seemed to be in a state of panic buying as well. They paid $85 million for Woltermade, a player who had only scored 12 league goals in a season. Considering the German forward's market value was only $30 million regardless of Woltermade's future performance, Newcastle had already overpaid significantly at this point. While fans were immersed in the joy of the impending new year, Arsenal had already assembled in full force. On the last day of 2021, the Gunners players conducted their routine training session at the Coney base. The new signing Yuang received a boisterous welcome from the Arsenal players. They greeted him with a barrage of slaps. The players formed two lines, and Yuang had to run the gauntlet between them. Was he met with applause? Certainly not. During this process, Lacazette struck the hardest. This caused the other Arsenal players to glance at him repeatedly with confusion. What's the grudge, Captain? Why so ruthless? Lacazette could only think, what's the grudge? This kid, I treated him like a brother, and he tries to court my sister. As for how Lacazette found out, it was simply because ahead of the upcoming match against Manchester City, Julie had been constantly messaging her dear brother to reserve 2 tickets for her. As an Arsenal player, getting 2 staff tickets was a piece of cake for Lacazette. But he had a question: hadn't his little sister already witnessed his brilliance last time? Why would she want to watch again? Well, after thinking it over, Lacazette silently nodded. For this match against Manchester City, Arteta's only choice for the striker position was him, Lacazette. Wouldn't that be a stage all for himself? So was it wrong for his sister to come and watch him? No, right. At this, Julie quickly offered an explanation. She told Lacazette he was overthinking it. Who's coming to see a big dark guy like you? I'm going to watch you walk. Lacazette immediately turned red with anger. A sister once grown is lost. Considering he couldn't bring himself to hit his own sister, Lacazette simply delivered a heavy slap onto Yuang's back instead. To be honest, Yuang couldn't have guessed that Lacazette's slap carried such immense anger. If he had known, he might have burst out laughing. Captain, I only chatted with your sister once. How is that courting her? It was on Christmas Day at the office, just as Yuang was about to tell a joke to the law firm intern, when Julie's message came through. Have you had dinner yet? Julie sent this message after careful consideration. She had Googled the living habits of Chinese people and Chinese expatriates, and saw the top-ranked entry. Have you eaten? Beneath this phrase, there was a note explaining that due to frequent famines in the past, over the last few millennia, having enough to eat became the most fundamental desire of the Chinese people. So whenever they meet and chat, Chinese people will ask, have you eaten? However, sending a have you eaten at nearly 11 p.m. honestly left Yuang quite bewildered. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet. Not with you, I haven't. After seeing Yuang's reply, Julie quickly Googled again. They say Chinese people only answer directly, so why is the one I met so good at flirting? Push a bit deeper to the left. Yes, that's the rhythm. Insert it. Get it all the way in. Yuang, dressed in the blue training kit, just wanted to cover his ears. Damn it, Arteta, what kind of terrible lines are these? Great. Beautiful. Arteta clapped his hands while signaling the assistant coach to gather the players. Soon, everyone huddled together. Quiet down, listen up. First, after today, tomorrow marks the beginning of the new year. No matter what achievements we made in 2021, or what setbacks we encountered, forget it now, we need to start afresh. Glancing at the time on his tablet, Arteta continued, today's training ends here. Have a wonderful New Year's Eve. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a recovery session to get our condition back on track. All right, now, Arteta turned to his assistant coach. Heinz, you announced the match squad. The Argentine Heinz nodded in acknowledgement. Forwards: Alexander Lacazette, Martin Odegaard, Bukayo Saka. Defenders: Gabriel Ben White, Takahiro Tomiyasu. Yuang. Yuang wasn't surprised to be named in the match squad. What he truly wanted to know was if his name was on the starting lineup. Of course, one can dream. Would Arteta use a 50 million Ben White and a 40 million Gabriel, and instead field a newcomer worth only 8 million? Yes, 8 million. After Christmas, Transfermarkt had updated the latest market values for all footballers globally. Yuang, who transferred from Ajax to Arsenal, was valued at a cool 2 million euros. This valuation was based on his transfer fee, an 800k base, plus a potential 1 million in add-ons, which seemed about right. Don't think this price is low. Tomiyasu's transfer to Arsenal cost 18.6 million, and his market value at the time was 20 million. When Lokonga joined Arsenal from Anderlecht, the Gunners spent 17.5 million euros, while his market value was 12 million. So while a player's market value isn't strictly tied to the transfer fee, they are certainly related. However, there are exceptions like Woltermade, who Newcastle bought. His market value was 30 million, but the transfer fee was 85 million. Also, Isak's 100 million valuation was sold for 130 million, which was a bit of a premium. Anyway, back to the point. As expected, Yuang's name wasn't in the starting lineup. Arteta opted for the combination of Tierney, Gabriel Ben White, and Tomiyasu. Interestingly, Arsenal's left back is Scottish player Tierney. Currently in the Premier League, there's another red team that also starts a Scottish player in that position, and that's Klopp's Liverpool. That left back is Scotland's Captain Robertson. With the starting lineup confirmed, Arteta dismissed the players. Those who needed to go home for dinner went home, those who wanted to go out for New Year's Eve did so, and those who wanted to get a jump on the new year did that too. The only requirement was to be on time for the recovery training session tomorrow morning. Shortly after, in Arteta's office. Knock knock. Come in. The Frenchman Lacazette walked in. Alexander, what's the matter? Arteta leaned back in his office chair as he asked. Boss, Lacazette shrugged and replied, I'm here about you, Wong. You know he's been performing really well in training, right? Arteta nodded at this. He had seen it clearly during the training session, just now. Yuang wore the blue training vest representing the substitutes, while Lacazette wore the red one signifying a starter. The Frenchman is only 175 centimeters tall. Because he often faces defenders taller than him, Lacazette's style on the pitch isn't like a typical center forward. Instead, he resembles more of a winger who can occasionally drift wide to create space for teammates to attack the center. Especially in the previous match against Sunderland, Lacazette would urge Nicolas Pepe and Kedia to push inside more. Coming on as a substitute, he would run into the left channel, linking up with right-back Cedric, creating a scene of attacking from both flanks. This was to strive for more potential opportunities. But today on the training ground, when Lacazette tried to replicate his wide-drifting brilliance from matches, Yuang completely contained him. Even though no one was going full throttle in training as it was just practice, a new signing being able to stifle a seasoned pro like Lacazette was seriously impressive. With this in mind, Arteta sat up straight and said firmly, if you're here about Yuang starting Alexander, I trust you, which is why I'm telling you this. He doesn't have that capability yet, understand? Or rather, he needs to wait. He needs to wait for the right moment, a moment when his teammates and the fans can truly see his abilities. I understand, boss. He definitely doesn't have the ability to start. I was just thinking perhaps he could handle a substitute appearance. Arteta chuckled. Alexander, are you that close with this kid? Lacazette quickly shook his head. Then why? Why? Lacazette walked over and drew open the office curtains. Arteta's office is on the first floor, and looking straight out, one sees the first team's training pitch. There Yuang was doing extra training. The drill was weaving in and out of cones. Hardworking people deserve to be seen by more people, boss. Lacazette had one more thing he didn't say. That was, rather than letting Yuang and his sister quietly flirt on the bench, it would be better to send him onto the pitch to feel some pressure. Good evening, dear viewers watching from home. Welcome back to Migu Sports Mobile HD on this New Year's Eve as we bring you the highly anticipated Premier League Round 21 clash between Arsenal and Manchester City. In the Migu Sports studio, the anchor Jean Jun began. I'm your commentator today, Jean Jun, and beside me is our analyst director Zhang Lu. Come on, Director Zhang, say hello to everyone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu chuckled at the camera. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Lu. After a brief, Jean Jun took over the conversation. Today is the first day of 2022. On this festive New Year's Day, on behalf of Migu Sports, I wish all Chinese people around the world a happy new year. Wishing you all reunion happiness and fulfillment. Hey, everyone, eat well, drink well, and stay healthy every day. Director Zhang was for once quite serious. Alright, enough small talk, let's turn our attention to the Emirates Stadium. Back in London, Yuang was warming up normally with his teammates at Arsenal's home ground. Soon players began pairing up and heading into the player tunnel. With only 15 minutes left until kickoff, back in the dressing room, Arteta would use this brief time to explain the match tactics. Before the match starts, let's look at the starting lineups for both teams. First, the away team. Based on the official Premier League broadcast feed, Migu had rendered it with additional graphics. The broadcast began showing the starting formation with Chinese annotations. A standard 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Ederson. The back four from left to right: Ake, Laporte, Ruben Dias, and Cancelo. Stones doesn't start as the English centre-back is currently injured. In midfield, De Bruyne is on the left, Rodri holds the single pivot, and Bernardo Silva is on the right. Up front, Sterling and Mahrez provide width on the flanks, with Jesus leading the line. Now let's look at the home team, Arsenal. Arteta has set up a 4-2-3-1 formation. In goal is England's number 1 Ramsdale. The back four: Tierney on the left, Tomiyasu on the right, and the centre-back pairing of Gabriel and Ben White. In the double pivot, Ghanaian international party partners with Swiss captain Xhaka. The three attacking midfielders are Martinelli, Odegaard, and Saka. Leading the line is the Frenchman Lacazette. Kolasinac and Chambers are not in today's squad. If Arsenal's defense can't hold up, their substitutions in the second half could directly influence the outcome. Pep Guardiola won't miss such a sensitive opportunity. A classic Zhang-style supportive interjection. Alright, on Arsenal's bench, there's a player many Chinese fans are watching closely: Yuang, the Sino-Portuguese midfielder who just transferred from Ajax to Arsenal this winter window. According to a recent interview our Migu reporters had with officials from the Chinese Football Association, the national team is currently considering naturalizing him. He's within 3 generations, so if all goes well, we might see him in future national team matches. As Jean Jun said this, the live chat exploded instantly. Why bother bringing him here? To see how fancy the last train station is. Naturalize, that's all you ever talk about. To quote Li Tai, what's wrong with our domestic players? Aren't they good enough? The one above, honestly, they're not. They've already been reduced to playing for pride. You tell me if that's good enough. Oh well, he could join Portugal and play with Ronaldo. Why would he join a football association that can barely beat a fishing village team in the EFF Cup? Don't come to the national team. Don't come. Don't come. Don't drag the kid into the fire. 18 years old, Arsenal centre-back, worth €2 million. The future is bright. Regarding the CFA's approach to Yu Wang about naturalization, he had indeed been contacted. Back when he was at Ajax, the CFA had sent people to approach him, but Yu Wang hadn't paid much attention. Now with his rising status and value, they had sent people again. Mindful of the sentiment, born a Chinese die a Chinese ghost, he agreed to meet them. But after they spoke their first sentence, he already wanted to run for the hills. It wasn't that he didn't respect them, but what they said was simply laughable. Knowing that Yu Wang wasn't bound to any agent or agency, their first words were about discussing a partnership regarding his representation. Yu Wang said, "Let's see how sincere your cooperation is. Even brothers settle their accounts clearly. What exactly does this contract entail?" When he saw it, he was dumbfounded. Even Li Hongzhang, if he were alive, wouldn't dare sign such a thing. The CFA's front company would take the lion's share, whether from commercial endorsements or boot and kit deals. Furthermore, Yu Wang would be required to transfer to a Chinese Super League club. The reason for this demand was purely that for upcoming tournaments like the China Cup, Asian Cup, and World Cup qualifiers, the CFA wanted Yu Wang available for every single match. Yu Wang said nothing, just remained friendly and polite, but showed them the door. No way. At the age when he needed to develop most, staying in Europe was crucial. Is the CSL better than the Premier League now? Think about Jiang Guangtai and Li Ku. They've become completely localized. Jiang Guangtai still has a decent foundation with his passing and tackling, retaining some semblance of a European player. Li Ku, the former Brentford captain, has forgotten how to play football. Back to the main topic. As Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were analyzing the attacking and defensive strengths of both teams on camera, the starting players had already lined up in the tunnel. For Arsenal, Arteta was the first out of the tunnel, with the other substitutes quickly following their boss. Yu Wang brought up the rear. Looking at the star-studded starting lineups of Arsenal and Manchester City, Yu Wang felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Before, he would be watching these intense Premier League clashes alone in front of his computer. Now he was actually participating in this opening match of the year. It was truly an amazing feeling. Cancelo at the back of the City line turned and saw Yu Wang scratching his head and taking deep breaths. "Hey, isn't this guy Portuguese?" So Cancelo took the initiative to greet Yu Wang. Yu Wang quickly extended his hand for a high five. Then, realizing what was happening, Yu Wang proactively high-fived Ruben Dias and Bernardo Silva. As Yu Wang was about to exit the tunnel, Bernardo had a delayed reaction. He quickly turned back to ask Cancelo, "Joao, what's up? Who was that I just high-fived? You don't know?" Arsenal's new signing, Sino-Portuguese. Like Diogo and Andre, he was born in Porto. After saying that, Cancelo added, "Well, that's what I heard. Not sure if it's true." Today's main referee is Englishman Stuart Atwell. His officiating is mediocre, but still better than Michael Oliver's. The Fantastic Four blind are not to be taken lightly. Yu Wang high-fived every teammate he passed before taking his seat. Before long, led by head referee Stuart, the players from both teams walked out in order. It was at that moment that a massive tifo was unfurled in the Emirates Stadium. The tifo read, "I'll love you for a long time. I will love you forever." This was the Arsenal fans' love and loyalty to their club. On the bench, Yu Wang was chatting with his teammates when a familiar voice from the stands behind him caught his attention. "Hey, you." Seeing Yu Wang sitting just 2 meters away, Julie's heart leaped with joy. This time Yu Wang remembered the ancient proverb, "One must not covet a brother's wife." So when he turned around, he made direct eye contact with Julie. Honestly, it was quite difficult, especially since Julie was boldly leaning over the railing, her curves pressed and squeezed as she smiled radiantly at him. "Hey, why aren't you looking at my chest this time?" Seemingly puzzled by Yu Wang's sudden gentlemanly behavior, Julie asked curiously. That question broke his composure. His gaze involuntarily drifted downwards. What a magnificent sight. Wait, the proverb says not to covet a brother's wife, but it doesn't say anything about a brother's sister. Having mentally prepared himself, Yu Wang proceeded to give a thorough critical examination with his eyes. Feeling a bit dizzy from staring too long, he turned his head back. Seeing Yu Wang sitting with his eyes closed, Lokanga, next to him, asked what was wrong. Yu Wang said it was the heat. He was suffering from heat stroke. Lokanga looked up at the sky carefully. Strange, it was neither windy nor sunny, and in January one would freeze to death. Hot. And heat stroke. Yu Wang claimed everyone's constitution is different, he wouldn't understand. Hearing this, Lokanga said nothing more and turned his attention back to the match on the pitch. Yu Wang cleared his throat softly, then as if a thought struck him, turned to Julie and asked, "Aren't you cold? In this weather? If it's for you to look at, I'm willing to wear less." Seeing Julie's charming smiling eyes, Yu Wang conceded defeat. This time he decided not to turn around again. Plump and alluring, so tempting. A few more glances and he would truly explode. But Yu Wang glanced at his brother-in-law toiling on the pitch. If he actually did something, he would Lacazette rally a van full of people to come after him. At the Emirates, the early rhythm of the match was controlled by Arsenal. After all, playing at home, Arteta had no reason to be timid. Another reason was that having started his managerial career as Guardiola's assistant, Arteta had always yearned to defeat him face to face. He wanted to prove to the world that he was not garbage. Bang! Arsenal won a corner kick and the ball was swung into the penalty area. Unfortunately, Gabriel and the other tall players couldn't win the position and the ball was headed clear by Ruben Dias. A promising Arsenal attack was neutralized. In the 7th minute of the match, Arsenal intercepted the ball in midfield and quickly transitioned from defense to attack. Yuang on the bench had lost all desire to flirt with Julie. His focus was solely on the game now. Yuang put himself in Gabriel's shoes. How should he handle this ball? How should this line be connected? There was a lot of nuance involved. However, it was a pity that as defending champions Manchester City played with such ease and control. Not only did De Bruyne and Bernardo Silva drop deep to help defend in the fullback areas, but Sterling and Mahrez also tracked back promptly. Guardiola's team performed admirably on both ends of the pitch. Many people claim that Guardiola in the 24-25 season seemed to be running out of ideas. Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that his tiki-taka style is no longer effective in modern football, just like the obsolescence of the classic number 10 or the rigidity of the U-shaped tactics, they no longer fit the current game. For instance, Nokia was a good brand, but ultimately couldn't keep up with the times right. No, Guardiola has also developed new tactics and achieved good results in many matches. A notable example is the revolutionary 2-5-3 formation. It can leave opponents struggling to cope. Of course, this top-heavy tactical approach heavily relies on effective communication between the defensive midfielder center-backs and goalkeeper. It's only because Manchester City have top-tier center-backs, the world's best defensive midfielder, and a Brazilian national goalkeeper. Any other team simply couldn't pull it off. In short, no matter how abstract Guardiola becomes in the future or how surprising City's results might be, at least for now, they are the undisputed dominators of the Premier League. In the 11th minute, Manchester City won a corner. In the 13th minute, the citizens were awarded 2 consecutive fouls. In the 18th minute, De Bruyne played a through ball that pierced Arsenal's defense. To prevent Mahrez from dribbling into the box, Gabriel was forced to commit a tactical foul. Mahrez was tripped. Fortunately, since Gabriel wasn't the last defender and the match had just started, referee Stewart only showed a yellow card. Boos rang out from the Arsenal fans at the Emirates Stadium. They were extremely dissatisfied with the referee's decision. As the team's 12th man, they were applying pressure on the referee in this way. In the Migu Sports studio, seeing this, Jean Jun turned to director Zhang and said, after failing to land the early blows, the rhythm of the match has fallen into Manchester City's hands. Director Zhang, how do you see the match unfolding from here? Zhang Lu chuckled hee twice before sharing his insights. With the rhythm in City's hands, it will definitely be more favorable for them. Let's discuss Gabriel's yellow card. He had no choice but to take it. When Xhaka pushed forward, Gabriel had to step up to support him and ensure the line wasn't broken. Coincidentally, Tierney was operating in the left central midfield area, leaving Gabriel solely responsible for defending the left flank. So when De Bruyne, who had moved centrally, suddenly played a through ball to the right, how could Gabriel cope? With Mahrez in front and Jesus positioned closer to the goal behind him, Gabriel had no choice but to commit the foul. Jean Jun nodded in agreement. He then took over the commentary. Gabriel needs to be careful with his defensive intensity from now on, as he's already on a yellow card. Alright, let's see who will take this free kick. Oh ho ho, De Bruyne and Mahrez are walking over. Are they planning a set-piece routine? After a brief, hushed conversation, Mahrez walked away. It's still De Bruyne. The Belgian will take the free kick. It was at that moment. Tweet tweet. The referee blew the whistle and De Bruyne was clear to take the kick. A shot. It didn't find the net. De Bruyne's strike flies just over the crossbar. Such a pity for the citizens. Goal kick for Arsenal. On the touchline, witnessing De Bruyne's squandered opportunity, Guardiola clutched his gleaming head in agony. At the Emirates Stadium, the home supporters let out a collective groan followed by sharp, piercing whistles from every corner of the ground. Clearly, this was the Arsenal faithful mocking Manchester City and De Bruyne. By the home team's bench, Arteta, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, skipped the celebratory high-fives with his assistants. He dashed to the sideline, gesticulating wildly, urging his players to push forward. The opposition hadn't retreated immediately. Arsenal had a chance to counter. Sharing Arteta's sense of having dodged a bullet was Yuang. Back in the Eredivisie, Yuang hadn't felt other teams were particularly formidable. Wasn't it just a matter of planting his foot and casually racking up goals? Now Yuang understood. Arsenal were among the elite, yet Manchester City were even more so. In the first 20 minutes of this half, Arsenal seemed to have a fair number of chances, but upon closer inspection, they were all ineffective attacks. In contrast, Manchester City, aside from everything else, had just had De Bruyne's effort. If not for a stroke of bad luck, the Gunners would be trailing 0-1 right now. As if struck by a thought, Yuang unzipped his jacket and rolled up his sleeve. Goosebumps had formed all over his arm. This wasn't due to the cold, it was brought on by sheer nervousness. The pressure radiating from the blue half of Manchester was palpable. In the 26th minute of the match, Lacazette squandered a one-on-one opportunity. Ruben Dias bailed out Ederson with a perfectly timed sliding tackle from behind. In the 33rd minute, Jesus wasted a gilt-edged chance. In the 451st minute, the first minute of stoppage time in the first half. Wasting chances comes with consequences. Manchester City earned another corner but failed to make it count from the set piece, and were instead caught out by a promising Arsenal opportunity. Left back Tierney surged forward with the ball down the flank. Upon meeting resistance, he planted his foot and swung his leg. A crossfield pass that spanned most of the pitch. The ball landed perfectly at the feet of Saka, who was sprinting down the right wing. Arsenal's Prince cut inside with the ball. Then before Ake could throw himself in the way, Saka curled a shot towards the near post. The shot was so precise and placed that Ederson, guarding his goal, couldn't get down quickly enough to make the save. It's a goal. 1-0. Arsenal take the lead. In the Migu broadcast studio, a pure Scouse accent echoed through the network to the players' screens. The scorer, Saka. Manchester City have had all the possession and shots, but they failed to convert that dominance into goals. Instead, Arsenal have found a golden opportunity. Wasting chances comes at a cost. Guardiola, what changes will you make in the next 15 minutes? Jean-June's elation had a reason. As Liverpool's primary league rivals, any dropped points for Manchester City would inch the Reds closer to the title. Interestingly, if you were to cover the team abbreviations on the broadcast graphic, many would assume the goal was scored by Manchester City, not Arsenal. Why? Because Guardiola sat on the bench with an air of absolute control while Arteta was shouting from the touchline, seemingly berating his players for a defensive lapse. In reality, Arteta was instructing his players to be wary of a potential fight back from the opposition after their celebrations. Football is littered with examples of teams conceding because they became complacent after scoring. Arteta had no intention of seeing his hard-earned lead evaporate in an instant. Beep. The first half came to an end with Arsenal taking a 1-0 advantage into the break. Yuan quickly gathered himself and followed his teammates into the dressing room. To be honest, Yuan was feeling pretty good right now. On one hand, his team was winning. On the other, if everything went according to plan and they needed a defender late in the game to shore up the backline, he might just get his Premier League debut. Yuan was thinking about the final minutes, but reality has a way of arriving suddenly and catching you off guard. After the restart, just as Arteta had envisioned, Manchester City intensified their attacks. Thankfully, Arteta had prepared his defense, specifically instructing Tierney and Tomiyasu to refrain from venturing forward recklessly and to instead tuck in and participate in zonal defending. Furthermore, Partey and Xhaka were also instructed to hold their positions. In the dressing room, Arteta had been blunt. At the appropriate time, he would substitute his forward players for midfielders and defenders. All of this was for the sake of that precious 3 points. Unfortunately, all these plans were shattered by a penalty. Due to the immense pressure from City's attacks, Gabriel's defensive movements began to become desperate. In moments requiring immediate decisions, Gabriel was practically relying on muscle memory. Finally, in the 60th minute, inside the box, Gabriel's risky attempt to intercept with a lunge missed the ball entirely, instead taking down Mahrez. The referee immediately pointed to the spot. To add insult to injury, Gabriel was shown a second yellow card. 2 yellows led to a red, and the Brazilian defender was sent off. WTF. Arteta rushed over to protest to the fourth official, claiming Mahrez had dived. During this commotion, Arteta also exchanged a few heated words with Guardiola. Some might wonder, weren't they a master and his prized pupil? How could they be arguing like this? To that, Arteta would say, off the pitch, we are minter and minty dinner drinks, anything is fine. But on the pitch, forget about student or teacher. Address me by my title. Call me the head coach of Arsenal Football Club's men's first team, Mikel Arteta. Arteta's protests were futile. The red card and the penalty stood. To make matters worse, Mahrez converted the penalty he had won, leveling the score at 1-1. Down to 10 men and now drawing. Arteta's heart was in his throat. The 3 points were certainly out of the question now. But could they salvage a draw? Looking at Gabriel, who lingered dejectedly near the tunnel entrance, reluctant to leave, the frustration within Arteta could only be released as a sigh. Quickly, Arteta turned his gaze to the bench. To secure a potential point, he needed to bring on a defensive player to reinforce the backline. This player should ideally be a natural defender, someone specialized in defending. His eyes fell upon Holding Niles and Tavares, and Arteta fell silent. Their recent performances had been, to put it mildly, baffling. Honestly, Arteta was reluctant to use any of them. Arteta spotted Yuan sitting at the very top of the bench steps. Why was this kid sitting all the way up there? After careful consideration, Arteta finally made his decision. Heinz, go get you for me. Yes, boss. Yuan was quite surprised to learn he was coming on, as it was far earlier than he had anticipated. Coming on after the 80th minute is just for cameo appearances. Coming on at the 60th minute means shouldering real responsibility. Of course, Yuan didn't feel particularly afraid. Pressure breeds motivation, and it would help him improve faster. After his assistant had relayed the positional instructions, Arteta walked over, intending to add a few more words of advice. Do you know why I'm putting you on? Because I've seen you in training. Your resilience, your tenacity, your hard work, and your dedication. Remember, I need you to work with Ben White to solidify our defense. Our goal today is to secure at least a point, understand? Understood. Good, go on then. The fourth official held up the board. The number 16, Wong. Why was coming on? And it was at that very moment Yuan stepped onto the pitch. Ding. A miraculous Premier League debut. Though only as a substitute, it's clear how much effort you've put in to reach the top flight. Ding. A limited time mission has been activated. Astonish the world, help the team secure victory against Manchester City, and claim the MVP trophy for the best player on the pitch. System reward 10 free attribute points. Note this will be difficult, but how will you know if you don't try? Note as a disciple of the old gaffer Solskjaer always brings 200% focus when facing their cross-down rivals Manchester City. The host's super sub ability will receive an epic positive boost of over 15, shooting 4,570, speed 7,691, passing 6,585, heading 6,280, overall rating 8496, valid for 90 minutes 96. Yuang doubted his eyes and blinked rapidly trying to refresh his vision. The number remained unchanged. It was indeed 96. Yuang was astonished. Only the peak Messi and Ronaldo could reach such a number, but in today's football world it seemed no one else could. The opponents De Bruyne and Rodri were excellent, but their highest ratings were only around 92. Yuang took a deep breath. His next task was to mute the world and listen closely to the sound of Manchester City fans' despair. Yuang came on to replace Odegaard. Arteta initially wanted to substitute Lacazette, but considering potential counter-attack opportunities, he decided to hold off after careful deliberation. Following the referee's directive for the nearest player to leave, Odegaard exited from the other side. Without even a high-five, Yuang stepped directly onto the pitch. Arteta clapped his hands and shouted encouragement onto the field. Don't be nervous. Stay focused. Especially you, Yuang. Come on. Tweet. Tweet. The match resumed. Arsenal kicked off. Whether it was Arteta's encouragement or the Arsenal players' desire to pressure their opponents, the Gunners, despite being a man down, increased the tempo at the Emirates, seemingly intent on overwhelming Manchester City. Guardiola, of course, wouldn't allow any team to be superior to his. The Spanish coach who had managed Barcelona and Bayern quickly instructed his players to press high. Being a man down, Arsenal adopted a 4-4-1 formation in attack, differing from a 4-4-2 by lacking a second supporting striker. Yuang slotted into Gabriel's position while his brother-in-law, Lacazette, held the line as the lone striker. After a few brief exchanges, Guardiola's team didn't gain much advantage, but eventually Manchester City regained possession through their numerical superiority. Subsequently, Manchester City's three forwards began sprinting forward, and their attacking rhythm started to shift. Sterling on the left wing had good pace and a decent shot, but he tended to hold on to the ball too long, known as being greedy. Raheem Sterling. He could pass inside now. He's not passing, he's continuing towards the byline. Is he going for a cutback? No, he isn't. In the Migu broadcast studio, Jean Jun analyzed several scenarios, but Sterling just wouldn't play by the book. The final image on the broadcast showed Tomiyasu successfully tackling and winning back possession. Guardiola, watching from the sidelines, was just as exasperated as Jean Jun. He was completely numb. Why keep dribbling at this point? Just whip the ball into the box. Whether it was letting De Bruyne orchestrate early or opting for a cutback cross later, Sterling had all those choices available. Moreover, what Guardiola found hardest to accept was, forget about whether Sterling and Mahrez could provide width and pressure on both flanks. With several players lurking centrally, Arsenal would have found it very difficult to defend against this attack. Unfortunately, Sterling was too eager to prove himself, and ultimately possession was lost. And for players who disrespect and disobey the coach's instructions, Guardiola's solution is sell. Zinchenko sell. Sterling sell. Cancelo also sell. On the pitch, Tomiyasu, who had won back possession, bypassed the deep-lying defender Ben White and delivered a direct pass to Yuang. Yuang first looked up at the big screen above the stadium to check the time, the 67th minute. Then he glanced at Jesus, who was charging towards him aggressively. Looking past Jesus, Yuang surveyed the field ahead. His brother-in-law Lacazette was in a poor position within the defensive coverage of Laporte and Ruben Dias. Passing to him would just be handing possession to the opponent. Should he go wide or attempt a through ball through the middle? Passing wide was an option, but given the opponent's pressing intensity, possession would likely just keep moving backward, failing to create any meaningful attack. As for a central through ball, even worse. Manchester City were renowned for their possession-based play, and the midfield was packed with sky blue shirts. Passing there would only result in losing the ball. After a brief analysis, Yuang realized he had too little information to work with, making it difficult to choose a passing lane. Fortunately, his excellent vision and composure helped him identify a promising route, play it down the left, and then switch plays centrally, first pulling the opposition out of shape. But before that, Yuang needed to deal with the immediate threat of the charging Palmeiras prodigy Jesus. Hey, you. Tierney on the left was waving for the ball. Mahrez, no fool, quickly moved to block the potential passing lane between Yuang and Tierney. However, while the ground pass was blocked, the aerial route was open. Yuang shaped his body as if to play a diagonal pass to the left. Jesus, closing in, jumped up, intending to block the ball with his torso. But to everyone's surprise, Yuang forcefully stopped his right leg mid-swing. Then, with a quick stop and a cut, he transformed the intended long pass into a horizontal drag, easily evading Jesus' challenge. Not only were the fans in the stadium stunned, but Arteta and Guardiola on the sidelines also blinked rapidly in disbelief. Arteta even covered half his face with his hands. He was astounded. How dared Yuang attempt such a bold move? And crucially, he pulled it off. Having escaped with that feigned pass and cut, Yuang didn't stay put to survey his options. He immediately accelerated forward with the ball. Yuang, a beautiful cut. He's completely fooled Jesus. Driving forward, Manchester City are tracking back. A through ball. Yuan chooses a lofted pass over the top, to the right wing, a somewhat risky option. But the ball lands perfectly at Saka's feet. From that initial stop and cut to this delicate and bold pass selection, what is this De Bruyne-esque play from Yuan? The broadcast camera shifted from Yuan to Saka. The English winger was now engaged in a one-on-one battle with Manchester City's left-back Ake. After a brief standoff, Saka, finding no clear opportunity, chose to pass back. Partey, following up, didn't dwell on possession and played the ball inside to Yuan. After making the pass, Yuan didn't immediately retreat to defend, but remained in the attacking third to apply pressure. Realizing Yuan posed a threat from range in the central position, Rodri and Bernardo Silva quickly converged to apply a double team. Just as everyone assumed Yuan with no shooting lane would be forced to pass wide or play safe back, he without hesitation before Rodri and Bernardo Silva could close the door used the outside of his left boot to whip a low-driven pass into the left channel. Rodri tried to stretch his leg to intercept, but it was futile. The ball seemed close, yet those few centimeters felt like an insurmountable chasm. With a thwack, the ball fell under Martinelli's control. The Brazilian star didn't waste Yuan's high-quality through ball that had sliced open the defense. He immediately unleashed a thunderous strike towards the near post. With a thud, Ederson desperately dove to his right. But it was all in vain. At that moment, Ederson could only curse his parents for not giving him arms 10 centimeters longer. The ball crossed the line and nestled completely into the back of the net. With a thunderous roar, the Emirates Stadium erupted into a frenzy. Countless Arsenal fans leaped from their seats, though most had never been seated to begin with. Echoing the fans' delirium, Arteta was lost in unbridled ecstasy, wildly shaking his assistant coach. The assistant coach bore the brunt of his excitement. The stadium DJ roared in kind, announcing the scorer for Arsenal. The Arsenal faithful completed the DJ's call, chanting the name of their number 35, Martinelli. Near the corner flag, Martinelli forewent his usual celebration, instead sprinting towards Yuan while wagging his finger. You're an absolute genius. Before Yuan could respond, Lacazette had already leaped onto his back. The Frenchman shouted while pumping his fist at the die-hard fans. I knew it. I knew you were the one to change the game. Look, these fans are all cheering for you. Following Lacazette's gesture, Yuan saw the Arsenal supporters already dancing with joy. A few of the most fervent fans even tried to evade the stewards to rush onto the pitch. Fortunately, the Premier League security was diligent enough to hold them back. This may also be due to the Premier League's matchday policies. Pitch invasions can lead to detention bans or more severe legal consequences. Interestingly, the league often turns a blind eye to pitch invasions during title celebrations or promotion clinches. One reason is sheer emotion, as seen when Espanyol fans carried a player on their shoulders after qualifying for Europe. Another is the sheer number of invaders, making arrests impractical. Could they possibly send everyone to prison? The principle of collective immunity applies universally. Regarding Lacazette's praise, Yuan simply waved his hand. These accolades and praises are what I deserve. Partey, who had been silent, was taken aback. This kid isn't modest at all, but truly it's well earned. Partey added silently to himself, recognizing that one person's joy can be another's sorrow. As the Arsenal fans' cheers shook the heavens, the away side's players trudged off the pitch, their heads hung low in disappointment. The traveling Manchester City supporters mirrored their team's dejection, unable to believe they had conceded first despite having a man advantage. Could Gabriel's red card have somehow unlocked the Arsenal players' potential? That seemed unlikely, but they soon found the answer. Gabriel was a cautious defender focused on supporting Ben White. But what was this Yuan who constantly surged from the back line to join the attack? Did he think he was a two-way midfielder like Canny? Yuan seemed to say, well, actually, yes. After the initial excitement, Arteta was the first to regain his composure. As Guardiola prepared his substitutions, Arteta was also busy. In the 68th minute, City made their first change of the match. Jesus, who had been ineffective, made way for Gundogan, a player known for his driving runs and attacking prowess, capable of playing multiple midfield roles. In Guardiola's system, every player has a secondary role. A center-back isn't just a center-back, and a midfielder isn't just a midfielder. For example, Cancelo is the world's best left-back or right-back, depending on where he plays, and he also fills in at center-back when needed. De Bruyne, meanwhile, isn't limited to central midfield or attacking midfield. He often pushes forward to the front line for the final strike. The most famous example in Guardiola's tactical setup is Jesus Navas in the 17-18 season, a natural right-back who was frequently deployed as a right winger or right midfielder. Calling him a right-sided all-rounder is fair, though he became susceptible to being beaten as he aged. Back to the match. Seeing his mentor and league rival Guardiola make such a substitution, Arteta was initially puzzled. He shouldn't have been. Guardiola's penchant for tactical surprises is well known. In such a critical moment, one would expect more than a single change. This was evident even before the pandemic. When asked about the upcoming rule allowing 5 substitutions, Guardiola had quipped, 5 substitutions. Just wait, next season you'll see how brilliant my substitutions can be. Yet the outcome was. In contrast to the gradually calming stadium, viewers on the broadcast were still buzzing from the goal. Unbelievable. Yuan comes off the bench and creates a goal. Haven't I seen this episode before? 666, oh, another war god card for him. Wait, why did I say again? Premier League debut against Man City gets an assist. Damn, this is some protagonist level plot. Damn it. I thought City had it in the bag, so I put down another bet, and now this. I'm nervously watching with my bets on a home win. Did you see that? After Yuan's feint, he had a clear path. He passed to Saka and Martinelli just before the City defenders could close him down. Get to the point. His timing for when to release the ball is impeccable. He knows exactly when to act and when to hold back. Know who the last defender this good was? Van Dijk in 2019, who could single-handedly anchor the backline. Back at the Emirates, both teams had returned to their respective halves. During the brief pause before the restart in the Migu Sports studio, commentators Jean Jun and Zhang Lu began discussing the goal. Eventually, the two, still buzzing with excitement, unanimously agreed that Yu Wang was the architect of the goal. As for the finish itself, it was a simple tap-in, as they joked, though it required composure and skill that others might have squandered. Notably, if it had been Lukaku in Martinelli's position, Yu Wang's assist would have been wasted. Soon the match resumed. Arsenal substitutes quickly settled into the game. Arteta brought on Emile Smith-Rowe and Mohamed Elneny to bolster the midfield. They replaced the underwhelming Granit Xhaka and the lone striker Lacazette. Lacazette had been crucial today. Despite not scoring or assisting, his hold-up play had created the space for Yu Wang's forward runs. The opposition was wary of Yu Wang's through balls to Lacazette. Furthermore, Lacazette occupied Cancelo and Ruben Dias, allowing Martinelli the space to cut inside and unleash a powerful shot. Lacazette truly gave his all. As for Xhaka, he had performed reasonably in previous games. Today, well, without him the match wouldn't have even started. Meanwhile, in Amsterdam, Netherlands, the first team members of Ajax who were intently watching the clash between Arsenal and Manchester City collectively gasped. Gasp away, gasp away. Global warming is partly your fault with all that gasping. Boss, I want to play in the Premier League. Antony, without moving his head, cast a sidelong glance at Erik ten Hag. Ten Hag was left speechless. If you want to play in the Premier League, go recommend yourself. What's the use of telling me? Sitting beside the boss, Ajax's sporting director had only one thought on his mind: the 8.0 fee was definitely too low. Damn it, who signed the 1.0 release clause with Yu Wang? Oh, it was a rule I established myself back then. Never mind then. Timber, seated next to Antony, pinched Lisandro Martinez's thigh. The Argentine's face instantly contorted in pain. SSS. That hurts. Seeing Lisandro's expression, Timber was now certain. This was real. Yu Wang, who had been promoted from the second team, joined a Premier League club in no time, and then on his debut against Manchester City, he even managed to get an assist. I'm so damn envious. No, I've got to go to the Premier League too. Back at the Ajax second team's dormitory, Heitinga and his assistant stared at each other speechless for a long time. He deceived me. The assistant knew Heitinga was referring to Yu Wang. But where exactly did this deception come from? Heitinga shook his head silently. You promised to give your all for the second team, but then you're sprinting around in the Premier League serving up assists so readily. At the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal, leading by a goal, had completely retreated. Arteta's plan was an open book: just defend this lead. It's worth noting that in football, breaching a parked bus is a persistent problem. But is there a more frustrating tactic than parking the bus? Yes, there is. It's when a team known for being strong parks the bus, like Arsenal is doing right now. Against the 6-3-0 formation, City's attacks seemed to dissipate into thin air. They passed from left to right and back again, but they simply couldn't break through. Combined with the worry and caution about Arsenal's potential counterattack, City didn't dare take a single risky gamble. Pep Guardiola's caution is something many could learn from, but the problem is you're trailing. Aren't you just wasting your own time? Once the clock ticked past the 80th minute, Guardiola finally couldn't sit still any longer and started making changes. Bernardo Silva and Ake made way for the big-money summer signing Jack Grealish and Kyle Walker, known for his speed. With Cancelo moving back to the left and Walker on the right, Gundogan and De Bruyne played almost as dual attacking midfielders, with Rodri holding the fort behind them. City's formation shifted to a 2-3-5 in attack, essentially an inverted 5-3-2. The Sky Blues were about to unleash their fury. In the 82nd minute, City earned 3 consecutive corners. Unfortunately, Arsenal's defense was resolute and City failed to win the first ball in the box even once. They did get to a lot of second balls just outside the area, but every time they prepared to shoot, a Gunners player would block the path, forcing them to pass or readjust. Time ticked by. At the Emirates, Arsenal fans had already started singing a newly composed Yu Wang song. When it comes to improvising lyrics, football fans are quicker than professional songwriters. Of course, they use familiar tunes, mainly focusing on the new words. It's worth mentioning that sometimes these fan-made chants aren't just praise for key players, but also taunts directed at the opposition. Moreover, they are quite adept at self-deprecation. Wolves fans who saw their team lose the first 3 games of the 2526 season mocked themselves. Their improvised lyrics suggested that Arsenal could lose 3 straight and still fight back to reach the Champions League, while Wolves would just head back to the championship they'd just left. This clarity from Wolves fans was appreciated by Everton supporters, who recalled being just as delirious when Frank Lampard was their manager. Back to the match. At the Emirates, after desperate defending from Arsenal, the 90 minutes of regulation time ended with the score still at 2-1. The match entered the most tense and thrilling stoppage time. In the 908th minute, Because a foul in the second half had paused the game for several minutes, the referee had added a generous 7 minutes of stoppage time. This 8th minute was already a minute into borrowed time. It's worth noting that if the referee deems further delays warrant extra time, there could be a 909th or even 9010th minute. The Gunners fans weren't interested in that logic. A cacophony of boos and jeers began to echo around the Emirates. And on the broadcast, especially on Sully Sports, the catcalls were relentless. Damn it. Blow the whistle. Is this referee crazy? Why isn't he blowing? Just give a penalty, we'll take the miss. If it ends 2-2, I'll be a fan for life. I'll go buy a jersey right now. The hosts already got a masseuse ready, you all just keep watching the game. Guardiola is all hype. Liverpool are probably winning the league this season. What do you take us Arsenal for? Nothing. Just watch, we'll win this title. 666, they're not even hiding it, they'll just keep playing until we score. Manchester City had a corner. Ederson had come up for it. Jean-June remarked that this was likely the final chance of the match. De Bruyne was set to take the corner. In this match, Arsenal had only won 5 corners while City had a whopping 13. In terms of attacking momentum, it was fair to say City had the advantage. Thump. The ball was swung into the box. Timing his jump perfectly, Ben White rose first. Ruben Dias was a fraction too late, and White headed the ball clear. However, the clearance wasn't far. Just outside the arc, Laporte won the second ball and lofted it back into the box. This time Ramsdale stood tall. The English keeper couldn't catch it cleanly, but he got there before the on-rushing Sterling and Grealish punching the ball away. Elneny followed up with a header, pushing the ball further away, distancing it from Arsenal's goal. Seeing the ball leave the danger zone, Arteta on the touchline immediately began waving his arms frantically. He was signaling to the referee that it was time to blow the whistle. However, Stewart didn't blow the whistle. Because City players hadn't regained possession. Martinelli, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, shielded the ball from the tracking Ruben Dias and played a simple pass back. Arsenal had a counterattack. The referee certainly couldn't stop play for that. Yuang, lurking just behind Martinelli, advanced and took a shot. Yuang had assessed the situation before deciding to shoot. Firstly, goalkeeper Ederson was still out of his goal, offering a chance for a lob. Secondly, his space to maneuver after receiving the ball was limited due to the converging defenders. Considering the referee seemed reluctant to blow until the ball was dead, Yuang decided to give them a goal kick. If he still didn't blow, Arsenal isn't a club to be trifled with. We'll see them at the post-match appeal. However, to everyone's astonishment, the ball, which seemed destined to sail over the crossbar, took a sudden dip at the end. Ederson, who had been casually waiting for it to go out, was suddenly stricken with panic. He had misjudged it. The Brazilian had to lunge desperately to try and tip it over the bar before it dropped. He silently prayed he could deflect it. To everyone's dismay, Ederson's arm was just short, and the ball clipped the underside of the crossbar and went in. At that very moment, the scoreboard changed. Gazing at the sky, Ederson gasped for fresh air in deep, ragged breaths. He lay sprawled flat on the ground. Should he scramble to retrieve the ball and retake the free kick, striving to score a goal? Or perhaps, setting aside the goal, the real priority was to show some fight and determination. Ederson shook his head. Whoever wanted to fetch that damn ball could go and fetch it. He was determined to just lie there and take a proper break. A breeze swept across the pitch. Amidst Ederson's bewildered gaze from his supine position and the roaring cheers of the entire stadium, Yuang sprinted over and snatched the ball away. Tucking the ball under his right arm, he pinched the club crest on his shirt with his left hand. Then, facing the countless ecstatic roaring Arsenal fans on the stands, he planted a sincere kiss upon it. Witnessing this scene, Thierry Henry, who was playfully bantering with Gary Neville and Vincent Kompany in the Sky Sports studio, couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Bloody hell. Arsenal's prodigy has arrived. Huh. I bet you's performances will only get more spectacular. The shock he can bring to Europe is far from over. It's worth noting that Henry began his punditry career in 2015, and his debut match as a commentator was Arsenal versus Manchester City. So today the King was reliving his early days. Neville heartily agreed with Henry. As a Manchester United legend, could Neville possibly hold any fondness for Manchester City? Absolutely not. This meant that whoever was playing against City, Neville was going to back them. Neville then quipped sarcastically at Kompany, Manchester City's defenders didn't show the quality of top-tier players in this match. In the tactical and technical battles, they were completely outclassed. I declare the sky over London is red. Kompany retorted, that's the red of red and white, not the red of United. Gary, I need to remind you the sky over Manchester is currently sky blue. But so what? At least Arsenal has beaten City, now the sky over North London is red. Hee. In the Sky Sports studio, the two bickered like schoolchildren, with Henry making no attempt to stop them. Fans love to see this kind of raucous banter, as arguments between fierce rivals always make for great talking points. Sharing Neville's carefree and gleeful attitude was Jean-June. The biggest beneficiary of Manchester City's loss was Liverpool, who sat second in the league. They had 41 points from 12 wins, 5 draws, and 2 losses, while City, having played a game more, had 50 points from 16 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. Arsenal, hampered by 3 consecutive losses at the start of the season, had only 35 points from 11 wins, 2 draws, and 6 losses. For Jean-June, who habitually spoke with an Anfield accent, Arsenal's upset victory over City was beneficial to his beloved Liverpool. It felt like the proverbial fisherman's gain from the clam and crane fighting. Of course, whether Arsenal is merely a spoiler or a genuine title contender remains uncertain. This situation would only become clear towards the end of the season. As Arsenal's players were thanking the fans, the red and blue battle at the Emirates Stadium had concluded, but the post-match discussions were far from over. We are Arsenal invincible. Where are those who said we couldn't stop City before the match? See that? 3-1. Absolutely incredible. A goal and an assist on debut. Is he even human? Was the referee a former card dealer? Mahrez gets no card for a foul, but Gabriel does. You can always believe in Arsenal. From 3 straight losses at the start to this furious comeback, this Arsenal team resembles us ordinary folks who refuse to accept mediocrity, knowing it's difficult, but still fighting with all their might to achieve it. Yuang is a beast. The Premier League's first shield bow. Ho ho ho. What the heck is Premier League's first shield bow? Does it mean acting as both a shield and a bow? I'm dying of laughter from Jean-Jun. He was grinning the whole match and all I hear is that Anfield accent. Huh. A Dutch defender scouted for 800k. Are Arsenal's scouts this efficient now? Correction, the release clause was only 100k, but to maintain friendly relations between the clubs your club chose to pay a bit more. After the match, Yuang duly received the MVP trophy for being the best player on the pitch, and the system rewards were also distributed instantly. However, Yuang had no time to check them now. As the best player, he needed to give an interview to the official Premier League reporter. The reporter interviewing him was an African-American woman with a rather impressive chest. Sturdy, big-boned, and with hips wider than her shoulders. Just a bit too dark-skinned though. Speaking of hips wider than shoulders, Yuang was reminded of Julie. Julie's father was a typical European Caucasian, and she had inherited his excellent genes, fair skin, tall stature, and straight hair. However, due to her 18 African ancestry, although Julie's skin tone was very different from Lacazette's one black one white, her physique was quite close to that of African people. Both had hips wider than their shoulders, enough to drive a man to distraction. Honestly, Yuang was quite tempted to try it out for himself to see if it truly lived up to the legend. Hey you. The female reporter's voice snapped Yuang out of his reverie. First of all, congratulations on helping the team secure all 3 points. You defeated the defending champions, which is absolutely incredible. So come on, share your thoughts. On everything. Especially what did Mikel say to you? Before you came on, he seemed to have a lot to tell you. Yuang nodded and replied, Mikel told me that toppling Manchester City would be a piece of cake, just play casually, and it's done. Wow. Is that true? Of course it wasn't true. No matter how arrogant Arteta might be, he would never underestimate a team ranked above him, especially one coached by Guardiola. Tell us about your goal. It was a strike from an incredibly long distance. Although it didn't break the Premier League record for the longest goal for someone just arriving in the Premier League like you, it must have been an immensely thrilling goal. Of course, nothing is more delightful than scoring a goal, especially in a match against Manchester City. I know many people didn't fancy our chances before the game, so I suppose they must be quite surprised by this result. Well, let them continue being surprised. In the future, Arsenal will create many more miracles. In the league, the Champions League, we will be one of the most formidable contenders. Hearing Yuang voluntarily bring up the league, the female reporter quickly seized the opportunity to continue. What do you think of the outside talk labeling Arsenal as spoilers? You're currently 15 points behind City, who have played a game more. League title. That seems difficult. Yuang took a deep breath, then exhaled. Many people say Arsenal only deserves 4th place. These people are just looking for trouble. I want to say the team's goal has always been the championship. Whether it's the league, the Champions League, or the League Cup and the FA Cup. We are not spoilers who can't win titles. We are participants on the road to contention. I don't know what the future holds, but one thing I can be sure of is that Arsenal is steadily improving. The recent 5-game winning streak in the league speaks volumes. The league title, it's not an impossibility. Mahrez wins a penalty, Yuang comes off the bench to score one and assist another as 10-man Arsenal topple league leaders Manchester City. The same script, a different opponent. Substitute Yuang stuns the English football world. ESPN. A look at the football stars Ajax has supplied to Europe's top 5 leagues over the past decade. Post-match reaction. Yuang, our goal is the league title, but we don't want to limit ourselves to just a Champions League spot. Sky Sports, a bargain deal. Arsenal's new Eredivisie signing shines at the Emirates. Winning, but needing introspection. Arteta 3 points are great, but we still made some mistakes that need fixing promptly. Post-match reaction. Gabriel, I'm ashamed of the red card. Thankfully, Yuang carried us through. Post-match reaction. Guardiola, Arsenal are a resilient team, and you is a tenacious player. Best wishes to them. In truth, Guardiola was reluctant to discuss the match any further. Losing wasn't the most daunting prospect, but losing specifically because of a single substitute's extraordinary performance on the opposing side. Honestly, that was hard for Guardiola to swallow. Saka could have a world-class game, Lacazette could too, but a substitute like Yuang was not supposed to be the difference maker. Losing to the former was acceptable. They were seasoned veterans of the Premier League. But losing to a young player, that was a bitter pill Guardiola simply couldn't stomach. But what could he do? He was a proud son of Catalonia. So at the post-match press conference, Guardiola kept his comments brief, and Mahrez, who accompanied him, also gave little away. Interestingly, when asked about Arsenal's growing winning streak and their potential threat to the title, Guardiola channeled his inner Mourinho. Listen, since I took charge at the Etihad in 2017, I've won 3 league titles. What about Arsenal in that same period? They've only managed a single FA Cup. I'm not saying City are better than Arsenal, but that's just the reality. I believe Arsenal will win the league someday, but not now. Also, our focus is on Jurgen's team, but we need to keep a close eye on them. Other teams will take note, but we won't invest too much energy in them. With that, Guardiola promptly left the press room. No sooner had he left than Arteta walked in. Arteta was beaming with joy, riding on the crest of success, wouldn't even begin to describe his mood. However, the grinning Arteta, ready for questions, wasn't the main focus for the media. Their target was Yuang, the talented and handsome star of the show. Yuang didn't decline the reporters' requests and did his best to answer their burning questions within the limited time. Notably, before entering the press room, Arteta had a quiet word with Yuang, advising him to deflect any tough questions his way. After all, it was Yuang's first post-match press conference as a newcomer, and nerves or stumbling over answers would have been understandable. Yet to Arteta's surprise, Yuang appeared remarkably composed and natural. Was this really his first time? Surely not. Even as Yuang and Arteta faced the media far away in Merseyside at the Kirkby training ground, Jurgen Klopp and his assistant had just finished watching the thrilling encounter. Honestly, the moment Gabriel saw red, Klopp was convinced of the outcome. Arsenal were doomed. He knew the might of Manchester City all too well. Since the 18-19 season, no other Premier League team had gotten the better of the citizens except for his Liverpool side, who had snatched a league title away, shattering City's dreams of a three-peat. And with hindsight, it wasn't just a three-peat they had denied them, it was a six-peat. Klopp's attention drifted from the TV, where Arteta and player of the match Yuang were giving their press conference, as he drummed his fingers rhythmically on the table. After a few taps, Klopp turned to his assistant Peter Krawietz. "Peter, do you think we could test the waters?" Peter scratched his head in thought. He understood Klopp's meaning. The German coach was asking if they could potentially bring Yuang to Liverpool. The details of Yuang's contract with Arsenal weren't a secret. His release clause was set at 150 million, dropping to 100 million in the final year. This price structure was peculiar in the Premier League, as release clauses aren't as common there as they are in La Liga. Transfers between English clubs are more often negotiated directly between the clubs rather than triggered by a release clause. That's why we see many high-profile transfers completed for fees that don't necessarily involve activating a release clause. For instance, Maduk's release clause was 75 million, but Arsenal only paid 56 million. If they weren't in a hurry, the price might have been negotiable even further. The reason Arsenal agreed to a 150 million, 100 million in the last year release clause for Yuang was their concession on a share of image rights and endorsement deals, coupled with their immense optimism about his future. Arsenal's sporting director, operating from the club's management perspective, was betting that Yuang would attract interest from other top clubs. Even if they couldn't sell him for over 100 million, securing at least 50 million seemed like a safe bet. Peter Krawietz pondered for a moment before replying, "We could try an offer within 20 million, but only if." "You mean only if he can maintain this level of performance, right?" Klopp interjected. Peter nodded. 20 million wouldn't be enough. "Look," Klopp gestured towards the TV screen, which was replaying a brilliant attacking move. He receives the ball, quickly evades his marker, then surveys his options. No clear passing lane, nothing ahead, so he decides to drive forward. The screen showed Yuang beating his man before switching the play to Saka on the right flank. After Saka's layoff, Yuang receives it and delivers a first-time pass. He spots Martinelli in space. "You has excellent vision and real attacking quality. He's the real deal." After his lengthy analysis, Klopp paused to take a sip of water. Then, shaking his head, he added, "Van Dijk is getting older. Konate is still too raw. We need a reliable backup." This time Peter didn't voice any objections. Seeing Klopp's determination, he realized his boss was genuinely keen on making a move for him in the summer. To be fair, this wasn't the first time Klopp had decided he wanted a player after watching just one match. During the 2019 Champions League clash against Red Bull Salzburg, Takumi Minamino's rampant display down the wing had caught Klopp's eye. Consequently, when the winter transfer window opened that season, Liverpool swiftly secured Minamino's signature. Given this precedent, Klopp's current interest in Yuang wasn't far-fetched at all. After a moment of thought, Peter Krawietz offered a suggestion. "We have 2 League Cup matches against Arsenal coming up. Perhaps we can assess his performance directly in those games. If he impresses, we can then discuss it with the club's management." "But you know, boss," Peter said, changing the subject. "To bring players in, we have to sell players out. The management isn't willing to spend too much money." Hearing this, Klopp smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll figure something out. Besides, it's not certain we'll buy anyone yet. It's just a preliminary idea for now." Peter understood Fenway's shopping principles, and Klopp naturally did too. They were as tight-fisted as they came. Of course, compared to Kroenke, Fenway was still slightly better. But comparing two misers side by side was a rather incongruous sight. What was even harder to swallow was that one of the reasons Klopp left Liverpool was because the management wouldn't spend enough on new players. Yet right after Klopp left and Slot took over, Fenway Group started splashing the cash. It was truly baffling. So Klopp just wasn't worthy of a top-tier squad, huh? Anyway, back to the main topic. After the match against Manchester City, Arsenal got a 10-day holiday. Later that same day, after the city game, players like Elneny and Party from the Gunners had already slipped away. Slipped away where? Back to their home countries. The Africa Cup of Nations was starting in the coming days, and these African internationals needed to return for the tournament. Many people might be wondering, the winter transfer window is closed, the second half of the season has started, and you're telling me the Africa Cup is starting now. In fact, this AFCON was supposed to start in January 2021, but it was postponed for a year due to the pandemic. Why is the Africa Cup held in winter instead of summer? The reason is simple. When it's summer in the northern hemisphere, it's winter in the southern hemisphere, and they need to wear heavy coats. This is also why African fans were so delighted when they learned the Qatar World Cup would be held in December. Finally, they could enjoy the matches in a hot, buzzing atmosphere while drinking beer and singing. Yuang had no national team commitments, so he could enjoy his holiday. Worth mentioning, he was already preparing to move out of the accommodation allocated by the club. This was because his kind brother-in-law had found him a suitable place. It was a villa not very large, but considering it was in London where land was precious, Yuang was already quite satisfied. Interestingly, on the rest day the next day, when Yuang took a taxi to check out the house, someone was already waiting for him at the villa's entrance. Your brother said he only gave the address to me. I guess he didn't tell you. Isn't my sister-in-law a person? Huh. Alright. Waiting for Yuang at the villa gate was Julie. London weather around Christmas isn't something just anyone can withstand. Even though Julie preferred style over warmth today, she wisely chose to wear more layers. However, she still offered a bit of a treat. For instance, there was a black ribbon near her thigh, which gave off a rather alluring vibe. Sometimes wearing a little is more overwhelming than wearing nothing at all. Yuang nodded. Alright, a free helper has arrived. Huh. What, huh? Come on. Yuang took out the keys Lacazette had given him yesterday, gave them a twist, and the door swung open. The landlord had apparently arranged for regular cleaning, so there wasn't much dust. The air quality was decent, though there was a bit too much furniture. Yuang inspected carefully. Half the furniture could stay, the other half he didn't like. To free up space, they needed to move the unwanted pieces out. Put some muscle into it. Aren't football players strong? I am using my core. Hurry up. We're almost there. Hold on, wait. I can't do it. Squat lower and push with your legs. Huh. With a loud thud, the World War II-era British sofa crashed to the floor. Yuang collapsed onto the sofa. The sofa wasn't heavy, but their conversation had taken a strange turn, and he burst out laughing, losing his grip. Alright, let's leave it here. I'll find someone to deal with it later. By the way, Yuang looked up at Julie. From his low angle with her arms crossed, and looking down at him, she had a certain camel-like profile. It was impressively grand and shamelessly voluptuous. Even thick clothing couldn't hide it. Yuang quickly changed the subject. Are you free tonight? How about dinner together? Just dinner. I know a hotel with really comfy beds and a great night view. Best of all, it has this high-tech, adjustable frosted glass bathroom. Would you like to come check it out with me? But I need to head home tonight, and then go back to school. Which university? King's College London. A top university. Alright. If you need to go home, you can head off now. Actually, I could go have a meal with you. But afterwards, if I don't get home and tell my brother I'm safe by 9 p.m., you might find your head hanging on the gates of the Coney training ground tomorrow. Is your brother an Al-Qaeda? Nothing. Let's go then. Yuang wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and walked out the door first. Julie quickly caught up. She didn't walk behind him. Instead, she boldly linked her arm through his. Yuang had always wanted to speak with his hand on Julie's conscience, and now he was halfway there. Through the thick clothing, his elbow was resting on her chest. He believed that in due time a full palm on her heart wasn't an impossibility. He just wondered if he could withstand his brother-in-law's meaty fists. The next day, January 3rd. While Yuang was having dinner with Julie yesterday, other Premier League matches had also kicked off. Tottenham edged out Watford 1-0, giving both North London clubs a winning start to the new year. Manchester United, however, lost 0-1 to Wolves. The sky was falling for the Manchester clubs. The other key match of the round saw Chelsea draw 2-2 with Liverpool. After the match, the most ecstatic fans weren't the Chelsea supporters who saw their team snatch a late equalizer, but the Citizens fans. City fans had initially worried that a Liverpool win over Chelsea would cut the gap to within 6 points, and if they won their game in hand, it would be down to 3. But unexpectedly, Klopp was furious about conceding a late equalizer, especially after seeing Konate's poor 6-1 rating. His displeasure was immense. At that moment, Klopp's desire to sign Yuang reached its peak. Peter Krawietz understood his boss's feelings, but what Klopp needed now was calm, not impulsive shopping thoughts. If Klopp was the aggressive, combative side, then Peter was the cautious, wise side. This was where the assistant's role came into play. During his brief respite, Yuang attended to numerous matters. On the 5th, a regular workday, he led Jack and Bob to the Wasserman Media Group. This American company had established itself in England not merely through financial might, but by strategically carving its way into English football. Wasserman acquired the UK-based SFX agency, thereby securing its entry into the British market, a classic case of leveraging a local shell to expand. Yet the growing influx of American capital into English football suggests the market is like a silent spouse, while the Premier League and its regulators play the part of a feigning sleeper, leaving everything ripe for the taking. It seems Wasserman may have overpaid. But they certainly harbor no regrets for early entry means early positioning. Enter late, and you'll be left with nothing. The Saudi consortium's takeover of Newcastle is a prime example. Just as Newcastle fans dreamt of lavish spending, UEFA and the Premier League stepped in to curb their ambitions. Spend. You couldn't even if you had the money. As for why Yuan chose them, the reason is simple. American firms bridge both Europe and North America, an advantage that Mendes and many German or French agencies cannot match. The North American market is vast, yet European companies struggle to break in for a share. While multinationals exist, North American local firms dominate. One might ask, if he doesn't negotiate with Mendes, could he be barred from the national team? Mendes' influence isn't that far-reaching. If Yuan were Croatian, he'd reconsider. After all, Croatia's Mamic operates in both legitimate and shadowy realms, boldly taking 20 of players' wages. Croatia's Mamic is a force across legal and illicit domains, audaciously skimming 20 of Croatian players' salaries. Wasserman's London office isn't merely an office. The Americans leased 5 floors, making it resemble a sizable multinational branch. Yuan's first thought upon arriving was that a New Year's Eve party here would attract plenty of women. Having scheduled an appointment, Yuan and his entourage headed straight to the office of Wasserman's London regional manager. The Arsenal defender, currently in the spotlight seeking collaboration, was certainly welcomed. This is precisely why Yuan didn't rush to find an agency upon landing in the Premier League. Approaching them immediately would put him at a disadvantage in negotiations. Now, with solid performances, he can persuade them to concede on certain details. One might ask again, since he'd already finalized image rights and commercial endorsement splits with Arsenal, why bother with an agency instead of going solo? Well, footballers can seek commercial partners themselves, but the time and effort required are immense. Except for a few who appoint family or friends as agents, most players collaborate with an agency. The agency offers suitable commercial partners, the player decides on the endorsers. The agency earns its cut as the intermediary. Of course, unscrupulous agencies exist, but reputable ones avoid such practices as it's their bread and butter. It's worth noting that individual agents might resort to such tactics. Regarding Ronaldo's split with Mendes, many media figures suggest that his subsequent agent Ricardo Regueuf played the role of a disruptive influence. It's all due to exorbitant commissions. Negotiations with Wasserman went smoothly, but the signing wasn't set for that day, as Yuan asked if the commission rate could be further reduced. The other party said they'd need to consult their superiors. In fact, Wasserman's proposed 8 commission was already low given the standard 10 to 20. They'd lowered it to 8 due to Yuan's standout performances. And now they were being asked to reduce it further. After Yuan left with his lawyer, the London regional manager placed an overseas call to New York. Rather than complaining about the young Arsenal centre-back's low commission request, he actually sang Yuan's praises. After all, the commission split size is the company's concern, his own performance metrics come first. Like Arsenal, the man on the other end recognized Yuan's potential and agreed in principle to lower the commission rate. But he added that he needed to look into it further. Left with no choice, the London manager relayed Yuan's exact words. He said, "Sir, if you're not prepared, perhaps I should look into Mendes Justified, or CAA. CAA refers to CAA Stellar, a British firm founded by Jonathan Barnett. Their crowning achievement was orchestrating Bale's move to Real Madrid. All right. For the sake of the future, we'll take the plunge. It's risky, but our purpose is to find treasure amidst risk, isn't it?" While approving his subordinates' inquiry, the Wasserman executive in New York also convinced himself. The company is growing and expanding, concessions can be made when necessary. Notably, Yuan didn't provide his own contact to Wasserman, but his lawyers. So when the news arrived, Jack personally came to Arsenal's Coney training ground to inform him. Jack came in person rather than via a messaging app, because he brought a new cooperation intent notice issued by Wasserman. The document required Yuan's signature. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Jack noticed Yuan glancing toward the training ground's main gate. "Got a twitch in your eye, eh?" Having grown close, Jack could now call Yuan by his first name in private. Of course, in crowded or formal settings, he'd still use the proper title. "It's nothing." After signing his name, Yuan rubbed his temples. Because his recent late-night chats with Julie had left him feeling unsettled, Yuan kept imagining Lacazette bursting through the gate, wearing a headscarf and brandishing a submachine gun. Fortunately, it was all in his head. It never happened. As for whether Yuan would end this tantalizing, almost clandestine affair, absolutely not. The thrill of forbidden fruit was too enticing. After seeing Jack off, Yuan didn't resume recovery training. Instead, he found a shady spot to sit. He opened his system. After defeating Manchester City, Yuan had earned 3 treasure chests and 10 free attribute points. He ignored the attribute points as they wouldn't go anywhere. As for the chests, he'd opened one each day and was about to open the third. The first 2 yielded underwhelming results. One was the self-cultivation of a Burger King, and the other was Lukaku's guide to mastering headers. Their names alone revealed how disappointing they were. Activate. Yuan chose to open the third one now. Whether he was blessed by fortune or cursed by misfortune would all be revealed in this moment. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Nesta's elegant clearance. Note Alessandro Nesta, the legendary Italian centre-back renowned for his precise anticipation, elegant positioning, and clean, decisive defending. His defensive style was hailed as art in human form. Skill effect: when the host faces a one-on-one or a cross within the penalty area, the system will instantly provide the optimal clearance route guidance. Visually, this may appear as a glowing path. The host's clearance actions performed according to this guidance will become exceptionally fluid, precise, and deceptive, allowing him to clear the ball out of the danger zone in the most seemingly impractical yet effective way, such as a graceful step over or a ballerina-like turn, with a very high probability of avoiding a foul. Next to crisis averted, elegance never goes out of style. Tackling 6,681. Aggression 6,075. Overall rating 84/87. A sudden surge of 3 whole points. Yuang let out a long breath, relieved that this last treasure chest hadn't continued to disappoint him. He wasn't cursed by misfortune after all. As for Nesta's elegant clearance, not bad at all. After carefully reviewing the system's notes, Yuang closed the system interface. Afterwards, he got up and continued his training. Because Lacazette had put in a great deal of effort helping Yuang find his new residence, Yuang invited the Frenchman and his girlfriend Manon over for dinner at the villa that very evening. After welcoming Lacazette into the living room, Yuang didn't immediately close the villa's front door. He kept looking outside. Finally, finding no sign of what he sought, Yuang could only shut the door with a hint of disappointment and hurry into the kitchen to fetch the dishes. Lacazette was a simple man, he didn't catch on. Manon, however, noticed it immediately. Julie is at school. You know, as a student, especially one at a prestigious academy, she can't possibly spend all her time on just this. Yuang didn't reply. Instead, he cheerfully went back to fetching the dishes. He mainly didn't want Lacazette to notice his subtle glances towards the door. Seeing that the dishes Yuang had cooked looked, smelled, and presumably tasted fantastic, Lacazette didn't sit down to eat immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone and carefully snapped a few photos. Naturally, the fans on Instagram and Twitter had to eat first. To cater to Lacazette and Manon's taste, Yuang didn't just serve pure Chinese cuisine. He also specially ordered some French foie gras, French-style egg soup, and some pasta. It's worth mentioning that these weren't made by Yuang himself. He didn't know how to cook French food. Of course, they weren't some pre-made or leftover meals either. Yuang had ordered them well in advance from a French restaurant 2 streets away. Fortunately, the two of them thoroughly enjoyed the Chinese food and didn't rudely stick only to the foie gras and pasta. During the meal, Lacazette voiced his curiosity. How was it that Yuang, a player of Portuguese origin who grew up in the Netherlands and had never been to China, knew how to cook? Having been an orphan in 2 lifetimes, if he didn't know how to cook, he would have starved to death. Of course, since his future brother-in-law was asking, Yuang certainly wasn't about to tell him that his cheap brother-in-law was actually from the future. Forget about whether they believe it or not, they might just have him committed to a mental institution, which would be a real joke. Yuang explained, ever since I was little, my father told me that children of poor families learn to manage the household early. After Yuang finished speaking, Lacazette hadn't shown much reaction, but Manon was already wiping away tears with a tissue. The effect was that good. Yuang fell into deep thought. If he said this to Julie, would he be lucky enough to receive a comforting hug, perhaps with some extra amenities? Lacazette was also deeply moved inside. A person who went abroad alone to play matches, earning a meager salary, and now through sheer personal effort had made it to the Premier League. That was damn inspiring. At this moment, Lacazette's reluctance to let his sister date Yuang began to soften just a little. Such a fine young man, right? However, he didn't know that his sister was practically ready to give herself away for free. When the time comes, being completely devoured would just be a matter of course. Seeing the touched expressions on Lacazette and Manon's faces, Yuang suddenly felt a pang of gratitude for the French people's saintly ideology. Just like the environmental activist Greta Thunberg's unwavering support for environmentalism and humanitarianism, ordinary French people influenced by this prevailing sentiment also hold this kind of saintly ideology in high regard. In other words, they are easily moved by others and prone to self-aggrandizing sentimentality. It's a bit hard to wrap one's head around, but people in places like France and Germany have even started considering the humanitarian implications of transporting and slaughtering chickens, ducks, fish, and sheep. Clearly, they are a bit too saintly for their own good. But, looking at the 2 people before him who were completely engrossed in his fabricated story, Yuang couldn't help but think to himself, being saintly is good. Being saintly is something to learn from. Evening of January 9th, Nottingham. For the Chinese, Nottingham is famous for 2 things: the University of Nottingham and the football club Nottingham Forest. And today, Arsenal were the visitors to Nottingham Forest's home ground. At the City Ground, Arsenal would play Nottingham Forest in a 3rd-round FA Cup match. At that time, Nottingham Forest were languishing in the Championship, and a Premier League team playing away against a Championship team was well within the FA Cup regulations. Because of the upcoming back-to-back 2-legged tie against Liverpool, Mikel Arteta fielded a half-strength squad for this match against Nottingham Forest. Odegaard, Saka, Ben White, and Martinelli had started in the previous match against Manchester City, though every other position was changed. Yes, the other center-back position was also changed. Gabriel's red card was effective in the league, which didn't preclude him from playing in the FA Cup or the League Cup. So why didn't he start? It wasn't because Arteta preferred to see Yuang in action. The main reason was that Gabriel had also been sent off in the previous round of the FA Cup. Good grief. He never learns. Red cards in the league, red cards in the cup. Arteta planned to have him sit on the bench for a while to reflect on his actions. If he didn't break this bad habit, he would keep making the same mistakes. In the pre-match tunnel, while giving an interview to the media, Wang was asked about his starting position. Mikel has shown great faith in me. If he hadn't chosen me, I might still be sitting on the bench right now. Of course, sitting on the bench isn't necessarily a bad thing, but starting gives me a much wider stage to shine on. Normally, a Premier League team playing against a championship team with a starting lineup worth 250 million against 30 million, the advantage should naturally be with Arsenal. However, the Gunners' substitutes proved to the world exactly why they were substitutes and not starters. Leading the line, Nketiah repeatedly failed to find the back of the net, and the number 20 defender Tavares' performance was so bafflingly poor that Arteta made a substitution before halftime. Tierney came on, Tavares came off. Additionally, the number 87 defensive midfielder Patino's performance was also lackluster, and he was replaced by Lacazette after the start of the second half. To be honest, Tetsu really wanted to bring on a proper defensive midfielder, but after scanning the faces on the bench, he found himself with no one to turn to. The reliable defensive midfielder party had returned to his home country, and Elneny, who could play both central midfield and defensive midfield, had also gone back to play in the Africa Cup of Nations. Their departure dealt a significant blow to Arsenal's defensive strength, dropping it a full tier. This is precisely why the Gunners have struggled to outpace Manchester City and Liverpool in recent years. With a mediocre bench, a lack of squad depth, and the ever-present threat of injuries, merely securing a top-4 finish in the league has been a testament to their resilience. Chelsea, on the other hand, are far wiser. They seem to believe wholeheartedly in the adage that there is strength in numbers. For the 24-25 season, the sheer number of players in Chelsea's first-team squad was enough to field 3 different starting lineups. Potential injury problems. Lacking bench depth. Chelsea would say that's hardly a concern. After Lacazette came on, Arsenal switched to a 4-4-2 formation with the cheap brother-in-law and Nketiah supporting each other up front. But the switch wasn't very effective, largely because Nketiah had a tendency to go missing in crucial moments. It's no wonder Arsenal eventually sold Nketiah. His steadily declining performances meant he no longer had the quality to start for the club, and the academy graduate was ultimately forced to seek a move to Crystal Palace. In contrast, Nketiah Saka's performance was quite impressive. He used his pace on the right flank to draw 2 yellow cards for the opposition, though the one blemish was his inability to convert that advantage into a decisive goal. Wang and Ben White were the standout performers. Today, Wang's primary role was to partner with Ben White and solidify the defensive setup. Tetsu had abandoned the previous game's tactic of pushing Wang forward into the attack, instead focusing him purely on defense. In defense, Wang operated as the deepest lying center back, executing numerous crucial interceptions and aerial duels with remarkable efficiency. Ben White, on the other hand, was constantly covering for Lokonga and right-back Cedric Soares. Strictly speaking, Takahiro Tomiyasu could have started. However, because the Japanese international had made a trip back to his home country during the break, Tetsu decided to give him extra rest, with Soares taking his place. Of course, that wasn't the primary reason. Tomiyasu himself had stated that the travel fatigue wasn't an issue, and he was ready to start. After all, a fully fit Tomiyasu is considered one of the top performers in the Premier League, both at center-back and right-back. Tetsu would have no reason not to use him. So what was the most critical factor? It was because of the upcoming match against Liverpool. Tetsu needed Tomiyasu to be at his absolute peak, both physically and tactically. It's a curious phenomenon, but many of the Premier League's elite right-backs seem to have a glass jaw. Chelsea's Reece James is injury-prone, and so is Tomiyasu. Furthermore, Tottenham's versatile defender Romero and Manchester City's all-around defender Cancelo are also quite susceptible to injuries. It's hard to say whether it's the intense physicality of the Premier League or the questionable competence of the club doctors. The 76th minute of the match arrived. Arteta brought on defender Kolasinac to replace the underwhelming Lokonga, pushing Wang up into the defensive midfield position. Due to the team's 4-4-2 formation, Wang's new role resembled more of a second attacking midfielder tasked with partnering the Norwegian Odegaard to apply more pressure on the opposition. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. The attacking moves orchestrated by Wang failed to yield results. Either Martinelli squandered a chance on the wing, or Lacazette, lacking the height, couldn't get on the end of Wang's lofted passes. Fortunately, the opposition wasn't particularly strong either. Their defense was decent, but their attacking play was an absolute shambles. Henry, who was providing commentary for Sky Sports, immediately remarked that if Arsenal conceded a goal to a Forest side with such woeful attacking prowess, then Mikel should just resign immediately. The turning point of the match came in the 86th minute. Just as Forest manager Cooper was contemplating how to approach extra time, Arsenal won a corner. The ball was delivered, and Wang at the near post flicked it on with a glancing header. The Bosnian international Kolasinac, charging in at the back post, met it with a powerful header. A moment of pure drama. Arsenal 1-0, Nottingham Forest. The traveling Arsenal fans in the stadium erupted from their seats. After enduring a frustrating match, they could finally unleash their pent-up emotions. However, unlike the jubilant traveling fans, Arsenal supporters watching on television were far from satisfied. A Premier League team struggling to overcome a championship side, needing a set piece to settle the tie. And it was a goal scored through a combination of two defenders. Where were the forwards? The midfielders? Last match, they defeated Manchester City with 10 men. This match, they barely scraped by with 11. This is getting ridiculous. One would think they'd just completed a league double over Manchester City. Of course, a win is always welcome. Take Newcastle United, for example, who lost to League One side Oxford United in a match that kicked off at the same time. Furthermore, Crystal Palace appeared to be heading for a defeat against Millwall. If not for a series of gifts from the opposition's defense, they would likely have been in the same boat as Newcastle. In comparison, Arsenal's performance could be seen as the best of a bad bunch worthy of some attention. In the dressing room after the match, Arteta, his face dark with displeasure, had a lot to say. This was to be expected. With a nearly ninefold difference in squad value, having to rely on a corner kick to break the deadlock would shatter any manager's composure. The Gunners didn't travel back to London under the cover of night. They stayed in Nottingham for the night and only returned to the capital the following morning. The Carabao Cup tie against Liverpool was scheduled for 3 days later. Following their usual post-match routine, the Arsenal players would have been granted a day off. However, given their dismal display against Nottingham Forest and the looming crucial clash with Liverpool, there was no talk of rest. The players were all engaged in recovery sessions and various one-on-one specialized training drills. Honestly, apart from Yuang, who remained the most optimistic about the team's chances of winning the league title, everyone else, including Arteta, was skeptical of that ambition. They believed that Arsenal's most realistic targets should be winning the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup. These domestic cups should be the top priority. It's difficult to say who is right or wrong. Setting a goal to compete for the title is a commendable choice, but acknowledging the gap and settling for a cup competition is also a sensible strategy. Seizing a brief moment of respite, Yuang and Jack Bob went to Wasserman's office to finalize their contract signing. Following their agreement, Wasserman Media Group immediately assumed the role of Yuang's agent that very day. They recommended Yuang to Mercedes-Benz, Louis Vuitton, and Gucci. Wasserman maintains solid relationships with these brands. Whether the partnerships will materialize is uncertain, but at the very least the proposal documents are now on the desks of their management teams. Considering Yuang's excellent appearance and his impressive performances on the pitch, Wasserman is quite confident about the eventual outcome of these potential deals. Amidst this whirlwind of work, and after completing one training session after another, Arsenal finally reached the first leg of their clash with Liverpool. On January 12th, the Gunners arrived in Merseyside. The last time they visited Merseyside, Tetsu's team had faced Everton away. Back then, Aubameyang was still the starting striker. Arsenal's performance was poor, and they suffered a 2-1 defeat at the hands of the Toffees. They not only dropped all 3 points, but also lost defender Kolasinac and midfielder Smith Rowe to injury. Coming to Liverpool this time, Arsenal are undoubtedly desperate for a victory. Hey, you, Ben. Takahiro Tomiyasu, the last to board the coach heading from the hotel to Anfield, greeted Yuang and Ben White, who was seated across the aisle from you. Tomiyasu then plopped down in the seat directly behind Ben White. The seats on the Arsenal team bus were quite spacious. Apart from a few players who were particularly close and opted to sit together to chat or play games, the rest, especially those heading to the back, could easily sprawl across 2 seats. You two were outstanding last match. Wow. You were an absolute fortress out there on the pitch. Tomiyasu managed to string together this long compliment with some difficulty. Having transferred from Bologna and Serie A, his Italian was quite good, but his English left much to be desired. Ben White turned his head, glancing first at Tomiyasu then at Yuang. The English centre-back responded with a hint of admiration. Compared to you, my performance was rather ordinary. The guy's an absolute beast. What was I doing at 18? I was still playing youth league football at Brighton, but he's already secured a regular rotation spot at Arsenal. Hearing Ben White reminiscing about his own 18-year-old self, Tomiyasu also began to recall his past. What was I doing at 18? Oh, I was still playing for Avispa Fukuoka. And that damned assistant coach was always yelling at me. Also back then, whenever we won, I'd love to invite girls to sing karaoke with me at the post-match KTV. Yuang, pulling off his headphones, joined in the mutual admiration society, praising the both of them. Ben, I have to thank you for your contribution on the pitch, especially for that assist opportunity. Without you drawing the defenders, I doubt I would have been able to get on the end of that ball. Huh. A goal and 2 assists in 2 matches. How does it feel you? I'm enjoying it. Enjoying it. Yes, enjoying it. Enjoying the support, respect, and adoration from the fans, and the fear, regret, and overwhelming helplessness from the opponents. Before Ben White could respond, Yuang quickly turned his attention to Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu, I see Reece James as nothing but a pretender. That title of Premier League's best right-back, I believe it should be yours. Hearing this, Tomiyasu was instantly elated. You had elevated him to the same stature as James. Whether it was used genuine sentiment or just a polite pleasantry, it certainly sounded pleasing to the ear, didn't it? After their little exchange of flattery, the conversation shifted to the upcoming match against Liverpool. Are you nervous? Not at all. Really? No, just kidding. Ben White glanced at Tomiyasu, who had just asked the question, and then rubbed his somewhat tired eyes. It was understandable. Facing the formidable Liverpool, no one could claim to be entirely without nerves. Last season's title race was a 1-horse affair. This year, it's a 2-horse race with Manchester City and Liverpool locked in a fierce battle. Considering the Reds were unlikely to repeat Manchester City's blunder of dropping points from a winning position, neither Tomiyasu nor Ben White felt confident about the outcome of this match, especially given that several key players had departed for the Africa Cup of Nations. The bench depth of Manchester City and Liverpool was as deep as the Mariana Trench, while Arsenal's was as shallow as a puddle. With a senior squad of just 23, Mikel Arteta had only managed to name 20 players on the team sheet, 4 of whom were hastily promoted from the U19s. With such a thin squad, how could they possibly beat Liverpool? It seemed highly unlikely. Seeing the worried expressions on Ben White's and Tomiyasu's faces, Wang spoke up to reassure them. What's there to fear? Whether we stick our necks out or cower, the blade is coming down either way. Tomiyasu wiped his face, then nodded in agreement. Your mentality is truly admirable. Wang was initially puzzled. What was so special about his mentality? Wasn't that just a normal way of thinking? It wasn't until they stepped onto the Anfield pitch that he finally understood their apprehension. The League Cup semi-final combined with the high intensity of the match meant that Anfield, capable of holding over 6,000 spectators, was absolutely packed to the rafters. Even though kickoff was still over 40 minutes away and the players were only warming up, the Liverpool faithful, the Kop, had already transformed the stadium into a sea of Liverpool red. A massive tifo in the distance was poised to be unfurled. It was only at this moment that Wang finally grasped why Ben White and Tomiyasu had been so tense. Amidst the deafening jeers and cheers of the full house, the home team's confidence receives a legendary boost, while the psychological burden on the away team players increases dramatically. Mistakes by the visiting players are magnified under this immense pressure. A player who could normally perform at over 90 of their ability would be doing exceptionally well to even hit 60. Furthermore, considering Arsenal's recent record of 1 win and 3 losses against Liverpool, it was quite understandable why the Gunners, including Tomiyasu and Ben White, held their formidable opponents in such high regard. Hello to all our viewers watching on television. Thank you for staying tuned to our Migu Sports live broadcast at 3:30 a.m. on this Friday morning, as we bring you a blockbuster League Cup clash, the Gunners Arsenal taking on the Reds Liverpool. In the Migu studio, the familiar voice of the Anfield commentator echoed. Today's match commentary will be provided by myself, Zhang Jun, alongside our analyst Zhang Lu, director Zhang. Staying up late to watch the game can be taxing on both mind and body. Migu Sports reminds you. After a brief commercial read, Zhang Jun quickly got down to business. Arsenal have lost both of their previous Premier League meetings with Liverpool this season. Mikel Arteta's team have found it impossible to secure even a single point, whether at the Emirates or at Anfield. Director Zhang, what are your thoughts on how both teams might perform in this match? After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Lu began with his classic hee laugh. As we all know, a depleted Arsenal side managed to beat Manchester City in the New Year's clash earlier this month, showcasing their remarkable resilience. However, the narrow victory over Nottingham Forest afterwards exposed some issues. With several key players away on international duty, their backup options are clearly not up to the required standard. If you were to cover up the team crest, that match looked like 2 championship sides battling it out. Indeed. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. He played the role of the straight man perfectly. So even though Liverpool are missing Suleiman and Naby Keita due to the AFCON, if you ask me who will come out on top, it will surely be Liverpool, whose squad depth is far superior. Director Zhang declared with absolute certainty. Regarding Coach Zhang's remarks, Zhang Jun would undoubtedly raise both hands and feet in agreement. However, serving as a commentator today, he could not be as subjective in his play-by-play analysis as guest commentator Zhang Lu. Thus, after Zhang Lu finished speaking, Zhang Jun promptly highlighted Arsenal's advantages to strike a balance. Since Wang's arrival, Arsenal's defensive line has elevated to a new level. In this match, provided they keep a solid defense, they can secure a valuable point at Anfield. As for the final outcome, let us follow the broadcast cameras and step into Anfield together. As Zhang Jun finished speaking, the director reduced the studio screen, allocating more space to the players lined up in the tunnel. At the forefront of the Arsenal line stood Captain Lacazette, while Van Dijk led Liverpool. Since both teams are Premier League elites, there was a sense of mutual respect forged through past encounters. Moreover, many players knew each other across the sides, so the tunnel buzzed with friendly exchanges devoid of any do-or-die tension. Of course, once on the pitch, they would go all out. Take the Thuram brothers. Even blood ties meant nothing when it came to jostling for position. Saka, Ben White, and others approached Three Lions captain Henderson, who had been England's undisputed skipper before Kane took over. Firmino exchanged a high-five with his national teammate Martinelli, needing to ignite a spark ahead of the World Cup at year's end. Of course, that was contingent on them making the squad, lest Coach Tite drop them. After all, Brazil's shortage was for players of Neymar's caliber. They had no dearth of ordinary wingers and strikers. Wang first shook hands with Van Dijk, a fellow Eredivisie alumnus from Groningen. Then he decisively walked toward Diogo Jota. Wang extended his hand. Jota quickly reciprocated. Yet a look of bewilderment crossed his face, as if he were frantically searching his memory for where he had met Wang, or if he knew him at all. Why else would he approach to greet him? Gazing at Jota, Wang was deeply moved. Finally, 1,000 words condensed into a single sentence. Long time no see. How have you been? Jota responded immediately. Yes, long time no see. How have I been? Not bad, I suppose. And you? Same here. After Hoda spoke, Yuang returned to his team. Diogo, do you know him? Henderson asked Hoda. No, Hoda shrugged. Maybe I do. Could we have met in Lisbon? Hoda fell into deep thought, scouring his memory for scenes featuring Yuang. After a long while, he gave up. One encounters over 2,000 people in a lifetime. How could he remember everyone? Do you know him? On Arsenal's side, Tierney also asked Yuang. Yuang didn't answer. Instead, he diverted the topic. Diogo is quick. He'll trouble you on the left, Kieran. Really? Let him trot. Tierney shrugged with a nonchalant air. With a market value of 32 million, he was among the Premier League's top left-backs. Thus, he didn't hold Hoda in high regard. Alright, we can see that under Michael Oliver's lead, both sets of players have emerged from the tunnel. Enough small talk. Let's go straight to the lineups. First, the away side. Spaniard Arteta has deployed a 4-4-2 formation, a balanced approach between attack and defense. Goalkeeper Ramsdale. For defenders Scott Tierney, Yuang, and Ben White, who started together in the last FA Cup match, and right-back Takahiro Tomiyasu. Both Tierney and Robertson are left-backs, but they have no positional conflict internationally, because Tierney can fill in elsewhere. They can coexist. Gabriel didn't make the squad. Yuang, who impressed in the last match, earned Arteta's trust. Midfield 4 from left to right. Martinelli, Xhaka, Lokonga, and Saka. 2 forwards Nketiah alongside Lacazette. Nketiah didn't perform well against Nottingham Forest. We hope he can find his form today, otherwise it'll be tough relying solely on Lacazette. On Liverpool's side, Klopp has fielded a conventional 4-3-3. Up front, Sakura international Takumi Minamino, Brazilian star Firmino, and Portuguese international Diogo Jota. With both Minamino and Tomiyasu starting, the Sakura media has dubbed this the Sakura Derby. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu sighed. When will we Chinese see a Huaxia Derby in the Premier League? It will come, Coach Zhang. Zhang Jun nodded solemnly to Zhang Lu. Midfield trio Henderson and Milner on the flanks, Fabinho in the center. Aged 32, 36, and 28, Liverpool's midfield will face a severe test of stamina. Defensive line captain Van Dijk partners Matip with Robertson and Alexander-Arnold on the flanks. Goalkeeper Brazilian international Alisson. Alright, the referee has blown the whistle to start the match. Let's watch this attack. An Arsenal player takes a shot from the edge of the box. It's Lacazette's shot. They're trying to catch Liverpool off guard. Goalkeeper Alisson is fully alert, not caught napping despite the early stage of the match. In the Migu broadcast studio, Jean Jun, Liverpool's most devoted supporter, let out a long sigh of relief. The fans in the stadium mirrored his sentiment. The Gunners' attack had caught everyone off guard. Had Alisson shown even a flicker of panic, he would have been forever etched into the annals of infamy for conceding the fastest goal in Premier League history. On the touchline, Arteta was crestfallen that the plan hadn't come to fruition. But this was no time for regret. He swiftly waved his players back into defensive positions. Arsenal's tactics were crystal clear today: park the bus and wait for the perfect moment to strike on the counter. Klopp saw right through Arteta's scheme. How did he know? The analysts' reports were one thing, but the body language of Lacazette and Nketiah on the pitch was a dead giveaway. Their center of gravity was constantly leaning forward, poised to sprint past the defensive line for a one-on-one with the keeper. If that wasn't a setup for a counterattack, then what was? After the initial scare, the Liverpool faithful found their voices, their chants of "ol, ol, ol," ringing out as they transformed into the team's 12th man. In the 3rd minute, Diogo Jota accelerated down the right flank, his target, the Arsenal left-back Kieran Tierney. Jota attempted to use his pace to blaze past Tierney, but the Scotsman refused to be shaken off. Forced towards the byline, Jota could only manage a hurried speculative cross. Tierney threw himself into a fearless block, deflecting the ball out for a corner. He rose roaring with primal fury at the stands behind him, a cathartic release after a crucial piece of defending. But this section of the stands was a sea of Liverpool red. Instead of cheers and applause, Tierney was met with a cacophony of boos. Yuang jogged over, bumping shoulders with Tierney in celebration before they both snapped back to focus for the corner kick. A thud echoed as Trent Alexander-Arnold delivered the ball. The delivery was poor. The ball sailed towards the Arsenal box, but it had clearly curved out of play before coming back in. The referee's whistle blew, immediately awarding Arsenal a goal kick. Ramsdale gestured for his teammates to push up, signaling his intention to launch a long ball. But he had a trick up his sleeve. Instead of a booming kick, the England international slyly rolled the ball out along the ground. In the 7th minute, Ben White won the ball and quickly fed it to Yuang, who without hesitation launched a magnificent lofted pass over the top. Lacazette, who had been eagerly anticipating a counterattack, bolted forward. But Virgil van Dijk was glued to him, and the striker was unable to convert the promising opportunity into a shot on target. Frustrated, Lacazette wiped his face with his hand before giving Yuang a thumbs up, a gesture that was promptly returned. The cameras cut to Arteta on the sidelines. With the match still young, he managed to keep his composure. Klopp, on the other hand, was a picture of agitation. Klopp hated showing his emotions, but his team had made a litany of errors in the opening 7 minutes in both attack and defense. Unable to contain himself, he rushed to the edge of his technical area, shouting frantic instructions to his players, his feet dancing along the white line. Before long, the first 15 minutes had slipped away. Arteta's defensive setup was proving to be a nightmare for Yuang. The park the bus strategy had neutered Yuang's natural instinct to surge forward. He was tethered to the defensive line with precious few touches on the ball. Even the opportunities to step up and intercept were being gobbled up by Zaka and Lokanga. Yuang felt a surge of restless energy of strength with no outlet. As a result, his touches were remarkably rare, almost as few as Ramsdale's. He could only shuffle back and forth along the backline a spectator in his own game. On the rare occasion the ball rolled to him, he had no time to think, only to hoof it clear. In the 19th minute, a rare stoppage in play finally offered a moment to breathe. Yuang walked over to have a quiet word with Zaka and Lokanga. "Zaka," Yuang said, cupping his mouth to hide his words, "let's try to push the defensive line higher. The moment we get a chance to counter, I'll find you too, and you can link up forward." Zaka's eyes lit up. The Swiss midfielder yearned for a more advanced role, and he too felt stifled by the rigid defensive instructions. Lokanga, however, was more cautious. "But what if they break through? If we're caught up, the pitch will be wide open at the back." Yuang understood Lokanga's concern. He was worried that if they both committed forward and the ball was lost, they wouldn't be able to track back in time. In that scenario, conceding a goal would be all too easy. Yuang shook his head. On the pitch, you can't have it all. You can't be perfect in attack and flawless in defense. Besides, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. You have to risk it to get the biscuit. Sometimes you have to gamble to win big. They're pressing so high, the space is there for us to exploit. Trust me, Albert Zaka, we can catch them off guard. Zaka nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, Lokanga gave his assent too. Pushing the defensive line higher would give the opposition more room to operate in our half. But conversely, with them committing so many men forward, it would leave us with a glorious opportunity to break. If we played it right, a clear-cut chance on goal was well within our reach. But all of this hinged on one question: could Yuang and Ben White hold the fort? Yuang's answer was simple: of course we can. With his superior physicality and Nesta-esque elegance in defense, Yuang couldn't guarantee a flawless performance for the full 90 minutes, but for the first half, he could definitely give it his all. In the 21st minute, Roberto Firmino and Takumi Minamino played a slick 1-2. Firmino burst into the 6-yard box and shaped to shoot, but Yuang was a step ahead, poking the ball away and leaving Firmino to swing his boot at thin air. Arsenal broke. Zaka linked up with Nketiah, but Van Dijk was quicker to react, cutting out the pass and snuffing out the danger. Zaka was forced to square the ball to Saka on the right, but by the time it arrived, Liverpool's players had already scurried back into their defensive shape. In the 25th minute, Liverpool decided to go long, aiming high balls towards Firmino. Their logic was simple: if we can't break them down with intricate passing, we'll try crosses and long balls from the back. In this aerial duel, Yuang should have dropped deep to cover the second ball, leaving the 186cm Zaka to battle Firmino in the air. But Zaka didn't jump. Instead, to the astonishment of everyone in the stadium, Yuang leapt forward. With a powerful thud, he rose above the challenge, confidently heading the ball down to Zaka. The Swiss international's heart soared. "Yuang, you clever bastard. You were right. This was a genuine counter-attacking opportunity." But Zaka's joy was short-lived. Before he could even turn and sprint, Fabinho and James Milner had closed him down, sandwiching him from both sides. Under pressure, Zaka was forced to play the ball back to Yuang, hoping he could spread it wide to avoid a potential turnover. But Yuang had other ideas. With Milner having pushed up to help in the press, a vast expanse of space had opened up on Arsenal's right wing. Saka and Lacazette were ready to sprint into it. Before Firmino could close him down, Yuang, with another booming strike, launched a pinpoint long pass to the right flank. Under the watchful eyes of over 6,000 spectators, the ball traced a magnificent arc through the air, arriving precisely at Saka's feet. All Saka had to do was lift his leg to receive the ball. And indeed, that was exactly what he did. After securing the ball with ease, Saka wasted no time. The Arsenal prodigy chose to thread a through ball to Lacazette. The latter, after receiving the ball sideways, made no adjustment and immediately unleashed a powerful shot. Boom. Lacazette's shot was so perfectly placed that even Alisson with all his skill couldn't stop it. Yuang. Find the right flank. Saka takes the ball down and gives it to Lacazette immediately. The Frenchman shoots. Van Dijk is too late to slide. Alisson couldn't block it either. Goal. Arsenal takes the lead. In the studio of Migu Sports, Jean Jun was deeply troubled. How could the flank defense be breached like this? Yuang found the perfect angle, precisely exploiting the gap left by Milner and others who had pushed forward for high pressing. Robertson was marking Saka, but regarding Saka's brilliant pass to Lacazette, the Scottish captain could never intercept it because he simply couldn't reach the ball. Liverpool could only hope for the outstanding performances of their captain Van Dijk and goalkeeper Alisson. Unfortunately, Lacazette didn't give them that chance. The tiger from Lion has bared its fangs. At Anfield, the traveling Arsenal fans were already ecstatic. What did the Liverpool fans' half-hour of chanting amount to? After a goal, they were left with nothing but silence. The director, after showing the celebration near the corner flag, wisely turned to Klopp. Then the camera slowly zoomed in, gliding over the Liverpool bench. The faces of the Reds players appeared one by one on the broadcast. Seeing this, Carragher, who was debating with Henry on Sky Sports, silently shook his head. Apart from Jones, Chamberlain, and Gordon, frankly, Liverpool's other substitutes were simply not up to par. With Salah, Naby Keita, and the injured Origi and Thiago absent, Carragher felt for Klopp, who now truly seemed to have the will, but not the means to change the game. Could it be? Carragher fell silent. He didn't know and couldn't guess. On the other side, Henry, appearing as a guest today, had eagerly taken over the host's duties, lavishing praise on Arteta's starting lineup strategy. How to put it? In 2 words, capable, a masterful manager. On the pitch, after a good mutual encouragement with Saka, who had directly assisted him, Lacazette specifically sought out Wang before returning to his own half. They shared a hearty high-five celebration. Well done, you. I love you, man. Easy, your wife might get jealous. Besides, my orientation is normal. Ha ha ha. You cheeky bastard. Putting aside the banter, Lacazette assumed his captain's authority. The match isn't over yet. Come on, don't let up. Upon hearing this, Wang jogged back to his center-back position. As for Lacazette, he was a forward, so returning to the center circle sufficed. Anfield, like Westfalen Stadion, is truly one of Europe's top intimidating venues. Even though Liverpool was a goal down, the deafening roars of support created an illusion. That is, the team in the lead appeared to be Liverpool, not Arsenal. Of course, judging by the tempo after the match resumed, Liverpool was indeed the stronger and better performing side. But football is round, and anything can happen. It's not a game decided solely by possession, performance, or fewer mistakes. In the 29th minute, Alexander-Arnold advanced and delivered a cutback pass. Firmino didn't reach it. The ball was first cleared by Wang out for a throw-in. In the 32nd minute, after a series of headed clearances, Wang and Ben White once again completed the task of protecting Arsenal's goal. In the 34th minute, Arsenal had a counter-attack opportunity. Wang received the ball and threaded a pass to Xhaka, who then found Lokonga. Lokonga chose Tomiyasu over Saka and the overlapping fullback. The Japanese international also executed a similar cutback near the byline. Same script, but Liverpool's centre-back, the Dutchman Van Dijk, cleared the ball to the front. The situation on the field infuriated Klopp. His anger stemmed partly from the opponent's infuriating tactics, and partly from his own players' failures in both attack and defense. In the broadcast, the gaffer turned around and threw his hands up in the air, seemingly complaining to his assistants. One man's sorrow is another man's joy. On the Arsenal side, Arteta, abandoning his usual stern demeanor, was grinning from ear to ear while directing his players' defensive duties. Before the match, with Party Elneny and Nicolas Pepe absent, Arteta's plan was to hold a draw in the first half and deliver a decisive blow in the second. Additionally, the team doctor said Odegaard needed more rest due to slight muscle fatigue, so he was on the bench today with his potential appearance uncertain. Moreover, Smith Rowe was virtually sidelined with an injury. All considered, Arsenal would have been satisfied just to secure a draw today, let alone a win. But unexpectedly, the team scored in the first half. This was an unexpected gain beyond tactical planning. Could Arteta be anything but delighted? Beep. With the referee Michael Oliver's whistle, the first half ended, and Arsenal went into the break with a 1-goal advantage. The broadcast camera immediately focused on the tunnel. As the whistle blew, Klopp was the first to enter the tunnel without any delay. Clearly, the gaffer was far from satisfied with the team's performance and was eager to make detailed tactical adjustments for the second half. In the home team's locker room, after a moment of deliberation, Klopp opted to substitute the veteran Milner, bringing on the more energetic Jones to inject fresh impetus. As for tactical instructions, all-in was the way to go. Over in the away side, Arteta praised his team's first-half performance, then shifted focus to the defensive aspect as the primary concern for the second half. Of course, pure defense wouldn't suffice. One must strike proactively when the moment calls for it. If they could net 2 or more goals, they would return home for the second leg, holding a massive advantage. Beep. The second half commenced with the teams switching ends. Klopp stood by the touchline, hands in pockets, silent. To be honest, before this match, he had conducted thorough tactical analysis and research on Arsenal. Yet, all that preparation became complicated due to the presence of Wang. He was a complete wildcard, an unpredictable explosion point you couldn't foresee. Because Wang could push forward to the defensive midfield position to join attacks, and could also drift wide to play as a winger, Klopp had even considered switching to a balanced 4-4-2 formation. After much deliberation, Klopp ultimately stuck with his preferred and more familiar 4-3-3. He kept telling himself that Wang couldn't pull off a miracle, and this match would be a lesson for him. However, watching the entire first half unfold, Klopp found Wang's performance characteristically consistent. It was infuriating how much he desired such a player on his team. Glancing at the time on the big screen, Klopp pointed towards Alexander-Arnold in the distance. The second half had just begun, or perhaps the opponents hadn't fully settled into the game yet. Now was the time to attempt a quick attack. Liverpool aimed to seize the initiative at the start of the second half. Arnold nodded to Klopp in acknowledgement. Then the number 66 began to surge forward with the ball down the right flank. After crossing the halfway line, the future Real Madrid star chose to play the ball inside. It found the feet of Curtis Jones. Jones was familiar with Saka. They had been teammates in England's U23 squad and were now fellow Three Lions internationals, making them close friends. Consequently, before the match, Jones, who was a substitute, hadn't immediately exited the player tunnel, but instead shared a warm embrace with Saka. After chatting for a while, Jones finally caught up with the team and took his place on the bench. His current market value on Transfermarkt was listed at 30 million. It was baffling that this highly skilled £30 million player was earning a weekly wage of just 15000. Of course including bonuses, and such it would be more than that. While including bonuses, Yuang's earnings also exceeded just 4,000. It was worth noting that Konate, who would become Liverpool's defensive cornerstone, was currently earning a weekly wage of 7,000. The Frenchman had rejected multiple contract renewal offers from Liverpool, seemingly intent on leaving Anfield to secure a lucrative deal elsewhere. That would be a move mirroring Mbappe's free transfer to Real Madrid. On the pitch, seeing Jones receive the ball, Lokonga immediately rushed over. Unexpectedly, Jones showed his cunning, deceiving Lokonga with a beautiful Marseille turn. At that moment, Minamino Takumi ahead raised his hand, signaling for the ball. Thud. Jones played a through ball into the left forward area. Minamino Takumi received it as expected. Then facing his national teammate, Tomiyasu, Minamino first feigned with step-overs, then accelerated dangerously towards the box. He tried to shake off Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu quickly gave chase. Seeing no clear shooting opportunity, Minamino Takumi laid the ball off to Diogo Jota, who was drifting in from the wing. The Portuguese didn't bother with fancy tricks, opting for a direct strike. Bang! A thunderous, powerful shot. It had to be said Liverpool's attacking move effectively utilized the width of the pitch. After Arnold bypassed Fabinho and passed to Jones, Arsenal's defense had already been breached. Some players tried to close down Jones while others scrambled back to defend. This hesitation exposed the gap in the middle, and Jota, who had quietly drifted centrally, found a decent shooting opportunity. Unfortunately, no matter how well Liverpool had executed the attack, Ramsdale was determined to stand firm as the last line of defense. Slap. Just as the Liverpool fans at Anfield anticipated an immediate equalizer at the start of the second half, Ramsdale managed to tip the ball over the crossbar with one hand. Brilliant. Worthy of being the Three Lions' #1 goalkeeper that Southgate has invested so much in. So focused. Today Arsenal is fighting with all their might, every player performing exceptionally. Is it just me, or is Minamino Takumi playing very timidly, not daring to shoot, even when he creates a chance for himself? Truly, when the cat's away, the mice will play. It's over. A team that can save such a certain goal, we usually call them champions-elect. Ugh. A wave of disappointment washed over Anfield. Without a doubt, it was the frustration of the Liverpool cop. On the sidelines, witnessing his team squander a golden opportunity, Klopp wore a look of utter dejection. The 51st minute of the match. Tomiyasu, who had been out-muscled by Minamino earlier, proved his worth this time. After successively dribbling past Minamino and Jones, he delivered a cross into the opponent's box. Amidst the worries of the Liverpool fans, Alisson leaped and safely claimed the ball. Then Alisson launched a huge kick downfield. Arsenal broke forward, and a potential Liverpool counterattack was on the cards. However, the thought was grander than the reality. Firmino failed to win the aerial duel against Ben White, who headed the ball down to Yuang, positioned not far behind. Yuang took the ball in his stride and surged forward from the left. Then, without needing much observation, he launched a massive diagonal ball. Bang! The ball soared into the sky. Yuang once again targeted Lacazette. Lacazette watched the ball's likely landing point while engaging in a battle of wits and strength with Van Dijk. This time Van Dijk did well, using his height to dominate Lacazette and head the ball clear. But the clearance wasn't substantial. The ball remained in Arsenal's possession, and Liverpool's danger was far from over. Lacking a clear penetration route, Xhaka chose to pass the ball out to Nketiah on the left wing. The Swiss international vacated his position, allowing the overlapping Yuang to advance, while he himself moved towards the penalty spot. The reason Xhaka left the position for Yuang was mainly because Nketiah had drifted wide, leaving that spot unoccupied. Xhaka could have remained there, but standing at 186 centimeters, it would be foolish not to try and get on the end of a potential header. Consequently, with Tierney covering deep, Ben White holding the central area, and Lokonga and Saka executing a screen, that specific position was indeed left for Yuang to exploit. At Anfield, just as everyone anticipated Nketiah to whip in across, the English forward instead feigned a cross, dragged the ball back, and laid it off with a square pass. The ball arrived right at Yuang's feet. This time, instead of attempting a spectacular volley, Yuang nudged the ball past his marker and drove into the penalty area. With his impressive dribbling, Yuang evaded the challenge from Henderson. Then, facing the on-rushing Matip, he executed a sudden stop and pop. A sudden stop and shoot. Bang! A shot aimed towards the far post. A breathtaking moment. Countless fans at Anfield rose to their feet in unison. They held their breath, watching intently as Yuang poised like an archer with his bow drawn, faced goalkeeper Alisson. Liverpool supporters yearned for a miraculous save from their keeper, while Arsenal fans dreamed of another goal to seal their rival's fate. Alisson braced himself in an instant, the Brazilian international launching into a swift dive. But Yuang was too quick. His decision to curl the ball towards the far corner was resolute and lightning fast. Alisson stretched desperately, yet the ball remained tantalizingly out of reach. It struck the post and nestled into the net. Certain the ball was destined for the back of the net, Yuang didn't wait for the referee's whistle. He sprinted towards the corner flag, arms outstretched in triumph. Then came a sliding knee celebration. Woohoo! At that moment, the traveling Arsenal supporters erupted with a roar that rivaled the famous cop chorus. It was earth-shattering and deafening. Yuang had once again orchestrated a goal through exquisite teamwork, securing his first strike in the EFL Cup. Mikel Arteta stood shell-shocked, clutching his head in disbelief. How could anyone be this good, scoring so effortlessly as if strolling in the park? Avid matchgoers know Anfield is notoriously a fortress, a graveyard for many a great team. Barcelona, Manchester City, AC Milan, the list goes on. Yet this intimidating arena was being conquered by Yuang. They were like beautiful maidens reluctantly submitting, raising their heads in fear and helplessness, awaiting Yuang's pleasure. For Yuang it was a challenge, but ultimately he delivered. Goal! Thierry Henry roared from the Sky Sports studio. This is a moment for fans to cherish forever. The Dutch defender has become the master of Anfield. Arsenal are going to beat Liverpool here. Impeccable footwork, dazzling dribbling, and impeccable timing. Yuang defeated Alisson with sheer audacity, a curling shot that found the net with precision. This Chinese star is shining brightly over English football. On the touchline, Yuang, having finished his sliding celebration, was mobbed by his teammates. Lacazette was the quickest to reach him. Just like before, he leaped onto Yuang's back. Given Yuang's exceptional skills, Lacazette was beginning to fancy himself as a potential brother-in-law. After all, with such talent and performance, his sister wouldn't be shortchanged marrying him, whether in life or in the bedroom. Eddie Nketiah was the second Arsenal player to arrive. Though he didn't score, he provided the assist. So mimicking Yuang, he gestured wildly towards the stands. Meanwhile, in the Migu Sports studio, it wasn't just John June losing his mind. The fans flooding the live comments were going berserk too. A scoring defender. No, a complete all-rounder. Beating Liverpool at Anfield. Arsenal's performance, no, Yuang's performance, is terrifying. A bit of pity for Klopp. You can't make bricks without straw. The ones to truly pity are the fans watching live, no goals to cheer, and conceding too. This late night was worth it. Fans who missed this live broadcast will regret it. Wow, how come only Arsenal submitted a bid for him? Why didn't Real Madrid, Barca, City, Bayern, or Chelsea make a move? Our Arsenal is invincible. Yuang, of course, was oblivious to the fans' flattering comments online. But judging from the jubilant celebrations of the Arsenal fans in the stands, he knew he was certainly causing a stir on social media. As for fans lamenting their club's failure to bid for him, in truth, Ajax had received numerous offers. Ultimately, it was Arsenal's early contact with Yuang that won them this long race. Consequently, fans began berating their own clubs, accusing them of being blind for not grabbing such a bargain. Of course, calling those clubs blind might be premature. If Yuang finishes the season with stellar stats, then fans can rightly criticize them. The match quickly resumed. Klopp made corresponding substitutions. The Klopp certainly didn't want to leave his home ground without a single goal. It wasn't just about pride. Crucially, the EFL Cup semi-final is a two-legged tie. Trailing by 2 goals at home, honestly, he wouldn't have the confidence to guarantee a comeback at the Emirates. Notably, Klopp remained composed. Despite the deficit, he insisted on adhering strictly to his tactical game plan. After all, overcomplicating things leads to errors. Following the process is better than chaotic attacks. Still, watching his team fail to score, Klopp felt a deep sense of helplessness. In that moment, he yearned for his beloved players Salah and Mane. The injury to their mascot, Divock Origi, also left him exasperated. Would the attack have flowed better with Origi on the pitch? Alas, no one will ever know, for you cannot romanticize the path not taken. Seeing Liverpool struggle, the leading Arsenal side could afford to play with more comfort. Following Arteta's instructions, they settled into a fluid 5-4-1 defensive shape. And so as time ebbed away, the 80th minute arrived. Suddenly the ball found its way to Diogo Jota's feet. Yuang felt a pang of pity for Jota. He had a wife, children, a happy family, and a flourishing career, unaware of what the future held. Thus Yuang silently resolved in his heart. Though he didn't know where preventing Jota's fate would lead, having been given a second chance at life, he felt compelled to help where he could. Jota was fleet-footed. Kieran Tierney closed him down immediately. Behind Tierney were Yuang, Granit Xhaka, and Albert Sambi Lokanga, who had shifted to cover Yuang's original zone. The combined defensive effort of the two holding midfielders was naturally superior to Yuang alone. With 2 pairs of legs stretched out, Liverpool's attackers hesitated to charge forward recklessly. Tierney failed to stop Jota this time. The Portuguese forward repeated his trick, gliding past Tierney once more. Yuang quickly moved to cover, while the displaced Tierney switched to Mark Arnold. Facing Yuang, Jota chose to charge down the flank and whip in a cross. Unfortunately, the cross was too low, and Yuang at the near post cleared the ball to the front field. At 184 centimeters, he might not dominate in aerial duels, but when it comes to close-range defense, he has no problem at all. Speaking of height, Arsenal's medical staff recently reported good news to Arteta. Yuang's latest height measurement is not 184 centimeters, but 185 centimeters. And there's even a hint that he might grow to 186 centimeters. Seeing the data, Arteta felt a bit melancholic. Because with increased height, Yuang's turning acceleration and explosive bursts would correspondingly decline. On the attacking end, Yuang's pressing ability would be somewhat affected. Perhaps in the future, Yuang would have no choice but to stand at the back line and command the game just like Van Dijk. That wouldn't be a problem per SE, but it would mean he could no longer contribute to the attack. However, to everyone's delight in this match, Yuang showed no signs of his height hindering his offensive capabilities. He was still himself. He was still the attacking fullback who could swiftly surge forward and join the offense. On the pitch, Nkedia received the ball on the periphery and immediately turned to drive forward. With a few quick strides, Nkedia carried the ball to the edge of the opponent's box. After waiting for Xhaka to overlap, Nkedia laid the ball off to him. Xhaka received the ball and played it back in one touch. Liverpool's players surged forward to challenge, but the ball had already been claimed by Yuang. Yuang. From the same position will he take a shot? Jean-Jun roared. On the pitch, contrary to Jean-Jun's expectation, Yuang didn't shoot. Instead, he opted for a square pass. Tierney, arriving in support, struck the ball. Unfortunately, Tierney wasn't Pavard. He couldn't unleash that stunning poetic volley. Alisson collected the ball with ease. After all, a man capable of being Brazil's #1 goalkeeper wouldn't easily be beaten. Then Alisson launched a swift throw, and Liverpool countered. In the 86th minute of the match, Hoda assisted Firmino to score. However, the referee didn't credit it to Firmino. It was ruled an own goal. Firmino didn't mind as long as the ball went in. In the Sky Sports studio, Carragher proudly declared, "The comeback starts now." Over at Migu, Jean-Jun, Liverpool's loyal supporter, shared the same sentiment. But their hopes were ultimately dashed. Arsenal, with all hands on deck, held their ground, and Liverpool couldn't find another goal. Beep, beep, beep. All right, we can see the referee has blown the final whistle. The match is over. Arsenal defeats Liverpool 2-1 away from home. In 3 days at the Emirates Stadium, the two teams will face off for another 90 minutes. Jean-Jun stated his tone neutral. For a commentator of his caliber, keeping personal emotions out of work is the most basic requirement. Of course, that CTM Bintik moment was a genuine outburst. That was unavoidable. Anyone who saw that scene and didn't curse must have tremendous patience. Meanwhile, back in Amsterdam, Ajax players were still reeling from the pace of the game they had just watched. Honestly, they couldn't believe that in such a high-tempo, high-transition match, Yuang not only held his own, but also became the standout star of the show. Damn it, we agreed to just dominate the Eredivisie. How did you go and show off your skills in England? Is there no justice? No way, we want to go to the Premier League too. We want to play in the top 5 leagues. At that moment, many Ajax players silently vowed to themselves, what's the point of staying in the Eredivisie? It's time to make a name for ourselves in the top 5 leagues. Yuang's performance was outstanding, Lisandro Martinez remarked with admiration. Gravenberch beside him replied seriously indeed. Yuang's attacking display was truly stunning. I'm also thinking Liverpool's defensive midfield issue is quite significant. I need to ask my agent if I can get in touch with him. You want to join Liverpool? Why not? Van Dijk, a fellow Dutchman, is there. You could certainly reach out. What about you, Lisandro? I'm not sure. I quite fancy going to Arsenal. It'd be nice to play together with everyone. Alright, then we won't be teammates, or we'll just have to be rivals. Gravenberch chuckled. Lisandro grinned back. You'll see, you won't fare any better. Yuang is incredibly strong. It seems no defensive midfielder can contain him. Even if they do, he has his teammates. Gravenberch fell silent at this. Right, his old teammate completely disregards the opposition. With such high efficiency in both attack and defense, how could anyone withstand that? Impossible, right? Ahead of them, Ten Hag was also chatting with his assistant coach. On the big screen, Arsenal players were thanking the fans. Did you see that, eh? Yes, boss. The Premier League isn't just a stage for players, it's ours too. So we can accept Manchester United's invitation. But what about Ajax? Don't worry, the title is secured. I can't wait to work with Cristiano Ronaldo. I believe we can create fantastic chemistry. Ten Hag's vision was rosy. And judging from future events, the chemistry they produced was like water splitting into oxygen and hydrogen. One went to Saudi Arabia, the other to the Bundesliga. What's even more amusing is that Ronaldo is at least comfortable in Saudi, while Ten Hag was just a summer job sent back after barely a few games into the season. At this thought, Ten Hag immediately pulled out his phone and posted a tweet. Match victory. I knew all along Arsenal would win. After the post went live, Ajax fans were the first to like it, followed by a massive number of Manchester United fans. Apart from those genuinely keeping a close eye on Ten Hag, who was about to take the reins at United, the more important reason was that the loser was Liverpool. As one of the main protagonists in the Northwest Derby, United had to show support for whoever was playing against Liverpool. Like when Arsenal played Manchester City, United fans offered them applause, encouragement, and blessings. In the end, we're the three brothers. If not for me, who else would help you? Right, little brother Arsenal? Watching the glaring 1-2 scoreline on the broadcast screen in the Migu Sports studio, Jean-Jun couldn't help but shake his head and say, having first beaten Manchester City and then Liverpool since Yuang's arrival, this Arsenal side is growing at an astonishing pace. There's no doubt that in terms of overall tactical and technical proficiency, Arsenal have already entered the ranks of Europe's elite teams. Perhaps when we look back at the end of the season, we'll find that they've traversed an incredibly unbelievable path. Beside him, Jean-Luc picked up the conversation, saying, Yuang's performance is simply too stunning. He was born for football. Jean-Jun nodded in agreement. All right, that concludes the match, and that also marks the end of today's broadcast. See you all in a few days at the Emirates Stadium. Goodbye, dear viewers. Jean-Jun and Jean-Luc's commentary duties were over, but the action on the pitch was far from finished. Today's goalscorer Yuang was surrounded by his teammates at the center, everyone trying their best to ruffle his hair. Finally, Arteta couldn't bear to watch anymore and told them to stop fooling around, as it was time for the traditional post-match salute to the fans. However, this salute wasn't executed perfectly because the Liverpool fans hadn't left yet, using fierce jeers to disrupt the interaction between the Arsenal players and their supporters. The Arsenal fans didn't seem to mind much. You're loud, so you win, right? Besides, we won anyway, we can celebrate whenever we want, no need to rush it here at Anfield. After the brief salute, Yuang followed his teammates towards the players' tunnel. Inside the tunnel, he spotted Hoda chatting with a man in a suit. Yuang walked over. Hey you. The man talking with Hoda took the initiative to greet Yuang. Then the man pulled out a badge from inside his suit jacket. Yuang was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the man's action, he initially thought it was an FBI raid. But then he thought again, that's impossible, I'm in England, the FBI can't do long-arm jurisdiction here. Besides, at most I've only watched videos with FBI warnings, how could I possibly be involved with the real FBI? Then Yuang saw clearly. On the work badge was written, assistant to the head coach of the Portugal national team, Francisco Bielo. Francisco Bielo, yes. Damn, his initials really are FBI. Not wanting to be rude to a smiling face, Yuang accepted the man's handshake. I'm Yas, assistant coach of the Portugal national team, the man said, holding up his badge, as you can see. Pleased to meet you, Yas. Yas glanced at Hoda first, then looked back at Yuang. He said seriously, you on behalf of the head coach of the Portugal national team, Mr. Fernando Santos, I formally invite you to participate in the national team's training camp in Lisbon this March. In other words, the Portugal national team needs you to join. Yas expected Yuang to be overjoyed because previously when many Portuguese players learned of this news, most of them would jump for joy on the spot. After all, this was an invitation from the Seleção das Quinas, not just anyone could resist that. Unexpectedly, Yuang was different. He just let out a long breath, his whole body relaxing, giving off an air of the original goal has been achieved. Yas was momentarily speechless. Could he have been sure he'd join the Seleção? So will you come? Hoda shrugged, prompting Yuang. Of course. Why not? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully joining the Portugal national team. Note, although it's not yet certain whether he can participate in Portugal's official matches, as an old-timer coming out of retirement, being able to join Portugal is already quite good, isn't it? System rewards are being distributed. A black gold chest from a Portuguese historical superstar. Note, system reward levels are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, black gold. Yuang was quite surprised. A black gold chest from a Portuguese historical superstar. Eusebio, Figo, Costa, or maybe Deco and Carvalho. He didn't spend too much time thinking in the tunnel. After chatting amiably with Yas and Hoda for a bit longer, Yuang turned and walked into the away team's locker room. There would be plenty of time to chat once he got to the national team. Yuang's main priority now was to accompany head coach Arteta to the post-match press conference. Like the packed Anfield Stadium, the post-match press conference was also completely full. The press officer was quite shocked by the scene. After all, this was just a League Cup match. Usually not many media members would show up. But today he saw so many cameras and microphones. He even spotted media from many other countries. Wait, is the League Cup's influence really this high now? Don't you foreign media usually just repost ESPN or Sky Sports news reports? Why are you all here for first-hand information now? Without overthinking it, the press officer began introducing the list of people attending the press conference. When Yuang and Arteta walked onto the stage from the back, the cameras below immediately started clicking away. Because of the win, Arteta was basking in the glory, and he didn't mind a bit of lighthearted banter. I know you all aren't here to listen to what I have to say. Well then, now, let's invite Arsenal's head coach Yuang to take your questions. Arteta started clapping enthusiastically, and Sky Sports broadcast camera for the press conference quickly focused on Yuang. Hello everyone. I'm Yuang. The microphone wasn't fixed. However, Yuang didn't move it. Instead, he moved himself. He leaned forward slightly, getting closer to the microphone to make his voice sound clearer and louder. The press conference begins now. Please raise your hands for questions. Regarding the press conference procedure, the press officer knew it, and so did the journalists below. Thus, before the press officer even finished his sentence, the journalists had already raised their hands promptly. All right, you there, please ask your question. The press officer pointed to an African journalist. Although he was reluctant to admit it, in fact, when handling questions, he tended to prioritize journalists who were not white, euphemistically calling it emphasizing equality and non-discrimination. But isn't this excessive, almost unspoken rule like equality also a form of discrimination? First, I'd like to congratulate Arsenal on their victory and Yuang on his personal goal. My question is, having successively beaten Manchester City and Liverpool, does that mean you've fully adapted to the Premier League? Yuang smiled. Me adapting to the Premier League? It's more like the Premier League adapting to me. I haven't adapted to the Premier League. On the contrary, the Premier League teams need to adapt to my arrival. Hiss. A collective intake of breath sounded from the audience. This young man is so arrogant. Is his nickname Yuang Ibrahimovic? But, looking closely, he really does have the confidence to say that. Another journalist quickly stood up at the press officer's signal. Can you tell us your goals for coming to the Premier League? As we all know, Arsenal don't have the Champions League to play for this season. No, UCL is fine, we'll win the league title this season, and then enter the Champions League as the Premier League defending champions. Yuang said calmly. However, his statement sounded anything but calm to the journalist's ears. To pull down Manchester City, who are over 15 points ahead. What big talk. Seeming to sense the disbelief from the journalist, Yu Wang added, Arsenal have the strength to win the title. If we don't even dare to shout out the slogan of winning the championship, then we might as well not play football. I've noticed that Manchester City will face a multi-front battle. It's not great to say this, but I have to say this is our golden opportunity. Of course, we first need to focus on our own performance. We shouldn't make mistakes. Only then can we observe the performance of our competitors. A person without a dream is no different from a salted fish. A person without a dream is no different from a salted fish. Arteta silently savored these words in his heart. Once upon a time, Arteta was also extremely glamorous and full of ambition. But after Kroenke repeatedly rejected his desired transfer ideas, Arteta understood that his coaching ability was one thing, the players' quality was another, and the management support was yet another. Calculating the points difference with Manchester City and the possible ways to make up ground, Arteta asked himself, is there really a chance? Regarding his own statement, Yu Wang had actually thought it through clearly. Europeans don't really like overly humble people. These Anglo-Saxons just love unreasonable strength. Take Ibrahimovic, for example. Isn't he arrogant? Why is he so arrogant? Because he has the capital to be. Simply put, strength is blameless, weakness is a sin. Other journalists below quickly followed up. But your opponent is the defending champion Manchester City. Their on-paper strength and squad depth are much better than yours. Also, after Salah and Mane return to Liverpool, beating them won't be an easy task anymore. Yu Wang looked carefully. It was a female journalist with an ESPN badge hanging around her neck. She was quite pretty, but flat as a board, no thanks. After pondering for a moment, Yu Wang said, no one knows what will happen at the end of the season, and I don't either. So let's see what the future holds. Yu Wang didn't want to say things like Manchester City and Liverpool are nothing but branded traitors waiting to be beheaded. That would be too much. This was just right. Arsenal were the first to hold their press conference. Klopp would be a bit later. After Yu Wang and Arteta left, Klopp came to the press conference alone. Regarding the match, Klopp said bluntly, we should have been calm and in control, but instead we were rushed and scrambling. The responsibility for this defeat rests entirely with me. Don't blame the players. You say Yu Wang wants to win the league title. Anyone can win it as long as they have enough points. I don't mean to disrespect Arsenal, on the contrary, I think highly of them. It's not that I dislike Josep Guardiola, but after solving the problems of poor build-up play from the defenders and the sluggish attack, Michael's team has been completely transformed. Towards the end, Klopp didn't forget to tease Arteta. It's just a shame they can't play in the Champions League, otherwise I think I'd be looking forward to seeing their performance in it. As for now, trust us, when we go to the Emirates Stadium, the team will complete the comeback. We will smoothly advance to the final of the League Cup. Not long after, Klopp also left the press conference. This marked the true end of the match. However, on social media, the fans were already going wild. Yu Wang being good in one match isn't impressive. Being good in every match is what's truly impressive. To beat this Arsenal team, you'd have to pray their striker is attempting humorous shots, and their attacking defenders have forgotten their blades. Doghead without Salah, and Mane. Klopp can't seem to get this Liverpool side going. FSG, do something decent. The winter window isn't over yet. Shouldn't you buy some players? Hard to believe Liverpool actually lost at home. What's there to fear? There's still the second leg. Arsenal, you just wait. I declare this season's League Cup is over. Arsenal also missed 3 chances. If they'd converted them all, wouldn't Liverpool have been riddled with holes? Upstairs, the holes wouldn't be that small. Yu Wang says they'll win the league. Honestly, that sounds far-fetched, but at least top 4 is no problem. Win the league. If Arsenal can do that, I'll eat my hat. Want to cosplay a pretty girl, right? Remember to live stream. When you do, I'll send you gifts. It's not entirely impossible. Man City and Liverpool are fighting on multiple fronts, while Arsenal only needs to focus on them in the league. No matter what you all say, I've gone all in. I'll bet 3,000 of public funds on Man City winning the title for a sure bet. I just don't believe it. Yu Wang's comments helped him dominate the headlines of major sports news, making him the center of attention for a while. In addition to this, photos of Yu Wang chatting with Hoda and a strange man also began circulating on social media. Unfortunately, the photographers captured clear shots of Yu Wang and Hoda's faces, but not Yas's. However, even from just the silhouette and background, many fans still guessed who this person was. Santos' assistant, Yas. That means Yu Wang is joining the Portugal national team. He's going to play alongside Ronaldo. And just as the outside world began to buzz with discussions on the flight back to London, Yu Wang opened the system interface. Before opening the black gold chest, Yu Wang wanted to use his 18 free attribute points first. Host name Yu Wang, age 18, height 185 centimeters, heading 62, passing 65, shooting 45, dribbling 89, speed 76, strength 90, stamina 85, vision 91, tackling 81, aggression 75, overall rating 87. After careful consideration, Yu Wang decided to allocate his points to speed and passing. Speed 7,685. Passing 6,573. Overall rating 87-89. On the flight back, Yu Wang stretched out his hands and clenched them. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or a genuine sensation, Yu Wang felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. An overall rating of 89. Surely that meant he could dominate the entire Premier League. The reason Yu Wang chose to enhance his speed and passing was simple. He excelled at and relished bursting forward to join the attack, making speed indispensable. After all opportunity knocks, but once. Furthermore, after driving into the final third, Yu Wang couldn't rely solely on his own solo efforts every time. The Arsenal players were no pushovers, each one was a prodigy, and Yu Wang could naturally trust them. It was worth mentioning that whether he could truly outplay every Premier League star Yu Wang didn't know. For now, he only wanted to confirm one thing: once his abilities could no longer be upgraded, would the system become useless? To this, the system gave a direct negative answer. Notification for host: when the host reaches the pinnacle of upgradability, this system will reward the host through other means. It could be a valuable property, or it could be clues about future footballing prodigies. Of course, it also includes various insider information and assistance in the business world. After the system's explanation, Yu Wang understood. Once he reached the peak, the system wouldn't simply retire, it would continue to provide him with advantages through other avenues. In simple terms, playing football only earns so much. Emulating Beckham was the true path to success. After allocating his points, Yu Wang's attention shifted to the 8, quietly residing in the system mailbox. Points. The reason for the question mark was that the system indicated Yu Wang's transfer fee to Arsenal wasn't fully finalized. Ajax had a floating clause of 1 million, and if triggered, Yu Wang's transfer fee would become 1.8 million. At that point, Yu Wang's free attribute points would be 810. Yes, that's right, the system's exchange rate was 1 attribute point for every 1 in transfer fees. Seeing this initially made Yu Wang quite envious. After all, if a club were to pay a 100 million transfer fee, that would translate to 1,000 points. 1,000 points. Even Stephen Hawking could become the king of football with that right. However, the system's subsequent explanation immediately quashed this idea of Yu Wang's. It wasn't that the system would renege on its promise and withhold the points. The system honored the points. If you could get a potential buyer to pay that much, that was your achievement. But considering Yu Wang's release clause was only €1, if a team were to actually pay 100 million for him, not only would fans protest, but UEFA's financial fair play regulations and the European Court of Sports would inevitably intervene and launch an investigation. At that point, shaking his head to dispel these fanciful thoughts, Yu Wang began checking the messages from his agents Jack and Wasserman on his social app. Jack's message concerned the handling of Yu Wang's personal assets. As everyone knows, there are 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and birth. Regarding taxes, Yu Wang was certainly willing to pay them. He didn't want to lose a lot for a little, ending up with a massive fine later. However, if there were legitimate means, Yu Wang naturally hoped to minimize his tax burden legally and compliantly. This was precisely what Jack and his firm were for, otherwise how else could their London office boast so many major clients? Was it purely because they were one of Amsterdam's top law firms? Obviously not. Upon reading Jack's message, a thought struck Yu Wang. With his market value rising and commercial offers flooding in, he needed to establish his own personal studio and company as soon as possible. Coincidentally, Jack was available, so Yu Wang immediately contacted him for a discussion. He requested that Jack produce a reasonable and compliant initial document as quickly as possible. Mindful that the customer is king, especially a wealthy one like Yu Wang, Jack, despite his reluctance, donned warm clothing, made a cup of instant coffee, and sat down at his computer to begin the work. It couldn't be helped, it was all for the money. The life of a wage earner is tough. Yu Wang was unaware of Jack's diligence at the time, he only found out much later. Appreciative of Jack's efforts, Yu Wang offered to give him a bonus. After all, he wasn't stingy. It would be shameful to just offer verbal praise when someone had put in so much work. Unexpectedly, Jack was very professional and refused with righteous indignation. Jack claimed that the bonuses from his firm were already sufficient, and taking an additional one was unnecessary. It was then that Yu Wang understood why many multinational law firms continued to grow larger. They truly excelled in maintaining client relationships. Of course, that was a story for another time. After allocating his points, Yu Wang took a deep breath, and then he clicked to open the treasure chest provided by the system. Ding! Black gold treasure chest opening. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ability, the Guardian of the Monk, Pepe. Before Yu Wang could even get a proper look, the system immediately materialized a figure before his eyes. Indeed, it was Pepe, as he was now. Wait a minute, wasn't Pepe still an active player? Yu Wang was puzzled. But before his confusion could linger, the system promptly provided an explanation. Note: Pepe retired before 2034. To be precise, he retired in 2024, making him eligible for the reward draw. Ding! As a cornerstone of the Seleção das Quinas, Pepe's importance to the team was undeniable. The Guardian of the Monk, Pepe, enhances the host's box-sweeping abilities and activates the host's leadership qualities as a defensive general. Note: perhaps after Cristiano Ronaldo's retirement, the glory of the Seleção das Quinas will rest upon your shoulders. Aggression 7,590. Overall rating 89/90. Woo! Yu Wang was pleasantly surprised. With an overall rating of 90, to put it in juvenile terms, he could now sweep through the Premier League undefeated, right? In response, the system mused, when Messi and Ronaldo are absent, who can challenge his supremacy? After a brief moment of levity, Yu Wang turned his attention back to the messages from Wasserman's team. Wasserman had connected Yu Wang with 2 brands: Le Coq Sportif, a renowned Parisian label, and Columbia, a North American sportswear company. Le Coq Sportif primarily collaborated with tennis and volleyball stars. In the football arena, they couldn't outcompete giants like Nike or Adidas. By choosing Yuan, they aimed for a strategic overtaking maneuver. To this end, they were willing to offer a more substantial endorsement fee to capture Yuan's attention. As for Columbia, they envisioned him as a model given his impressive physique, which they believed deserved showcasing. Yuan's initial thought was to set these offers aside for the time being. Compared to the North American brand, he was more interested in securing endorsement deals within the luxury goods sector. Notably, Wasserman had initially submitted endorsement proposals to major corporations like Mercedes-Benz, but they hadn't agreed immediately. The reason companies like Mercedes-Benz hesitated to enter negotiations was that they were still evaluating Yuan's future potential. To put it bluntly, if Yuan's career trajectory were to plummet much like Sancho's failure to break into Arsenal's first-team canteen, it would be disastrous. Their investment would go down the drain. However, by now, after several impressive matches, they were all starting to feel a pang of interest. It was at this moment that Wasserman told them too late. The price then was for then, the price now is for now. Mercedes-Benz and the prestigious watchmaker Vacheron Constantin were utterly stunned. Damn, we're about to be fleeced. Of course they were willing to be, as opportunities like this were fleeting. Interestingly, one company had been persistently courting Yuan all along: Puma. As Arsenal's kit sponsor is Adidas, Yuan was required to wear their gear within the training ground and stadium. However, this didn't restrict his choice of attire in his daily life. Puma had long sought a top star to challenge Adidas and Nike. Now they had set their sights on Yuan. Additionally, besides Puma, Emirates Airlines was also in close contact with him. This was primarily because Emirates Airlines was already one of Arsenal's sponsors. First come, first served, they were willing to invest more in this potential future superstar. As for the investment from Emirates, Yuan was certainly going to accept it all. Money from the white turban sheiks was not to be refused. Beyond the commercial arrangements, Wasserman's team also touched upon fan engagement strategies. They advised Yuan to be more active on social media to strengthen his connection with the supporters. Speaking of maintaining fan relations, Yuan immediately recalled the favorability points feature mentioned by the system. As Yuan continued to showcase his talent at the Emirates Stadium time and again, the number of fans who admired and respected him was growing rapidly. Yuan hadn't checked it until now, and when he did, he was astounded. A staggering nearly 8,000 favorability points. At a 1-to-1 exchange rate that translated to 8,000 gold coins. What couldn't he buy in the system store? The only issue was that the current items in the store were all junk, and Yuan had no interest in purchasing them. Although he wouldn't spend many coins now if a high-priced valuable item were to appear in a future refresh, and he lacked the funds, he would be left lamenting like an old man staring at an empty vault. After returning home, Yuan settled onto the sofa and began fiddling with his phone. He first posted a photo on Instagram and Twitter of himself with his teammates at Anfield, captioning it, "A united team. We did it." Afterward, Yuan opened Weibo. It was the international version he had just downloaded, rumored to have fewer ads, but it didn't seem that way. Because he didn't have an ID card in this life, Yuan took out his passport intending to register with it. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible as Weibo at the time only allowed registration via QQ, WeChat, email, or phone number. Passport registration wouldn't be available until a year later. Given this, Yuan had to resort to using his email address for registration. The difference between using an email and a passport was significant. A passport allowed for direct personal identity verification, while an email did not. After registering, Yuan began pondering his username. After trying Yuan and Yuan, he resigned himself to defeat. There were simply too many netizens using those names. Left with no choice, Yuan settled on a format combining pinyin and characters, Yuan. Once his account was successfully created, Yuan eagerly posted his first Weibo update. "Hello everyone. I am Yuan." He accompanied the post with a photo taken with Arteta at Anfield after the match against Liverpool. Shortly after Yuan published the post, a dozen or so likes came in quickly. He initially thought they were from dedicated fans, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were all bots. No, they shouldn't be called bots, they were zombie fans. It wasn't a new phenomenon for Weibo to automatically follow inactive accounts. Many users upon returning to Weibo would notice they had inexplicably followed a huge number of bloggers or celebrities. On such cases, it's mostly forced follows. Seeing only a dozen likes, a slightly disappointed Yuan was about to lock his screen and attend to other matters. Just then a comment popped up. "Yo, bro, you're a fan of Yuan too. By the way, how did you get this photo of Yuan with Arteta? I've scoured Instagram and can't find it anywhere. I'm not a fan of Yuan. Ooh, I am Yuan. You're Yuan. Pull the other one. If you're Yuan, then I'm Arteta. Come on, bro, cut the act. Do you have any other photos of Yuan? Ones without other people in them?" Yuan fell silent for a few seconds. Then he searched through his phone's photo album. He couldn't find any solo shots of himself, most were group photos. So he replied, "Yeah, I've got some, bro." While typing, he took 2 selfies and sent them. "Huh, where did you get these photos? They look so candid. And you still look this good from a terrible angle. This looks exactly like me. Bro, I told you I am Yuan." Alright, you're Yuan. But it's fine to fool your brothers, just don't fool yourself. I bet these are from Yuan's Twitter, right? Let me go find the originals, your images are too blurry. Yuan let out a helpless chuckle. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. He then glanced at the blank space under his username devoid of any verification. Well, it was all because he wasn't verified.